Chapter 101, Counterfeit Goods Meet the Real Goods. Who's speaking? Believe it or not, I can use a magical artifact to unleash divine punishment and send you to hell. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, the long-browed Taoist priest quickly jumped up from the ground and shouted in the direction from which the sound came. Beside Lu Qingxian, Lu Bingqing quickly grabbed his arm and lowered her voice. Mr. Lu, what did you just do? The other party is demonstrating the power of their magical artifact. We ordinary people must not be reckless, or we could easily lose our lives. Faced with mysterious and unknown forces, even a proud woman like Lu Bingqing would instinctively feel fear. It has to be said that the rich or powerful are fearless, but they are afraid of these superstitious things. They are much more superstitious than ordinary people. However, it is also possible that they have more experience and know that those superstitious things are true, and not just folk rumors. Is this a magical artifact? If you hadn't told me, I would have thought it was some kind of toy for fooling children. Lu Qingxian dismissed it with disdain. Mr. Lu, don't talk nonsense, it will cause trouble. Lu Bingqing quickly stopped him. That long-browed old man is Mr. Bai Dongsheng from Zhenghai. He is a Taoist master and holds a very high position next to Mr. Qi. Although Lu Qingxian was disdainful, he couldn't help but ask, why does Uncle Wen want that Buddha amulet? That kind of thing doesn't seem to have any practical value, does it? Lu Bingqing thought for a moment and said, this all started several years ago when Uncle Wen's family members died unexpectedly. About 7 or 8 years ago, after Uncle Wen's father passed away, every 3 months Uncle Wen would receive bad news about unexpected deaths in his family members, such as car accidents, drowning, or sudden death due to possession by evil spirits. In short, the ways of death were all kinds of strange, and there were never any exceptions. Uncle Wen prayed to gods and Buddhas, and went to the Tibetan Plateau, Longhua Temple, Laojun Mountain, and other Taoist and Buddhist holy sites. Finally, he found a solution, to obtain the Buddhist amulet blessed by Master Ji Yun from Qi Wanzhang of Zhenghai Tiger Alliance, and to enshrine it in his home. This would avert all disasters, prolong life, and ensure the safety of his family for 100 years. Although Uncle Wen was somewhat skeptical, he negotiated with old Master Qi Wanzhang for a long time, and finally paid a great price to borrow the Buddha amulet to his home for worship. As a result, from then on, Uncle Wen's family was indeed safe and sound, and no more accidents occurred. But a little over a year later, when Grandpa Qi Wanzhang wanted to take back the amulet, Uncle Wen's family suffered repeated tragedies. To this day, Uncle Wen has lost 3 sons and 1 daughter. Those collateral relatives had to move overseas to avoid the disaster and sever ties with Uncle Wen. Lu Qingxian nodded, indicating that he understood. He was unaware of this hidden reason. No wonder Uncle Wen was willing to pay such a high price to successfully acquire this Buddha amulet. However, in Lu Qingxian's eyes, such mystical things were a joke. It was either a coincidence or there was something fishy going on. Soon, the smoke dissipated, and the long-browed Taoist priest Bai Dongsheng looked somewhat disheveled. Mr. Bai, what's wrong? Qi Wanzhang, standing to the side, looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked. It's nothing, just a minor accident. Bai Dongsheng dared not say that he had been beaten, as such a self-degrading and disrespectful act would cause his standing in front of old Master Qi to plummet. It's good that nothing happened. Qi Wanzhang disliked hearing the word accident the most. He couldn't tolerate any accidents happening around him. Shaowan, I don't want to waste any more time with you. Your treasures are nice, but that's not what I want. I want the 10-year operating rights for the Southern Sea area, from Nangang to North America. If you agree, along with these 2 treasures, the amulet will be yours. If you don't agree, this deal can't be completed without this amulet. I don't need to tell you how miserable your end will be, do I? Upon hearing this, Ku Haiwan's expression immediately vanished. He had already presented these 2 priceless treasures, yet the other party still wanted his 10-year maritime operation rights? Once this condition is agreed to, control of the Southern Sea area will gradually fall into the hands of the Tiger Alliance. 10 years from now, will this sea area still have anything to do with Ku Haiwan? All the hard work he has achieved in his life will fall into the pockets of the Tiger Alliance. But if he doesn't agree, more and more disasters will happen to the people around him from now on, and the successive deaths of his relatives will be an unbearable pain for him. He became the overlord of the sea, but in the end he couldn't even protect his own family. What was the point of his life? Old Master Qi, we've been talking for 8 years, and with this this latest transaction, we've made 5 deals. I think my sincerity is more than enough. You think you can exchange a small Buddhist amulet for the maritime empire I built over 40 years? Don't you think your appetite is too big? The Tiger Alliance has always had a big appetite. So that means old Master Chi won't back down no matter what, right? Ko Haiwan's expression was unreadable. Of course not, otherwise, what would I have come all this way for? Although these 2 treasures are priceless, they don't have much practical significance for me or the Tiger Alliance. Qi Wanjiang stood firm. In addition, this amulet is not just for warding off disasters and evil spirits, it can also prolong life and bring good fortune to the family when it is kept at home. It is Master Ji Yun's most proud work. As he spoke, Qi Wanjiang gave a wink to the Taoist priest with long eyebrows next to him. The Taoist priest with long eyebrows raised his hand again, and the fortune tablet emitted a faint white smoke. Inhaling this white smoke invigorated everyone, as if they had been injected with adrenaline and had gained endless energy. It actually has such miraculous effects? Ko Haiwan was shocked. This was something he had never known before. That's right. Moreover, as long as you inhale the spiritual mist created by this magic artifact for a long time, not only will it improve your physical environment, but it can even enhance your physical strength and make you a martial artist. A martial artist? Ko Haiwan's eyes widened in surprise. Becoming a martial artist was his lifelong dream, otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much money organizing various events to recruit strong individuals to his side. It can be said that becoming a strong individual has been his pursuit since childhood. However, due to his own limitations, he is now just a theoretical practitioner who has learned a few moves. Even for Ko Haiwan, if he could become a renowned internal strength martial artist in Jiangnan, he would be willing to give up his maritime ambitions. So what? It's just a 10-year operating right. It's not like we're taking away all your maritime assets after 10 years. You'll still be the overlord of the southern seas, and my Tiger Alliance will withdraw all its forces from the sea. Ko Haiwan's eyes flickered uncertainly. Lu Qingshuan's eyes remained fixed on the Buddhist amulet emitting wisps of smoke. After a long pause, he revealed a knowing smile. Uncle Wen, they've been playing you for a fool. They've been plotting this for so many years, scheming for money and taking lives. This move is too ruthless. Upon hearing this, the entire bamboo courtyard fell into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and everyone wore expressions of shock. Ko Haiwan, in particular, stared intently at Lu Qingxian. What do you mean? What do you mean, Uncle Wen? If strange things keep happening to you and your loved ones keep suffering, then there are only 2 possibilities. First, you have been tricked and have been tainted by something unclean, but I haven't detected any unclean things on you, Uncle Wen. Second, someone is deliberately targeting your family members and creating this illusion. Ms. Lu just told me that after you borrowed the amulet a few years ago, the misfortunes disappeared all the time. So the truth is very simple. This amulet does not have the power to ward off disasters and evil spirits, so there is only one reason why the misfortune disappeared, that Mr. Qi stopped harming the people around you, making you think that the amulet brought you good luck. Nonsense! Qi Wanjiang roared in fury. Mr. Bai, kill him. With a flick of his finger, the long-browed Taoist priest unleashed a thick plume of smoke from the Buddha amulet, which shot straight toward Lu Qingxian like a sharp sword. A trivial skill. Lu Qingxian raised his hand and instantly dispersed the thick smoke. Then, he smashed the table with a palm strike, breaking the Buddha amulet into 3 pieces. What? How dare you break Master Ji Yun's magic weapon? The long-browed Taoist priest's face was contorted with rage. You dare call this kind of child's toy a magic artifact? If I'm not mistaken, that invigorating blue smoke from before was just a stimulant made by mixing agave with peppermint flowers, right? It's just a bunch of nonsense that can only fool Uncle Wen and those ignorant folks. I have tasted hundreds of herbs and identified thousands of medicines since I was a child. You can't fool me. Kill him immediately. Qi Wanjiang's face was extremely gloomy. You're courting death. The long-browed Taoist priest was furious and pulled out a talisman-like object. Seeing this, Lu Qingxian smiled inexplicably and tore off the jade talisman around his neck. Fine, I'll show you what a real magic weapon is. Snap! Lu Qingxian crushed the jade talisman. A pale blue light flashed by, and in an instant, the blue sky resounded as purple lightning raged wildly. 102, Chapter 102, Harboring Evil Intentions. Electricity arises from the void, filling the hall with daylight. Even Lu Qingxian himself was slightly surprised that the energy storage efficiency of the deep-sea raw stone was so perfect. Deep-sea rocks possess the property of storing energy, and once depleted, they become excellent storage containers. In his spare time, he would seal lightning into deep-sea boulders using lightning rods, then polish them into the shape of jade talismans. The simple lightning talismans were thus created, and when crushed, they could generate extremely strong destructive power. Boom! The lightning was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes, and the deafening roar was like that of a thunder beast, as if it would tear their eardrums apart. In his sight, Lu Qingxian held lightning in one hand, his face glowing purple, like a god. Boom! Another loud bang rang out, illuminating the entire bamboo garden as if it were daytime. The wisps of smoke and purple mist were instantly shattered and vanished without a trace. The surrounding tables, chairs, wooden doors, rooms, and windows were all pierced by the immense energy, turning into ruins and chaos in the blink of an eye. The Taoist priest with long eyebrows, whose body was charred and numb from the electric shock, crawled on his knees and scrambled across his face, smashing countless antique treasures, before finally escaping with a disheveled appearance. However, immediately afterward, a surge of lightning appeared above his head. His knees buckled, and without thinking, he knelt on the ground with a thud. His face was ashen and pale, and he felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. For Taoist masters, controlling thunder and lightning is the legendary status of a grand celestial master. They only exist in the records of Taoist treasures, and each one is an old monster who has lived for nearly 150 years. He has never seen them before. In today's world, when it comes to grand celestial masters, they probably only exist in places like Longhu Mountain in the west, the birthplace of Taoism. Spare me, celestial master, spare me! The Taoist priest with long eyebrows prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Even a top tycoon like Qi Wanjiang, of noble birth, felt a chill run down his spine and began to tremble in the face of lightning. Any living being can only lower its head and release its inner fear. Lu Qingxian approached the long-browed Taoist priest and looked down at him. The long-browed Taoist priest was terrified. Suppressing his fear, he cried out, "Master, murder is a crime." Now that things have come to this, even the Taoist priest with long eyebrows, who has always despised the law, has no choice but to nervously resort to the law to protect himself. "Weren't you just being very arrogant, claiming that with the help of this amulet, you are our god? Fat hat's all just a bluff, celestial master. You are so high and mighty that you have already seen through all the laws of magic. My little skills are not even worth a little finger in front of you. It's just a joke to make everyone happy." Lu Qingxian stared at him coldly. "So you're just being mysterious, and I'll slap you in the face in public. Are you convinced?" The long-browed Taoist priest finally realized that he had created green smoke earlier, but someone slapped him to the ground and called him a lunatic. It turned out that it was the one who hit him. "I'm convinced, Master Celestial, I'm convinced. If I summon lightning and unleash the punishment of being struck by 5 thunderbolts, will you submit?" "I'm convinced, I'm convinced. I'll destroy your amulets, expose your charade, and bring shame upon your Tiger Alliance. Do you submit?" Lu Qingxian spoke each word carefully, and at the end his gaze suddenly shifted, fixing on the stunned Qi Wanjiang. The latter seemed to be struck by lightning, his very soul jolted. "I'm convinced, Celestial Master, Qi Wanjiang, am convinced." Qi Wanjiang lay on the ground, his expression one of utter dejection he had never seen before. He had lived a life of great achievements. How could he have imagined that he would perish here? How could such a small place like Jiangnan in Nanling harbor such a true dragon? Is there no justice left in the world? Lu Bingqing stared blankly at the man standing in the center of the arena, like a god, and for a moment she forgot to think. How can he be so amazing? So that's the source of his confidence. It's not background, connections, power, or wealth, but raw, unadulterated power. With magical artifacts in hand, he wields the power to control lightning and life and death. Even Qi Wanjiang, a top figure who intimidates Zhenghai, bows his head at this moment. It is hard to imagine who else in the entire Jiangnan region can suppress him. He is the true chosen one of this land. Suddenly, Lu Bingqing felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. The thought that this kind of man was actually let go by Li Yunmeng herself made her want to laugh, and she was even more eager to see Li Yunmeng's interesting expression after she knew everything. A woman blessed by heaven, but unfortunately, she was blinded by her own foolishness. Lu Qingxian picked up the fragment of the Buddha amulet, crushed it into powder with a casual flick of his wrist, and said, "You used this to defraud Uncle Wen, and you've been plotting for so long. Do you admit that the accidents that happened to Uncle Wen's relatives were all orchestrated by you?" Qi Wanjiang grinned, revealing an ugly smile. The celestial master has keen insight and saw through the truth at a glance. "That's right, it was indeed my doing after all. The Southern Sea is very special. If he hadn't personally handed over control, even killing him would have been useless. I planned this scheme for 8 years, including bribing Longhua Temple and insiders at Laojun Mountain to leak false information to Kahaiwan. Unexpectedly, we still failed to achieve our goal today. I have calculated everything, but I did not foresee you, Celestial Master." Old Ghost Shi. Upon hearing this, Kahaiwan's eyes turned red. He lost 3 sons and a daughter, not by accident, but murdered by this beast in front of him. Knowing this truth, his heart was about to explode with rage. "Don't hate me in this line of work. It's either you or me. We're all doing this so our brothers can live better. Nobody's wrong." Kahaiwan gritted his teeth. Fine. From today onwards, I hereby formally declare war on your Tiger Alliance." Lu Qingxian looked at him and said, "You can kill him right now. I told you, I would help you once. After this, even if you were slaughtered by the Tiger Alliance, I will not care about you." Master, please don't. I'll pay you double or triple the reward Kahaiwan gave you. Please spare my life, Master." Upon hearing this, Qi Wanjiang panicked and began promising a hefty reward. However, Lu Qingxian ignored him and simply looked at Kahaiwan, waiting for him to make a decision. Did Kahaiwan hate? He hated it intensely. An uncontrollable rage burned fiercely in his chest. But would killing Qi Wanjiang end everything? Of course not. The dead cannot be brought back to life, and what he lost will not return. Suddenly, Kahaiwan laughed, even praising himself for the brilliant idea that had suddenly popped into his head. 103, Chapter 103, The Plot Succeeds. Old Master Qi, your life is very precious, isn't it? Tell me, if you were to perish here today, wouldn't your Tiger Alliance fall into complete chaos? You've made so many enemies. After you die, do you think your family will face a terrible fate? Kahaiwan's smile was filled with hatred and pleasure. Even if you have immense power and hold the highest position, you cannot escape the bonds of family. What you worry about most is whether the sins you have committed will be punished on your relatives. Qi Wanjiang undoubtedly climbed to his current high position by stepping on countless bones. His enemies are scattered all over the world. Once he dies, his family and relatives will be torn to shreds by the wrath of those enemies. Now there's an opportunity in front of you that can save your life. How about it? Want to hear it? Kahaiwan looked at the other person with a smile. Qi Wanjiang's face was extremely ugly. He had a bad feeling that Kahaiwan would definitely not let him go easily. If he wanted to live, he would have to pay a huge price. "On, no matter what, I've known your father for 30 years. My father died at your hands, and you have the nerve to plead for me? Old Qi, today you only have one path before you." Kahaiwan suddenly roared hysterically, "Either renounce the disbandment of the Tiger Alliance, or I'll let you die right here. I'll tear you to pieces. The choice is yours." After saying that, he asked his bodyguard to fetch a cleaver. "You mean you want me to disband the Tiger Alliance?" However, Qi Wanjiang looked bewildered after hearing these words, and then burst into laughter. "Kahaiwan, you are even more ambitious than your father, actually wanting me to disband the Tiger Alliance. Do you know who the real power holder of the Tiger Alliance is?" Kahaiwan was taken aback. The real power holder? Could it be that Qi Wanjiang wasn't the true figure in the Tiger Alliance? "My Tiger Alliance has nearly 1 million members, including those overseas. Do you really think I, Qi Wanjiang, can control all of them? In our gray area, it's always the strong who rule, the powerful who reign supreme. Without power, you'll always just be a figurehead. It's laughable that you, Kahaiwan, still don't understand this principle after all these years. Tiger Alliance will never disband because of anyone. You, Kahaiwan, can't do it, and neither can I, Qi Wanjiang." "Is that so?" Kahaiwan asked, gripping the cleaver. "Then go die, go to hell and apologize to my family members one by one." Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed forward and slashed at Qi Wanjiang's shoulder. At that very moment, Lu Bingqing, who was behind Lu Qingxian, suddenly screamed. Kahaiwan's deputy was holding a sharp blade, tightly gripping Lu Bingqing's neck, his eyes cold and resolute. "Make old Master Qi leave, or this woman will die in my hands in the next second." "Xiao Wu, I've always treated you well, haven't I?" Kahaiwan stopped what he was doing, looked at him, and there was an indescribable sense of loss in his eyes. The other party's actions need no explanation. The person he trusts most is actually a spy from the Tiger Alliance. No wonder the Tiger Alliance knows everything about his every move. He had his doubts, but he didn't want to doubt them. After all, he regarded Xiao Wu as his own son. Uncle Wen has indeed treated me well, but I am loyal only to the Tiger Alliance and have no other intentions, Xiao Wu said coldly. Is that so? Then I'll kill old Ghost Chi first, then skin you alive and pull out your tendons, and then go apologize to old Master Lu in person. Kahaiwan had gone mad, raising his cleaver and swinging it down with all his might. At this moment, the burly martial artist next to Qi Wanjiang had been struck unconscious by lightning, and the long-browed Taoist priest was also terrified. He was left alone and had no power to fight back. Facing the murderous intent of Kahaiwan, he could only cry out in despair. Seeing Qi Wanjiang being slashed, Xiao Wu's expression turned ferocious. If you dare to lay a finger on her, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Lu Qingxian said fiercely, but his voice was weak. He stared intently at him, his whole body poised to strike. However, the other party did not hesitate at all, and the sharp blade had already cut into Lu Bingqing's neck, and blood splattered. The situation was completely out of control. Mercenaries outside the Wild Game Pavilion attacked and fought a chaotic battle with the assassins that Kahaiwan had laid in ambush beforehand. A helicopter in the sky burst into flames and was hit by a shoulder-fired missile fired from somewhere. Lu Qingxuan's face was extremely cold the moment Xiao Wu made his move. His speed increased to the extreme, like a black afterimage that disappeared in the night sky. Snap! Snap! An arm flew into the air. Lu Qingxian held Lu Bingqing in one arm and tore off Xiao Wu's two arms with the other. Mr. Lu! Seeing this, Kahaiwan couldn't help but turn around and call out, could you let me handle him personally? Lu Qingxian sneered, I told you, if he dares to touch a single hair on her head, I'll make him suffer a terrible death. Lu Qingxian grabbed his head and smashed it to pieces on the spot. The scene was like a watermelon bursting open. Kahaiwan was both crying and laughing. Good riddance, Mr. Lu, you did a good job. I was wrong. I should have guessed everything. Acting on emotion is indeed a cardinal sin in warfare. Having severed the last remaining inner demon, Kahaiwan raised his cleaver and hacked Qi Wanjiang beyond recognition. Having done all this, and listening to the intense gunfire outside the Wild Game Pavilion, a hint of madness flashed in Kahaiwan's eyes. Once he embarked on this path, there was no turning back. Declaring war on the Tiger Alliance meant he would be restless day and night from now on, but he wasn't afraid. Since ancient times, which hero hadn't climbed over countless bones? He, Kahaiwan, had long since disregarded life and death. His only desires were either to take revenge, to become the king of Jiangnan and even Zhanghai, or to live a carefree life with his family. Mr. Lu, how is my niece Bingqing? Watching Lu Qingxian squat down and insert needles into his needles, Kahaiwan, his face covered in blood, walked over forward. There is no danger to his life, but he has lost too much blood and needs to be taken to the hospital for a blood transfusion. I'll arrange a car right away to leave from the backyard. My people are all there, so there won't be any safety issues, Kahaiwan said immediately. No need, I'll take her there myself. Lu Qingxian shook his head. He then left from the backyard. He had already done what he promised Kahaiwan, and the remaining war between him and the Tiger Alliance was no longer his concern. At Nanling Hospital, Lu Qingxian arranged for her to stay in a special care ward and informed the hospital to arrange a blood transfusion as soon as possible. Excessive blood loss is not something that traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture can improve in a short time. Sending him to the hospital is the most appropriate solution. The moment the blood transfusion was arranged, a weight was lifted from Lu Qingxuan's heart. Lu Qingxian placed the Yin Fish jade pendant on the bedside table, glanced at this woman who was usually aloof but had an exceptionally passionate heart, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. At this moment, Lu Qingxian finally regarded her as a true friend, rather than just someone with whom he had a relationship based on mutual benefit. At first, Lu Bingqing only invested in and admired him. An unconventional and unique man could always arouse a woman's curiosity. However, after spending these few days together, Lu Qingxuan's deeply charming temperament and unwavering principles had completely conquered her. She inexplicably took out her family heirloom to save him. Although it was unexpected, it was also reasonable. Afterwards, Lu Qingxian called and told Grandpa Lu that with the Lu family's care, he could leave with peace of mind. Standing in the hospital corridor, the hospital, which should have been quiet and peaceful late at night, was unusually lively tonight, with people constantly coming and going. Are the ventilator and defibrillator ready? Okay, Dr. Lu, and Director Ma from the cardiology department is also on his way and will be at the hospital soon, the nurse quickly reported. Okay, let's double-check the surgical supplies to make sure everything is in order. This surgery is very important. The other party is the old man of Yunmeng Group. If something goes wrong, wouldn't the millions of yuan in equipment donations that our hospital receives from him every year be wasted? Dr. Lu said cautiously. Watching the group of people walk past and enter the intensive care operating room across the street, Lu Qingxian stood there stunned. The old man of Yunmeng Group? Li Wanghua? No, Li Wanghua isn't old at all, so it must be Li Zhang. I had dinner with him a few days ago and he seemed to be in good spirits. How did he suddenly get sick? If it were Li Wanghua, he could ignore it. He had completely severed ties with the Li family, both morally and logically, and Li Wanghua hadn't taken any care of him. But if it were old master Li Zhang, he couldn't ignore him. He was an elder who truly treated him like a grandson, and a truly wise man who hadn't sided with Li Yunmeng even after the divorce. Unfortunately, in the Li family, he was merely an elder, incapable of making any strategic decisions, which inevitably led to certain events. As I followed the doctor to the outside of the ward, I could hear Li Yunmeng crying from a great distance. Grandpa, hang in there, you can't get hurt. I've already called the best doctor in the city for you. Chen Meijia pulled her away. Let your grandfather have some peace and quiet. You can't be of any help here. Listen to your mother, you've been busy all day, go and rest, we'll take care of things here, Li Wanghua advised. Li Yunmeng nodded just as she stood up. A sudden, intense dizziness struck her. Her whole body felt unbearably hot, and her tender face turned pink. A strange sensation rose from her lower abdomen, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Look at you, you can barely stand up, Chen Meizhou said with concern. Zixiao, I'm entrusting Yunmeng to you. Take her to rest. I'll call you again once the old man has recovered. Lu Zixiao, who had been standing to the side impatiently, quickly agreed upon hearing this and stepped forward with a smile to help Li Yunmeng up. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. He was about to succeed when Li Yunmeng suddenly received a call. Her father was seriously ill and had suffered a sudden myocardial infarction, with multiple complications such as vomiting and suffocation as a result. She was busy picking up her father and bringing him to the hospital. What Lu Zixiao admired was that the woman's medication should have taken effect half an hour ago, but she managed to hold on until now. However, everything is alright now. Yunmeng, Grandpa will definitely recover. Let's go. Lu Zixiao helped her and left the ward step by step. 104, Chapter 104, Impulsive Acts. At the door of the ward, Lu Qingxian stood there, just as Li Yunmeng and Lu Zixiao were about to leave. Lu Qingxian could tell at a glance that Li Yunmeng had taken the medicine, just by looking at her complexion. What are you doing here? Li Yunmeng's brows immediately furrowed. You're like a persistent ghost. Lu Qingxian moved his lips. You're planning to go with him? What's it to you? Li Yunmeng looked down at him. Don't you think you're asking too many questions? You said you didn't follow me on purpose. You said you have nothing to do with me anymore. Then please explain why you're at the hospital again. Why are you standing in front of me trying to get close to me? This time, she was going to expose this hypocritical man completely. Trying to get close to you, Li Yunmeng? Why would I need to try to get close to you? Lu Qingxian was genuinely angry for no reason. The feeling of having his good intentions taken for granted was just too damn infuriating. Then explain yourself. I am right here, listening to your explanation. If you can give a reasonable explanation, I'll believe you didn't follow me on purpose. Lu Qingxian said with a smile, I don't need to explain anything to you. I just want to remind you that you've probably already taken the drug he gave you. Judging from your condition, if you leave with him, there will be no going back after tonight, even if you hit a brick wall. Drugged, Li Yunmeng frowned. Speaking of which, she was indeed feeling very unwell, a strange kind of discomfort, both empty and burning, an indescribable feeling, like an extreme craving to be filled by something. Could it be that Zixiao really drugged her? She didn't believe Lu Qingxian, but her body's reaction didn't seem to be lying either. Hey Lu, are you looking for death? If you get out of here now, I might let bygones be bygones for the punch you threw at me, but if you keep provoking me, I'll make you regret ever being born. I mean what I say. Lu Zixiao said, his words threatening but his heart pounding. He swore he had never hated anyone so much in his life, for he had repeatedly ruined the chances of getting his hands on a plump white sheep. However, his words were like air to Lu Qingxian, who didn't even look at him. If it weren't for Li Yunmeng, he would have slapped him to death back at the restaurant. He would never have taken such a scumbag who only knew how to drug and seduce women seriously. Are you done talking? Li Yunmeng remained unmoved, simply looking at him coldly. If you're done, then hurry up and leave. Lu Qingxian was taken aback. Let me tell you, even if he drugged me, it was entirely of my own free will, and it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Lu Qingxian found it hard to believe. Even though they were no longer husband and wife, he knew that Li Yunmeng was an extremely strong-willed, self-respecting, and self-loving woman, not someone who didn't cherish herself and was shameless. Lu Zixiao's mouth was practically stretched to his ears in a wide grin, his eyes fixed on Lu Qingxian with extreme provocation, as if to say, see, this woman is already mine. No matter how much you eloquently describe her, it won't change the fact that I'm going to have my way with her today. Lu Qingxian shook his head, turned around and walked into the ward. What are you doing? Didn't you hear me tell you to leave? I won't let you get away with disturbing my grandfather's surgery. Li Yunmeng saw Lu Qingxian go in and followed him in. At the bedside, Dr. Lu glanced at the instruments and observed the old man's condition. He sighed, turned to Li Wenghua, and said, Mr. Li, I'm sorry, but based on my years of experience, surgery is no longer necessary. It would only cause the old man unnecessary suffering. Please prepare for the funeral. What? Li Yunmeng stood at the door of the ward, her face blank. How could that be? Absolutely impossible. Dr. Lu, are you sure you're not mistaken? My grandfather was perfectly healthy before we came for checkups every month, and he was in excellent health. How could he suddenly be so ill? And now you're telling us to prepare for his funeral? What could be the cause? Li Yunmeng forced herself to calm down, but the calmer she became, the more uncontrollably she cried. She couldn't imagine that her grandfather, who had doted on her for over 20 years, would leave her and leave this world. Dr. Lu shook his head. The old man has a myocardial infarction. His heart vessels are completely blocked. Surgery will not help. Even if Director Ma from the cardiology department comes later, the result will still be the same. There are many such cases both in China and abroad, but very few can be cured. Our Nanling hospital simply does not have the facilities to treat them. Upon hearing this, Li Yunmeng burst into tears. What should we do? What should we do? Can we transfer to a hospital in Beijing now? Dr. Lu continued to shake his head. It's too late. It takes 6 or 7 hours to fly from here to the capital. It's a miracle that the old man could hold on for even half an hour. Upon hearing this, Li Yunmeng helplessly squatted down on the ground, covering her face and weeping. Behind her, Lu Zixia was extremely anxious and quickly tried to help her up. Junmeng, let's go and rest. It's getting late, and staying here won't change anything. With the peak effect of the drug just around the corner, what if Li Yunmeng goes into heat here? Wouldn't everything be ruined? My grandfather is dying and you want me to go rest? Zixiao, did I hear you wrong? Li Yunmeng turned around and looked at him in disbelief. This was the first time she had doubted Lu Zixiao's intentions. At times like this, no matter how tired or sleepy you are, you would still stay here silently, right? Just how much heart do you have to let her rest? Well, I was just worried you'd overwork yourself. After all, we young people still have to live our lives. Lu Zixiao realized he had been too hasty and had said the wrong thing. In his heart, he had already cursed that guy surnamed Lu 1,000 times. If he hadn't been delayed at the ward entrance, the two of them would have already been back in their private ward, and what was going to happen would have already happened. That damn thing really is a menace. Lu Zixiao stared viciously at Lu Qingxian, while Lu Qingxian walked a few steps to the bedside, took the phoenix tail silver needles from his belt, and inserted them into the old man's small circulation area, a total of 9 needles before the medical staff and the Li family could react. He had already done all of this. What are you doing? Dr. Lu was shocked. A young, unfamiliar person of unknown origin was arbitrarily moving their patient in the operating room. This was absolutely a dereliction of duty on their part, and the hospital would be held responsible should any problems arise afterward. Hey Lu, what are you doing here? Who told you to touch the old man? Believe me or not, I'll tear you apart. Chen Meijiao rushed up and grabbed him. Lu Qingxian remained unmoved and quietly said, Grandpa Li's condition is very dangerous. If I don't help him maintain his life and clear his blood and qi, he will really lose his life here today. Bullshit, who do you think you are? Wenghua, come help me quickly and pull out all these messy needles. Even if the old man is dead, we can't let this little beast defile his body. Li Wenghua walked forward with a gloomy expression, and without thinking, he raised his hand and pulled out the silver needles that had been inserted. 105, Chapter 105, Murder for Money. Lu Qingxian, I don't care what your purpose is in coming here today. I hope you understand that you have nothing to do with the Li family anymore, and don't try to do anything to the old man in exchange for our Li family's reward. That's impossible. Lu Qingxian looked at him in disbelief. He wouldn't be surprised if Chen Meijiao said such things, but he found it hard to imagine that Li Wenghua could say something so thoughtless. Having lived with the Li family for so many years, has he ever taken a single needle or thread from them? Has he ever cheated them out of a single penny? Why does everyone believe that his actions are motivated by ulterior motives? Wenghua, I hadn't thought of that until you mentioned it. This kid is taking advantage of the old man's favor. Who knows if he swindled something from the old man? Now he's offering his help for no reason. Is either up to no good or a thief. Maybe they want the old man to die faster, to shut him up, and not even let him say his last words, lest he reveal something bad, Chen Meijiao said maliciously, letting her imagination run wild. Hearing these words, Lu Qingxian felt really bad. If it weren't for old Master Li Zhang lying here, he would have slammed the door and left, not caring about their lives. But no matter how sinister Chen Meijiao and Li Wenghua's intentions are, old Master Li Zhang is innocent. It's one thing if I didn't see it, but now that I'm here, I can't let him die. My conscience won't be at peace. Lu Qingxian, is it as my parents said? What exactly is your purpose? Li Yunmeng glared at him angrily. Even you think I'm standing here saving Grandpa Li because I have ulterior motives? Li Yunmeng, the doctor has already pronounced him dead. Now I'm telling you I can save him, I can wake him up, and I won't take a single penny from your Li family as payment. Don't you believe me? How can I believe what you say when you're the kind of person who's right? Me, what kind of person am I, Lu Qingxian? Lu Qingxian was seething with anger. Stealing antiques as betrothal gifts, secretly complaining to my grandfather about our divorce, living off the Sihai Henghui, a business association, a hypocritical little man who flaunts his power in front of me, causing trouble in bars and making me clean up his messes, beating up Zixiao, a violent madman full of lies. What kind of person are you? Lu Qingxian was stunned, and then found it funny for no reason. This kind of self-righteousness and arbitrarily labeling others is really typical of Li Yunmeng's style. Okay, even if what you're saying is true, it has nothing to do with me saving Grandpa Li right now, right? Li Yunmeng shook her head. I won't let you touch Grandpa. He's still alive. At least if you touch him, it will accelerate the deterioration of his illness. Even if you give your life, it won't help then. So you're just going to let your grandfather die here, is that it? Lu Qingxian looked at her incredulously. Li Yunmeng looked at her unconscious grandfather, remaining silent and not uttering a word, but clearly, her decision would not change. Just then, the operating room door was pushed open again, and Director Ma rushed in with an elderly man. Your Li family has really hit the jackpot today. Look who I've brought with me. Dr. Ma, the head of the cardiology department, pointed with a grin at the elderly man next to him. It was none other than Kang Yihai, the doctor who had previously served the Four Seas Shipping Association and later caused a huge misunderstanding while treating the old master of the Wu family at the imperial banquet. He was also known as Dr. Kong, or Kang Yizhen. After a few days of recuperation, Dr. Kong, with a ruddy complexion, full of energy, and unusually healthy, strode over. With Dr. Kong here, even if old Master Li has one foot in the grave, Dr. Kong can pull him out. Moreover, Dr. Kong has made great achievements in treating heart diseases. You could say he is my mentor. Kang Yihai walked up to Grandpa Li Zhang with his head held high and his expression unchanged. He didn't even glance at Lu Qingxian, as if no one else was worth his attention and only the patient could capture his gaze. After a brief observation, Kang Yihai said calmly, 10 million I can save his life, but if I fail, I will charge a 3 million handling fee. If you agree, I will take action. If not, then let it go. After all, my time is very limited, and I don't have time to do good deeds every day. Okay, 10 million. Our Yunmeng Group is willing to pay as long as Dr. Kong can cure him. I will transfer the money to him on the spot. Li Yunmeng agreed immediately. Kang Yihai glanced at her. Even if I can't cure it, I'll still charge a 3 million yuan handling fee, you hear me? Li Yunmeng gritted her teeth and said, fine, as long as Dr. Kong takes action, the rest is up to fate. I will pay. Kang Yihai nodded in satisfaction. He exchanged a glance with Director Ma, and as if by magic, a silver needle appeared in his hand without thinking. He inserted it into an acupoint on the heart. You punctured his acupoints on the great circulation, not to save him, but to make him have a brief moment of lucidity before he dies, right? How dare you call yourself a divine doctor when you're such a quack? As soon as Lu Qingxian saw the acupoints he had punctured, he felt his blood rush to his head and wanted to rush up and slap him a few times. Who the hell is talking nonsense over there? Kang Yihai was startled. Someone actually saw through his trick? He did intend to wake the other person up in a short time by stimulating his heart, and even make him appear to be without any symptoms, but this was just a temporary respite before he was completely exhausted. Even a god couldn't save him then, but at that point, it wouldn't be anything to do with him, Dr. Kong. Using this method, he can earn tens of millions of yuan per month on average, and occasionally he encounters big clients like Li Yunmeng, super wealthy families, and his income even exceeds 100 million yuan. To this day, no one has been able to decipher his acupuncture technique, but unexpectedly, turning his head, Kang Yihai's face instantly darkened. It's you, you little brat? Who it is doesn't matter. What matters is you're making this kind of dirty money. Aren't you afraid of retribution? First it was the Sihai Henghui, then the wealthy Wu family, and now it's old Master Li of the Yunmeng group. Aren't you afraid that after your charade is exposed, you'll be hunted down and killed? Lu Qingxian asked, enunciating each word clearly. Where did this hothead come from? How dare he question Dr. Kong's methods? Director Ma looked around and then fixed his gaze on the two nurses. What are you two doing, letting random people into the operating room? Who among you can take responsibility if something goes wrong? The two nurses lowered their heads, feeling wronged, and were filled with hatred for this arrogant young man. While there are crazy people every day, none are this insane. Who is Dr. Kong, a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He has solved many ailments that Western medicine couldn't handle. He earned a formidable reputation more than a decade ago in Nanling City, where Western medicine was still underdeveloped. Even their dean respects this miracle doctor, so how could a young man like him be qualified to question him? Lu Qingxian, I'm warning you, get out of here right now and don't disturb Dr. Kong's treatment, or I'll never forgive you if anything happens to my grandfather. Li Yunmeng stepped forward and stared at him coldly. It's not over yet. If he doesn't get out, I'll sue him for practicing medicine without a license and murdering people for money, and I'll make sure he spends the rest of his life in prison. Chen Meijiao said viciously. I happen to know a great lawyer. If your aunt wants to sue him, I guarantee that with the crimes he has committed, he will be sentenced to 20 years in prison. Lu Zixiao smiled, secretly pleased with himself. This idiot, it wasn't a big problem to begin with, but he insisted on making a scene and ruining things. Now he's offended everyone in the operating room. Let's see who can protect him now. That really troubles Zixiao. We must sue him badly. I get a headache just looking at that little beast. We need to send him to jail as soon as possible so he won't have to see us anymore. Chen Meijiao was so angry that her head was throbbing. Just then, Grandpa Li Zhang woke up. 106, Chapter 106, Calling the Police to Arrest People. Everyone's eyes lit up, especially Li Yunmeng, who rushed over, her eyes brimming with tears. The once cold and arrogant beautiful CEO was now just a little girl overwhelmed with grief. Her emotions of regaining what she had lost were beyond anyone's comprehension. Chen Meijiao quickly complimented, he truly is a miracle doctor. He cured the illness with his touch. This money was well spent. You didn't have to suffer through surgery or take any medicine. Kang Yihai stood arrogantly by the bedside. Hurry up and transfer the money. My time is precious, and there's another patient waiting for me. Without saying a word, Li Yunmeng called Secretary Han and asked the finance department to transfer the money immediately. Dr. Kong, could you stay here a little longer and leave once my grandfather's condition has stabilized? After all, my grandfather's condition is no small matter, and no one knows what might happen next. In fact, Li Yunmeng was frightened by what Lu Qingxian had just said. In addition, the Dr. Kong kept emphasizing that even if he couldn't cure her, he would still have to pay 3 million in compensation, which made her feel uneasy and worried. Kang Yihai's expression changed slightly. What do you mean by this? If you don't believe in my medical skills, you can simply refuse to see me every day. Countless people beg me, Kang Yizhen, to see and treat them. There are many powerful and wealthy families whose status is far greater than your Yunmeng group. Don't you think too highly of yourself? Li Yunmeng quickly explained, Dr. Kong, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean that. I was just concerned about Grandpa. After all, he's getting old, and his health is unstable. What if something else happens to him? That's none of my business. Then Kang Yihai waved his hand and was about to leave. As soon as he reached the door, Mr. Li Zhang, who had just woken up, suddenly vomited black blood, his whole body convulsed violently, and his eyes rolled back on the electronic monitoring equipment next to him. All the body's data indicators were declining sharply, which meant that the disease had progressed to multiple organ failure, and the situation was extremely serious. Upon seeing this, Dr. Kong's expression changed drastically, and he quickened his pace, wanting only to leave as soon as possible, while cursing under his breath. This is really strange. Usually, when he uses this reviving needle, the patient can last at least 15 minutes. What's going on today? It didn't even last 3 minutes at most. This shouldn't be happening. Bang! Suddenly, the operating room door was pulled shut by an inexplicable force. Who closed the door? Open it now. Kang Yihai pulled on the doorknob, but found that no matter how hard he tried, the door wouldn't budge, as if it were welded shut with steel. He turned around and saw that the guy surnamed Lu was staring at him with a cold gaze that went straight to his bones. Li Yunmeng rushed up and grabbed Kang Yihai, tears streaming down her face. Dr. Kong, what exactly happened? You took the money, you can't just leave like this, can you? Kang Yihai shoved her away. What does this have to do with me? I've already cured him now. He's probably had another relapse. If you want me to treat him, you'll have to give me another 10 million, otherwise, forget it. You're shameless. Li Yunmeng was furious. 10 million has already been given out, but now Grandpa's condition is even more serious, and now, to get an explanation from the other party, we have to pay out another 10 million. Is there anything more frustrating than this? Little girl, watch your mouth, shameless. This is how I, Kongesian, treat patients. It's been like this for over 10 years. You're the shameless ones, aren't you? You're trying to get back at the doctor after your treatment. I've never seen anything like it. Are you just going to abandon my grandfather like this? Li Yunmeng had never felt so helpless. As I just said, he's nothing but a quack doctor who's after money and murder. Stimulating the de Zhou Tian acupoints with silver needles is like forcibly injecting a patient with a high dose of adrenaline to stimulate the body's potential. As long as the patient isn't brain dead, they will basically wake up and have a short period of lucidity before death, but after that, it's complete death, Lu Qingxian said. After saying that, Lu Qingxian came to the bedside, raised his hand and pulled out the silver needle stuck near the great circulation heaven, and threw it into the silver tray. Then he took out the silver needles from his body and inserted them into the microcosmic orbit acupoints, 9 times in a row, defying fate. These 9 needles are the true 9 needles for restoring yang by reversing the flow of blood and qi. They forcibly restore the chaotic state of the internal organs, and then straighten the flow of blood and qi, returning the body to its original state. As you can see, the patient's condition was originally able to recover on its own after I inserted the needle, but now the situation is different. He removed my needle without authorization and then randomly inserted needles into the patient. The consequences of this will be unpredictable, and I will not bear any responsibility. Kang Yihai couldn't help but sneer inwardly as he saw the other party insert the needles without authorization. He was just thinking about how to get out of this mess when, to his dismay, someone walked right into the line of fire and volunteered to take the blame. I've never seen anyone so stupid. Chen Meijiao believed Dr. Kong's words and, with red eyes, went up to him and started tearing at him. You bastard, surnamed Lu. Dr. Kong said that the old man will be fine in a while. What are you pretending to be so smart for? Let me tell you, if anything happens to the old man, I will make you pay with your life. You still have to pay compensation, not a penny less than 10 million. At a time like this, you still believe his nonsense? Lu Qingxian remained unmoved, turning around to give her a cold look. My daughter spent 10 million, why shouldn't I believe her? I don't believe those with established reputations. Why should I believe you, a nobody? Upon hearing this theory, Lu Qingxian was so angry that he didn't utter a sound. Instead, he turned around and continued to administer acupuncture to treat old Master Li Zhang's already chaotic body. A few minutes later, Lu Qingxian, who was covered in sweat from consuming too much energy, put away the silver needles. Meanwhile, Grandpa Li Zhang, who had been violently convulsing and vomiting, fell back into a deep sleep, his expression shifting from pain to peace. Soon, the commotion alerted the entire hospital. Even the dean came over. President Guo Changfeng of Nanling Hospital arrived in a hurry with several members of the expert team. Dean Guo, you've come at the perfect time. Director Ma hurriedly went to greet him, and opened the operating room. A general report was given, but it was really just an embellished account of the events between Lu Qingxian and Dr. Kong. For example, when Dr. Kong treated the old man of the Li family, or when that young man surnamed Lu caused trouble by arbitrarily pulling out Dr. Kong's silver needles and inserting needles at will, or when he arrogantly questioned Dr. Kong's methods and disrupted the order in the operating room. After listening, Hua Changfeng stared at Lu Qingxian, his face extremely cold. Such an absurd thing has never happened in their hospital before. An unknown nobody has caused trouble in their operating room. This is outrageous. Call Superintendent Chow and have him come and arrest him. Our hospital will handle this matter seriously and prosecute him in the Nanling First Court as a case to be set as an example. Let's see who dares to cause trouble in our hospital again. Hua Changfeng said resolutely. 107, Chapter 107, It's you I'm after. Seeing her grandfather's breathing return to normal and his condition gradually improving, Li Yunmeng wanted to stand up and say a few words on his behalf, but then she thought better of it. He's the one who broke the rules and disrupted hospital order. It's not like we begged him for help. He brought this on himself and deserves it. Sending him to the police station to sober him up is for his own good, so he won't continue to act recklessly and harm others. Li Yunmeng let out a heavy sigh of relief, and her mood improved considerably. As for Lu Qingxian, he was being watched by 2 nurses and couldn't leave even if he wanted to. A few minutes later, Grandpa Li Zhang indeed woke up. He looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what was happening. A while later, the police arrived. Superintendent Chow personally led a team of more than a dozen people into the operating room. Dinghua, what's gotten into you so late at night? Chow Wei walked over, a cigarette dangling from his lips and his uniform askew. Director Chow, you finally arrived. This man is causing trouble at my hospital, not only insulting Dr. Kong and provoking trouble, but also interfering with the normal conduct of surgeries. Furthermore, without any qualifications, he performed acupuncture on a critically ill patient, which constitutes suspected murder. I am now going to file a first-degree lawsuit against him, and I asked Director Chow to help me detain him, Hua Changfeng said in a series of words. Like this? Chow Wei stared at Lu Qingxian for a moment, making sure he wasn't one of those rich young masters or celebrities he claimed to know in Nanling City. He then beckoned a few people to go up and put the silver bracelet on Lu Qingxian's wrist. I advise you not to do this. Lu Qingxian did not resist, but simply said it casually. You're telling me not to do this? Who do you think you are, giving me the right to advise you? Chow Wei thought he had misheard and picked at his ear. You're friends with the dean and you're biased towards him. I have nothing to say about that, but please remember your place when you put on this uniform. You represent more than just yourself. If you arrest me without any evidence, I guarantee you'll regret it in the end, Lu Qingxian said very seriously. Chow Wei was stunned upon hearing this, and turned to look at his teammates in disbelief. The next second, everyone burst into laughter, and Chow Wei laughed so hard he couldn't straighten up. In all my years of missions, you're the first person who's ever dared to threaten Meido. You know who I am? Do you know who my superior is? Chow Wei asked with great interest. I'm not interested in knowing. I am just reminding you that the choice is yours. After saying this, Lu Qingxian fell silent. Chow Wei's smile vanished as he approached the other man and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, just for what you said, wait and see. We'll have our fun when we get back to the station. I'll show you why the moon is unusually round and the flowers unusually vibrant tonight. Copy it. Chow Wei's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. By the way, Dinghua, I just came from over there. Why did I see people from the Lu family of Jiangnan here at our hospital? What, the Lu family of Jiangnan? It's impossible. I didn't receive any news. Could they have mistaken me for someone else? Hua Changfeng tensed up instantly. A family of the Lu family's stature would almost never come to their hospital. Whether it's a family doctor or a medical team, these are standard features for large families. They are only transferred to a hospital in unavoidable circumstances, such as when someone is injured outside and is too far from the family's home base. How could I be mistaken? I don't know the other members of the Lu family, but I've seen that highly respected old man at several major events. I would never mistake him. Chow Wei insisted, his expression filled with deep awe and longing. After all, a lowly police superintendent like him was nothing more than a boiled shrimp in front of the Lu family, a noble family. He had to cower at all times, not daring to offend them in the slightest, otherwise they could make him lose his job or even be unable to stay in Nanling City with a single thought. If one could become a familiar face to the Lu family, it would undoubtedly be like having wings to soar, and no one could stop his path to promotion. It's just a pity that the Lu family's standards are too high, and how difficult it is to stand out in front of them. It's as difficult as climbing to the sky.
Director Chow, you mean even old Master Lu has come? Guo Changfeng asked, his mouth agape in disbelief.
Of course, otherwise why would I be so surprised? We should hurry up and pay a visit to old Master Lu, even if we don't have a chance to curry favor with him. We absolutely cannot afford to offend him, Chao Wei said hastily.
Guo Changfeng nodded.
With such a heavyweight figure appearing, no one paid any attention to Li Yunmeng's site anymore. A mere second-rate company with only tens of millions in capital and small profits was nothing compared to a behemoth like the Lu family.
Lu Qingxian was also handcuffed and taken away.
In Lu Bingqing's special care ward, old Master Lu was the leader, and a group of core members of the Lu family were present.
Lu Bingqing's parents also made a rare public appearance.
The father, Lu Zhan, was dressed in military uniform, with a general star on his shoulder and a golden olive branch supporting him, dazzling and impressive, clearly a general of a war zone. The mother, gentle and virtuous, stood to one side with tears in her eyes. Tiger Alliance, what audacity, they even dare to touch someone from my Lu family. The Central Plains border defense has allowed the Tiger Alliance to grow unchecked. They'll become a menace sooner or later. Lu Zhan looked at his daughter lying on the bed, her neck almost fatally wounded, and was furious. This debt will be settled sooner or later. The most important thing now is Bingqing's injury. Fortunately, Mr. Lu was there at the time and saved Bingqing and treated her injuries in time. Otherwise, Bingqing would have been in grave danger. Old Master Lu showed a relieved expression.
Lu Zhan looked surprised. Dad, I've heard you mention Mr. Lu ever since we got back. Which wealthy family's young heir is so highly regarded by you?
Old Master Lu shook his head and said disdainfully, if he's just a son of a wealthy family, how could he possibly catch my eye? Xiaozhan, this Mr. Lu, you must get to know him properly when you have time. I remember your war zone has been lacking a chief instructor, right? I think he's perfect for the job, and if we can recruit him to our Lu family's camp, it will be a great help to our Lu family. Old Master Lu said very seriously. This time, Lu Zhan was truly shocked. His father had lived a legendary life, and very few things had ever moved him so much. Even when the Lu family was in turmoil and their fate hung by a thread, the old man remained calm and composed. Among the people he had met in his life, there were countless prodigies and legendary giants, but very few could gain his approval, let alone a young junior. Moreover, father should know what the title of their war zone chief instructor is and what it represents. It is absolutely impossible for a young junior to be qualified to take on the role. At the very least, one must be a martial arts master or a highly renowned master of ancient martial arts traditions. Only such people are qualified to teach those elite soldiers, or even special forces soldiers.
Dad, isn't this a bit too much?
Exaggeration, hee. I'll introduce you to him later.
By the way, Mr. Lu called us over, but we haven't seen him. Old Master Lu looked at his men. Have you seen Mr. Lu?
Everyone shook their heads. Just then, the ward door was pushed open from the outside, and Dean Guo Changfeng and Superintendent Chao Wei walked in side by side, with flattering smiles on their faces. In the corridor behind, security guards were holding Lu Qingxian under their custody and waiting outside the door.
108, Chapter 108, what's going on?
Greetings, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Zhao, good evening everyone. Chao Wei greeted the group with a series of obsequious greetings as soon as he entered.
Who are you?
Old Master Lu was taken aback when he saw him in his police superintendent's uniform. The Lu family has always disliked dealing with government officials, as they are troublesome and one can easily get involved. I am Chao Wei, a third-level police superintendent from the Nanling Police Headquarters. I had the honor of seeing Merlo at the press conference for the top 10 enterprises in Jiangnan. I just came in on a mission and saw Merlo, so I thought I would pay him a visit. I hope I haven't disturbed Merlo? As Chao Wei spoke, he peeked inside and was immediately startled to see Lu Bingqing lying on the bed.
She's actually the eldest princess of the Lu family? Upon seeing the wound on Lu Bingqing's neck, Chao Wei's face contorted with rage. Who is this heartless beast? How dare he lay a hand on Miss Lu? Merlo, please entrust me with the task of apprehending the murderer. I guarantee that I will mobilize the largest armed force in the entire police department to resolutely capture the murderer and hand him over to you, Merlo.
Whether or not it can be done, Chao Wei's statement was very appropriate, and anyone who heard it would feel comfortable.
However, old Master Lu wasn't buying it. He said with a half-smile, the one who harmed my granddaughter was Qi Wanjiang, the leader of the Zhenghai Tiger Alliance, but he's already dead in Nanling. If you're willing, why don't you go and wipe out the Tiger Alliance? If you can do that, you'll be the most honored benefactor of my Lu family. What do you say?
Upon hearing this, Chao Wei immediately shrank back like a boiled shrimp, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Tiger Alliance, good heavens, this is something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. The Tiger Alliance has about 1 million members scattered all over the world, and each of them could drown him with a single spit. Furthermore, Qi Wanjiang died in Nanling. That's utterly ridiculous. Someone of his stature wouldn't easily leave Zhanghai, and even if he did, he'd be accompanied and protected by an entire mercenary force. Who could possibly harm him? Grandpa Lu, you're too kind of a joker, Chao Wei chuckled. A joke? I never joke, the old man snorted coldly. Chao Wei's heart skipped a beat. Could Qi Wanjiang really be dead? Has the Tiger Alliance gone mad? This is going to start a war. Anything else, gentlemen? If not, please leave immediately. My daughter needs to rest, Lu Zhan said coldly. At this moment, Guo Changfeng quickly stepped forward. Merlo, I am Guo Changfeng, the president of this hospital. I apologize for not being able to learn about Ms. Lu's situation immediately. Fortunately, the hospital's treatment was timely and a major mistake was avoided. However, Miss Lu hasn't woken up yet. Should we ask Dr. Kong Yihai, the renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, to come and take a look? He just treated a critically ill patient and is currently in the operating room next door. He hasn't left yet. Lu Zhan's eyes lit up. He glanced at his father, and seeing his father nod, he said, "That's fine. Quickly invite Dr. Kong over to give my daughter a good look. You won't be shortchanged on the money." A moment later, Kong Yihai, with a ruddy complexion, walked over arrogantly. His arrogance never diminished in front of anyone, whether they were from wealthy and powerful families or high-ranking nobles. He always had the right to remain proud, because everyone would eventually need his medical treatment. As long as there was such a need, his status would never decline. Dr. Kong, we're in trouble. Old Master Lu made way for him. Don't worry, with me here, Miss Lu will be fine. Kong Yihai waved his hand and began to fiddle with his acupuncture needles. He would never dare to use such a vicious trick as one needle to bring back life on Miss Lu, but he did know some other nourishing and health-preserving techniques. A short while later, Kong Yihai wiped the sweat from his forehead, turned around and said with a smile, "I have accomplished my mission. Miss Lu's condition was originally very dangerous, but now, thanks to my careful treatment, she is mostly out of danger." But who stuck that silver needle in her body? It's ridiculous. How can you just stick a needle into the Dazhui acupoint like that? After finishing his work, Kong Yihai noticed that a silver needle was subtly inserted into Lu Bingqing's Dazhui acupoint. The Dazhui acupoint is an important acupoint in the human body. If not treated properly, it can lead to paralysis. Ordinary doctors would never insert needles at this location. Either the doctor is completely ignorant and a novice, or a top-notch doctor who has complete mastery of his skills. But even Kong Yihai himself wasn't confident about this. Who else in Nanling, or even the entire Jiangnan region, had such confidence? Who else believed that their traditional Chinese medicine skills could surpass Kong Yihai's? Of course not. Therefore, the person who stuck this needle in must be a fool. Without a second thought, Kong Yihai casually pulled out the silver needle. By the time Grandpa Lu tried to stop it, it was too late. Who told you to touch that needle? Old Master Lu roared in fury. Her granddaughter had always been taken care of by Lu Qingxian, and only Lu Qingxian could touch her body without permission. He knew that the needle must have been left by the other party and was definitely very important. Now that Kong Yihai had casually pulled it out, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? Kong Yihai was stunned by Old Master Lu's shout. Inside the room, Guo Changfeng and the others were even more confused. What was going on? What is Mo doing? Don't you trust my methods, Mr. Kong? This needle is just ridiculous. Why can't it move? Kong Yihai felt very uncomfortable. How could a layman question his status as a renowned doctor? If he didn't show some temper, people would think that he, Kong Yizhen, was all talk and no action. I'm warning you, if removing the needles carelessly causes any serious consequences, I'll take your life. The last word dripped with murderous intent from Old Master Lu. Only then did everyone remember that this old man had once been the powerful king of Jiangnan. Now, though frail and elderly, his imposing presence remained undiminished, instantly silencing everyone. The entire ward fell silent, no one dared to breathe, and everyone quickly lowered their heads in fear. Kong Yihai said with a stern face, "Merlo, I, Kong, am known as a miracle doctor, so I'm confident that removing this silver needle will only speed up Miss Lu's recovery and will not cause any consequences." No sooner had he finished speaking than the machine in the ward that was used to monitor Lu Bingqing's condition emitted a piercing alarm. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep.
Respiratory weakness. Aortic laceration. The doctor monitoring the situation was sweating profusely with anxiety. His vital signs are plummeting, he's going to die. As for Kang Yi-hai, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? 109, Chapter 109, A Thorough Settlement. Can anyone tell him what happened? He just pulled out a needle, so why did the machine suddenly start beeping? Dingwa, your machine is old and broken, isn't it? Kang Yi-hai said with a sullen smile. Gua Changfeng wanted to kill him. How could he say such brainless things? It's understandable if one machine breaks down, but how can all the machines break down? Besides, this is a special care ward, all the machines are the latest, how could they possibly be broken? In his opinion, the problem was with that silver needle, pulling it out caused an issue. Dr. Kong, the hospital's equipment is absolutely fine. The problem must be with that silver needle. Didn't you say it would be fine once it was removed? Gua Changfeng said with a dark face. At this point, personal relationships and vested interests are irrelevant. The top priority is to absolve themselves of responsibility as quickly as possible. If the eldest daughter of the Lu family really has an accident here, everyone involved will suffer, and some may even lose their lives. This is no joke. Smack! Lu Zhan slapped Kang Yi-hai across the face. His slaps were not something an ordinary person could withstand. His years of military service, coupled with his mastery of various fighting techniques, meant that even an ordinary strong man would be stunned after taking a slap. Kang Yi-hai fell to the ground headfirst, and several of his teeth were knocked out. Damn it, what happened to my daughter? If anything happens to her, I'll make your whole family pay with their lives. Kang Yi-hai scrambled to his feet, feeling both angry and frustrated. He had lived a life of elegance and glory, he had never received such treatment before. But the one who made the move was a general from the Central and Southern Theater Command, a high-ranking officer. Even if he was furious, he was helpless, especially since the other party was a core member of the Lu family, Lu Bingqing's father. If it weren't for his military background, he would be the head of the Lu family now. It's just a silver needle being removed, it shouldn't be like that. I don't want to hear this. If I can't stabilize my granddaughter's condition within 10 seconds, I'll make you pay with your life. Old Master Lu said ruthlessly. This terrified Kang Yi-hai. The Lu family didn't joke around, they really would kill someone. Just then, Lu Qingxian, whose hands were handcuffed, walked into everyone's astonishment. He came to the bedside, flicked his finger, and a silver needle was reinserted into the Dazui acupoint. A miracle occurred, all the instruments returned to normal instantly, and Lu Bingqing's breathing stabilized, allowing her to lie peacefully on the bed. It's him! Kang Yi-hai, as if grasping at a lifeline, rushed forward and grabbed Lu Qingxuan's clothes tightly. It must have been this little bastard who did this. He secretly tampered with Miss Lu's body while you were away. Did you see it just now? As soon as he went over, Miss Lu was automatically healed. That proves everything. Seeing that old Master Lu was staring at him coldly, Kang Yi-hai smiled and immediately explained confidently, you don't know this, but this man is practicing medicine without a license. He just randomly stuck needles into an old man in the operating room next door and almost killed him. Superintendent Chao was about to arrest him and interrogate him thoroughly. This person is audacious, extremely greedy, and insatiable. He must have tampered with Miss Lu and then tried to take the opportunity to show his merit and win the favor of the Lu family, that's for sure. I, Kong, have practiced medicine for many years and would never misdiagnose or wrong any innocent person. Kang Yi-hai couldn't help but praise his own analysis, which was absolutely flawless. At this moment, Chao Wei also stood up to vouch for him. Old Master Lu, that's right, I was just about to take this kid back to the police station for severe torture. Seeing this, Gua Changfeng chimed in, I can vouch for Dr. Kong. It is highly likely that this person practiced medicine without a license, without any qualifications, and was trying to make money by harming people. It is also highly possible that he secretly tampered with Miss Lu under the hospital's lax supervision in order to gain credit. Eager to make a name for himself, Chao Wei immediately pulled out an unloaded pistol, stood arrogantly behind Lu Qingxian, and pressed it against Lu's head, saying, you little bastard, you've really run out of time. You dare to make a move on Miss Lu, I'll kill you. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered startled Chao Wei. His pistol was empty. Where did that cocking sound come from? It sounded like it was coming from behind his head. Chao Wei turned his head shakily and found that old Master Lu was holding a silver pistol and pointing it at his head.
His gun was empty, but Old Master Lu's gun was fully loaded. One pull of the trigger and he would be dead. Old Master Lu, calm down, please calm down, let's talk things out and make money together. Chao Wei felt a chill run down his spine. What's going on? Why is Old Master Lu pointing a gun at him? He didn't do anything to offend the Lu family. Guo Chanfeng was also dumbfounded, completely clueless. Lu Zhan also looked puzzled. Dad? Old Master Lu's face turned purple with rage. You've really lost your minds. You dare to arrest even the most distinguished guest of the Lu family? Hurry up and unlock Mullah's handcuffs. Huh? Chao Wei hadn't reacted yet. Bang! The gun went off directly. Although it didn't actually hit him, it grazed his hair, and the burning heat reminded him that if it had been even a centimeter off, his head would have been blown apart. I told you to unlock Mullah's handcuffs. If you're even a second slower, I'll shoot you. Chao Wei was so scared he wet himself, only then realizing that the Mr. Lu the other party was referring to was the young man he had pointed a gun at. Damn it, wasn't it said he had no connections and could be arrested at will? Guo Chanfeng, that sixth brother, lied to him? Guo Chanfeng also looked wronged. It was Dr. Kong who told him to arrest the person. Dr. Kong made a solemn guarantee who knew that he actually knew Old Master Lu, who was the most distinguished guest of the Lu family. Isn't this like the flood washing away the Dragon King temple? After all, I was practicing medicine without a license. No matter what qualifications you have, it's reasonable for this officer to arrest me, right? Lu Qingxian looked at him with a smile. Chao Wei's face turned green. He really couldn't refute those words. Actually, you should be glad that you met Old Master Lu here and that he released me in advance. If you had really taken me back to the station, I guarantee you would have regretted it very much. Chao Wei gritted his teeth and remained silent. Lu Qingxian turned to look at Kong Yihai. I can overlook the others, but today, you, Dr. Kong, let's settle this score properly. 110, Chapter 110, he only has himself to blame. Kong Yihai's face was grim, his eyebrows lowered. I have no grudge against you, have I? Even if there are some minor conflicts or frictions, as colleagues, we should be forgiving. Smack! Lu Qingxian felt nauseous when he heard him speak, and slapped him to the ground. Should one be forgiving when one can? What a shameless wretch. I can pretend I didn't see your fraudulent activities and have no time to meddle in your business, but I will never forgive you for setting your sights on the Li family and plotting to kill Old Master Li Zhang to achieve your own selfish desires. Lu Qingxian walked up to him. Everyone watched silently, and no one stepped forward to intervene. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, I'm at the Jiangnan Medical Association. Your identity is useless. Lu Qingxian stomped on his arm, breaking it. The bone shattered into powder, and a shrill scream echoed throughout the ward, sending chills down everyone's spine. This young man is too ruthless. He cripples a person as easily as crippling a chicken or duck, showing absolutely no emotional pity. I've crippled your hand and cut off your path to becoming a doctor from now on. If I ever see you continuing to swindle and cheat, I will throw you into the Nanling River to feed the fish. Get out! Lu Qingxian kicked him to the door of the ward. You all get out too. After being glared at by Lu Qingxian, Chao Wei and Guo Chanfeng scrambled away from the scene, wishing they had wheels of fire on their feet. Lu Zhan stared at him blankly, his eyes shining brightly. What a wild and domineering young man. He's ruthless and decisive in his actions, something that most young people don't possess. Is he the Mr. Lu that my father always praised? But why does his face look so familiar? The purpose of this silver needle is to seal Miss Lu's vital point. This silver needle cannot be removed until Miss Lu recovers. I forgot to tell Grandpa Lu this on the phone before, which was my oversight, Lu Qingxian explained. It's not Mullah's fault. Mullah's kindness to my Lu family is as heavy as a mountain. It is I who am ashamed. Come on, let me introduce you. Grandpa Lu pulled his son in front of him. This is my eldest son, Lu Zhan, who is currently serving as the first commander of the Central and Southern Theater Command. This is my eldest daughter-in-law, Zhao Rumong, the president of Huiguang Biotechnology Company. These two are Lu Bingqing's parents. Her father is handsome, and her mother is gentle and beautiful. No wonder Lu Bingqing is so good-looking. Furthermore, putting aside their families, both individuals are indeed exceptionally talented. Lu Zhan could have easily inherited his family's legacy and become a top celebrity, but instead, he went to the war zone and made a name for himself, becoming the youngest general in the central and southern regions. Needless to say, her daughter-in-law, without relying on family resources, started from a small company and has now made Huiguang Biotech a benchmark in the field of biopharmaceuticals in Jiangnan, which is also the object that Li Yunmeng has always wanted to pursue. This is Mr. Lu Qingxian, whom I have been praising highly to you on the phone. To my shame, if it weren't for Mr. Lu, my Lu family would probably have been lost long ago. Mr. Lu is not only highly skilled in martial arts, having developed his own unique style, but his medical skills are also exceptional. This is not just rare among young people, but absolutely unique, haha. Ever since Lu Qingxian appeared, Lu Zhan had been scrutinizing him at first. He was just surprised and amazed, but the more he observed and pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. This guy looks so much like that person, can it really be him? Your surname is Lu? Lu Zhan stared intently at him. Old Master Lu has already explained it. Does Merle have any questions? Lu Qingxian asked curiously. The other person's gaze made him very uncomfortable, as if they were staring at some treasure. That kind of burning intensity was truly scorching. But the next sentence immediately broke Lu Qingxuan's defenses, and his expression changed drastically. Lu Zhan asked fervently, "What is your relationship with Lu Tianke?" Seeing the change in Lu Qingxuan's expression, Lu Zhan guessed that he was almost certain. Damn it, it really is Lu Tianke's son. He's engaged to his own daughter, right? He must know that himself. Back then, he went to great lengths to make Lu Tianke owe him a favor and arrange a marriage between them, all to connect the Lu and Lu families. Been waiting for this day for a long time. Do you know that old man? Lu Zhan's eyelids twitched. He's probably the only one in the whole world who dares to curse Lu Tianke. That old bastard father and son are just like that, so arrogant. Mr. Lu, you truly live up to your reputation as the son of that Greg Mani. Knew that a young talent so highly praised by my father must be a true dragon among men, and now I see that he is indeed so, Lu Zhan exclaimed sincerely. Turning around, seeing the puzzled look on old Master Lu's face, Lu Zhan explained, "Father, do you still remember the extraordinary person I mentioned when I first entered the Central and Southern Theater Command more than 10 years ago? Back when I was a company commander in the army, we encountered the Black Triangle mercenary group on a border mission. Just when the company was about to be wiped out, a man in a black trench coat suddenly appeared. He not only saved our entire company, but also annihilated the mercenary group of 200 men. He was like a god. That divine being's name is Lu Tianke, and this Mr. Lu is Lu Tianke's only son." Grandpa Lu suddenly understood. With a somewhat ambiguous expression, Lu Zhan said, "Mr. Lu and my Bingqing have a marriage agreement. It was made in writing by Lord Lu Tianke back then. Mr. Lu, you can't go back on your word." Oh, is that so? Old Master Lu looked astonished, then overjoyed. He was just worried about how to tie Lu Qingxian to the Lu family's big ship, and now that he heard that the other party was actually engaged to his granddaughter, how could he not be excited? I never would have guessed that my usually unreliable son would be so capable when it mattered most. The situation was handled perfectly. They had already planned out a way out for the Lu family. The engagement has been called off, Lu Qingxian said abruptly. What? Lu Zhan and old Master Lu were both stunned. He's right, the engagement has been called off. On the hospital bed, Lu Bingqing opened her eyes at some point and was looking at everyone. Bingqing, you're awake, are you alright? As a mother, Zhao Runman was the first to rush over and sit by the bedside, asking her with concern. Lu Bingqing shook her head, clutching the Yangyu jade pendant tightly in her hand. She knew that Lu Qingxian must have retrieved it for her. Lu Qingxian never wanted to owe her favors, no matter how small. He would always repay her in full. This really made her feel uneasy. She had helped him willingly and didn't want him to repay her. Dad, Mum, Grandpa, the engagement has indeed been called off. The reason we asked Mr. Lu to come and help us resolve the troubles of our Sihai Airlines was that the engagement between us was dissolved. Don't be disappointed, everyone. Although Mr. Lu is very outstanding, your Bingqing is not bad either. She will definitely find a better match in the future, Lu Bingqing said with a self-deprecating smile. For some reason, Lu Qingxian could detect a hint of sulking in the other person's tone. Was this woman actually angry? Alas, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Not a single word she says is true. However, he already has Yafei, and he can't betray her no matter what, so. Well, engagements are just for fun when the children grow up. they'll naturally follow their own wishes. You can't force them. Old Master Lu was furious inside, but on the surface, he could only say it calmly. However, although Mr. Lu is unwilling to become the son-in-law of my Lu family, he is still the best friend of my Lu family, and this will never change. What do you say, Mr. Lu? Lu Qingxian nodded. Of course. The atmosphere in the ward was a little awkward for a moment. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Qingxian took the opportunity to say goodbye to everyone and left. As soon as Lu Qingxian came out of the hospital, he saw Li Yunmeng being half pushed and half forced into a black minivan by Lu Zixiao. By this time, she was already delirious, and it was a miracle that the effects of the medication had only manifested now. However, Lu Qingxian did not go forward to stop anything, but instead hailed a car on the roadside and left. He had made a fool of himself in front of Li Yunmeng far too many times. Everyone has dignity, let alone Lu Qingxuan. Even though they were once lovers, they owed each other nothing. Now Li Yunmeng's experience tonight was entirely her own fault. 111, Chapter 111, I'll let you open the door. Once inside the car, Lu Qingxian rolled down the rear window and could see Li Yunmeng struggling desperately inside the black minivan from a distance. Lu Qingxian closed the car window and shut his eyes. 3 years ago, and before that, he had almost never been in contact with a woman. After that, he believed that Li Yunmeng was the only one for him in his life. She was once a gentle woman, a considerate woman, tolerant and meticulous in everything, kind and virtuous. Lu Qingxian once regarded her as a perfect match, otherwise he would not have secretly done so much to help her realize her dreams step by step. When exactly did she start to change so much that she became someone he didn't recognize? Prioritizing career, the big picture, and money, she began to harbor ambitions, became dissatisfied with the status quo, and felt that she was the chosen one of heaven, the most dazzling new star in Nanling and even the entire Jiangnan region, and became so immersed in this that she could not extricate herself. Lu Qingxian was sometimes very confused and remorseful, wondering if he had ruined her with his own hands, showing her the glamour of the high society and then abandoning her to fend for herself. But indeed, she brought all of this upon herself. People who toy with emotions are the most hateful. Master, please turn around and catch up with that black minivan. Lu Qingxian took a deep breath and stuffed 300 yuan into his hand. 300 yuan is probably a whole day's income for a taxi driver in this city. The driver didn't ask anything, made a cool drift, turned into the oncoming lane, and sped off. However, the black van was driving very fast, ignoring traffic lights and speeding recklessly until it finally stopped in front of an international hotel. When Lu Qingxian got out of the car, he saw that Li Yunmeng had already been carried into the hotel by 2 people. Inside the Wanqing International Hotel, Lu Zixiao felt like he was being scratched by a cat. Damn it, this woman was supposed to be his alone, but suddenly the plan changed. His boss was visiting Jiangnan, and between beauty and his future, he clearly chose the latter. After all, once you've slept with the same beauty, you might not be so interested anymore, but with a promising future, there will be endless wealth, power, and women, and you'll have a constant stream of new experiences to enjoy. On the top floor, in the deluxe suite, a young man in a golden bathrobe was sipping an expensive red wine. He was barefoot, with a naked woman lying on the ground beneath his feet. How did they make this garbage wine? They'll withdraw their investment from the Bordeaux winery tomorrow. It's not even as good as the 3 wineries I invested in and built in China. The young man spat red wine onto the woman's head and wiped his mouth in disappointment. Knock knock knock. Young Master Gu, the beauty has arrived. Lu Zixiao called out nervously from outside the door. This young Master Gu is the 3rd son of the Gu family, one of the 4 major families in Zhongnan province. He also has another identity, the Grandmaster of the Lu family Xingyi school, one of Lu Qinghe's personal disciples, and Lu Duanqing's junior brother. The reason he came to Jiangnan this time was because he heard the news of his senior brother's tragic death in Nanling. He came to visit and take the opportunity to enjoy the scenery of Jiangnan. Come in. If it's not as beautiful as you say, I'll cut your tongue out today, Gu Changlong said casually, lighting a cigar. The door was pushed open, and Lu Zixiao came in from outside. Young Master Gu, you can rest assured this woman is the most beautiful I have ever seen in all my years of life. I guarantee she will satisfy you. After saying that, Lu Zixiao snapped his fingers, and 2 people carried Li Yunmeng into the room. The moment Gu Changlong saw Li Yunmeng, he even stopped smoking, his gaze shifting from amusement to blankness, and then to ecstatic joy. Beautiful, so incredibly beautiful. He had been searching for prey of this caliber for years, but had never found one as stunning as this. Good, you did a great job, Lu Zixia. I am going to reward you handsomely this time after tonight. I'll let you take over the branch I invested in Jiangnan and promote you to president. Lu Zixia almost bit off his own tongue. Holy crap, I made the right bet. According to his understanding, Gu Xiao's company in Jiangnan is worth more than 5 billion yuan. If he becomes the president, his net worth will immediately exceed 1 billion yuan, transforming him from a notorious womanizer into a rising star in the business world. Li Yunmeng, oh Li Yunmeng, you are truly my lucky star. By the way, Lu Zixia, you didn't touch her, did you? Suddenly, Gu Changlong's dangerous gaze fell upon them. Lu Zixia quickly waved his hand. Young Master Gu, you can rest assured I haven't even touched a single finger of hers. This woman is very proud and usually keeps herself pure. She's probably still a virgin right now. Humph, that's good. Gu Changlong nodded in satisfaction. However, young Master Gu, this woman has a husband. Although she and her husband don't have a good relationship and are already divorced, I don't know whether her husband has ever touched her. Lu Zixia scratched his ear. He had asked Li Yunmeng about this, but Li Yunmeng refused to talk about it, claiming it was her private secret. Once I, Gu Changlong, set my sights on a prey, no one else is allowed to touch it, or they will die. I need you to gather all the information about the other party and send it to me within 2 hours, and I will naturally send someone to take care of him. Yes, Mr. Gu, I'll get right away. Lu Zixia carefully retreated, gently closing the door behind her, her heart already bursting with joy. Today is truly a double celebration. Even he himself has to admire his own wisdom this time. He not only gained both fame and fortune, but also got rid of that eyesore surnamed Lutz. Absolutely awesome. Poor guy, he doesn't even know that his ex-wife is about to be brutally violated, and that his own life is about to end. While Lu Zixia was happily thinking about it, she turned her head and felt herself run into a block of iron. Damn it, who's so blind? Lu Zixia cursed and covered his head as he looked up, and then saw clearly what was happening. People were so frightened they almost lost their souls. Damn, this is so weird. Are you hallucinating? Lu Zixia rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. Someone surnamed Lu? Open the door. Lu Qingxian pointed to the suite door behind him. Lu Zixiao's expression changed, quickly shifting from surprise to amusement. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to you effortlessly. I was just looking for you, and here you are, delivered right to my doorstep. Hey, you surnamed Lu, guess how you're going to die today? Lu Zixia stroked his chin, like a general who had victory in his grasp. The next second, Lu Qingxian slammed him against the door, the immense force causing his head to smash through the wooden door, blood gushing out. 112, Chapter 112, The Drug Takes Effect. Lu Zixia saw stars, swayed and spun around a few times, and then fell to the ground with a thud. The loud noise also silenced the entire room. Gu Changlong shifted his gaze from Li Yunmeng to Lu Qingxian, who was standing at the door in casual clothes. Without asking who he was, his purpose, or any other questions, he simply said, "Choose a way to die. I am in a good mood tonight, so I'll try my best to make your journey less painful. Release this woman, and I can pretend that tonight's events never happened." Lu Qingxian looked at him. What did you say? Gu Changlong picked at his ear, seemingly unable to believe what he had heard. Someone was ordering him to release the prey he had been longing for years, which made him wonder if the fool in front of him had gone mad. Young Master Gu, it's him, he's that woman's ex-husband, he must have already tasted that woman's pleasure, he deserves to die. Lu Zixia scrambled to his feet and hysterically accused him. What? Gu Changlong's expression changed drastically. He jumped up from the sofa and stared at Lu Qingxian with eyes that looked like he was looking at a dead man. You damned bastard, how dare you, such a lowly being, taste the prey I've set my sights on. I've suddenly changed my mind. Won't let you die so easily. I'll make you taste the 10 most cruel tortures I invented, so you'll wish you were dead and suffer unbearable pain. Taishan, crush his limbs and tie him up. From the back room of the suite, a burly man, as big as a small tower, emerged. His skin was dark, and his face was covered with crisscrossing scars that almost erased his original features, making him look extremely ferocious and savage. Gu Changlong doesn't travel with a large number of bodyguards. He himself is a martial artist and is not afraid of minor skirmishes. However, he always keeps Taizhan by his side, not only because of his terrifying combat power, but more importantly, because Taizhan is an obedient and emotionless killing machine who can do all the things that he himself cannot do. After Taizhan came out, he went straight for Lu Qingxian. Knowing how terrifying Taizhan was, Lu Zixia was terrified and retreated, hiding in the bathroom with only her head showing. "You little bastard, you've ruined my plans time and time again. This time you're finally going to die. Falling into young Master Gu's hands is worse than death. Gu Changlong is a pervert. Anyone who offends him will be tortured to death in various ways." There was a rich second generation from northern Shanxi who came to Zhongnan for sightseeing and did not know the rules. He offended young Master Gu and had his limbs broken. He tied his head to a horse and dragged him around the city 4 times. When he was taken off, his skin and flesh were scraped clean, and his entire back was just a skeleton. It was disgusting to look at. Knowing that he was a pervert, Lu Zixia never dared to go against his rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long if he had followed young Master Gu. Tieshan's enormous fist came crashing down, with a force of about 700 or 800 pounds, enough to smash through a half-finger-thick iron wall. If it were an ordinary person, they would die on the spot. Of course, Taizhan did not strike any vital points. He strictly followed Gu Changlong's instructions and smashed the opponent's limbs. However, the moment the punch came, Lu Qingxian took a step back, lowered his hands to support it, and at the same time pulled it towards himself. The huge Taizhan lost its balance and fell towards Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian met the attack with a punch, stabbing it into his abdomen. The immense explosive force instantly pierced through his muscle defenses, and warm blood gushed out, staining the ground red. The stench of blood permeated the fragrant air. Tieshan's unwavering expression finally softened. The intense pain made him unable to maintain his balance, and he swayed and fell backward. Ah! Ah! Finally, Taizhan roared, blood gushing from his teeth, and charged forward again, clutching his stomach. "I'll kill you with my next punch." Lu Qingxian looked at his opponent coldly. For the first time, Taishan, who always obeyed orders without question, hesitated at Gu Changlong's command. He knew he was really going to die. This young man was too terrifying. He had never seen such a terrifying martial artist before. He was simply a monster. Waste. Gu Changlong stood up from the sofa, took off his bathrobe, revealing a well-proportioned and muscular physique. He was not only Lu Qing, his personal disciple, but also used his family's advantages to seek out masters everywhere. He combined the strengths of various schools such as Pai Guozhang, Tai Chi, and Wudong Leg, and created his own unique moves. He could even exchange a few moves with his senior brother Lu Duanqing. It should be noted that Lu Duanqing is Lu Qing, his grandson, and has received Lu Qing his true teachings, making him far superior to ordinary martial artists. Therefore, he is a well-known young genius in the martial arts circles of central and southern China, and has a high level of influence. "I'll say it again, don't force me to kill someone, let her go." Lu Qingxian casually grabbed a napkin from the table next to him, wiped the blood off his fist, and said in a cold voice. Gu Changlong scoffed, "You seem to have misunderstood the situation. Do you really think that just because you defeated Taizhan, you're someone important? Taizhan is just a body-training martial artist. He only practices physical skills, all show, and no substance." "But I'm different. I practice internal martial arts, kid. Do you even know what internal martial arts are?" Thunderbolt palm. Gu Changlong struck out unexpectedly with a palm strike, hitting Lu Qingxuan's jaw at an extremely tricky angle. This seemingly soft palm strike actually contained hidden internal force, capable of shattering a person's skull. Smack! Lu Qingxian swung his hand back, dodging his arm, and slapped Gu Changlong across the face, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Smack! One slap followed by another, Lu Qingxian repeatedly delivered over a dozen horizontal slaps. Gu Changlong, who had been so spirited just moments before, was completely bruised and battered. The pig's head had all its teeth broken into pieces. With the final slap, Lu Qingxian added extra force, sending him flying backward and crashing into the doorway of the room. This scene left Lu Zixia completely dumbfounded. The news that the third young master of the Gu family, one of the 4 most powerful families in central and southern China, was beaten half to death in a hotel has caused quite a stir in the region. As Lu Zixia was thinking, he suddenly noticed a cold gaze fixed on him. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the man surnamed Lu was walking towards him with murderous intent. "Brother, I really didn't mean it. I am just a nobody. Please let me go, brother." Lu Zixia knelt and cowed out on the ground, tears, snot, excrement, and urine streaming down his face. His legs were so weak that they trembled.
Roll! Lu Qingxian raised his foot and kicked into the door, slamming the door shut with a bang.
Li Yunmeng lay in the center of the room on the blanket in front of the sofa at this moment. The effects of the drug were at their peak. Her whole body had turned pink, especially her ears and face, which were as pink as an elf. As saliva was drooling from her mouth and running down her chest. I wanted at some point. Li Yunmeng opened her eyes and climbed up Lu Qingxuan's thigh.
113, Chapter 113, will play slowly later.
She had no idea who the man standing in front of her was. Every movement she made was purely instinctive. For some reason, seeing her like this, Lu Qingxian felt a pang of sadness. What a proud woman she was, to have fallen to such a state. If he hadn't come today, one can imagine what she would have gone through and what she would have faced after tonight. Lu Qingxian bent down, carried her to the bed, fetched some hot water to wipe her face, and then used silver needles to seal her 3 major acupoints, Kaiyang, Kaiyang, and Kaiyang, to prevent the drug from affecting her nerves. This drug is actually similar to hallucinogenic drugs. It mainly affects hormone secretion, thereby stimulating the nervous system, causing hallucinations, and amplifying certain desires. As long as the effects of the drug on the nervous system are blocked, the damage to the body can be minimized. Then, she can just wait for her own metabolic system to metabolize the drug and she will recover automatically. During this time, Lu Qingxian stayed in the room, while also suffering greatly in his heart. On the one hand, he felt that doing this would be unfair to Yafei. He had already made a promise to Yafei, and as a man, if he couldn't even keep his word, what difference would there be between him and Li Yunmeng? On the other hand, even though Li Yunmeng was the one who wronged him first, unilaterally ending their marriage and cutting all ties, declaring that they would have no further contact, when this actually happened, Lu Qingxian found that he couldn't really just stand by and watch her walk into the lion's den. This feeling of both hatred and inability to let go made Lu Qingxian want to slap himself twice. After an unknown amount of time, Li Yunmeng woke up. With a soft moan, she rubbed her eyes and sat up in bed. Where is this place? Lu Qingxian? Li Yunmeng's voice was filled with unspeakable surprise. What are you doing here? Suddenly, Li Yunmeng pressed her head, her thoughts racing. Her expression changed drastically as she pulled back the covers to check her body and then took out her phone to check her call logs. After more than 10 minutes of this, she stared blankly at Lu Qingxian and asked, "Are you in cahoots with Lu Zixiao?" Lu Qingxian wanted to curse when he heard this. Not only was she not grateful to him, but her first words were slander. Was she really so hard to change her nature? If I were in cahoots with him, do you think you'd still be lying here peacefully? That's true. Li Yunmeng frowned. You saved me? Otherwise what? Li Yunmeng wrapped the blanket tighter around herself and said in a complicated and displeased tone, "You saved me, and I am very grateful to you, but that doesn't mean the rift between us is over. There is no barrier between us, only a past that has ended." Are you still angry with me? Li Yunmeng suddenly looked up and stared at him. Lu Qingxian was speechless. He wondered what kind of thought process this woman had developed, that she could actually ask such a question. We didn't argue or fight, so why are you angry? I saved you not because you're special, but because it happened to be there. Even if it were a complete stranger, I would have saved her in this situation. Li Yunmeng fell silent, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. What's wrong with her? She was the one who initiated the divorce, so why does she feel reluctant now? Is it because all the men she's met have been so awful, so terrible, that they remind her of Lu Qingxian? You reminded me before that Lu Zixiao was a fraud, but I didn't believe you and even mocked and ridiculed you. I was wrong about that. He's not only a liar, but also a complete beast. I can't believe I didn't see through him sooner. And that Chen Yulong. There's no point in saying all this. No, it's all in the past. You should be glad that a tragedy didn't happen. It's getting late, I should go now. Lu Qingxian didn't linger. He got up, went to the door, and opened it. The moment the door opened, outside, an endless expanse of security personnel in green uniforms surrounded the entire room, making it completely impenetrable. Dozens of guns were aimed at Lu Qingxian. The hotel owner walked in together with a guard who looked like a captain. It was him who injured young Master Gu and damaged my hotel's public facilities. He is suspected of murder and endangering public order. Captain Gao didn't even get a good look at Lu Qingxuan's face before casually waving his hand and ordering, "Take him back to the station and interrogate him thoroughly."
Two security guards came up and put a silver bracelet on Lu Qingxuan's wrist. Captain Gao, there's another woman in the room. Take them all back, including all relevant personnel, don't miss a single one, otherwise we'll all be in deep trouble. Soon, Li Yunmeng was also arrested. No matter how she explained, struggled, or announced her identity, it was all in vain, these people simply wouldn't listen. Clearly, that young Master Gu had used considerable influence behind the scenes, directly impacting the investigation in Nanling City. The two were taken to the police station in a police car and thrown into a dark little room. This is the Bureau's infamous dark interrogation room. Prisoners who enter here are usually left bruised and battered. Lu Qingxian, it seems we're in big trouble. I introduced myself, but they completely ignored me. This means someone has already made arrangements for them, and those connections are at least much stronger than mine. Li Yunmeng took a breath, her heart starting to race. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. This is public territory, after all, so I'm sure they won't dare to cause any trouble. Soon, someone came into the interrogation room, an acquaintance. Upon seeing Lu Qingxian, the other party showed a surprised expression, which quickly turned into a mocking one. Oh, isn't this our Mr. Lu? What happened? You were so arrogant in the hospital just now, how come you're behind bars now? Who dared to do this? They even dared to arrest our Mr. Lu? After saying that, he stepped closer and said in a voice that could be heard by only the two of them, You, surnamed Lu, you just finished putting on a show. Now that you're in my hands, just wait and see, we'll play with you slowly later. 114, Chapter 114, Li Yunmeng's Regret. Officer Chow, what do you mean by this? Li Yunmeng didn't understand. What do you mean, ask this kid yourself. Chow Wei was seething with anger. Damn it, they're really showing off their power in front of me because of the Lu family. Now that the Lu family is gone, and he's been dragged over by his own boss, even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he'd still have to be skinned alive beforehand to avenge that bullet. In fact, Chow Wei had only just received the news. His superior, Director Huang of the branch's security division, personally ordered the arrest of a wanted criminal who had committed a crime at the Wanqing International Hotel, injuring the third young master of the Gu family, a top-tier wealthy family from the central and southern regions, and crippling his deputy. Tiashan He was suspected of murder. The Gu family of Zhongnan personally pressured them to catch the murderer and execute him. Of all people to offend, you had to offend the Gu family. Now look who can save you. Chow Wei glared at him coldly, then turned to look at Li Yunmeng. A beauty is a curse, huh? Several guys couldn't even get their hands on this top-quality beauty, and I never thought she'd end up with me. Really don't know how many rounds of beatings you can withstand with your delicate skin. Li Yunmeng's expression changed. Superintendent Chow, aren't you afraid I'll expose what you're saying? She never expected Chow Wei to be so bold as to say such self-destructive things so brazenly. Once exposed, he and everyone who supported him would suffer and be drowned by overwhelming public opinion. Exposing, Mr. Meng, you probably don't know where you are, do you? Look around you, there are no surveillance cameras, no cell phones, what are you going to expose? Besides, do you think you can get out of here? Let me tell you the truth, anyone who goes into this interrogation room will either be taken to the execution ground and shot, or imprisoned for life. There have never been any exceptions. Enjoy your last moments in the death interrogation room. Chow Wei left and locked the door behind him. Death interrogation room. Li Yunmeng's face turned pale. She knew, of course, that this was an extremely dark and unreasonable place where there was virtually no human rights to speak of. Either you couldn't bear the torture and confessed, or you died here. There was basically no third way. As for connections and background, there isn't even a phone number here, so she can't contact anyone outside. I've dragged you into this. Everything happened because of me. Li Yunmeng lowered her head, her mind in turmoil. There's no point in saying all this now, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. How about we make a bet? We'll be out safely in an hour at most. Li Yunmeng suddenly looked up at him in surprise. Do you know where this is? A death interrogation room. This is a place that is both legal and illegal. We have lost the opportunity to contact the outside world. What we will encounter next is entirely up to their garrison command. You heard what Chow Wei just said. He has no way of letting us go. Whether he lets it go or not is irrelevant just to nobody, someone who has to read people's faces. If you take him seriously, you'll only be creating more trouble for yourself, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Li Yunmeng sighed deeply. That's true, but in this situation, what I'm afraid of is those persistent little devils. At this point, Li Yunmeng paused for a moment.
It seems like it's been a very long time since the two of them stood together and spoke so calmly. It's ironic that he's in jail again this time. If we can get out of here safely this time, never mind. You already have Yafei, right? Li Yunmeng pursed her lips bitterly. Proud as she was, she had the thought of getting back together for the second time since the divorce the first time was out of spite, but this time, she was truly heartbroken and regretful. Why do we pursue so many illusory things, even going against our own desires to get to know so-called rich and famous people, constantly trying to please and get closer to them, only to encounter either swindlers or scumbags? On the contrary, Lu Qingxian, whom she had the least faith in and had always looked down upon, had repeatedly saved her from dire straits in the past few days. She had been constantly wondering if she had been wrong from the very beginning. Yafei and I have confirmed our relationship. She loves me very much and depends on me a lot. Similarly, I love her very much too, Lu Qingxian said earnestly. What about me? Li Yunmeng asked through gritted teeth. You? Lu Qingxian looked up, and their eyes met. The moment of divorce, everything is over. Marriage is not child's play. You, Li Yunmeng, are the president of 3 companies. What said is said. Don't you even have that much awareness? Hearing these words, Li Yunmeng felt even more bitter. Why did she ruin such a good life? Where exactly did she go wrong? Just as she was immersed in regret and grievance, news of their arrest spread like wildfire. In the office of the director of the 2nd Garrison Command, Huang Yunbo smoked a cigarette while casually flipping through the large, unfashionable box in front of him. This large box contains local specialties from central and southern China, sent by the Gu family. Without this box of local specialties, Huang Yunbo wouldn't have been so proactive and helpful in getting things done. Uncle Gu acted swiftly. Indeed, rest assured, since your son has encountered trouble in Nanling, I will do my utmost to provide an explanation to your Gu family and guarantee your satisfaction. The hook-nosed old man sitting opposite me gave me a knowing smile with Director Huang's words. I am relieved the young master is currently receiving treatment in the hospital and we are also waiting for news. I hope Director Huang can handle this as soon as possible, so that at least we, the Gu family, can see the efficiency of the Nanling City Garrison Command. After saying that, the old man with the hooked nose left the office with a smile. Chao Wei, Li Ming, you two thoroughly investigate the prisoner's identity to ensure there are no problems. Director Huang lit a cigarette. Chao Wei and Li Ming came in from outside the office. Chao Wei quickly replied, Director Huang, I know those two people's identities very well, and I've already investigated them. The woman's name is Li Yunmeng, the president of Yunmeng Group. The man's name is Lu Qingxian, Li Yunmeng's ex-husband. He has no power or background and seems to be a doctor. Doctor, are you sure? Director Huang squinted. Of course I'm sure, but that kid has treated the Lu family and seems to have a good relationship with them. Chao Wei dared not leave anything out. After all, it involved the Lu family and the Gu family of Zhongnan. If something really went wrong, it wouldn't be something a mere third-level police superintendent like him could handle. Having connections with the Lu family is useless. The Lu family has to deal with the Gu family first before they can put pressure on our garrison command. They wouldn't risk offending a powerful family in central and southern China for the sake of a mere doctor, unless they don't want to advance their careers. A family, especially a top-tier family, would never risk offending a power of the same level in order to develop itself. Otherwise, even a small act of sabotage from someone else could be enough to cause them serious trouble. Unless the Lu family is foolish, they won't choose to get involved in this mess. Of course, it would be even better if they were willing to get involved in the mess in the end. The police force would definitely be the one to make the most money from the battle between the two top families. A company president and a doctor, since they have no official background, just do whatever you want, kill them and close the case with the excuse of suicide out of guilt. Director Huang took a deep drag on his cigarette. Just then, the landline phone in front of him started ringing wildly. 115, Chapter 115, I can't help you with this. The phone had barely been answered when, before Director Huang could even speak, a frantic voice came from the other end. Excuse me, are you Director Huang of the West City Garrison? My daughter has been wrongly arrested by you. Could you please make an exception for her? Our Yunmeng Group has a gift for Director Huang that will surely satisfy you. Chen Meijiu pleaded and spoke anxiously. Do you think my garrison command is a stock exchange? Get out of here, there's no room for leniency. After saying that, Huang Yunbo slammed down the phone, cursing, damn it, What kind of gift can Yunmeng Group possibly offer? Even if they gave me 10 million, I wouldn't dare risk offending the Gu family by releasing them. Chao Wei said obsequiously, Director Huang, you have the head of Nanling City behind you, and you also have big shots in the military backing you up who wouldn't dare to offend you? Huang Yunbo waved his hand. You don't understand. If it were an ordinary family, I would naturally not take them seriously, including the Lu family of the Four Seas Shipping Association. If they angered me, I could turn on them, but the Gu family is different. This family specializes in shady businesses. They have a lot of assassins and martial artists under their command. To them, killing someone is just a trivial matter. No matter how powerful I am, I don't want to have any unpleasantness with them. Otherwise, I might lose my life on the street one night. So ruthless? Chao Wei's pupils contracted. Ruthless, that young Master Gu. His background is not only the Gu family, but also the Xingyi school of the Lu family, and Zhongnan Lu Qinghe is his master. There are countless experts behind him. Each of them is the kind of ruthless person who can kill from dozens of meters away. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Chao Wei swallowed hard. Killing someone from tens of meters away, doesn't that mean everyone carries a gun? And it's the kind of thing that happens without a sound, killing people invisibly. It's terrifying. That guy surnamed Lu deserves to die for provoking someone like that. Just then, the landline in front of Huang Yunbo rang again. Who is it? How annoying. I am Lu Bingqing from the Sihai Hanghui. I heard that you arrested Mr. Lu. Is that true? Lu Bingqing's cold voice on the other end of the phone seemed to freeze people with a layer of frost. Although she was lying in a hospital bed, she called the garrison command as soon as she received the news. No matter what her purpose was, she would not stand by and watch Lu Qingxian be arrested. Oh, hee hee, so it's Miss Lu. Huang Yunbo quickly put down his crossed legs and changed his attitude. I don't understand what Miss Lu is talking about. Our security division arrests many people every day. As the director, it's impossible for me to remember everyone. Is that so? Then let me be clearer. Half an hour ago, at the Wanqing International Hotel, your subordinate, third-level superintendent Li Ming, personally led a squad to arrest someone. Also present was MSLI Yunmeng, the president of Yunmeng Group. Such a large-scale operation, surely Chief Huang has no recollection of it? Oh, so Miss Lu is referring to that vicious criminal suspected of murder. Miss Lu, he has committed a serious crime. You're putting me in a difficult position, Huang Yunbo said, looking troubled. Whether I have made things difficult for Director Huang, I'm sure Director Huang knows in his heart and who the real criminal is. I'm sure Director Huang also knows in his heart. I'll only say this once, if your West City Garrison Command doesn't release the person, I will put pressure on the Nanling City Garrison headquarters and cancel the 500 million yuan security preparation fund that the Four Seas Aviation Association invests in Nanling City every year. After saying that, Lu Bingqing hung up the phone. Now it was Huang Yunbo's turn to be dumbfounded. Cancel the security reserve fund? This sum of money is the largest source of funding for their Nanling City Garrison Command, far exceeding the funds allocated by the government. If it is cancelled, the income of the four major garrison commands in Nanling City will shrink by more than 50%. At that time, Huang Yunbo will be a sinner and will be condemned and cursed by all his colleagues. This is what you call just a casual relationship? Huang Yunbo stared at Chao Wei with a vicious look in his eyes. Tell me honestly, what exactly is the relationship between that Lu guy and the Lu family? That bitch Lu Bingqing is planning to completely break with our garrison command. When that happens, not only my father, but also my father-in-law, uncles, and aunts won't let me off the hook. Every year, his family can take tens of millions of shares from the safety preparation funds invested by the Four Seas Aviation Association, which is a huge source of income for his family. Cutting off someone's financial lifeline is like killing their parents. At that time, Huang Yunbo will inevitably be condemned by everyone. Well, I'm not quite sure about that, but Director Huang, we can shift the focus of this conflict to the Gu family. With the Gu family to contain the Lu family, wouldn't the pressure on our garrison command be much less? Chao Wei said, his scalp tingling. He clearly knew what the withdrawal of the Nanling City Security Preparation Fund by the Sihai Airlines meant for their garrison command. This would never be done if he weren't the Emperor's own son, since it would be a Pyrrhic victory for the Four Seas Shipping Company. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Yunbo quickly called Uncle Gu, who had just left. Meanwhile, outside, things had gone completely mad. Needless to say, the Li family was devastated when Li Yunmeng was arrested. The entire Li family seemed to have lost its backbone, spending money everywhere to bribe officials, but in the end, they couldn't even get a chance to see Li Yunmeng, let alone bail her out.
Soon, Sueo also received the news at that time. Sueo was still in a meeting with the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce. The sudden news made him slam the table down on the spot. Damn it, what a bunch of bastards, are they all tired of living? They even dared to arrest my son-in-law, Sueo's son-in-law. I'll chop them to pieces. Call them right now and tell them to release him. On the garrison command side, Huang Yunbo had just hung up the phone when the phone rang again. Who the hell is this? Huang Yunbo stared at the unfamiliar number, a chill running down his spine. Hey Huang, I'm Sueo from Northern Sichuan. Yi Changping is dead at my hands from now on. I'm in charge of the underworld in Nanling. I am warning you, release Lu Qingxian right now, or I'll be guarding your garrison every day, and you can expect my endless revenge. Sueo truly considered Lu Qingxian as one of his own. Whether it was his power or his relationship with his daughter, Sueo was determined to tie him to his own ship. If Lu Qingxian was captured, he would definitely do everything in his power to save him. Huang Yunbo sat there blankly. Having worked in the garrison for over a decade, how could he not know who Sueo was, the super big boss who, along with Yi Changping, turned Nanling City upside down back then, later fled to Northern Sichuan after being defeated by Yi Changping, and now, he's actually back, and he even killed Yi Changping and unified the underworld of Nanling City? If this is true, Huang Yunbo will never have a peaceful day again. He will have to be careful wherever he goes, for fear of being assassinated. The office was quiet. Chao Wei, Li Ming, and Huang Yunbo remained silent in unison, but at the same time, they all felt immense pressure. Who exactly is this guy surnamed Lu? Just then, Uncle Gu, who had left, returned. Director Huang called me, is there some trouble? Uncle Gu looked displeased. He had given so many local specialties, yet he still couldn't get things done. Could it be that his appetite had grown and he wanted to take the opportunity to extort more money from the Gu family? Huang Yunbo grinned. Uncle Gu, I probably can't help you with this. That guy surnamed Lu is no ordinary person. The reward your Gu family offered is simply not enough for me to handle the risks I'll be facing next. 116, Chapter 116, Stripping Her Clothes Off. He would only take risks if there were benefits, but right now the risks clearly outweighed the benefits. The Four Seas Airlines alone was enough to give him trouble, not to mention that someone like Sueo had come to put pressure on him. Even if he didn't make money, he couldn't risk losing his life at any moment. What do you mean by that, Director Huang? You just agreed so readily. How come you changed your mind so quickly? This kind of transactional spirit is not something my Gu family can accept, Uncle Gu said with a forced smile, his displeasure clearly visible on his face. Knowing that the other party was unhappy, Huang Yunbo had no choice but to smile bitterly and say, Uncle Gu, the information you gave me is inaccurate. No one told me that the man surnamed Lu not only has close ties with the Sihai Henghui, but also has Sueo from Northern Sichuan protecting him. Yuri, making me, a mere director of a garrison division, fight against two big bosses. It's too difficult for me. Sueo, the Sueo from the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce who's backing you, he's made his appearance. Uncle Gu's eyes narrowed clearly. He had heard of Sueo's reputation and knew how influential this figure was in the Northern Sichuan area. Of course, the most important thing is the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce behind them. The Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce is composed of several chambers of commerce with complex relationships. Unless forced to, Gu Jiao would not want to have a conflict with the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce. So he had someone backing him up. No wonder he dared to lay a hand on my young master. Uncle Gu's smile was chilling. But it doesn't matter. I believe the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce wouldn't want to be enemies with the Gu family. As he spoke, Uncle Gu pondered for a moment, his two withered fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, each tap causing Huang Yunbo immense torment. Director Huang, if you handle this matter well, I will send your Huang family a special gift later. In addition, the originally agreed reward will be doubled, tripled. Huang Yunbo couldn't sit still any longer and jumped up from his chair. Uncle Gu, are you telling the truth? This concerns the young master. Would I joke with you? I've made my point clear. That culprit surnamed Lu will die. Uncle Gu snorted coldly. Alright, I'll take this vote. Chao Wei, Li Ming, grab your tools and take the man to the interrogation room. I am personally interrogating him today. I'll kill him. I refuse to believe that Sihang and Sueo can really turn the world upside down. A large group of people stormed into the interrogation room, carrying torture instruments. Inside, Li Yunmeng and Lu Qingxian sat together, leaning against the corner of the wall because of the temperature. Li Yunmeng huddled up and shivered all over. The dim lights came on, and Huang Yunbo plopped down on the interrogation table, patted a confession next to him, and stared at Lu Qingxian with a sinister gaze. Little thing, you have two choices now, either confess and submit to the law and put your fingerprint on the confession, or I'll have someone gang rape this woman in front of you, then break all four of your legs and force you to put your fingerprint on it. Choose. Upon hearing these words, Li Yunmeng felt as if her heart had fallen into an ice cave, and an intense sense of despair swept over every cell in her body. Only at this moment did she realize that her years of hard work were worthless. Wealth, connections, and status were all useless at crucial moments without an official background. Everything was just a fleeting illusion. Power was the ultimate pursuit in this society. If she dies here today, or is violated here, as long as the newspapers publish a news report tomorrow that she committed suicide out of guilt, then everything will be over. No one will be punished, and no one will be able to seek justice for her. This intense sense of despair brought tears to her eyes, and she gripped Lu Qingxuan's clothes tightly with both hands. At this moment, she could only rely on the man in front of her. What happens if I put my fingerprint on a confession? Lu Qingxian asked with interest. Huang Yunbo glanced at Qiao Wei, then at Li Ming, and the three of them smiled at each other. Finally, Huang Yunbo smiled and stared at Lu Qingxian, giving him a thumbs up in approval. A smart person made a smart choice. So, let me tell you what will happen after you sign the confession. First, you will be taken to a solitary prison, where you will eat and drink well and will not receive special treatment from fellow inmates with unusual fetishes. Occasionally, the prison guards will even grant you some small wishes. After a long period of time, you will receive a verdict and then be taken to the execution ground on a special day. Then, 8 members of the security division will aim P90 automatic pistols at your head, and then, bang! Huang Yunbo suddenly raised his voice, made an exaggerated shooting gesture, and then hugged his thigh and laughed loudly. Then brother, you can reincarnate in peace. I guarantee you won't experience any pain whatsoever. Oh, Lu Qingxian nodded. What if I refuse to put my fingerprint on the confession? Huang Yunbo's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a dark expression. Refuse to leave your fingerprints? Hee, I think I've already said this before. I'll have someone gang rape her in front of you. I'll break your limbs, pinch off your fingernails and toenails, pluck out your hair one by one, and brand your mouth with a hot iron to leave shameful marks. Finally, I'll gouge out your eyes and have someone hold your hands and force you to put your fingerprints on a confession. Lu Qingxian smiled. So, regardless of whether I plead guilty or not, and regardless of whether I am guilty or not, I will have to plead guilty in the end, right? Huang Yunbo gave a matter-of-fact smile. You're quite smart. You've entered my death interrogation room. You don't expect to leave alive, do you? Li Yunmeng gritted her teeth. Director Huang, how can you, the head of the garrison command, disregard the law and distort the truth like this? It's clearly someone else who committed the crime. We are the victims. You will get your comeuppance. Retribution? Huang Yunbo smiled with interest. I believe in everything, but I don't believe in retribution. Miss Li, to be honest, I've been lusting after your body for a long time. Since someone else is going to benefit from it anyway, why don't you serve me first? You. Li Yunmeng was so angry that she trembled all over, not expecting him to say such shameless things. Qiao Wei, Li Ming, go and strip her clothes off. Let's see what alluring scenery is hidden under the clothes of this youngest and most beautiful female CEO in Nanling City. Huang Yunbo gestured with his lip. Chapter 117, Why did you hit me? Qiao Wei was burning with anxiety when Li Yunmeng became famous. He drooled over her news photos and fantasized about her countless times, dreaming of having sex with a beauty of that caliber. This opportunity has come at the perfect time. They don't have to take responsibility or worry about the aftermath. They can do whatever they want. Seeing the two men approaching with sinister expressions, Lu Qingxuan's playful gaze vanished, and he said coldly, Don't blame me for not warning you. You might have just lost your jobs and been placed under investigation, but if you dare to make a move, I guarantee you'll suffer a terrible fate. Upon hearing this, Qiao Wei and Li Ming were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, clutching their stomachs as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Brother Li, did I hear that right? He said we'll lose our jobs and be investigated? You even said we'd have a terrible fate? Ha ha ha! Chao Wei laughed for a moment, then his face suddenly turned fierce. He rushed to Li Yunmeng and reached out to grab her hair, all the while cursing viciously, "I'll see who ends up worse today." Almost simultaneously, Lu Qingxuan's aura erupted instantly, as cold as the wind from the far north, making Chao Wei's whole body stiffen. A large hand pressed down on his shoulder from the side, and with a crack, the hand crushed his entire shoulder blade into powder with a slight force. As if his pain receptors were a beat slow, Chao Wei turned his head and stared blankly at Lu Qingxuan. The next second, he let out a shrill scream, his face completely distorted. Lu Qingxian had no intention of stopping there with a slap. Chao Wei's legs were nailed straight into the cement ground, like two nails driven in, bones shattered and blood flowed freely. By the time Li Ming realized what was happening, Chao Wei was already finished. He instinctively reached for his gun, but before he could even get it out, Lu Qingxian, who was right next to him, dismantled it into a pile of parts. He was so fast that Li Ming didn't even realize what was happening before all his teeth flew out with the sound of the slap, as if a large truck had crashed into him head-on, leaving half of his face covered in blood and flesh. For a moment, the entire interrogation room was filled with shrill screams, but these screams did not come from Lu Qingxian, but from Chao Wei and Li Ming, as well as Huang Yunbo, whose legs were shaking uncontrollably. He was completely stunned by what happened in those 2 or 3 seconds. Having worked in the garrison command for so many years, what kind of ruthless people have I seen? What kind of cases haven't I handled? Those criminals who fight in underground boxing matches are all vicious and ruthless, and it's not uncommon for them to seriously injure people without warning, but no one has ever given him such a terrifying feeling. That casualness, that indifference to everything, is like nails, firmly nailing the scene in front of him into his mind, impossible to shake off. Li Yunmeng was equally stunned. The shock and fear caused her to almost lose her ability to think, but what followed was an intense sense of security that was beyond words. Tears welled up in her eyes. It's so good to have someone protecting me. You, what do you want to do? Huang Yunbo plopped down on the ground. I am the director of the garrison command, and my whole family are high-ranking officials in the Nanling City judiciary. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee you won't have a place to stand in the entire Nanling City. You're about to kill me, and I'm still thinking about whether I can stay in Nanling City. Am I out of my mind, or are you? Tell me, what would happen if I killed you now and escaped from here, escaped from Nanling City? Lu Qingxian looked at him with a smile. Huang Yunbo was so frightened that his legs went weak, and a foul stench emanated from his crotch. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Lu Qingxian stroked his chin. So you do no fear, you know your life is important. Why didn't you think of this when you made decisions about other people's lives? Although I also value human life, I would never target innocent people, and I would never be as cowardly as you when I can't win a fight. Just then, the iron gate outside rattled. Lu Qingxian looked up and smiled. The person in charge has arrived. It seems this case should be closed. The whole process took about half an hour, which was pretty efficient. I'll have to give old Chen a chicken leg when I get back. Mr. Meng, aren't you leaving? No one will feed you if you just sit there. Let's go? Li Yunmeng stood up blankly, and she still didn't understand what had happened until she left the interrogation room. Outside, the city head of Nanling City, the first person in charge of the Nanling City Border Defense Zone, the Nanling City Inspection Team, the Commander-in-Chief of the Nanling City Garrison Command, and a group of important figures appeared together in the office hall. Huang Yunbo's father also came along. Mr. Lu, MSLI, we are sorry that you have been wrong. Our inspection team will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. Beside him, the commander-in-chief of the garrison stood there ashamed, not daring to say a word. His subordinates made such a big mistake, and he, as their superior, felt ashamed. Fortunately, the person above him didn't hold it against him, otherwise he would probably have been dismissed today. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. How dare that beast Huang Yunbo? Just as he was thinking this, Huang Yunbo ran out of the interrogation room from behind the office hall. Commander-in-Chief, Dad, Team Leader Xia, you're here, you have to stand up for me. Seeing so many important figures at once, Huang Yunbo was completely bewildered, but when he saw that his father was also there, he suddenly became fearless. With shit in his pants, he opened his mouth and started complaining and grumbling. He crippled 2 of his most capable lieutenants.
What threats to the security detail, disregard for the law, forced entry into the interrogation room.
Threatening to kill him or something like that. In short, through embellishment and exaggeration, Lu Qingxian was portrayed as an utterly wicked and heinous villain.
Li Yunmeng, who was standing nearby, felt wronged and was about to stand up. She was about to say a few words when Lu Qingxian stopped her, signaling her to keep quiet. In the entire office hall, everyone's eyes were on Huang Yunbo.
Huang Yunbo was momentarily confused. Did they not hear what he said? Dad.
He had just called out Dad when a middle-aged man rushed up from the crowd and slapped him hard across the face.
Beast! You beast, you've ruined my whole family, why don't you just die?
The man was furious, his voice trembling with intense fear. Huang Yunbo was dumbfounded. Why did his father hit him? He hadn't done anything, so why was he being accused of ruining the whole family?
118, Chapter 118, Destroying His Family.
Mr. Huang, what a fine son you've raised. He's not only ruined your whole family, he almost ruined us all too, the chief said with a forced smile. Huang Zhilong smiled obsequiously at everyone, looking as if he had aged 20 years in an instant, and his hair turned completely white in the latter half of the year. Team leader Xia from the inspection team stepped forward and called 2 people to subdue Huang Yunbo on the spot.
What are you doing? Huang Yunbo exclaimed in shock. What are you doing?
You, Huang Yunbo, have abused your power, committed tyranny, and distorted the truth by rewriting case files from 5 years ago to now. You have committed a total of 43 crimes. The organization has now decided to sentence you to death and send you to the water prison, team leader Xia said coldly.
Water? A water hell?
This word caused Huang Yunbo to soil himself again on the spot.
Take him out, he stinks.
Team leader Xia frowned and waved his hand impatiently. After Huang Yunbo was dragged out, Huang Zhilong looked at the leaders with a wry smile and said, Gentlemen, could you please be a little less lenient with the punishment for my Huang family? After all, my Huang family has done something, even if we haven't made any great contributions over the years.
The Huang family has been dissolved, its family business is confiscated, and all its members have been demoted. This is already the lightest punishment. Does Mr. Huang not agree?
Team leader Xia looked at him, and Huang Zhilong quickly lowered his head. No, I wouldn't dare.
Mr. Lu, are you satisfied with this punishment?
Team leader Xia looked at Lu Qingxian with a smile. He didn't know Lu Qingxuan's background, but someone above him had personally named him to protect this young man, and with so many important figures being implicated, even Xie Chaofeng, if he was stupid, could realize something.
You officials can handle your own affairs. I am just an ordinary citizen and I don't want to get involved in these things. Ms. Meng, if there's nothing else, I think we can leave now.
Li Yunmeng pursed her lips and politely said goodbye to the leaders. The moment she stepped out of the garrison headquarters, a dreamlike sense of unreality washed over her. Half an hour ago, she thought she was doomed. No matter how hard she racked her brains, she couldn't imagine who could save her. But half an hour later, she left the garrison as if nothing had happened. She turned her head and glanced at Lu Qingxian. Why wasn't he worried at all? It was as if he knew from the moment he went in that he would definitely leave safely. She hadn't seen Lu Qingxian call for help, so she didn't believe these people were summoned by him. Where did his confidence come from? With his meager bullying skills, even if he crippled Xiao Wei and Li Ming, did he think he could stand up to the entire garrison command? They were all heavily armed. Lu Qingxian, I've realized that even after all these years with you, I still don't fully understand you. Is your confidence just a strange one, or do you really have something to back it up?
Does it matter? Lu Qingxian opened the taxi door, gesturing for her to get in. In the car, Li Yunmeng looked at the scenery outside the window and said, Lu Qingxian, do you remember when we first got together? At that time, my Li family was poor and destitute. I told you, I would definitely make something of myself. I would definitely become a strong woman and stand at the top of Nanling City. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly. Of course I remember, and it was from then on that we gradually drifted apart. Li Yunmeng pursed her lips. Yes, from that time on, we suddenly had fewer things to talk about. I was either busy with work or chairing company meetings every day. However, having come this far and lost so many things that I once cherished, I realize that I still cannot control my fate, and I am still just a nobody. Am I not trying hard enough? A strange light appeared in Li Yunmeng's pupils, a kind of obsessive madness. For the rest of the journey, the two tacitly remained silent. Soon, the Li family villa came into view. Almost all of Li's relatives were present in the villa's lobby. They went to great lengths to get Li Yunmeng arrested, using all their connections, even digging up completely unrelated connections in the capital. A lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources have been spent. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Li Yunmeng pushed open the door and entered the room, and dozens of eyes in the entire hall instantly swept over her. Chen Meizhou broke down immediately and rushed over to hug Li Yunmeng. "Oh my dear daughter, were you bullied in there? Those bastards said they wouldn't release you no matter how much money they offered, and they even told us to prepare for our funerals. They are truly despicable bastards." "Mom, I'm fine now, and no one bullied me." Li Yunmeng glanced back, but Lu Qingxian had already turned and left in the darkness. "It's good that you're back, never have any contact with that guy surnamed Lu again. Anyone associated with him usually ends up in a bad way," Li Wenghua said with lingering fear. "The entire Li family relies on their daughter for support. It's unimaginable how the family will continue to function after Li Yunmeng's accident." Li Yunmeng moved her lips. She wanted to explain to Lu Qingxian, but then thought better of it. The two have long since severed ties, so there's no point in explaining anything now. "If you ask me, Brother Yao Wenwei is really awesome. Otherwise, how could my sister have gotten out so easily? We really need to thank him properly this time since he's on vacation. We should treat him to a few good meals." "Yao Wenwei?" Li Yunmeng was full of questions. "Yes, it's Yao Wenwei, the guy we used to play with when we were kids, who later went to join the army," Li Yunhao said excitedly. "Sis, you have no idea what position Yao Wenwei has risen to now as a deputy general in the army, working alongside the general. It's said that he's going to be the general's successor. Moreover, as soon as Brother Yao heard about your situation, he immediately went to the city chief to smooth things over. Otherwise, do you think you could have gotten out so quickly?" "You mean, it was Brother Yao who helped me?" Li Yunmeng frowned slightly. Speaking of which, she had indeed seen the city head in the garrison headquarters office hall. No wonder she was puzzled at the time that such a high-ranking figure as the city head would get involved in such a criminal case. It was really strange. And the border defense commander, who was clearly a military person, shouldn't be there either, unless there is military intervention. Thinking about it this way makes sense. "Where is Brother Yao? I must thank him in person," Li Yunmeng asked hurriedly. "I happen to have left my contact information. I'll call now." Li Yunhao took out his phone. At the same time, at a private hospital in Nanling City. With his face wrapped in bandages, Gu Xiaolong slammed his fist on the bedside table. "Useless, a bunch of useless trash. Uncle Gu, is it still possible to contact them?" The old man with the hooked nose shook his head. "According to reliable sources, that Director Huang has been brought down and taken to the water prison is completely finished." Gu Xiaolong clenched his remaining teeth, trembling with hatred. "Uncle Gu, I want you to deploy the family's secret guards and completely annihilate that brat and that little bitch's family." Gu Bo's pupils shrank. Nanling City is not Zhongnan after all, and it's not the Gu family's stronghold. Wouldn't it be difficult to clean up the mess if we caused a clan extermination case here? Gu Xiaolong roared, "I don't want to hear any of this. I order you to do it right now." Uncle Gu pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I understand, young master. I will bring their heads to see you later, and after tonight, their families will be completely wiped out of Nanling City." After saying that, Uncle Gu turned and left. 119, Chapter 119, I'm here to kill your entire family. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. While sitting in the taxi, Lu Qingxian received a call from Su Yufei. "I heard from Dad that you were arrested by the garrison commander?" She was arrested at the hotel with Sister Yunmeng. Lu Qingxian was speechless. Why did this sound so ambiguous? However, he did make a mistake in this matter. In any case, he should inform Yufei in advance to avoid her overthinking and worrying. "Yufei, let me explain. Brother Qingxian, are you alright? Did those guards give you any trouble?" Su Yufei interrupted him directly. "I'm fine, I'm already getting ready to go home." "Yufei, Qingxian was wrong today." "Yes, I will always believe in Brother Qingxuan. There's no need to explain to Yufei."
Lu Qingxian opened his mouth, but many words were on the tip of his tongue, and he didn't know how to say them. The more sensible and considerate Yafei was, the more upset he felt. This was too unfair to Yafei. Brother Qingxian, I know you still love Sister Yunming if Sister Yunming chooses to get back together with you. There are no ifs, Lu Qingxian said firmly. Yafei, don't overthink it. I promise this will never happen again. Yafei, get some rest. There's an Elizabeth Cruises tour in a few days, right? Brother Qingxian will definitely come to see Yafei's performance, okay? After finally coaxing Yafei to sleep, Lu Qingxian rubbed his head, feeling immense pressure. Beside him, the driver seemed to notice his troubles and laughed heartily. Your little girlfriend is jealous. I was that age once too. You have to be patient with girls if you can appease them. Everything will be fine if you can't. It's worse than a landslide or a tsunami. It'll shorten your lifespan. Lu Qingxian gave a bitter smile. The fault lies with him. No matter how much Yafei makes a fuss, he deserves it. Seeing that the other party had no interest in discussing the topic, the driver did not press the matter further. Instead, he looked at the rearview mirror and said with some surprise, why are there so many cars from the central and southern regions tonight, and their license plates are all consecutive numbers? That's strange. Upon hearing his words, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but glance at the rearview mirror. Sure enough, a dozen or so black minivans with consecutive license plates followed behind, the license plates originating from the central and southern regions. These cars were inseparable, following closely behind the taxi he was in, and he couldn't shake them off no matter what he did. Turn right, avoid the city center, and try to drive to a more secluded area, Lu Qingxian said quickly. The driver realized something was wrong and quickly swerved onto the right-hand side road, heading towards the suburbs. Who are these people, young man? Are they here for you? Lu Qingxian pointed to the corner of an unfinished building ahead and said, don't ask so many questions. Drive to the inn and park, then hide in the car and don't get out if you want to live. Do as I say. The driver was terrified when he heard that. Survive? It seems like I could lose my life today if I'm not careful. As the car drove into the corner of the unfinished building, Lu Qingxian opened the car door, walked onto the main road alone, and stopped more than a dozen vans speeding from behind. The cars were parked on both sides of the road, and a large group of men wearing black trench coats and black masks got out. Lu Qingxian noticed that their cuffs were all embroidered with the character Gu. Seeing this, and considering what had happened tonight, even if he were stupid, he would understand that this group of people were undoubtedly assassins raised by the Gu family of Zhongnan. You must be Mr. Lu Qingxian, right? One of these people stepped forward. As a leader, he drew a short knife and wiped it on his sleeve. If I said yes, would you kill me right here? Lu Qingxian retorted. The man in the black trench coat who was leading the group smiled and said, sometimes knowing your fate in advance isn't necessarily a good thing. The secret guards of the Gu family in Zhongnan will take your head for their own purposes. The man gave an elegant bow, then rushed over at top speed, short knife in hand. In a moment, a human head flew into the air. Lu Qingxian held the short knife in his hand, the blade slicing without drawing blood, and murmured, sometimes, not knowing your own fate is something to be happy about. As his head rolled, this Gu family bodyguard died without ever knowing how he died, or what rank the person he was ordered to hunt down was. Lu Qingxian charged into the crowd with a short knife in hand, like a tiger among sheep. A fierce battle ensued, leaving limbs and heads scattered everywhere. In less than 3 minutes, all 27 guards were killed or wounded, their bodies lying haphazardly on the road. When they got back into the taxi, the driver was terrified and was trembling under the seat. Driver, could you please drive me back to the Li family villa? Okay, sure. The driver didn't dare refuse. This guy was terrifying, even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray something like this. Did he really kill someone? Wasn't he afraid of what would happen when the police came looking for him? In reality, Lu Qingxian felt no pressure at all in killing these people. The assassins that a family secretly kept were basically unregistered, and no one cared whether they lived or died. At the same time, just as Lu Qingxuan's group made their move, another group of people arrived at the Li family villa. The villa area, spanning thousands of square meters, was completely surrounded by people. 4 people carried a stretcher into the Li family villa. On the stretcher was Gu Xiaolong, whose face was swollen like a pig's head after being beaten by Lu Qingxian.
Standing next to him was the Gu family's head butler, Uncle Gu.
The sudden turn of events left all the Li family members huddled together, bewildered.
Who are these guys? Li Yunhao asked, hiding behind them in fear.
The group looked at each other, shaking their heads in confusion.
However, Li Yunmeng recognized Gu Xiaolong immediately, even though she was still dazed by the drugs at that time. Just because she couldn't see clearly didn't mean she couldn't see or hear anything around her. She understood even more clearly that everything she and Lu Qingxian had experienced came from this man, the third young master of a top family in central and southern China.
You little bitch, we meet again? Surprised?
Gu Xiaolong stared intently at Li Yunmeng.
If it weren't for that little bitch, he wouldn't have been so badly injured.
What do you want to do? I'm warning you, the military has already intervened in this matter. You can still back down now if you make a big fuss. Even if you are the third young master Gu, you won't be able to leave Nanling City.
Li Yunmeng frowned.
Gu Xiaolong laughed so hard his bandages loosened.
She's threatening me. Did you hear that? This little bitch is still threatening me at a time like this. Doesn't she know I'm here to kill her whole family? Everyone around Gu Xiaolong burst into laughter, the laughter deafening, a stark contrast to the fear on the faces of everyone in the Li family. The next second, Gu Xiaolong's smile vanished, his expression turning ruthless to the extreme, like a bloodthirsty wolf. Tie them all up, I'll play with them one by one, none of you are going to escape tonight.
120, Chapter 120, You'd better watch yourselves.
The Li family had no chance to resist under the control of the Gu family's secret guards. Everyone was tied up and forced to kneel on the ground in an almost humiliating posture. Gu Xiaolong enjoyed the feeling of being worshipped and begged for mercy. His condescending speech made him feel like an emperor who controlled life and death. I'm telling you, all of your deaths today are thanks to this little bitch, so blame her if you want. As a prominent family in central South China, our young master has never suffered such humiliation. This is a provocation against our Gu family, and only bloodshed can wash away this disgrace, Uncle Gu sneered.
You're just being unreasonable.
Li Yunmeng said, her eyes red with grievance. It was clearly you who tried to take advantage of me. If Lu Qingxian hadn't saved me, I would have been ruined by you long ago. Now you're making false accusations first, trying to find fault where none exists.
You can't beat Lu Qingxian, so you take your anger out on my Li family. What kind of man are you?
Lu Qingxian, Gu Xiaolong chuckled amusedly. Don't be impatient, you little slut. I've already sent people to take his head. He's probably on his way back by now. Don't worry, you'll see that little bastard's head in half an hour at most. Then I'll let you two keep each other company on your journey.
Li Yunming's face turned pale.
The man in front of her had intended to wipe them out from the very beginning. She naively thought he was just venting his anger on her Li family, but it turned out he had no intention of letting anyone go.
Lu Qingxian, it's Lu Qingxian again. Li Yunmeng, why do you still want to get entangled with that scourge? Now look what's happened, our entire Li family is going to be dragged down by you. Aren't you going to hurry up and find a way to save us?
The third aunt shouted hysterically.
That's right, you caused this trouble. If you don't resolve it, who will? We can't all be going to die with you, can we? Why don't you hurry up and kowtow to young Master Gu to apologize and admit your mistake? Do you really want our Li family to become extinct?
Cousin Li Yunxian cried and made a scene, her face pale. Yes, Yunmeng, why don't you beg young Master Gu, or you serve him well and make him comfortable, then he naturally won't kill us. Chen Meijiao's legs were twitching, and her crotch was wet.
It's alright if we die, but your brother can't be hurt. He still has to carry on the Li family line.
At this critical moment, Li Wangbo was most worried about Li Yunhao's safety. As for Li Yunmeng, her family status was entirely due to her current wealth. Li Yunmeng knelt on the ground. Compared to the disaster brought by Gu Xiaolong, the constant pressure from her own family made her feel even more desperate. Even her parents were only thinking about protecting themselves or her younger brother. What was she, Li Yunmeng, anyway, just a tool in the family?
At this moment, the Gu family's secret guards had already drawn their knives, those blood-draining knives with special blades, which were terrifying to look at.
Upon seeing this, Li Yunhao finally couldn't hold it in any longer and wet his pants. Sister, I don't want to die, please think of something. Young Master Gu, please forgive us, this whole mess was caused by my sister and that little bastard surnamed Lu Throng should be held accountable. Just go find them, we're innocent.
Li Yunhao crawled over and hugged Gu Xiaolong's leg. Gu Xiaolong revealed a cruel smile and said, cut off his head.
One of the bodyguards came over and grabbed Li Yunhao by the head.
No, don't.
Chen Meijiu and Li Wenghua screamed at the same time.
Young Master Gu!
Li Yunming's eyes reddened. They're right, every wrong has its perpetrator. If you have a problem, come at me, I'll do anything you ask, just let my brother and my family Gothi have nothing to do with this. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaolong's eyes narrowed and he smiled. Untie her.
The two men went over and untied the ropes binding Li Yunmeng.
At this moment, Gu Xiaolong also took off his pants and beckoned to Li Yunmeng. Crawl over here, kneel in front of me, and I will release your brother whenever I am satisfied.
Sis, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give young Master Gu oral sex.
Li Yunhao jumped up excitedly and urged him. Li Yunmeng was numb, her expression blank, her legs kneeling on the ground, moving slowly and laboriously, having lost the ability to think. Just as she was about to get close to Gu Xiaolong, he grabbed her hair. Stop dawdling, I don't have time to play games with you, hurry up. Li Yunmeng gritted her teeth and looked up at him. Just then, her expression suddenly froze. She saw a familiar figure walk in from outside the door, enter the villa, and walk behind Gu Xiaolong.
No one noticed his arrival. Gu Xiaolong was still immersed in anticipation when suddenly his head was grabbed, causing him to lean back. Young master! Upon seeing this, Uncle Gu was greatly alarmed. Who are you? Let go of the young master.
Uncle Gu had never seen Lu Qingxian before, and naturally did not recognize him, but Gu Xiaolong recognized him at a glance, and the fear deep in his eyes immediately surfaced.
Lu Qingxian, you're not dead? You weren't killed by our Gu family's secret guards?
Lu Qingxian sneered, you think you can kill me with those low-level things? You must be dreaming.
Then them. Dead, Lu Qingxian said as if it were a trivial matter. Lu Qingxian.
Suddenly, Li Yunhao and Chen Meijiu began to scream hysterically in the hall. You little beast, what are you doing here? Haven't you harmed our Li family enough? Release young Master Gu immediately. If anything happens to young Master Gu, I'll take your life.
Li Yunhao immediately pledged his loyalty.
Lu Qingxian even doubted whether he had heard correctly. He picked at his ear and looked at Li Yunhao and Chen Meijiu incredulously. This guy brought people to kill you, and you're still defending him? Are you out of your minds? Li Yunhao glared at him angrily. What do you know, you little brat? As long as my sister pleases him, we can all be saved. What are you doing here causing trouble? Do you believe I'll beat you to death?
Get out of here, get as far away as you can, the Li family doesn't welcome you.
Yes, get out of here.
Chen Meijiu agreed wholeheartedly. Other relatives, both near and far, also stood up and insulted Lu Qingxian, trying to drive him away.
Lu Qingxian never expected that after going through all that trouble to come back and save people, he would be treated like this. He was so heartbroken that he couldn't speak. Looking at the group of people with disappointment, he said, are you sure you want me to leave? I hope you won't regret it. Just get out of here. You better never show your face in front of us again. Seeing you unlucky bastard, means trouble is bound to come. Chen Meijiu couldn't wait to kick him out.
Fine, then so be it. You'd better take care of yourselves. Lu Qingxian turned and left in disappointment.
121, Chapter 121, Beyond Saving.
Lu Qingxian.
As Lu Qingxian reached the door, he turned around and saw Li Yunmeng looking at him with eyes full of despair. If you want to leave, I can take you away now, but I won't care about these people from your Li family. Their lives or deaths are none of my concern. Lu Qingxian looked at her.
Li Yunmeng hesitated. She couldn't help but ask herself, could she really abandon her family?
She herself is safe, but her parents and brother have all been murdered. Does she still have the courage to live on alone? Lu Qingxian, are you being a jerk? I told you to get lost. Why don't you get lost? What do we Li family owe you? Are you trying to ruin our Li family?
Li Yunhao roared angrily, kneeling on the ground.
Hee, you guys seem to have misunderstood something. Uncle Gu stood there quietly watching these people perform, and only spoke when it was almost over. None of you will escape today. You can't be taken away by anyone. Uncle Gu pointed at Lu Qingxian. You injured my Gu family's young master. If you don't pay with your life, how can my Gu family maintain its standing in the central and southern regions? Doesn't that mean any Tom, Dick, or Harry can stand on my Gu family's head and shit on it whenever they're in a good mood? Looking at the impassioned Uncle Gu, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but sneer. If I were you, I would choose to shut up at this time. The Li family is stupid, but you are even more stupid than them.
Lu Qingxian, you think I won't kill you? Li Yunhao was absolutely furious. This little beast is determined to provoke the other party and kill the entire Li family. Li Yunmeng, aren't you going to do anything about your ex-husband? All this trouble is caused by the two of you now. Instead of cleaning up his mess, you keep adding fuel to the fire. Ask him what he's trying to do. Li Yunxian screamed in terror. Yunmeng, shut him up. If you had sacrificed yourself, we could all have survived now. We might all be going to die with this idiot, Li Wenghua said in a low voice. You're the ones who should shut up. Lu Qingxuan's icy gaze fell upon them, and instantly the Li family camp fell silent. They were all cowards. They had never seen Lu Qingxuan's ruthless, murderous gaze before. The murderous aura washed away by mountains of corpses and seas of blood was something those pampered fellows could not look directly at. Lu Qingxian, I can't leave alone. If possible, please save our Li family, okay? I know this request is unreasonable, but I really have no other choice now. Li Yunmeng was sobbing, kneeling on the ground in despair. Her delicate and pitiful appearance made people want to go up and hug her. This was the first time Lu Qingxian had ever seen her like this. She was always aloof, proud, and even somewhat arrogant strong woman, but she actually had this kind of girlish demeanor. Lu Qingxian turned to look at the group of people from the Gu family and said to Uncle Gu, if you take your people and get out of Nanling City now, and promise never to set foot in Nanling City again, I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, I will not only make you stay in Nanling forever, but I will also make your Gu family disappear from Zhongnan. Doubt my determination. Uncle Gu's wrinkled old face instantly scrunched up, like a blooming old chrysanthemum. Lu Qingxuan's words not only stunned him, but also shocked the entire Li family. I've seen people court death, but I've never seen anyone court death this way. Does he even know what status the Gu family of Zhongnan holds in Zhongnan province? As a special martial arts family with a long history of prosperity and profound heritage, their influence far surpasses that of the Lu family in Jiangnan province. They have connections with Grandmaster Lu Qinghao of Zhongnan and many ancient and prestigious sects. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they have connections everywhere. Such a family, with connections in the military, politics, armed forces, and finance, is extremely rare in the entire Central South region. This has created the Gu family's unique position, which no one can shake. And today, someone actually said that he wants to make the Gu family disappear from the central and southern regions. Even the greatest absurdity in the world cannot describe how ridiculous his words are. Uncle Gu chuckled and said, I'm sure of one thing now, you're not looking for death. You're just an idiot, an adorably idiotic fool. I've changed my mind. No matter how the young master forgives you, and no matter how you beg for mercy, I will wipe out everyone connected to you. Only in this way can I quell the hatred in my heart and defend the dignity of the Gu family. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Li family felt their hearts sink to the bottom, a chill running through them. He cursed Lu Qingxuan's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind. That beast, what a terrible thing to do. Not only did he die, but he also dragged the entire Li family down with him. Chenmei was so angry she couldn't even utter a sound. Her eyes were wide open, staring intently at Lu Qingxuan. If eyes could kill, she probably would have killed Lu Qingxian hundreds of times over. A foul stench wafted from the hall, and several people in the crowd were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. One by one, the Gu family's guards drew their specially made short knives and charged towards the Li family's camp with expressionless faces. At that moment, Lu Qingxian turned around and grabbed Gu Xiaolong. Gu Xiaolong was terrified. Uncle Gu, save me. It seems you don't understand what I'm saying, so I'll use a way that you can understand. Lu Qingxian raised his hand and twisted Gu Xiaolong's arm. A sharp crack, the sound of bones breaking, silenced the hall. You beast, stop right now. Uncle Gu's eyes were bloodshot. Lu Qingxian had no intention of stopping, and grabbed Gu Xiaolong's other arm, twisting it into a pretzel on the spot. The piercing screams sent chills down one's spine. Immediately following were the legs. Lu Qingxian used his hand as a knife and chopped down with his palm, severing both of the opponent's thigh bones. The enormous impact caused blood and flesh to splatter, even hitting some members of the Li family on the face, triggering another chain of screams. Now, can you understand what I'm saying? Lu Qingxian looked at him. In the blink of an eye, Gu Xiaolong's limbs were crippled. Uncle Gu felt cold peas. How will he explain to the master when the young master is in such a terrible state? I want to massacre Nanling. I want to massacre Nanling. Uncle Gu went mad.
It seems you still don't understand. Lu Qingxian shook his head, then with an e-strike, he crippled Gu Xiaolong's manhood on the spot. At this moment, Gu Xiaolong had already fainted due to the immense pain, his neck twisted to the side.
Young master! Uncle Gu cried out in despair.
Within the Li family's camp, everyone looked ashen-faced. It's over, it's completely over. The young master has been crippled, so even if they begged the heavens, it's useless. Anyone would go crazy and kill to extinguish this hatred. Kill them all, slaughter them all, even if it means mutual destruction. Uncle Gu's voice boomed, showing he was no longer concerned with anything else. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura wafted in from outside the villa, and Uncle Gu felt a chill run through his body. He turned to look over. Special Forces members dressed in military green tactical vests and carrying submachine guns rushed into the villa and took control of all of Gu's secret guards in the blink of an eye. Those with knives can never beat those with guns.
General Lu. Gu Bo swallowed hard, looking at the other person guiltily. What are you doing here, General Lu? The person who arrived was none other than Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan coldly surveyed the surroundings before finally looking at Uncle Gu, who had spoken. What, can't I be here?
You brought armed men to cause trouble in my Nanling city. Do you even respect me, Lu Zhan? No, that's not true. General Lu has misunderstood. Uncle Gu grinned, but inwardly he was already cursing. Jiangnan is ultimately the stronghold of the Lu family. Since he couldn't bring the core strength of the Gu family here, he would inevitably be restrained by the Lu family. Once Lu Zhan made his move, he would have no chance to fight against him at all.
I don't think I've misunderstood anything. Do you, Uncle Gu, think that I, Lu Zhan, am blind and can't see what you're doing? Or do you, Uncle Gu, think I, Lu Zhan, am easy to fool?
No, absolutely not. Uncle Gu quickly bent down. Humph! Lu Zhan snorted coldly. Take your men and leave Nanling within half an hour, or I will arrest them all and detain them to serve as cannon fodder in the border area. Uncle Gu gritted his teeth, and despite his deep resentment, he dared not utter a single word of no.
All right, I'll take my men and leave right away.
Uncle Gu waved his hand, and several people came over, carrying Gu Xiaolong away from the Li family villa as if they were fleeing. Lu Zhan turned around and walked up to Lu Qingxian, smiling as he asked, Mr. Lu, are you alright?
122, Chapter 122, Satisfying her thoroughly.
Merlu, you've come at just the right time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have really gone on a killing spree. Lu Qingxian smiled. Given the Gu family's character, they will surely retaliate, so I had already set up spies beforehand. After detecting the appearance of this group of people, I immediately led my men over. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. Lu Zhan was glad that he had foresight.
This move undoubtedly made Lu Qingxian owe the Lu family another favor.
For him, the more favors he had, the better. Binding Lu Qingxian to the Lu family's big ship would be like arming the Lu family with a strategic missile, the kind that could deter enemies at any time. It would also be of great benefit to Lu Zhan's troops if he had the opportunity to meet Lord Lu Tianke again in the future. He could use this as an excuse to leverage his strength. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. I'll leave it to Merlu to handle things here. Lu Qingxian glanced at the Li family members, who were still in a daze and hadn't recovered from their despair, and then at the dumbfounded Li Yunmeng before turning and leaving. After Lu Qingxian left, Lu Zhan raised his hand to signal the team to retreat. Before leaving, Lu Zhan glanced at Li Yunmeng and said, Miss Li, my daughter asked me to pass on a message to you. She hopes you will stop bothering Lu Qingxuan. If you are wavering, don't bother him or delay him. Lu Qingxian is a sentimental person. Your indecisiveness will only hurt him and will not bring him any benefit. Li Yunmeng pursed her lips and nodded gently. Only after Lu Zhan and his men left did the entire Li family realize what had happened. They were saved, truly saved. It wasn't a dream. Haha, the Gu family is nothing special. They were scared away so easily. I thought they were so powerful. Li Yunhao forgot that he had just soiled his pants and stood up, laughing wildly. Then he rushed to Li Yunmeng's side. Sister, are you alright? Li Yunmeng flung his hand away. Sis, don't be angry. I was just joking. How could I really ask you to sacrifice yourself to save us? That would just be talking nonsense out of fear. Yes, Yunmeng, you shouldn't hold a grudge like that. Xiaohao is still young and doesn't understand things. You have to be more tolerant of him. Chen Meijia knew that Li Yunmeng was upset, so she immediately came over and hugged her to comfort her. Yunmeng, you are the backbone of our Li family. You must pull yourself together, Li Wenguo said, standing to the side with a worried expression.
Sister Yunmeng, uncle is right, we're still waiting for you to lead us to prosperity, we can't stop now, what's a little setback? But I must add something, you absolutely must not have any contact with that Lu Qingxian again, it will really cause big problems, that guy is a jinx, whoever touches him will be unlucky, Li Yunxian said, squinting her eyes. But speaking of which, who is this General Lu? Did he just talk to Sister Yunmeng? Sister Yunmeng, do you know him?
Chen Meijiao said proudly, needless to say, they must be here to save my daughter. My Yunmeng family has extensive connections, they not only know the high-ranking officials in Nanling City, but even big shots in the military region have to bow down to my daughter. Li Yunmeng's face was grim, her mind a jumbled mess. That Lu Zhan is Miss Lu Bingqing's father, why would he come to save the Li family? Is it because of Lu Bingqing or Lu Qingxian? What's there to guess? It must be Brother Yao who made the move. Brother Yao is a high-ranking officer in the military region. He contacted the city chief to save our sister before. What's so strange about him sending people from the military region to save our Li family again? Li Yunhao waved his hand. Hey, Brother Yao replied to my message. He said he'll be coming to our house as a guest later, Li Yunhao said excitedly, taking out his phone. The Li family, having weathered the crisis, were immersed in laughter. Late at night, in Jiangnan Province, Jiangnan City, and the Gu family's home. Gu Sanshao, who was crippled in all four limbs and completely infertile, was carried home. The top executives of the Gu family gathered together. When Gu Xiaolong's parents returned from the company, they saw their son covered in blood. His mother, Rong Hui, almost fainted on the spot, throwing herself on her son and crying and screaming. Father Gu Chenghu had a gloomy face and remained silent. Grandmaster Lu has arrived. Outside the Gu family mansion, a black vintage car was parked there. An elderly man, over 80 years old and as thin as a corpse, walked into the Gu family compound with his hands behind his back. Behind him, dozens of core members of the Lu family Xingyi school stood in 2 rows, guarding outside the door. Master Lu, Xiaolong has been crippled. It's the same person who killed Lu Duanqing's nephew, named Lu Qingxian. Lu Qing has silently approached Gu Xiaolong, reaching out to touch his arms and legs, his cold expression growing increasingly menacing. Such a vicious method, crushing every inch of bone, clearly not wanting to give him any chance of healing. Master Lu, is my son really hopeless? Gu Chenghu's ferocious face was terrifying. Lu Qinghe waved his hand. Even if the traditional Chinese medicine doctor were here, he couldn't be cured. He would be bedridden for the rest of his life and become a cripple. After saying that, Lu Qinghe looked south and murmured. A dragon has emerged in Nanling City. He has repeatedly gone against my Zhongnan Lu Clan Xingyi sect, killing my grandson and crippling my disciples. If I don't kill him, how can my Lu Clan Xingyi sect maintain its standing in the world? Just then, a strong gust of wind blew in from outside the door, making the whole hall howl. A black figure leaped more than 10 meters away, using extremely fast lightness skills to fly over the wall and break through the air. Senior brother, I am only half a step away from reaching your level. Let me go to Nanling and retrieve his head to restore the prestige of my Lu Clan Xingyi sect. At the same time, I will look for an opportunity to break the deadlock. The man who came was an elderly man in his 60s, but his appearance was almost no different from that of a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. He exuded strong vitality and was full of energy. Lu Qinghe nodded, okay, I'll feel at ease with you there. Remember, don't cause any trouble, go quickly and come back soon. The South China Martial Arts Tournament is just around the corner, and I don't want any unnecessary chaos at this time. I understand, senior brother. The old man in black took a step back, bowed, and then turned to leave. On this journey to Jiangnan, I will surely take Lu Qingxuan's head. Between Jiangnan and Nanling, across a river hundreds of meters wide, an old man wades across, stepping on reeds. Crossing the river on a single reed is nothing more than this. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxian left the Li family and headed straight for Yafei. I did too many things against my conscience today, so I must make it up to Yafei and satisfy her completely. 123, Chapter 123, Nobody can default on their debt. In the warm room, Yafei sat in front of her dressing table, staring blankly at the green pendant in her hand. This pendant was a gift from Lu Qingxuan. Brother Qingxian said it was proof that she was his daughter-in-law. But today, she began to waver on that promise. She wasn't sure if Qingxian had truly moved on from his previous relationship. If not, then no matter how hard she tried, she wouldn't be able to win Qingxian back from Yunmeng. The thought that precious things could leave me at any time fills my heart with an indescribable sorrow that I cannot shake off. In matters of the heart, everyone is selfish. Even the most generous person cannot give away the one they love to someone else. Saying things insincerely will only make you feel worse. Just then, her room door opened. There are only two people in the world who can enter her room without knocking, her mother and Lu Qingxuan. Even her father, Su Ao, cannot do so. Su Yufei hurriedly wiped away her tears, lowered her head, and said shyly, "Xing brother Qingxian, why are you here? You didn't even tell Yufei beforehand, and the room wasn't even tidied up." "Is Yufei crying? Is it because of what happened today?" Lu Qingxian sat on the bed behind her. No, it's a club." Lu Qingxian looked at her and sighed softly. "Yufei can't even lie properly. She blushes as soon as she lies. I still remember when Yufei first entered university. She lied to me and said that she didn't get into Nanling University. She even made herself laugh when she lied." Don't make fun of Meso. What if I'm angry?" Su Yufei pouted, glaring at him reproachfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxian stepped forward and put his arm around her slender waist. "What else can I do? Yufei is my woman now. If she's angry, of course I have to coax her." Su Yufei trembled all over. She had never experienced such an intimate gesture before, especially with the person she loved most. Immediately, a warm current flowed through her body, and she felt as if her soul was about to ascend to heaven. "What's wrong?" Lu Qingxian found her reaction strange. "No, it's nothing." Su Yufei's face was so red it could bleed, and she buried her head in her chest. "Did brother Qingxian and sister Yunmeng often do this before?" "What?" Lu Qingxian asked, looking puzzled. "That's right, that's how we are, aren't we? We often hug and cuddle, like we're very intimate." Su Yufei stamped her foot. It was so hard to say such a thing, but she was curious and couldn't help but ask. Lu Qingxian seemed lost in memories. "After a long while," he said, "my relationship with her was more of a respectful one. She never seemed to get angry or jealous, nor did she like to stick together like a little girl. I can count on one hand the number of times we even held hands." Su Yufei turned to look at him incredulously. "You've been together for so many years, and you've never slept together?" Lu Qingxuan's forehead creased with annoyance. He really didn't know how to answer this question. "So, brother Qingxian, do you prefer a respectful and courteous relationship, or do you prefer someone like me who's clingy?" Su Yufei raised her eyebrows. "This seems like a choice between life and death." Lu Qingxian did not answer, but looked at her quietly. "Does one prefer a goddess who treats others with utmost respect, or a clingy, inseparable person?" There is no answer to this question. There are only people to love, not types of people to love. He loves Li Yunmeng, so he respects her and her thoughts. A love based on mutual respect is very good. He likes Su Yufei, so he naturally enjoys Yufei's clingy cuteness. This feeling of being needed anytime and anywhere can satisfy a man's great possessiveness, which is also very good. The two locked eyes, and this was the first time Lu Qingxian had ever admired the other's stunning beauty up close. The unparalleled attraction made him unable to resist moving closer and closer. "No." Just when the two were only a few centimeters apart, Su Yufei suddenly stopped him, her face flushed. "I'm on my period today, so it's not possible." Lu Qingxian was taken aback at first, then chuckled dryly. "Twice, menstrual period? It's just a kiss, it won't affect your period, right? After the Elizabeth tour ends, she'll stay at a hotel with you," Su Yufei said in a voice barely above a mosquito's buzz, nestled in Lu Qingxuan's arms. Lu Qingxian was both amused and exasperated. What on earth was this girl thinking all day long? Just as the two were being intimate, there was a knock on the door. "Mr. Lu, did I disturb you and my daughter?" Su Ao asked cautiously from outside. "You stinky old man." Su Yufei quickly crawled out of his arms and cursed fiercely. "Alright, Yufei, get some rest and don't overthink things. I'll go out and take a look." Lu Qingxian rubbed her head, picked her up by the waist, put her on the bed, and then carefully covered her with a blanket. Outside the door, Su Ao smiled obsequiously. "Mr. Lu, the medicinal herb you requested has been found by the Merchant Guild. May I have a word with you?" Lu Qingxian nodded and followed Su Ao to the living room on the first floor of the villa. Here, several pot-bellied, middle-aged men who looked like wealthy businessmen sat around the sofa. Opposite them was a woman in a blue dress, who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old and exuded a mature charm.
After Lu Qingxian appeared, the group stopped talking and all eyes turned to him. This is the Mr. Lu you mentioned, isn't he too young with Sueo? You're not trying to fool us, are you?
A bald, fat man with a half-tattoo visible on his chest asked with a forced smile.
How could that be? You can't just look at Mulla's youth. This world is never short of geniuses. Mr. Lu is a true martial arts master. He can pluck flowers and leaves and walk on water. I saw it with my own eyes and it's absolutely true, Sueo explained with a smile. Mr. Lu, these gentlemen are the actual controllers of the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce. This person is also my behind-the-scenes boss. Sueo pointed to three of them and introduced them one by one. Clearly, these three are the main characters.
Among them was the fat man, Zhao Wenfu, who questioned Lu Qingxian. And next to the fat man, there was a short, thin man, Ma Jinyun, who was smoking a cigarette. The last one was the woman in the blue dress sitting opposite, Lan Xinju. According to Sueo, Lan Xinju was the largest shareholder of the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce, holding 40% of the shares, while the other two each hold 30%. I don't care about any of that. I just want to know where that medicinal herb is, Lu Qingxian said indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the group. These words not only startled Sueo, but also made the faces of these big bosses instantly darken.
What an arrogant thing! Zhao Wenfu was furious.
As a shareholder of the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce, I hold a superior position and am respected wherever I am. I am a unique and respected person. How could I have ever been looked down upon like this?
It seems this Mr. Lu doesn't quite understand the rule. Sueo, didn't you tell him what he should pay attention to when talking to us?
Ma Jinyun stubbed out his cigarette, his arrogant eyes not even lifting. Before Sueo could reply, Lu Qingxian said, even if you were the president of the Dragon Kingdom Chamber of Commerce, what does it have to do with me? I don't spend a penny of your money. Why should I have to put up with your attitude? Zhao Wenfu narrowed his eyes and sneered like a venomous snake. I think you don't want that medicinal herb anymore. Lu Qingxian looked at him, his eyes flashing coldly. No one can renege on a promise they've made to me. If you won't give me the medicine, then I'll kill you first and then go get it myself.
124, Chapter 124, An Extraordinary Woman. How dare you!
Ma Jinyun slammed his fist on the table and stood up instantly. Although he was short and had dark skin, he exuded a leader's aura from head to toe. Just one glare from his eyes was enough to send chills down people's spines.
However, this imposing manner was meaningless in front of Lu Qingxian, who didn't even glance at him.
It wasn't that Lu Qingxian was disrespectful to them, but rather that the contempt and skepticism in their conversations made him very unhappy. He always spoke and acted as he pleased, and if anyone made him unhappy, he naturally wouldn't give them any face.
Mr. Ma, calm down.
Sueo, acting as a nice guy, quickly smoothed things over between the two sides.
Everyone, calm down. It's our first meeting. Why be so confrontational? Mr. Lu, these are all top-tier bosses with considerable influence in Zhangzhou province. We should at least give them some face.
I'm only speaking to them calmly because of you, Mr. Su. Otherwise, judging by his attitude, I would have slapped him twice already, Lu Qingxian said indifferently.
Sueo really had no answer to that.
He knew Lu Qingxian to some extent. He was indeed a fearless person. Given that Lu Qingxian possessed such powerful martial arts skills at such a young age, it was normal for him to be a little proud and arrogant.
Ma Jinyun's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled coldly. There are more and more young people who don't know their place these days. They think they can go anywhere in the world after learning a few tricks. They haven't experienced the real beatings of society. Sueo, I'd be happy to teach him a lesson for you.
Mr. Ma, Sueo smiled bitterly. Just when the situation was at a stalemate,
Lan Xinju's voice, like a clear spring, soothed everyone's anger.
We're all on the same side. Why are you talking so aggressively? Aren't you afraid of hurting your own people?
Mr. Lu, right?
Lan Xinju stared at Lu Qingxian with great interest. A young man with a strong personality. I'm looking forward to seeing if your abilities match your temperament. You're not much older than me, so there's no need to keep calling me young man. Just say what you have to say. If we can cooperate, we can. If not, I never force it. Lan Xinju was neither angry nor upset. Instead, she covered her mouth and giggled. That's straightforward. Since Mr. Lu is so direct, I won't beat around the bush either.
Is this the medicine Mr. Lu wants?
Lan Xinju opened a wooden box next to her, inside which lay a 5-colored flower branch. This five-colored Ganoderma lucidum is about 500 years old and has been passed down from generation to generation by three top families. Its value as a collectible is even more precious than its medicinal value. As Mr. Lu probably knows, medicinal herbs that are over 500 years old are extremely rare in the entire Chinese nation. Lu Qingxian nodded of course. However, this one herb saved Su Ao and so many of his men's lives, so for your Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce, it's a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Lan Xingzhu laughed and said, "It seems that Mr. Lu has us completely under his control. Very well, the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce will naturally fulfill its promises." After saying that, Lan Xingzhu pushed the wooden box containing the medicinal herbs forward. "However, I am very curious. Mr. Su Ao said that you are a martial artist. Could it be that you are also proficient in pharmacology?" Lu Qingxian nodded. "I know a little bit about it." Lan Xingzhu continued, "As the old saying goes, medicine and martial arts share the same origin. One can nourish one's martial arts with medicine. A strong physique and strong bones are all cultivated and forged with medicine. Mr. Lu must also be using this kind of training method, right?" Lu Qingxian nodded again, more or less. These consecutive extremely perfunctory answers made Lan Xingzhu frown. She had never met such an ungrateful young person before. In the past, which young and talented man wouldn't have been respectful and eager to please her? Even if they don't grovel, they will at least maintain the most humble attitude. However, her excellent self-cultivation allowed her to suppress her anger, and she smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, there is actually another purpose for meeting you today. I won't beat around the bush. Our Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce wants to enter the pharmaceutical market in central and southern China and Jiangnan. We would like to invite Mr. Lu to be our pharmacology consultant and pharmaceutical director. I wonder what Mr. Lu thinks?" Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow. "I never said I was an expert in pharmacology, did I? Isn't it a bit too hasty to put me in such an important position right after we met?" Lan Xingzhu smiled sweetly. "I don't know why, but I have great faith in Rula's abilities. Mr. Lu is so young, and his creativity and imagination are far beyond what those old guys can match. If our Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce can successfully establish itself in the central and southern China and Jiangnan markets, Mr. Lu will be the biggest contributor. We will promise Mr. Lu 30% of the pharmaceutical shares. What do you think, Mr. Lu?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other two major shareholders present changed simultaneously. They exchanged a glance, hesitant to speak. What a generous offer! If I could refuse such a benefit, it would make me, Lu Qingxian, seem heartless. "Okay, I promise you." Lu Qingxian nodded and made the promise immediately. As one of the top chambers of commerce in Zhongzhou province, the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce has an extremely large pharmaceutical market and a staggering market value. However, what Lu Qingxian valued was not the profits that the 30% stake could bring, but rather the vast medicinal herb acquisition channels in the pharmaceutical market. He could then freely obtain whatever medicinal herbs he needed without having to painstakingly search for them himself. Lan Xingzhu extended her fair and delicate hand. "I will send someone to pick up Mr. Lu tomorrow afternoon. Please be sure to attend our Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce's internal seminar for the pharmaceutical group." The cold touch of their hands together made Lu Qingxian stiffen slightly. It seems that very few people's hands get this cold. "Everyone, we've bothered you long enough, it's time for us to leave." Follow. As Lan Xingzhu stood up, several major shareholders followed suit and left soon. The villa's hall was deserted. "Ms. Lan, isn't 30% of the shares a bit too much? The entire pharmaceutical market involves dozens of large companies and dozens of partners. It's not like our Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce is the only one that's in control. If we divide it up, that kid will end up with the lion's share. That doesn't align with your business philosophy, does it, Ms. Lan?" Once in the car, Ma Jinyun immediately changed his attitude and asked Lan Xingzhu with utmost respect. "Miss Lan must have her reasons. Under her leadership over the years, has our Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce ever suffered a loss? We don't need to worry about these things," Zhao Wenfu said calmly. Lan Xingzhu sat in the back row with her eyes closed. "Tomorrow, he will only have two paths: pass my test and be used by me, or fail and die. The things belonging to my Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce are not so easy to take. As for Su Ao, if he doesn't listen, then get rid of him and replace him with a new spokesperson." Inside the Su family villa, Lu Qingxian pondered. That woman doesn't seem like an ordinary person. "A woman, you mean Miss Lan?" Lu Qingxian nodded, frowning. "That feeling is familiar, but I can't quite place it."
Never mind, it's not important, Mr. Su. Would it be convenient for you to accompany me to the hospital now? Su Ao was taken aback. Why go to the hospital? Is Aunt Yun currently hospitalized at Nanling Hospital? Lu Qingxian asked with a smile as he picked up the medicinal herb. That's right, Mr. Lu, could it be that you? Su Ao's eyes widened. Lu Qingxian said meaningfully, otherwise, what do you think Mr. Su would want this medicinal herb for? 125, Chapter 125, Removing the Silver Needles. Mr. Lu, you mean this herb is to save Yuner? Su Ao's eyes widened in disbelief. How precious is this medicinal herb? It's equivalent to the lives of Su Ao and his brothers. Now Lu Qingxian is telling him that this herb is to save his wife. This makes Su Ao, a grown man, feel ashamed. He feels like he's wasted his life, that his magnanimity is less than that of a young junior. Aunt Yun and consort, you saved my life. If they hadn't pulled me out of Swan Lake back then, my life might have ended long ago. How could I forget such a life-saving grace? Over the years, I have been collecting medicines to treat Aunt Yun's intractable illness. Originally, I was still missing 2 ingredients, but the quality of this 5-colored Ganoderma lucidum is better than I imagined. In addition, I have a new treatment plan, so it is almost ready to be implemented. Mr. Lu, this I have no way to repay your kindness. Su Ao rubbed his hands, feeling extremely ashamed. What's this about repaying or not repaying? Based on my relationship with Yafei, even if there was no debt of saving her life, would I just stand by and watch Yafei's mother die? Mr. Su, this is not because of you, so you don't need to feel guilty. Lu Qingxian smiled faintly, took the 5-colored Ganoderma lucidum and left the villa first. Su Ao quickly put on a coat and chased after them. As night deepened, the hospital doctors had long since gone off duty, but there were still doctors on duty in the special care ward, and as Su Ao had instructed, Aunt Yun's ward was never short of expert team members taking care of her. When Lu Qingxian arrived, there was only one nurse left in the ward. I haven't seen Aunt Yun for several days. She has lost a lot of weight despite being tormented by illness. She still managed to force a beautiful smile when she saw Lu Qingxian. I heard from Yafei that you've been very busy lately. How come you have time to visit Aunt Yun? Tang Yun leaned against the bed, trying her best to look energetic. Aunt Yun is blaming Xiao Xian for saying that. Lu Qingxian sat on the edge of the bed with a smile. But I have been quite busy these past few days, and the plan has not been completed, so even if I come to see Aunt Yun, I can't be of any real help. But today is different. If nothing unexpected happens, Aunt Yun will be able to be discharged from the hospital soon and go home to live a normal life. Tang Yun gave a bitter smile. Xiao Xian, don't try to cheer me up. Do you think I don't know my own physical condition? Dr. Zhang, the internal medicine expert at the hospital, said that even if I have surgery, I only have 6 months to live right now. I can only rely on conservative treatment to prolong my life. However, hearing the news of you and Yafei together in the last moments of my life made me happier than anyone else. This is Yafei's blessing. Tang Yun believed she knew Lu Qingxian very well, and even regarded him as her son. Over the years, she had witnessed this young boy personally handle all matters, big and small, always able to shoulder responsibility and always live up to everyone's expectations. Tang Yun firmly believed that Yafei would be happy with him. Ha, Aunt Yun, please stop teasing me. Lu Qingxian blushed, a rare occurrence for him. He was grateful to someone for saving his life, and then he kidnapped that person's daughter. No matter how you look at it, he got the better deal, but in the end, the other party was very grateful to him. Lu Qingxian put away his smile and said seriously, Aunt Yun, what I said is true. Today I will cure your illness and take you out of the hospital. From now on you can live like a normal person. Lu Qingxian took out all the medicinal herbs, packed them into 5 boxes, and handed them to Su Ao, who came from behind. Mr. Su, could you please have someone stew these herbs into a soup, reduce the liquid to half a bowl, and then bring it over? I'll start giving Aunt Yun acupuncture now. After speaking, Lu Qingxian took out the needle pouch from his waist, and golden needles, like flowing light, shot out one by one, accurately descending from Baihui acupoint, passing through Shanting acupoint, Qingming acupoint, Renzhong acupoint, Fengqi acupoint, and then landing in the chest area. He inserted 5 needles near Juk acupoint and Shanting acupoint to seal the heart meridian, and then used 3 needles to drain the blood at Guan Yuan acupoint and Qihai acupoint. After administering the 24 needles, Lu Qingxian was covered in sweat. This kind of acupuncture technique consumes a lot of true energy and is extremely taxing on the body. If it weren't for Aunt Yun, he would never use it casually. Su Ao didn't dare linger for a moment and quickly led Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu downstairs to personally brew the medicine.
He was well aware of the preciousness of these medicinal herbs and dared not make the slightest mistake. Losing the medicine would be a minor matter, but harming his wife would be a sin that would last for eternity. After Su Ao left, Lu Qingxian glanced at the empty room, and after confirming that no one else was there, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a faint golden light appeared in his dark pupils, and hot steam rose from his hands, covering Aunt Yun's lower abdomen. Tang Yun's incurable disease is congenital and extremely difficult to treat. It would be equivalent to reversing her innate constitution and restoring her bodily functions to a state of rebirth. This is an operation that no scientist or medical expert in the world today would dare to even dream of, but it is indeed possible in the world of ancient Chinese medicine and martial arts, although the level of difficulty is nothing short of hell. Needless to say, the extremely precious medicinal materials are used, and the requirements for the acupuncturist are also very high. They must have abundant true energy to resist the damage caused by the life-restoring needles. In addition, when the yin and yang energies of the human body merge after the acupuncture is completed and generate a devastating impact, they must have enough strength to protect the three most important parts of the patient: the dantian, the heart, and the brain. These three conditions are indispensable. If any one of them is missing, Tang Yun will surely die. By the time Su Ao brought up the prepared medicinal soup, Lu Qingxian had already finished all his work. He was drenched in sweat, his legs were weak, and he stood with difficulty by the bedside. Su Ao was shocked when he saw it. You know, this guy killed someone like Lu Duanqing without batting an eye or even breaking a sweat, so how come he's so exhausted? Su Ao didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly handed the medicine to the other person. Lu Qingxian dipped his finger in the liquid, tasted it, and only after confirming that it was safe did he carefully feed it to Aunt Yun. Aunt Yun should wake up in about an hour. Don't move these silver needles. During this time I am going to take a shower. Lu Qingxian smiled with satisfaction. The biggest weight on his heart finally lifted. He had cured Aunt Yun and repaid the life-saving grace from back then. Now he would devote himself wholeheartedly to his revenge plan. The Lu family, and the powerful families of the capital who chased me back then, leaving me with nowhere to run, I will settle this score with them one by one. After leaving the hospital, Lu Qingxian went to the bathhouse across the street. Meanwhile, at the hospital, not long after he left, a team of experts began to inspect and treat patients in the special care ward. These rounds of treatments take place several times a week, during which the expert team visits the hospital to provide special diagnoses and treatments for distinguished patients in special wards. After all, families who can afford to stay in intensive care units are not ordinary, and it is only right that they enjoy special treatment. As soon as the team of experts entered the room, they began recording and analyzing the data from various instruments. Who inserted these silver needles? Has Dr. Kong arrived? Zhang Minghua, the head of the internal medicine expert group, looked at the doctors with him and then at Su Ao, who was standing guard beside him. What Dr. Kong? Su Ao was completely bewildered. It wasn't Dr. Kong who did it. Zhang Minghua was stunned, then flew into a rage. This is utter nonsense. Who gave him permission to give patients acupuncture so casually? Are you treating our hospital's medical system like a joke? Who is responsible if the treatment process is delayed? Who is responsible if the patient has complications? Pull them out, pull them all out. Zhang Minghua commanded, his anger barely contained. Seeing this, Su Ao quickly said, Gentlemen experts, this silver needle was inserted by a friend of mine. Even if we need to remove the needle, could we wait until he returns? He was completely clueless about medicine, knowing very little about it. His only concern was Tang Yun's health. Seeing how anxious the experts and professors were, he became flustered as well. After all, no matter how skilled Lu Qingxian is, his expertise is limited to martial arts, not medicine. Medicine is obscure and difficult to understand. How could a young person possibly master it? Mr. Su, you are a well-traveled and knowledgeable person. Would you rather believe your friend than us, the leading figures in the medical field? To put it bluntly, if we don't remove the acupuncture needles and your wife develops problems later, our hospital will not take any responsibility, and no one will be willing to take on this mess and continue your wife's treatment, Zhang Minghua said seriously. Seeing that Su Ao remained silent, Zhang Minghua waved his hand, signaling the doctors under his command to remove the silver needles. Soon, all 24 silver needles were removed from Tang Yun's body. 126, Chapter 126, He's a Liar. Mr. Mr. Su, regarding your wife, we have a suitable, reasonable, and scientifically sound treatment plan. Conservatively, we estimate that she can live for about 8 months, Zhang Minghua said proudly.
What did you say? Su Ao was stunned for a moment, then his anger flared up. Live for 8 months? You can't cure my wife?
Zhang Minghua laughed and said, Mr. Su, don't joke around. This disease is called a congenital disease, which means that your wife was destined to live to this age from birth, and no one can change that.
Before he could finish speaking, Su Ao grabbed his collar.
Bullshit, Mr. Lu said. My wife will be fully recovered in an hour. Mr. Su, this kind of joke is not funny at all. I am the best internal medicine expert in this hospital, and my words have absolute authority, Zhang Minghua quickly explained. Just then, all the instruments in the ward that were used to monitor Tang Yun's condition suddenly emitted piercing alarm sounds. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Tang Yun's heart rate plummeted, and all her organs issued abnormal warning signals, just like a factory that was originally running smoothly suddenly turned into a complete mess.
What happened?
Zhang Minghua was startled by the sudden turn of events. He had seen patients suddenly have problems before, but only in one aspect. He had never seen such a life-threatening symptom of simultaneous failure of all organs. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case.
Dr. Zhang, you'd better take a look at what's wrong with me.
Su Ao's face was extremely gloomy. Even though he knew nothing about these instruments, he could tell from the doctor's expressions that his wife's condition was very bad. At this moment, an even more dangerous situation arose. Blood seeped from Tang Yun's ears, mouth, and nose, indicating that the blood vessels in her body had begun to rupture. If the internal bleeding became severe, even a miracle worker would be helpless. Director Zhang, the situation is very serious. The patient is experiencing multiple organ failure and has entered the final stage. We must find a way to save him immediately, an experienced doctor concluded after observation.
What?
Zhang Minghua rushed over and conducted a thorough examination. The results shocked him. Based on his experience, it was completely hopeless. As time dragged on, Tang Yun's face began to darken, her blood and qi sank, causing her chest to swell violently. It's no use, Director Zhang. It's too late. The myocardial cells are decreasing too rapidly, leading to a myocardial infarction. Given the current situation, it's too late for surgery. If it were just a heart problem, then with the medical facilities at Nanling Hospital, there might still be hope, but the consequences of removing the acupuncture needles go far beyond that. There are too many complications, such as kidney failure and liver failure, any of which could be fatal.
You, surnamed Zhang, you'd better give me a satisfactory explanation.
Su Ao said viciously. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Zhang Minghua's forehead as his brain raced. This has nothing to do with me. Everyone can testify that the problem lies with the patient himself. We doctors have done our best. Zhang Minghua changed the subject and began to evade responsibility.
This remark completely enraged Su Ao, and Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu, who were standing next to him, even pulled out knives from their pockets.
I told you not to remove the needles yet, to wait for Mr. Lu to come back, but you wouldn't listen and insisted on doing it. I thought you had some ability to save my wife, but this is the result, and then you say it has nothing to do with you? Damn it, let me tell you straight, my wife had a tiny accident today, and I'm going to go out and gather some men to slaughter your whole family. All the doctors were pale, and Zhang Minghua felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He had heard of Su Ao's reputation to some extent. With Su Ao's abilities, it would be too easy for him to cause any accidents, and he could even easily deal with Su Ao's family, his wife and children. Mr. Su, the grievance has its source and the debtor its debtor. It really has nothing to do with me. That's it, it's all because of these silver needles. Zhang Minghua's eyes lit up. That's right, if these silver needles hadn't irritated the patient, this situation would never have happened. I told you long ago that randomly inserting silver needles would cause problems, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what's happened, it's a really big problem. Zhang Minghua said with great distress, and then quickly assured, Mr. Su, don't worry, we will do our best to save your wife and try to get her through the night. Think about what you want to say in advance, and you will have a chance to say a few words to your wife later. Su Ao slapped him across the face, causing Zhang Minghua to stumble. Useless trash, you cursed my wife, I'm telling you, you're dead today. Just then, the door to the ward was pushed open. When Lu Qingxian returned after taking a shower, he frowned and asked, what happened? Seeing the chaotic scene in the ward, The next second, he saw that all the silver needles on Tang Yun's body had been removed, her face was black, and her mouth and nose were covered in blood. He instantly became chillingly cold. Didn't I tell you not to touch these silver needles, Mr. Su? Is this how you take care of Aunt Yun, who exactly touched these silver needles?
Lu Qingxian practically roared out the last sentence, startling everyone.
Inside the room, everyone looked at director Zhang Minghua. At this point, everyone is thinking about shirking responsibility and protecting themselves. Who would be foolish enough to stand up and defend Zhang Minghua? Zhang Minghua, at a loss, had his expression changed several times before finally deciding to strike first. He rushed forward and grabbed Lu Qingxuan's clothes. You brat, it was you who gave me the needle, wasn't it? You callous, inexperienced doctor, do you know how badly you've harmed the patient? The patient is beyond saving now, so just wait and see what Mursa's wrath brings. Lu Qingxian looked at him coldly. It seems you were the one who removed the needles and caused this situation. Now you want to shirk responsibility and make others bear the consequences, right? So what if I pulled it out? But I'm suing you. You're the one who harmed her. You shouldn't have given her that injection. The patient could have lived for 8 months. But now she only has 8 minutes left. You damned culprit. I will do everything in my power to take you to court and send you to prison to comfort Ms. Tang's soul in heaven. Zhang Minghua glared at him, his words a mix of bravado and fear. As a result, Lu Qingxian slapped him across the face, sending him flying to the ground. After straightening his collar, Lu Qingxian said expressionlessly, "It's a disaster for patients to have someone like you in a high-ranking position at the hospital. You are incompetent, talentless, and immoral."
Mr. Lu, please save Yuner first. She's dying. We can talk about the rest later, Su Ao pleaded.
Lu Qingxian nodded. At this moment, Zhang Minghua got up from the ground again, pointed at Lu Qingxuan's nose and accused him. How can you believe in this kind of quack doctor? He's a fraud, Mr. Su. If you believe him, you're harming your wife.
127, Chapter 127, Family Status.
Fuck you, you bastard. Su Ao raised his hand and slapped the other party, knocking out 4 of his front teeth on the spot. You almost killed my wife, and you still have the nerve to jump around here. Just wait until I catch my breath. I'll teach you a lesson, and you'll change your surname to mine. Su Ao was almost driven mad with anger. This bastard harmed his wife, and now he wants to spread rumors and prevent Lu Qingxian from saving people. What deep-seated hatred does he have for Su Ao? Lu Qingxian arrived at the bedside without hesitation. He put 2 fingers together and started from the Shen Ting acupoint in the center of his forehead, moving down step by step along the Rinzhong acupoint. With his other hand, he quickly picked up 2 silver needles and inserted them into the Guan Yuan and Qi Hai acupoints respectively. From top to bottom, it is considered to be in the yang direction. From bottom to top, it is reverse yin. 2 distinct streams of energy flowed up and down her meridians, eventually converging near her lower abdomen, forming a yin-yang convergence. At the moment of convergence, the modern detection instruments that had been emitting piercing alarms all fell silent for a moment, as if they had all malfunctioned. Zhang Minghua, his mouth full of blood, got up from the ground, his face horribly gloomy, playing tricks.
Acute organ failure is incurable, let alone systemic organ failure. Even a god couldn't save it. I don't believe you can pull someone back from the brink of death.
Besides, just because the instrument stops alarming doesn't mean it's recovered. If a person dies, the instrument will stop alarming too, Zhang Minghua sneered. You bastard, did I give you permission to speak?
Su Ao kicked him, sending him sprawling.
Tie him up, drag him out and cut his tongue out. He's got a foul mouth. Zhang Yi and Zhao, who had long disliked this scoundrel, he was self-righteous, shirked responsibility, and caused great harm to others. He was simply the worst of the worst. If you don't have any power or influence, you'll be killed by him, and there's no way to seek justice. The 2 men immediately dragged him out. The other doctors, seeing this, fell silent, not daring to utter a sound. 10 minutes later, Lu Qingxian pulled out the silver needles and put them into the needle case. On the hospital bed, Tang Yun let out a muffled groan and slowly opened her eyes. This is... She was a little confused when she woke up to find 7 or 8 pairs of eyes staring at her. She was relieved when she saw Lu Qingxian and Su Ao. Aunt Yun, take a good rest. Once you've recovered, Mr. Su can take you home. What? Tang Yun was startled. She subconsciously sat up straight on the bed, touched her chest, and took a few deep breaths. The intense, stabbing pain in my chest when I breathed had disappeared, and I felt incredibly comfortable, full of energy.
His energy and spirit were more abundant than ever before. I'm all better?
Tang Yun pointed at herself, looking at Lu Qingxian in disbelief. Lu Qingxian nodded with a smile. Not only is she better, but thanks to the nourishing effects of the 5-colored Ganoderma lucidum, she has even become several years younger. The other main ingredients also have the effects of prolonging life, slowing down aging, and nourishing and beautifying the skin. Aunt Yun now looks like a young woman in her 20s.
What do you think, Mr. Su?
Yes. Su Ao rubbed his hands together. Yuner, you really look much younger. You look no different from when we first met. Tang Yun glared at her. You're never serious. But she was secretly delighted. Which woman doesn't want to be young and beautiful, and to turn back the clock? What's more, she no longer has to suffer from illness and can finally live like a normal person. Su Ao scratched his head. Yuner, we really have to thank Mr. Lu properly this time. He has been running around for years to collect the medicine to treat your illness. Every single herb is a rare and precious treasure, priceless and unavailable. Sigh, we owe him a huge favor.
Tang Yun opened her mouth. So that's how it is.
It turns out that Xiao Xian had been worried about her illness and had been trying to find a solution for herself. It was truly pitiful for this lonely and helpless child. Not only did she have to take care of herself, but she also had to take care of the mother and daughter in this situation. She was abandoned by the eldest daughter of the Li family. Alas, fate always likes to play tricks on the unfortunate. Tang Yun took Lu Qingxuan's hand and said sweetly, there's no need for thanks. I've always treated Xiao Xian like my own son. Now that Yufei has been given to him, we're family from now on. Xiaoshuan, don't you agree?
Aunt Yun is right. Lu Qingxian touched his nose. Still calling me Aunt Yun? Tang Yun's face hardened. Mom. Lu Qingxuan's face flushed, a rare occurrence.
In fact, he had long regarded Aunt Yun as a mother figure. In his heart she was gentle, virtuous, warm, kind, strict with herself and lenient with others, just like his mother. Tang Yun's heart melted when she heard Mom, and she smiled radiantly. From now on, in this family, Xiao Xian will be number 1, Yufei will be number 2, our Wangkai will be number 3, and you, surnamed Su, will be number 4. Su Ao's face turned dark when he heard this. Was he not even as good as a dog? Tang Yun snorted coldly, you scoundrel who abandoned his wife and daughter. Now that I'm better, we'll settle this score slowly in the future. Inside the ward, although the two were bickering, the atmosphere was more relaxed and pleasant than ever before. After bringing Tang Yun home, Su Yufei stopped sleeping. Su Ao ordered a large cake and had the chef work overtime to prepare several large tables of food, thus starting a late-night party. It wasn't until the next morning that everyone dispersed. Su Yufei lay in Lu Qingxuan's arms, talking in her sleep in a daze. She, who never drinks alcohol, drank once when Lu Qingxian rejected her confession, and now she drank again because she was happy that her mother had recovered. Yufei is very happy. Yufei is very afraid of losing this happiness. Lu Qingxian placed her on the bed, covered her with the blanket, and murmured, don't worry, no one can take away what belongs to Yufei. Outside, Su Ao they were already waiting at the door, all of them sporting dark circles under their eyes. I was so happy that I forgot I had to accompany Mr. Lu to the seminar today. Mr. Lu, you didn't sleep all night, are you alright? Su Ao asked cautiously. He couldn't help but wonder why he was ranked the lowest in the family. His wife and daughter could act recklessly in front of Lu Qingxian, but he couldn't. He had to maintain a respectful attitude towards Lu Qingxuan. There was no way around it. He was completely controlled by Lu Qingxian in every aspect, and now he was relying on Lu Qingxian for protection. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Just call me Xiao Lu or Xiao Xian from now on, no need to be so polite. Lu Qingxian waved his hand. Su Ao's eyes lit up immediately, then he coughed, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Mr. Lu is, after all, my savior, and there's nothing good or bad about it. You're Yufei's father and Aunt Yun's husband. You keep calling me Mr. Lu all the time. It makes me feel awkward. Su Ao was overjoyed. The change in address was a substantial step forward in their relationship. From now on, if any expert dared to bully him, he could simply call his son-in-law to take care of him. Just as he was feeling quite pleased with himself, a convoy of luxury cars approached from afar. Lan Xinju rolled down the car window. Let's go, everyone. The company's senior management is already waiting at the group headquarters. Mr. Lu, the seminar later may include some small tests for you. Only after passing them can you smoothly assume the position of pharmaceutical director of our pharmaceutical company. After all,
one must have the ability to command respect to take on such an important responsibility. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Everything will be arranged as Miss Lan says. Lu Qingxian nodded and opened the car door. Mr. Lu is indeed a straightforward person.
Lan Xinju smiled sweetly, but the moment she rolled up the car window, her expression changed instantly. 128, Chapter 128, confused about the situation. It was a coldness that could freeze everything, as if the entire face was covered with a layer of frost. Inside the car, the driver couldn't help but shiver.
It's so cold. I seriously doubt if this woman is made of ice.
The convoy sped away, heading north, until it arrived at the headquarters of the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce's pharmaceutical group in Nanling City. This is a building with more than 30 floors, and the four words Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce on it are dazzling and eye-catching. The pharmaceutical group is just one branch of the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce. Due to the rise of the internet in recent years, coupled with the popularity of health and beauty drugs, a huge online drug sales channel has emerged.
The integration of online and offline channels is the core of Zhengzhou Pharmaceuticals' future development.
Following Lan Xinju all the way to the 27th floor, we pushed open the door to the headquarters lobby, which was already packed with people. Besides the group's senior management, there are also a large number of technical personnel, researchers, and pharmacists from various drug categories here. Almost all of them are graduates of prestigious universities, or even top chemistry students who have returned from studying abroad. Miss Lan, the development of the rejuvenating pill is almost complete. Elder Luo is working on the final step of material formulation. We don't need to hire a new pharmaceutical director, that would be unfair to Elder Luo. A middle-aged man quickly walked over and stood in front of Lan Xinju with his head down.
Lan Xinju glanced at him and said, "This is something I discussed with Elder Luo. I have my own arrangements. In addition, the group needs fresh blood and new ideas. A single Huanyan Dan is not enough for Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical to stand at the forefront of the pharmaceutical industry in China. Everyone, let me introduce you to a new member of the group's pharmaceutical department, who will also be your future pharmaceutical director. Lu Qingxian, Mr. Lu."
Lan Xinju stepped aside, and Lu Qingxian stood in front of everyone.
"So young, Miss Lan, this."
"Miss Lan, may I ask which school this Mr. Lu graduated from? Judging from his age, it's unlikely he's very knowledgeable in pharmacology." Lan Xinju smiled faintly. "Let Mr. Lu introduce himself." Lu Qingxian felt the unfriendly gazes around him, but he didn't take them to heart. He calmly said, "First, let me answer the question you question the most. I have never attended any university, nor have I studied any medical knowledge related to modern medicine. What I am proficient in is ancient Chinese medicine, Shinon's knowledge of herbs and the six-finger pulse diagnosis." "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Lani. Hope you will continue to take care of me in the future." There was a moment of silence, and then many people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Traditional Chinese medicine? Pfft. What era are we living in? Where did this idiot come from? I guess they used some means to deceive Miss Lan. Although these sounds were very faint and subtle, they still reached Lu Qingxuan's ears. Just then, an elderly man dressed in a retro tangsuit pushed open the laboratory door and came out. "You say you are an expert in traditional Chinese medicine?" Upon seeing the old man, everyone present, whether researchers or pharmacists, bowed their heads respectfully and greeted him in unison. "Hello, Professor Luo." Luo Sanyuan nodded. He went straight up to Lu Qingxian and asked, "You just said you are an expert in ancient Chinese medicine?" "Not bad, you could be considered an expert," Lu Qingxian said expressionlessly. A strange smile suddenly appeared on Luo Songyuan's gloomy face, a smile that seemed inexplicable. "Miss Lan, this must be the pharmaceutical director you've been looking for, right? Quite a confident young man, interesting. If he passes the test, then becoming the pharmaceutical director and my deputy would be feasible, but if he fails the test..." "Wait," Lu Qingxian gestured to stop him from continuing. "To be your deputy?" Lu Qingxian turned to look at Lan Xinju. "Miss Lan didn't say I was to be anyone's deputy, did she?" Lan Xinju raised an eyebrow. Elder Luo is a highly respected senior pharmacologist and the vice president of the Jiangnan Pharmacists Association. Elder Luo's words represent authority. Even if I make you the pharmaceutical director of Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group, Elder Luo will still make the final decision on the overall direction. I hope Mr. Lu understands.
Moreover, becoming Mr. Luo's deputy will benefit you greatly. Luo's authority in the pharmaceutical field is unparalleled in the entire Jiangnan region. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can pass some small tests. Lu Qingxian looked surprised, then laughed a playful, teasing laugh.
Miss Lan, if you had explained it earlier, it wouldn't have been so troublesome, and I would have made a wasted trip.
Lan Xinju's expression darkened. What do you mean by that, Mr. Lu? What do you mean? Lu Qingxian pointed at him. Who does he think he is, daring to ask me, Lu Qingxian, to be his deputy? Miss Lan, are you out of your mind?
Being appointed as the pharmaceutical director of your Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group is a favor I'm doing for you, Miss Lan, not a favor you, Miss Lan, are doing for me.
129, Chapter 129, You want to lie here too? Lan Xinju's expression instantly turned very strange.
Luo Songyuan stroked his chin with great interest.
The others watched it like it was a clown. Xiao Xian, let's calm down. After all, pharmaceutical manufacturing isn't our forte.
Su Ao was interrupted before he could finish speaking.
Who says pharmaceutical manufacturing isn't my forte? Lu Qingxian glanced back at Lan Xinju and said, it seems that Miss Lan has no sincerity at all. Then let's end the cooperation here.
Just as Lu Qingxian was about to leave, he was stopped by several men who looked like bodyguards.
Miss Lan, you don't think you can force me to stay here with just your little minions, do you? Lu Qingxian flicked his wrist.
Of course not. If Mr. Lu is confident in coming here, he must also be confident in leaving.
But Mr. Su shouldn't underestimate me. Lan Xinju, I can stand here and talk to you calmly, and I can also hold you down, Lu Qingxian, and make you listen to me calmly. What do you think, Mr. Lu?
Lan Xinju played with the ice blue ring on her finger, her smile exceptionally sweet and harmless.
Why don't you give it a try?
Lu Qingxian said with a playful smile. If it weren't for Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group's medicinal herb distribution channels in both regions, he would never have agreed to Lan Xinju's proposal, and he wouldn't have come here today.
They're being naive to think that a mere chamber of commerce can restrain Lu Qingxian. Tong Chao, Mr. Lu seems to have some doubts about the strength of our Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you go and keep Mr. Lu company?
Lan Xinju was also very curious about what this confident young man was capable of, repeatedly acting arrogantly in front of her.
Miss Lan, where all family harmony brings wealth, besides.
Shut up. Lan Xinju glared at him. If the other party truly has the strength, she is willing to pay the price to bring him into the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce's camp. But if he is merely a figurehead, then dying here is his own fault. A short, thin young man emerged from behind Luo Songyuan. Although he was short, he possessed hidden strength and a fierce glint in his eyes, like a cheetah ready to pounce and deliver a fatal blow to its prey at any moment. Tong Chao is an expert in our Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce's security department. Mr. Lu, you need to be careful.
How are the rules set? Is it a point and shoot or does it end when one person dies? Lu Qingxian asked nonchalantly.
These words made Lan Xinju freeze. Miss Lan, it just so happens that I also enjoy risking my life for us martial artists. There's no need to hold back, Tong Chao said without changing his expression. Since you've all made your own decision, I have no reason to stop you. Lan Xinju narrowed her eyes and made a gesture, so everyone around her stepped back 10 paces, creating a large space. I, Tong Chao, have practiced martial arts for 23 years, studied under 7 masters, and learned 7 different styles of Kung Fu. Kid, if you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Tong Chao grabbed with his fingers, twisting them into an eagle claw shape. He leaped forward in a few steps, his hands moving like afterimage as the whistling wind was blinding, and he displayed the full power of an internal energy martial artist with his first move. However, his internal strength was much weaker than Lu Duanqing's, clearly indicating that he had only just reached this level, possessing the form but lacking explosive power.
If that's all there is to it, then I'm really disappointed.
Lu Qingxian delivered a sharp chop to the wrist, striking the opponent's wrist with a crisp sound that seemed to indicate a broken bone. Tong Chao grunted, the confident look in his eyes vanished instantly, and he looked up at the other person in fear, only to meet Lu Qingxuan's calm and unperturbed gaze.
Die!
Tong Chao swung his waist violently, and his lightning-fast whip kick slammed into Lu Qingxuan's arm.
Snap! His bone is broken again, and it's his.
Ice-like skin, jade-like bones, silver blood, and golden eyes. Lu Qingxian had long since passed the jade bone stage. The so-called jade bone refers to the body's bones and muscles being polished to the extreme, comparable to gold and precious jade. Tong Chao used all his strength in that kick to collide head-on with Lu Qingxian, and naturally, it was Lu Qingxuan's bones that broke. Ah! Tong Chao screamed and stood on one leg. Lu Qingxian kicked him with a sharp kick, inadvertently crippling his other leg as well. I'll spare your life. Tong Chao lay on the ground. Less than 5 seconds have passed since the two started fighting. It's so fast that it's unbelievable. Lan Xinju's expression froze on her face. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. They knew Tong Chao's strength, and they knew that this guy was a madman. He was also a real expert in their Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce's security department. He was often used as a trump card when they encountered trouble. Who would have thought that he couldn't even withstand a single move from the other party? Xiao Chao. Luo Songyuan took 2 steps forward, clenching his fists and then relaxing them. That was ruthless. Boy, you'd be better off killing a martial artist than turning him into a crippled. Luo Songyuan stared coldly at Lu Qingxian. Since you've said that, then I'll send him on his way. After saying that, Lu Qingxian raised his foot to crush his head. Wait a minute. Mr. Luo, calm down. Lan Xinju's face looked extremely pale. She originally intended to give that guy surnamed Lu a hard time, but who would have thought that the other party was so strong? Tong Chao paid a heavy price but didn't even get a chance to test the other party's strength. Turning her head, Lan Xinju's expression vanished completely, replaced by a sweet smile. Mula's strength has truly surprised me. Su Ao, you didn't tell me the truth. Mr. Lu is so strong, why didn't you tell me? Su Ao was stunned, looking aggrieved. Boss Lan, I already told you that it was Xiao Xian who saved me and my dozens of brothers. Why didn't I tell you? Why didn't you say earlier that Mr. Lu was a master of internal energy? How would I know what an expert in internal energy is? I'm just a brute. I don't understand anything about martial arts. Su Ao scratched his head, wishing he had known better. I should learn a lot from Qi Lianxuan. Lan Xinju was so angry she almost rolled her eyes. Miss Lan, let's get down to business. Luo Songyuan walked over with a gloomy expression. Tong Chao is my man. Is crippling of Tong Chao is a slap in my face. No matter what you say today, Miss Lan, I will not let this go. Lu Qingxian looked at him in surprise. You want to lie here too? 130, Chapter 130, You drank my medicine. I'm a pharmacist, not a martial artist. Don't try to scare me with your nonsense. Luo Songyuan's eyes were terrifyingly cold. What does it matter to me if you're not a martial artist? I am a martial artist. If you provoke me, I can just take your life anytime. Wouldn't that be enough? Lu Qingxian said with amusement. You. Luo Songyuan almost choked on his words. That's just a lack of martial ethics. Not a martial artist, so why should we treat him like one? Mr. Lu, this isn't our goal. Didn't you just say I wasn't sincere? Sincere? Now I'd like to propose a more sincere approach to cooperation. Lan Xinju played with her exquisite nails. Mr. Lu is actually quite interested in the position of pharmaceutical director at our Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group, isn't he? That's right. Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow slightly. I really like the medicinal herb sourcing channels of your Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce. If we can really reach a cooperation agreement with Miss Lan, why not do it if everyone benefits? Lan Xinju's smile became even sweeter. All right, then how about we have a more interesting competition? And by the way, let's see if Mula's knowledge of pharmacology is sufficient for our group's pharmaceutical director position. If Mr. Lu wins, I promise to give you full authority over the group's pharmaceutical business. No one's authority will be above yours. What do you say? Okay. Lu Qingxian nodded. How will we compete? Lan Xinju glanced at Luo Songyuan. Luo Songyuan stepped forward with a cold smile. To manufacture drugs. Drug production is also a part of drug manufacturing. Drugs and poisons are inseparable. We produce drugs for each other and then have the other person take them. Whoever can detoxify within 10 minutes wins. What if we can't cure the poison? Lu Qingxian asked in return. Can't solve it? Luo Songyuan revealed a playful expression. Then good luck to you. Lu Qingxian nodded and glanced at Lan Xinju. Judging from this, it's another life or death battle, right? Lan Xinju smiled and said, You can set the rules yourselves. I won't interfere, of course. I personally don't want to lose any of my key players. Although she said that, her attitude was already very clear. Lu Qingxian nodded. Okay.
No restrictions whatsoever, just poison?
Yes, that's right, there are no restrictions on either making or detoxifying. If you can't detoxify, then you're out of luck and have to accept your fate. You can freely choose any materials used for drug production in our pharmaceutical laboratory, Luo Songyuan said with a smile. This was the first time Lu Qingxian had encountered such a contest, and to be honest, it was quite interesting. Medicine and poison are essentially the same thing. The process of making poison and making medicine is almost identical. It simply involves using various medicinal materials in different proportions to create drugs with different effects.
Medicine is what can revitalize life and cure all diseases.
Poison can damage the 5 internal organs and paralyze the nerves.
That's all there is to it. Soon, Luo Songyuan entered the pharmaceutical laboratory, with everyone watching silently from behind.
He caught a bunch of poisonous rats, snakes, ants, and toads, crushed them into pieces, and mixed them with a lot of dark herbs. Finally, Luo Songyuan took out a dark bottle, and as soon as he uncorked it, a pungent smell wafted out. Once all the materials were mixed together, Luo Songyuan quickly covered it with a huge glass dome. The violent chemical reaction was like a small explosion, with smoke and bubbles flying everywhere. Everyone was so frightened that they quickly retreated, fearing that if they got any on themselves, they might die at any moment. Those who know Luo Songyuan know that he used to be involved in drug manufacturing. He learned some insidious and harmful techniques in the western regions and had many lives on his hands in recent years. He has started to clean up his act and join Lan Xingzhu's team, where he serves as the head of pharmaceutical manufacturing at a pharmaceutical group. His abilities are beyond question. Several of the excellent drugs he developed even sold out at one point. Therefore, he has always been highly respected within the group, and over time he has won over a large number of confidants. Alright, Luo Songyuan opened the glass cover, a wisp of smoke flew by, and a small bowl of brown soup was placed there. 7 kinds of poisonous insects mixed with 7 kinds of poisonous herbs, plus my specially made soul-severing powder. This soup is called Yellow Spring Soup. 1 drop goes into the yellow spring, half a bowl makes you an immortal. If someone were to drink half a bowl of this level of poison in one gulp, they probably wouldn't even know who they are anymore. I don't expect you to finish it, just take a sip and swallow it, and I'll consider you to have guts. If you don't die, I'll consider you the winner.
Luo Songyuan stared at the other person with a half-smile. Do you dare to drink it? What's there to be afraid of?
Lu Qingxian didn't even look at it, picked it up, and gulped it all down in one go.
This scene caused Luo Songyuan's smile to freeze instantly. Are there really people who don't value their lives?
He drank the yellow spring soup in one gulp. That's a dose that could kill hundreds of people. Even an elephant couldn't withstand it. Even Lan Xingzhu put away the playful expression on her face. She knew Luo Songyuan's prowess and that he wanted to kill her without hesitation, but she never expected this man surnamed Lu to be so stupid. He drank a whole bowl of the deadly poisonous yellow spring soup concocted by Luo Songyuan in one go. What a waste of his excellent skills.
You have 5 seconds left to live. Luo Songyuan raised 5 fingers. 4. 3.
At this moment, Lu Qingxian smiled and counted down for him, 2-1.
Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. I'm not dead. Highly poisonous?
Ice-like skin, jade-like bones, and silver blood. What is silver blood? It means that the blood undergoes a qualitative change, becoming immune to all poisons. Any toxins that enter the bloodstream will be completely eradicated by the powerful immune system. Whether it's a plague, a virus, or a potent poison, once it enters the body, it will become a docile baby.
How could this be?
Luo Songyuan stared in disbelief at the bowl in his hand, then brought it to his nose and smelled it. He was absolutely certain that the sharp, toxic smell was genuine. The medicine was definitely not the problem. Mr. Luo, a bet's a bet, so apologize to Mr. Lu. That's the end of it, Lan Xingzhu said with a sullen face.
Miss Lan, Luo Songyuan gritted his teeth, extremely unwilling.
If you're not as skilled as others, you should admit it and apologize to Mr. Lu right now. Luo Songyuan was about to apologize when Lu Qingxian raised his hand to stop him. I don't need any apologies or for him to admit who won or lost. Everything should be done according to the rules. I drank his poison, now it's my turn.
131, Chapter 131, This woman has a big problem. Lu Qingxian turned and walked into the medicine preparation laboratory, randomly picking up a few plants from the shelves piled high with medicinal herbs.
The highest level of medicine preparation is to use the simplest medicinal materials to mobilize all the medicinal properties of the materials and then combine them to create different effects. For example, pig's blood grass and wisteria flowers, two completely benign medicinal herbs, can be combined in a 1:3 ratio, plus 3 grams of strychnine, and immediately become a potent poison that can destroy the structure of the blood. The ratio of pig's blood grass to wisteria flowers is very important here. Adding or subtracting even a fraction will destroy the medicinal properties and greatly reduce the toxicity of the poison. What was originally a poison that could kill an elephant may end up being so potent that it would be difficult to kill even a small mouse. That's the magic of pharmacology. A few minutes later, a lump of green medicinal paste was placed in front of Lu Qingxuan. He wrung out the liquid, mixed 1 gram of red ginger with 3 grams of white lingji, and heated it over a low flame for 3 minutes. What was originally a lump of green mud solidified into a bluish-red pill in the blink of an eye. Lu Qingxian, holding the pill, smiled and approached Luo Songyuan. Here, take this and detoxify yourself slowly.
What is this? Luo Songyuan asked subconsciously. Based on his experience in making poison, he observed for a long time but still couldn't figure out the other party's poison-making principle. There was a bunch of harmless medicinal materials mixed together without even a catalyst. What kind of poison could the product have? But this kid is strange. He drank his yellow spring soup and hasn't been affected at all. To be honest, he's still a little unsure of himself. It's something I came up with on the spur of the moment, and I haven't named it yet. You'll know once you try it, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. You came up with this on the spur of the moment? Are you trying to say this is a poison you invented yourself? Luo Songyuan scoffed. That's incredibly arrogant. Even the most skilled pharmacist would find it extremely difficult to develop and invent an effective drug on their own. The process involves a great deal of complexity, including not only pharmacology but also precise control over proportions, blending, and temperature. It's absolutely impossible to succeed on the first try. Therefore, he simply assumed the young man was bragging. Perhaps the other party didn't drink the yellow spring soup at all, but instead used some kind of trick to fool them. I'm just grabbing any medicine now because I don't want to lose face. Is it possible for a young man in his 20s to have such high martial arts skills and also be proficient in medicine making? Can he split himself in two in a minute, or did he start learning from the womb? Humph, what a charade. Luo Songyuan took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Lan Xinju wanted to stop it, but it was too late. For some reason, she had a bad feeling, as if swallowing that ordinary little pill would lead to something terrible. Although she trusted Luo Lao's ability to make medicine, poison, and detoxify, after Lu Qingxian defeated Tong Chao in one move, she always felt that the other party was shrouded in a mysterious veil and had a very dangerous aura. 1 second, 2 seconds. 5 seconds have passed. Luo Songyuan snorted coldly, a mere trick. I thought it was some powerful poison. It didn't even have the slightest effect. It seems we can skip the work of preparing an antidote. He was confident in his guess. This person knew absolutely nothing about pharmaceuticals and was completely ignorant of pharmaceutical knowledge. He was more suited to be the head of the security department than the pharmaceutical director. That was a joke. Really, I hadn't thought of a name yet, but now I think there's one that would suit my new drug perfectly. Lu Qingxuan's face revealed a smile that was hard to decipher. Ha! Luo Songyuan was taken aback. Corpse dissolving powder, what do you think of this name? Luo Songyuan's heart skipped a beat. Corpse dissolving powder, what the hell? In half a minute, the poison will penetrate into the blood vessels throughout the body, destroying the entire immune system. After another half minute, the poison will induce the organs throughout the body to attack themselves, dissolving the internal organs. After about 2 minutes, the entire body of flesh and blood will also smile and turn into a pool of blood. The whole process takes about 3 minutes, and the painful part is very short, Lu Qingxian said with a harmless smile. After hearing this, Luo Songyuan got goosebumps all over his body, but the next second he sneered, trying to scare me, huh? Do you think I, Luo, am easily frightened? What corpse dissolving powder? There is no such poison in this world. Even if there were, the medicinal materials required would be extremely rare. It is absolutely impossible for you to concoct it in a few strokes. Lu Qingxian calculated the time. About half a minute had passed. At this moment, Luo Songyuan finally felt something was wrong with his body. His whole body began to ache, and the pain doubled every second. After a few seconds, he could no longer bear it. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he screamed in agony. Old Luo, are you alright? Old Luo,
hurry up and prepare the antidote, don't fall for this kid's trick. Luo Songyuan's eyes were bulging and bloodshot. He ran into the laboratory like a madman, gulping down all sorts of antidotes that had been prepared in advance, but the effect was minimal. Soon, blood seeped from his body, and his legs slumped to the ground as if they were broken. Mr. Lu, please give Elder Luo the antidote. Lan Xingju's expression changed drastically as she approached Lu Qingxian and said in a way that left no room for argument. It's too late. Lu Qingxian turned his head. In the laboratory, Luo Songyuan quickly turned into a pool of blood. The entire seminar hall was deathly silent. Who could have imagined that the once glorious Elder Luo would be gone just like that? Before this, he was the backbone of Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group, but now he's just a pool of blood, a pile of garbage that will be cleaned up soon. Truly, life is unpredictable. But it is precisely because of this that Lu Qingxian is even more terrifying. Strength and ability are one aspect, while personality and temperament are another. To kill silently and to influence others silently are both extremely high levels of skill that are not easily achieved. Miss Lan, I won, you shouldn't. Won't you change your mind? Lu Qingxian looked at her, ignoring the gloom on her face and the murderous intent in her eyes, and asked calmly. Soon, Lan Xingju's face returned to its indifferent and cold expression, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with her. He, Mr. Lu is joking. I, Lan Xingju, am a woman of my word. What I promise is what I mean. Welcome, Mr. Lu, to the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce and the Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group. Lan Xingju extended her fair and delicate hand. The moment the two shook hands, a chilling sensation pierced Lu Qingxian's palm once again. Lu Qingxian looked up and stared at her without blinking. This time his intuition was right. This woman definitely had a problem, a big problem. 132, Chapter 132, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. However, now is clearly not the time to reveal your hand to the opponent. Mr. Lu, is there a problem? Lan Xingju asked him curiously. It's nothing, it's just that Miss Lan seems too cold. It would be nice if she could be a little warmer, Lu Qingxian said, half jokingly and half seriously. Lan Xingju seemed not to have grasped the implied meaning in his words, and after a couple of sentences, she changed the subject and returned to the topic of pharmaceuticals. According to Lan Xingju, their Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group's biggest enemy in the Central South and Jiangnan regions is Huiguan Biotechnology Company. At first, Lu Qingxian was stunned when he heard the name, as if he had misheard it somewhere. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that Huiguan Biotechnology Company was the company under Zhao Rumeng, Lu Bingqing's mother. Helping Lan Xingju deal with the Lu family's pharmaceutical company seems rather unethical, doesn't it? Besides, he and Lan Xingju didn't get along very well. They would never have been able to cooperate if it weren't for their mutual interests. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lu, I have a favor to ask you for. Lan Xingju suddenly called out to him. You have to pay a price to get my help. My prices are usually quite high. Mr. Lu is too joking. It's just asking you to lend a hand. It's nothing strenuous. Besides, Mr. Lu is now the pharmaceutical director of our Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group. It's only right that he helps his own company. Lan Xingju thought he was joking and said casually. To everyone's surprise, Lu Qingxian showed no mercy. Miss Lan, are you joking? We're just business partners. Don't try to control me with your methods. The minimum fee for me to use this medicine is over 3 million doses. If things get complicated, I'll raise the price. Lan Xingju's face darkened. This little beast is truly insatiable. Does he think of Lan Xingju as an ATM? He keeps talking about treasures that are hundreds of years old. Soon, Lan Xingju's smile returned. All right, the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce can afford 300 years worth of medicinal herbs, right, Mr. Su? Upon hearing this, Sueo's face instantly lit up with a smile. Yes, Xiaoxian, don't worry, you'll definitely get your share of the reward. Miss Lan isn't stingy. Then tell me, what kind of help do you need? Lu Qingxian smiled. As the year draws to a close, a gathering of heroes is held in Jiangnan every year. All the big shots who want to compete for the Jiangnan market will sit together and use special methods to delineate regions and redistribute the market in power. This special method is to discuss the Dao through martial arts. All the major guilds will use all their connections to recruit experts from Southeast Asia, East Thailand, Qinghai, and other places to attend the annual gathering of heroes as representatives of their groups or chambers of commerce. Lan Xingju's request was simple. she hoped that Lu Qingxian could fight for their Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce and help them gain a voice at the gathering of heroes.
However, after learning this news, Lu Qingxian had other plans in mind. Miss Lan is from Zhangzhou province, so why does she always want to interfere in Jiangnan and disrupt the Jiangnan market? Isn't that a bit too irregular? Lu Qingxian asked curiously. Lan Xingzhu smiled slightly. Mr. Lu, you are wrong. It is not that I, Lan Xingzhu, want to interfere in the Jiangnan market, nor that my Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce wants to enter Jiangnan. We just want to help Mr. Sueo realize his dream of dominating Jiangnan. Beside him, Sueo scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Seeing his appearance, Lu Qingxian secretly shook his head. Sueo was nothing more than a puppet cultivated by the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce, and he had no say whatsoever in front of the three major shareholders of the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce. When chambers of commerce from other provinces interfere in the distribution of interests within Jiangnan, it will only provoke a united front of hostile guilds, but it's different if it's Sueo. He is a native of Nanling City and did indeed have a glorious past. Now he is making a comeback, dominating Nanling and then balancing Jiangnan. No one can say a word against him. All I can say is that the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce made a good move. Since we are now in a cooperative relationship with Miss Lan, I won't try to extort you. I'll ask you to help me at the Heroes Gathering for Marissa's sake. I'll ask for either 5 300-year-old medicinal herbs or 2 500-year-old medicinal herbs. If you ask me to develop a new drug, the price will be based on the efficacy you require, and all transactions will be conducted using medicinal materials. I will not accept money, nor will I take a salary, nor do I need any other benefits. As for the 30% pharmaceutical shares that Miss Lan promised before, I can give them all up. What do you think of these conditions, Miss Lan? Lan Xingzhu frowned deeply. Mr. Lu, do you think that's possible? 5 300-year-old medicinal herbs are worth over 100 million. Who can I hire for that price? Lu Qingxian waved his hand dismissively. Then Miss Lan should invite someone else. Compared to the value I can bring to Miss Lan, I don't think my price is too high. After saying that, Lu Qingxian didn't explain further, turned around and left downstairs amidst the astonished gazes of everyone. Lan Xingzhu watched the direction he left in, her anger rising. She slammed her hand on the table in front of her and smashed it. Sueo, I don't care what method you use, persuade him to work for my Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce. I'll try my best. Sueo wiped the sweat from his forehead. This tigress was a formidable opponent when she went crazy. He absolutely couldn't afford to provoke her. I don't want to hear the word try our best. Whether it's the annual Jiangnan Heroes Conference or new drug research, he has to produce results for me. If he can't, I can't guarantee what will happen to his wife and children. Lan Xingzhu stared at him, a murderous glint in the depths of her pupils, making Sueo feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. I know. The once arrogant Sueo completely lost his claws in front of Lan Xingzhu. Back in the car, Sueo looked distressed and told Lu Qingxian everything Lan Xingzhu had just told him. In the end, Sueo cursed. He slammed his fist on the chair back. Damn it, this woman is ruthless. Nobody dares to mess with her. She has too many tricks up her sleeve, and it's impossible to guard against her. You mean she threatened you, demanding that you persuade me, otherwise, she'll harm Yafei and Aunt Yun? Lu Qingxian leaned back in the back seat, his eyes slightly open, and a dangerous aura instantly filled the entire car. Well, that woman is a crazy woman, and I really have no other choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told Xiao Xin about this. How about we help her out at the Heroes Gathering? Sueo said with a wry smile. Lu Qingxian sneered. Sueo, do you really want to be controlled by a woman for the rest of your life? To be honest, someone like you can be replaced anytime she's unhappy, or if you disobey her then you'll be nothing but a pawn, and you won't even be able to save your life. Sueo lowered his head, his face grim. As a man, my future father-in-law, with me standing behind you and supporting you, don't you have any ambition at all? Sueo suddenly looked up, staring at him in disbelief. Lu Qingxian laughed and said, that woman is very ambitious. She has no rivals in the entire Central Plains. Now she has set her sights on Jiangnan and is trying to take control of the Jiangnan commercial market. But you are not her confidant after all. Once you have finished doing things for her, that is when your value will be squeezed dry. You can think about what will happen to you then. Then, what should I do? The once arrogant Sueo was now completely flustered, like a humble primary school student asking Lu Qingxian for advice. Lu Qingxian looked out the window and said calmly, take over the host and replace him. Sueo's eyes widened. Lu Qingxian patted him on the shoulder. Don't you want to be the master of the Central Continent Chamber of Commerce? Of course I want to. Su Ao's eyes were filled with indescribable fervor. The Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce, a grand president spanning an entire province, above millions of people, who wouldn't want that, but Su Ao knows his own limitations very well. He struggled to even take over the underground market in Nanling City, let alone dominate the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce. What a pipe dream. But now that Lu Qingxian has finished speaking, his ambition has swelled to a level he never imagined before. This afternoon I'll take Yafei to the medicinal herb market to develop a new medicine. We'll give that woman surnamed Lana a task and put her in a bad light. Once the Jiangnan Heroes Gathering starts, I'll make sure you're completely free from the control of the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce and become independent. As for whether you can replace the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce, that depends on your own abilities. After lunch, while Yafei was resting, Lu Qingxian took her to the largest medicinal herb market in Nanling City. In the bustling street, Li Yunmeng, dressed in a white dress, frowned and stood out from the crowd, looking out of place with the surrounding scenery. There are too many people, it's almost Chinese New Year, and they're all rushing to buy medicine and health products, a bunch of sickly people, Chen Meijia cursed. Alright, stop complaining. Aren't you ashamed to be listening to this? TCH, with our war zone's big leader, Little Yao, by my side, who would dare to cause me trouble? Chen Meijia said dismissively, leaning closer to a tall man beside her and looking around smugly. Yao Wenwei was already quite tall, and today he was wearing a military uniform, which made him look very imposing. No one dared to squeeze in, for fear of causing trouble. Under these circumstances, Chen Meijia naturally became even more emboldened and spoke more recklessly and boldly. Li Yunmeng sighed helplessly. I asked around before, and Baibaolu has just received a new batch of top-quality Angelica and Lingji. Already had someone reserve some for us. Let's go take a look first. Li Yunmeng walked ahead, her eyes searching the streets and alleys. Soon, she saw a tall building with the words Baibaolu written on it. Found it, let's go in quickly. Li Yunmeng squeezed through the crowd and walked through the gate. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted past her. Li Yunmeng frowned and looked closely. Su Yafei, wearing a dark green short skirt, a white undershirt, and a fluffy and cute coat on her upper body, was holding Lu Qingxuan's hand as the two walked through the door, chatting and laughing. 133, Chapter 133, I won't give it up to you. Su Yafei, Lu Qingxian? Li Yunmeng immediately felt terrible. Running into your ex-husband laughing and chatting with another girl while you're out shopping would make anyone unhappy. Moreover, so much has happened in the short span of just over 10 days since their divorce, making it impossible for Li Yunmeng to let go. In fact, she even feels betrayed, which makes her feel extremely uncomfortable. What's wrong, Yunmeng? Who are you looking at? Someone you know? Chen Meijia and Yao Wenwei walked up from behind. Chen Meijia glanced at Lu Qingxian and her smile vanished instantly. The one surnamed Lu? Why is this little bastard like a leech? I run into him everywhere I go. Is he born in the year of the dog? Can he smell things? Auntie, Yunmeng, who are you talking about? Yao Wenwei walked up to her and asked with a smile. Who else could it be? Chen Meijia pointed at Lu Qingxuan's back, Yunmeng's ex-husband, that good-for-nothing who has been loafing around in my Li family for years. Upon hearing this, Yao Wenwei's expression instantly turned frighteningly grim. His eyes were fixed on Lu Qingxuan's back, and a cold smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Ex-husband? Mom, at least he's the one who saved Grandpa, you don't have to be so rude. Li Yunmeng's heart stirred. Although seeing Lu Qingxian and Su Yafei here made her feel uneasy, she was not an ungrateful person. She was still grateful to Lu Qingxian for saving her grandfather and for risking his life to come to her house to rescue her. Although in the end it really didn't help much, it was thanks to Brother Yao that they found Lu Zhan in the military region, otherwise the Li family would probably have fallen apart long ago. Are you so sure your grandfather was saved by him? Maybe he just got lucky and recovered on his own. Even expert doctors can't understand this disease, so what makes this little bastard think he can? In all these years of marriage, when have you ever heard of him being able to treat or save anyone? This is utter nonsense, Chen Meijia sneered. She grew angrier the more she looked at Lu Qingxuan. If it weren't for this little brat, the Li family wouldn't have run into so much trouble. Alright, whatever the reason, just say less. Seeing that her daughter was a little angry, Chen Meijia reluctantly shut her mouth. At the counter, Lu Qingxian flipped through the catalog of medicinal herbs. Before this, he had taken Yafei to more than a dozen pharmacies of all sizes,
but they still couldn't find a suitable main ingredient. Although it was only used to appease Lan Xingju and put pressure on her, beauty-enhancing drugs are the most troublesome. It's not that they are difficult to develop, but that the medicinal materials are rare. Some things like earthworm lingji and snow lingji are not hard currency in pharmacies at all. After searching for a long time, Lu Qingxian still couldn't find the medicinal herb he particularly wanted. Brother Qingxian, Bailu is already the largest herb shop in this herb market. If they still don't have it, then there's really nothing we can do. Su Yufei rubbed her thigh. She was exhausted and out of breath after walking for several hours. I've only ever heard of shopping that can wear men out. I've never heard of a woman being defeated first. Su Yufei pouted, looking a little unconvinced and a little discouraged. Lu Qingxian smiled and ruffled her hair. If we can't buy it here, we'll go home and think of something tomorrow. After saying that, he asked the shop owner, "Hello, do you have any medicinal herbs in the store, such as old Poria Cocos, Snow Lingji, or three-color Angelica?" The shop owner was a fat man weighing about 200 pounds. He looked at Lu Qingxian with some surprise when he heard about these medicinal herbs. Goodness, they've got some rare stuff right off the bat. These things aren't cheap, and the quantity is very limited. No matter how expensive, as long as I have it, that's fine, Lu Qingxian quickly added when he heard there was hope. The portly boss stroked his chin, gave Lu Qingxian a deep look, then glanced at Su Yufei, who was standing beside him staring expectantly. He then pulled out an exquisite wooden cabinet from under the counter and placed it on the table. If you're talking about Snow Lingji, I actually have one here. It's a top-grade Snow Lingji that I bought from Haijiu the day before yesterday. It's a top-grade Snow Lingji that has been growing white frost every year for 80 years on the mountaintop. Open it and take a look, Lu Qingxian said. That won't do. The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. This Snow Lingji has already been pre-ordered by someone from the Yunmeng group. I have to follow the rules of business, unless... Lu Qingxian was amused. Yunmeng group, why would they order Shuilingji? However, he needed this medicinal herb more, and since the boss had agreed, he couldn't possibly miss this opportunity. You just want a high price, so tell me, how much? Upon hearing this, the shop owner's eyes lit up instantly, and he chuckled as he held up 5 fingers. 5 million. If you are willing to pay 5 million, the Snow Lingji will be yours. So expensive? Su Yufei was so surprised that she stood up. 5 million is a huge sum of money that she never dared to dream of, whether in the past or now. Although she knows her father is very rich, she has no concept of that kind of money in her mind. 5 million is wealth that an ordinary person could not earn in a lifetime, and here it can only buy a single Ganoderma lucidum. It's terrifying. Young lady, some things are just expensive after all. They're in short supply and in high demand. The world has no shortage of rich people, the chubby shopkeeper chuckled, giving her a look that suggested he was looking down on a country bumpkin. Lu Qingxian placed the bank card on the table. Okay, open it and let me see if it's suitable. I'll take it. Wait. Behind her, Li Yunmeng went to the counter and slapped her bank card on it as well. I reserved this Ganoderma lucidum in advance, boss. You, isn't it a loss of credibility to just give it away to someone else like that? Your Bailu has been open for over 10 years. Would it be a bad idea to ruin it by trying to save money? After saying that, she turned to look at Lu Qingxian and Su Yufei, but finally her gaze settled on Lu Qingxian. I'm sorry, I really need this Ganoderma lucidum, so I can't give it to you. Lu Qingxian suppressed his surprise and frowned. It still depends on whether the shopkeeper is willing to give it to someone else. I need it too, sorry. The one surnamed Lu. Chen Meijiao rushed over aggressively, pointing her finger at his nose. You're asking for it, aren't you? What business is it of ours if you need it? The Ganoderma lucidum was pre-ordered by us, don't even think about it. Yunmeng, pay up. Didn't we agree on 2 million before? Not a penny more. Chen Meijiao stared coldly at the fat boss. If you dare not sell to us, if you dare to break your promise, then you are making an enemy of our Yunmeng group. You'd better think it over. Maria's eyelids twitched. How could he dare to go against Yunmeng group? He had heard that Li Yunmeng had many bosses and rich young masters behind her, and was a well-known socialite. He dared not provoke her. Miss Li, this is top quality goods. How about we raise the price a bit more? Boss, you said with a smile, after all, they're willing to offer 5 million, and you. Without saying a word, Li Yunmeng held up 3 fingers. 3 million, not a penny more. Good. 3 million. Mr. Yu happily swiped his card for 3 million, then pushed the exquisite wooden box in front of Li Yunmeng, saying, cash on delivery, no refunds or exchanges. Thank you very much, Mr. Yu.
Li Yunmeng took the medicinal herbs and prepared to leave. Yunmeng, aren't you going to open it and take a look? Yao Wenwei suggested.
Li Yunmeng opened the wooden box, and the smile on her face vanished abruptly.
134, Chapter 134, A Lucky Find. What was lying in the wooden box was not a piece of Ganoderma lucidum at all. It was black, yellow, and even had a little bit of bluish, viscous liquid oozing out, making it look incredibly disgusting. What kind of snowlingji is this? The name snowlingji sounds like something pure and perfect, doesn't it?
To put it bluntly, even a pile of shit looks better than this thing. Although Li Yunmeng didn't recognize any medicinal herbs, her intuition told her that she had been tricked.
Mr. Yu, isn't this a dishonest business practice? You bought this for 3 million, do you dare to say it's Ganoderma lucidum? Li Yunmeng angrily threw the wooden box onto the counter.
Mr. Yu was taken aback. Miss Li, what are you saying? 80-year-old snowlingji, top-grade first harvest white frost, no deception for the young or old.
Yao Wenhui laughed upon hearing this. Are you sure?
I spent 9 years in the military region and carried out many special operations missions. I went to all the dangerous places in the country. I was fortunate enough to see the best snowlingji in the Changbai mountain area. Snowlingji should be as clear as snow, with a transparent core and a reddish-brown color where it is attached to the root. It should also have a fragrance similar to honeysuckle.
What is this? It looks like a rotten watermelon. Are you taking advantage of Yunmeng because she doesn't know anything? Do you think she has no one to rely on? Yao Wenwei stood in front of Li Yunmeng, supporting her.
Boss Yu's face instantly turned cold, and he put his hands in front of his chest. I've said it before, the goods in my Baibala store are genuine and of the highest quality, and I treat everyone fairly. This is the kind of goods I receive, and this is the kind of goods I sell. You can accuse me of trying to raise prices, but you can't say that my goods are fake.
Once you've placed your order, the transaction is complete. That's the rule of our medicinal herb street. Are you trying to cause trouble?
Yao Wenhui narrowed his eyes and instantly grabbed Boss Yu's collar.
Standing behind her, Li Yunmeng felt so at ease for the first time. Was this the sense of security that soldiers brought?
She had always carried everything on her own, with no one around to truly help her. Coupled with the many changes that occurred after her divorce, and the fact that those two beasts, Chen Yulong and Lu Zixiao, had cheated her, she was already feeling suffocated.
It feels so good to have someone standing in front of you.
Return the money. I won't say it a second time. Yao Wenwei's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. But Boss Yu wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed and said, interesting. Hey, you think you can mess with me, Yu Dishing? You've got guts. Where are they, brothers? Someone's causing trouble at my shop. As soon as Yu Dishing shouted, a dozen or so people instantly surrounded the store. They were all wearing black armbands, and each of them was tall and burly, looking like they were not to be trifled with. These people are from the security department of the medicinal herb street. The medicinal herb market generally has a large transaction volume, so a security department was established a few years ago specifically to deal with these troublemakers who don't follow the rules. Yao Wenwei, who had been so aggressive, suddenly stopped, let go of her hand, and spoke less loudly. This is clearly a case of forced buying and selling. Chen Meijio was trembling with anger upon seeing this. How could she let it go like this? When had she ever suffered such a loss? This pile of junk wouldn't even sell for $10, and you're selling my daughter for 3 million. I'll sue you and make sure your Baibala goes out of business. Mr. Yu said with a forced smile, Madam, we are doing legal business. All the procedures are in order, and the purchase orders are transparent for large orders like this worth millions. We have made backups in advance. If you think you can win the lawsuit, then go ahead and do it. Don't delay my business.
Want to return it? No way.
In fact, Yu Dishing himself was also afraid. He did spend 18 million to buy this product at the time. He priced it at 2 million because it looked too ugly. He didn't dare to make more profit, fearing he wouldn't be able to sell it.
Now that he's finally managed to sell it, why would he want to take it back? What if it becomes worthless and nobody wants it? Wouldn't he lose all 18 million? It seems that Boss Yu thinks I, Li Yunmeng, am a great victim, and can only let you extort me, right?
Li Yunmeng took a deep breath, her face extremely ugly. She could tolerate suffering a little loss, but the main problem was that Lu Qingxian was watching from the sidelines, and seeing her make a fool of herself was simply unbearable for her.
Miss Li, you're wrong about that. We're all legitimate business people. What do you mean by fraud? Yudishing was unmoved anyway. The goods were sold, so what if they did what they wanted? It wasn't a long-term partnership with Yunmeng Group, so why should he be afraid of offending them? What a joke. Li Yunmeng, if you don't want it, I'll take it for 5 million. Lu Qingxian pointed to the exquisite wooden box on the counter. Brother Qingxian, you, Su Yifei was shocked, wondering what he was thinking. 5 million was no small sum. Was he out of his mind to use it to buy this pile of stuff that looked like shit? Lu Qingxian turned to her and gave her a reassuring look, indicating that she didn't need to worry. Lu Qingxian, I don't need your pity. Even if I suffer a loss and buy the wrong thing, I will accept it. My Yunmeng Group is not short of a few million. Li Yunmeng proudly raised her head. Mom, let's go. I'll ask around at other pharmacies to see if we can buy any old medicines like Ganoderma lucidum and Angelica sinensis. Li Yun wanted to leave, to get away from here as soon as possible, to ignore Lu Qingxuan's uncomfortable gaze. She didn't want to make a fool of herself. She was the noble president of Yunmeng Group, and making a fool of herself in front of a nobody would make all her hard work seem worthless. She had already fallen far behind her peers, and even further behind Lu Qingxuan. Their status was like heaven and earth. Why should he pity her? What right did he have to pity her? The money he had was probably given to him by Su Ao, wasn't it? She wouldn't stoop to the money of someone who lived off a woman. But Chen Meijiao refused. Pitiful, this isn't pitiful, this is foolish. Why shouldn't he be allowed to take over when he's being foolish and wants to? This little beast only seems somewhat useful at times like this, and he's even slightly pleasing to the eye. Yunmeng, people want to buy your goods, and you still, how could I not grant his wish? Bring the things here. Chen Meijiao snatched the box from Li Yunmeng's hand and shoved it into Lu Qingxuan's hand without thinking. Cash on delivery, pay up now. 5 million, I'm telling you, don't even think about taking a penny less. Lu Qingxian smiled and handed her a card. There's exactly 5 million in this card. The pin is 66. You can verify it here with Boss Yu. After receiving the card, Chen Meijiao quickly checked the amount using the POS machine at the counter. Sure enough, it was exactly 5 million. Chen Meijiao was overjoyed. Not only did she manage to stop her losses in time, but she also made a profit of 2 million. What an unexpected surprise. Lu Qingxian smiled as he received the goods, saying, I got a bargain. What do you mean, snatched a bargain? Yafei looked annoyed. She was still upset about losing those 5 million. Lu Qingxian tore off the rotten outer layer with his hands and cleaned away the sticky liquid around it. The rich, emerald green color instantly bloomed, and the fragrant aroma attracted the attention of everyone in the shop. 135, Chapter 135, Going Back on One's Word. It seems I was right. Lu Qingxian smiled and gently blew on it, blowing away the rotten outer layer. The brilliance of pearls and precious stones is truly captivating. What is that thing? Chen Meijiao was stunned, and her hand holding the 5 million bank card trembled slightly. Li Yunmeng's attention was also completely drawn to it. You knew all along that there was a hidden space inside. You deliberately spent 5 million to swindle it from my mother? A scam? Lu Qingxian looked at her in surprise and shook his head. How did a legitimate transaction become a scam in your mouth? Even if I didn't buy it, wasn't your mother still planning to return it to them? I paid an extra 2 million and you're still not satisfied? Li Yunmeng's expression froze. Yes, her mother was just about to cancel the order. Moreover, given her personality, even if she couldn't get rid of it, she would throw it in the trash can after leaving the house. There's no way she would think of taking it away. Besides, whether there's something else inside, I'm just guessing now. I can only prove that I guessed right. Brother Qingxian, what is this? Su Yifei asked curiously, looking at his happy expression. Lu Qingxian was indeed happy. He spent 5 million to buy a top-quality treasure worth dozens of times more. This was not just finding a bargain, but an incredible stroke of luck. Ganoderma lucidum is a very special medicinal material. It goes through a cycle every 100 years, and each cycle has a natural period of medicinal decay that lasts for about half a month. During the period of medicinal decay, the surface of Ganoderma lucidum will rot and smell bad, and a sticky, fishy liquid will flow from the root. Most Ganoderma lucidum cannot survive this period of medicinal decay. So there are very few Ganoderma lucidum that are over 100 years old on the market. A small portion of those that survive the period of medicinal decay will transform and continue to grow, with their value increasing exponentially. Here comes the crucial part. There is an exception here. During the medicinal decay period,
there is a chance that a 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum will undergo a mutation. The probability is less than 1%. This part of the Ganoderma lucidum will devour the roots, skin, and even the herbs and vegetation within a few meters around it. The essence will be plundered and a bud embryo will form inside the Ganoderma lucidum. After the bud embryo matures, it will grow into a top-grade green Ganoderma lucidum. Green represents life, and green Ganoderma lucidum is the most premium and precious type of Ganoderma lucidum among all varieties, which is simply impossible to find on the market.
Shop owner Yu Dixing stared wide-eyed. This is the legendary green Ganoderma?
Lu Qingxian nodded. That's right, green Ganoderma is also called life Ganoderma. It doesn't need to be made into medicine. Just boiling and consuming it can prolong life and invigorate all the organs in the body. Using medicine can enhance these effects tenfold or even dozens of times. It is the ultimate healthcare medicine sought after by all the wealthy.
Is it valuable? Chen Meijia asked hesitantly. What? Yu Dixing was taken aback. I asked if this is valuable, this green thing. The green Ganoderma lucidum, is it valuable or not?
Chen Meijiao grabbed his arm and stared at him.
Isn't that obvious?
Yu Dixing shoved her away. Green Ganoderma lucidum. There are dozens of varieties of Ganoderma lucidum, and green Ganoderma lucidum has always been among the top 3 in value. A piece the size of a palm can sell for hundreds of millions. Look at this one, it's like a head. Its value must be 2 or 3 times higher. The handful of Ganoderma lucidum in Lu Qingxuan's hand was as big as an adult's head, and of superior quality, belonging to the top grade. It was conservatively estimated that it could be priced at over 300 million at auction, and there would be no market for it. Upon hearing this, Chen Meijia went mad. Taking advantage of Lu Qingxuan's inattention, she pounced on him, her hands tightly gripping the wooden box, her eyes bloodshot.
Give it back to me, give me back my Ganoderma lucidum, you little beast, how dare you lie to me?
No matter how strong Chen Meijia was, Lu Qingxian had no intention of letting go. He had been openly and secretly searching for old medicine in the market. The higher the value the better. How could he possibly give away something he had finally obtained? Besides, what relationship did he have with her? Let go, Lu Qingxian said without changing his expression.
You little beast, you're really getting cocky?
Chen Meijiao twisted her face, feeling utterly regretful. A piece the size of a palm can sell for hundreds of millions, so this big piece is worth 400 or 500 million, and she gave 5 million to this guy surnamed Lu. What a pipe dream. Yao Wenwei also walked over, hugged the wooden box, and glanced at it greedily. This one thing is worth hundreds of millions, damn it, he could never get that much money in his entire life. Kid, I advise you to let go right now with me here. You can't take this Ganoderma lucidum away.
What are you doing? Stop bullying people. Su Yufei rushed over. Get out.
Yao Wenwei, after all, was a soldier. He was tall, strong, and muscular. With a single swing of his arm, he swept Su Yufei to the ground. Upon seeing this, Lu Qingxuan's usually calm face instantly turned icy cold. You're courting death.
In the blink of an eye, before Yao Wenwei could even see what was happening, a fierce fist slammed into his face, shattering the teeth of the tall and strong Yao Wenwei, who then fell headfirst to the ground. With a forceful movement, Lu Qingxian snatched the Lingji box and turned to help Su Yufei up. Are you all right? Lu Qingxian asked with concern. I'm fine, don't fight, let's go after we buy what we need. Su Yufei shook her head. Okay, let's not fight, let's go, Lu Qingxian quickly agreed. Lu Qingxian. Aren't you going too far?
Li Yunmeng was breathing rapidly, her cold face as if she were looking at a stranger.
Is that too much? I'm being lenient by not killing him with one punch.
Also, as the CEO of Yunmeng Group, if you can't afford to lose money, don't make deals lightly. I need the items, and I won't give them to you. Sorry. Lu Qingxian. Li Yunmeng hesitated before speaking.
Speak if you have something to say.
Li Yunmeng gritted her teeth. It's not that I can't afford the deal, but my grandfather really needs this Ganoderma lucidum to nourish his health.
You bought it for 5 million. And now I'll pay another 2 million, making it 7 million, and then you sell it back to me. How about that?
136, Chapter 136, Developing New Drugs. Lu Qingxian felt like laughing for no reason. Given that the two are no longer in a relationship, for someone to try and buy something worth $100 for only $1 is utterly absurd. Does he think Lu Qingxian is some kind of unfortunate victim? Lu Qingxian shook his head. I treated your grandfather's illness, so I know his physical condition, but it's true that he was weak after being discharged from the hospital and needed nutritional supplements, but not this kind. You can just find some angelica and ginseng on the market to supplement your body, and that will be enough for him to recover. This is a life-saving medicine, and I have no reason to insist on giving it to you. Get out of the way. Lu Qingxian took Su Yufei's hand, greeted the shop owner, and left the shop under everyone's gaze. A common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. In this punch today, kid, I'll remember you. Yao Wenwei got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared coldly in the direction Lu Qingxian and Su Yufei left. Don't go, that's my Ganoderma lucidum, you damn short-lived devil, give me back my Ganoderma lucidum. Chen Meijia was furious and was about to chase after him when Li Yunmeng grabbed her clothes. Enough! Making a scene like a madman in public, you're not ashamed of yourself, but I am. Have you ever thought about me? Have you ever thought about the company's image? Chen Meijia stared at herself in astonishment. You're blaming me? That kid was the one who scammed you out of hundreds of millions, he swindled hundreds of millions from you, and I, your mother, helped you get them back, and you're blaming me? There is no greater sorrow than a broken heart. Chen Meijia sat down on the ground, sobbing and weeping bitterly. Yao Wenwei quickly squatted down to comfort her, but Li Yunmeng just glanced at her indifferently, sighed, and turned to leave. The temptation of several hundred million was indeed great, and right now was a time when her Yunmeng group was short of money. However, she did not want to beg in front of Lu Qingxian, nor did she want Su Yufei to laugh at her. Afterwards, Lu Qingxian searched for several more shops, but he couldn't find any suitable materials for making medicine. He had no choice but to contact Chen Jiadi and retrieve some from his collection to appease the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce. As for the green Ganoderma lucidum, he has already kept it safe. Medicines of that level are priceless and unavailable, so how could he possibly take it out to contribute to the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce? For the next few days, Lu Qingxian stayed at Yufei's house, partly to develop new drugs and partly to take care of Aunt Yun, who had just been discharged from the hospital. Here, he truly felt at home. Aunt Yun treated him like her own son. Yufei was the woman he loved, and Su Ao was completely obedient to him. The only flaw was the pile of worries that had been weighing on his mind. Sometimes I can't help but think how wonderful it would be if he were an ordinary person, enjoying happiness in a simple and peaceful way. But if he were just an ordinary person, wouldn't he be unable to protect the happiness right in front of him? Brother Qingxian, our dance troupe is performing on the Elizabeth tonight. You must be there on time. It starts at 8 o'clock tonight, as you promised, Su Yufei repeatedly reminded him. Tonight, so soon? Lu Qingxian asked in surprise, holding a medicine bottle in his hand. Yes, I told you before, don't even think about making an excuse to run away. Su Yufei stared at him suspiciously. Lu Qingxian touched his nose. Ahem, the Elizabeth, who are all these people? Su Yufei shook her head. I'm not too sure either. Anyway, most of the people going are high-ranking officials and dignitaries, and most of them are probably from Jinling City anyway. It has nothing to do with us. We are only responsible for the performance. This is something the school worked hard to get. As long as we complete this performance, we can go to a bigger stage in the future. Good. Lu Qingxian nodded. Then I promise you, I will arrive on time. Only after repeated assurances did Su Yufei let Lu Qingxian leave. Zhangzhou Pharmaceutical Group. Top floor conference room. Since Professor Luo's death, almost all work here has come to a standstill. New drugs are not being developed, the company has no achievements or performance, and many biological researchers are even facing the risk of unemployment. In this situation, many people were seething with anger and naturally harbored resentment towards the pharmaceutical director, who was rumored to never come to the company and not care about anything. Ms. Lan, you've always been in charge of the pharmaceutical group's affairs. Old Ma and I have never interfered, but now look, Huiguang Biotechnology has launched a new drug. Yuyan Pill. Zhao Wenfu threw a bright green bottle on the conference table. It's only been on the market for a day, and it's already a hit on all major channels. Sales exceeded 1 million in 24 hours, and profits exceeded 100 million. If this continues, where will Zhangzhou Pharmaceutical have a market in Jiangnan? Lan Xinju poured out a few pills, green and oval, emitting a minty fragrance. Huiguang Biotechnology is our biggest competitor. Even the Huanyandan formula that Elder Luo has was stolen from them. To put it bluntly, we were already at a disadvantage originally. With the channel capabilities of our Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce, we could still compete with Elder Luo after he developed the medicine, but now? Now we are completely at a disadvantage and are about to be squeezed out of the Jiangnan market. Without the pharmaceutical market, we will be trapped in Zhengzhou for at least the next 10 years and unable to expand outwards even a little bit. Yes, Miss Lan, we have to make a decision. We must be extremely careful. We can't be wary of that guy surnamed Lu, who might be sent by our rival company to sabotage us, Ma Jinyun cautiously speculated. Lan Xinju nodded. You're anxious, but I'm even more anxious than you. But now that old Luo is dead, we have no other choice. If all else fails, I can only... Just then, the conference room door creaked open. Lu Qingxian raised an eyebrow in surprise as he looked at the dozens of gazes. Mr. Lu, you've come at the right time. I was just looking for you. Lan Xinju looked at him, her dissatisfaction undisguised. Since you took over as the pharmaceutical director of our group, you haven't come to the company even once. You haven't even mentioned any opinions regarding pharmaceuticals, and many people are very dissatisfied with you. Do you know that? Who is dissatisfied with me? Lu Qingxian asked calmly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Let them get lost if they're unhappy. Lu Qingxian. Lan Xinju's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. I'm not kidding you. I don't need assistance. You can dismiss them all. Lu Qingxian waved his hand. At the same time, he casually tossed a white jade bottle onto the table, saying, take a look for yourself. 137, Chapter 137, Display Methods. Kid, who do you think you are? You think you can just tell us to disband? Do you even know what we do for the company? Huh? Do you know we're the backbone of the company's pharmaceutical operations? What right do you have to say such things? Several researchers were immediately displeased, their anger flaring, their eyes fixed on Lu Qingxian. If Lan Xinju hadn't waved her hand, the group of people would have rushed up and torn the other person to pieces. What is this? Lan Xinju asked someone to bring over the white jade bottle. Just look and you'll see. Lu Qingxian leaned back in his chair, sipping his tea. As soon as the stopper was opened, a unique fragrance wafted out, filling everyone's nostrils. It has the fragrance of lilies, mixed with a natural milky scent, just like the milky scent of a 1 or 2-year-old baby. When poured out, there were about 6 or 7 pills, each about the size of a little finger. I named it Rejuvenating Pill. Its function is very simple, to remove the pigments and toxins deposited in the skin, restore the skin's elasticity and radiance, and make it soft and beautiful. The meeting room was quiet. A moment later, everyone burst into laughter. Restores skin's elasticity, radiance, and softness? Everyone, did I hear that right? If we put these slogans in the advertisements, and the people at Huiguang Biotechnology find out, they'll be laughing their heads off. Mr. Lan, has this director Lu ever been to school? Why does he sound like a migrant worker? Just smelling it makes me feel nauseous. You still want the rejuvenation pill, and you have the audacity to tell us to disband? Where did you buy this rat poison from? You think you can just spray some floral water and then try to extort money from Boss Lan? The crowd's insults grew increasingly outrageous, while Lu Qingxian remained seated, tea in hand, leaning back in his chair, smiling faintly, and silent. Although the rejuvenation pill is just a beauty drug he developed using ordinary raw materials, its effects are far superior to those of health products on the market. It is a genuine elixir made using ancient alchemy techniques, not a synthetic chemical drug produced by machine. Although they are both Dan, their effects are worlds apart. Shut up, all of you. Lan Xinju looked at Lu Qingxian suspiciously, then pinched a pill, licked it with her tongue to make sure it was okay before swallowing it. Miss Lan is indeed very cautious. Don't worry, if I really wanted to harm you, I wouldn't use such a low-level method as poison. Lan Xinju didn't speak, but instead closed her eyes slightly. The pill almost instantly turned into liquid upon entering the mouth, flowing down the throat into the stomach. That icy sensation flowed through the stomach, and one could clearly sense where the liquid was going. This feeling was magical. If one had to describe it, it would be like taking a big gulp of ice water on a hot summer day. Soon, Lan Xinju felt a jolt throughout her body. Every cell seemed to be cheering with joy at the same time. Her face felt itchy, and her skin felt tingly and numb all over. She couldn't describe the feeling. I think Miss Lan could take a shower later, otherwise she might not smell very nice. Lan Xinju gave Lu Qingxian a deep look and took out a makeup mirror from her bag. Even though his face was already very clean, delicate, and fair, a layer of fine dirt still seeped out from his pores in the makeup mirror. Not only that, but the backs of my hands and arms, wherever there are pores, began to be cleansed and purified from the inside out.
Wait for me for 10 minutes.
Suppressing her shock, Lan Xinju quickly left her seat. After she left, everyone in the conference hall looked at each other in bewilderment, and the room was filled with discussions, but no one dared to cause trouble for Lu Qingxian again. Soon, Lan Xinju returned.
The moment she appeared, everyone's eyes lit up.
She was already a rare and sexy beauty, but at this moment, she looked as if she had been meticulously sculpted even though she wasn't wearing any makeup. She appeared so exquisite, delicate, and beautiful, with her skin radiating a smooth glow that made people want to reach out and caress her.
Miss Lan, what skincare products did you use? There shouldn't have been enough time to put on makeup in such a short time, right?
Ma Jinyun opened her mouth. Although she had already guessed pretty much right, she still couldn't believe it, couldn't believe that Miss Lan's current appearance could be achieved with just one pill. I didn't use any cosmetics, I just took a shower. Lan Xinju was even more shocked than they were. She knew how much dirt she had washed away in the bathroom. It was as if all the toxins accumulated since childhood had been completely expelled. It completely overturned her understanding of beauty and health products.
Miss Lan, don't try to fool us. You are even more fair and beautiful than when you're wearing makeup. You're miles ahead of those so-called celebrities. Zhao Wenfu's eyelids twitched. He secretly glanced at Lu Qingxian, only to find the latter sitting calmly in his chair, not surprised at all, as if everything was expected.
Lan Xinju shook her head. Do you think I would help Mr. Lu deceive you? Mr. Lu, you have truly surprised me. Can't believe this is the result of your 3 days of research. If it is true, it will surpass domestic and international products and become the most successful beauty product in history, sweeping the globe.
Lu Qingxian smiled and said, don't be too happy yet, there are 2 problems.
First, there's the limitation of materials. Although the raw materials used aren't expensive, one of them, icefish grass, is very difficult to acquire on a large scale. I searched all over Nanling City and only found 3 kilograms, and 3 kilograms of icefish grass can only produce 3,000 pills. Secondly, so far only I can refine this kind of pill. If we want to move up to mass production by machine, I still need to simplify and refine it. In other words, although the drug is effective, it cannot be mass-produced and put into the market. However, simplifying the refining process is not difficult. After the gathering of heroes, a solution should be readily available at that time. This drug will also be able to be widely available on the market. Lan Xinju nodded slightly. Although there were many restrictions, the effect was indeed miraculous, with both advantages and disadvantages. I plan to sell this pill in the high-end market, only to high-end customers, with a price of between 50,000 and 100,000 yuan per pill. I believe that there will be no shortage of market for this kind of beauty drug. Mr. Lu, you have not disappointed me. I'm very satisfied. Lan Xinju walked up to Lu Qingxian and extended her fair and delicate hand. However, Lu Qingxian remained leaning back in his chair, showing no intention of shaking her hand. This action froze Lan Xinju's smile on her face, and her delicate eyebrows furrowed deeply. Mr. Lu, what do you mean by this? 138, Chapter 138, A Regretful Choice.
Miss Lan, you're a smart woman. You don't think I'm giving you this rejuvenation pill for nothing, do you?
You're using Su Ao as leverage, trying to get me to work for your Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce for free. Do you think there's such a good deal in the world?
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Lan Xinju withdrew her hand, her eyes gradually turning cold, and the atmosphere in the entire conference hall instantly became tense.
Okay, Miss Lan doesn't understand, then let me explain it more clearly. Lu Qingxian nodded.
I can give you the prescription and the simplified method of making the medicine, but I have 2 conditions. First, remove Su Ao from the Central State Chamber of Commerce. Second, 2 medicinal herbs that are over 300 years old, or 1 medicinal herb that is over 500 years old. The entire conference hall became extremely quiet at that moment. This is insane, absolutely insane. They're trying to rip off Miss Lan and making such outrageous demands.
Su Ao is the spokesperson for the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce in Nanling City and the key figure for the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce in intervening in the commercial landscape of Jiangnan province. Before this move is made well, Lan Xinju will not let Su Ao leave under any circumstances, otherwise all the planning over the years will be in vain.
As for the second point, high-quality medicinal herbs are not easy to find. They are basically available but not for sale. The two locked eyes for a full 3 seconds before Lan Xingju smiled, a smile more beautiful than any blooming flower.
Okay, I promise you.
Miss Lan, this, Ma Jinyun and Zhao Wenfu were shocked, but Lan Xingju raised her hand to the two of them, signaling them not to interrupt. I promise you, Mr. Lu, your medicine is worth the price.
Lu Qingxian smiled and took out a contract. I knew Miss Lan was a straightforward person. IDE drafted the contract. Miss Lan, please sign it.
It's not that we don't trust Miss Lan after all, we are people who do important things. Once the contract is signed, everyone can rest assured. Without a second thought, Lan Xingju picked up a pen and signed her name on the contract.
Is this okay? Lu Qingxian nodded sure.
Then, Miss Lan, I can consider my suggestion. Your group doesn't really need these researchers, it's just a bunch of idle people being paid for nothing. Lu Qingxian smiled with narrowed eyes, waved his hand under the watchful eyes of countless people, and turned to leave the council hall.
Making money for yourself and then ruining other people's livelihoods, what a beast.
Miss Lan, what are your plans?
We can't let go of Suao, he's a key pawn. After Lu Qingxian left, Ma Jinyun quickly asked. Lan Xingju raised her hand, signaling the others to leave. In no time, only 3 people remained in the entire council hall.
I saw long ago that the man surnamed Lu was unreliable. Although he is capable, I can see his ambition. He is definitely not the kind of person who would submit to others.
Then, Miss Lan, what happened to you?
Lan Xingju chuckled and interrupted him. Let's turn the tables on him and wait for him to tire himself out. After saying that, she shook the medicine bottle in her hand. This medicine has amazed me. It is the key to our opening up of the national pharmaceutical market. I must get my hands on the formula and mass production method.
Miss Lan, what are you planning to do? Zhao Wenfu asked hurriedly. Blue Heart Bamboo claps its hands.
Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the shadows. Zhao Wenfu and Ma Jin were terrified. When did someone start standing there? They hadn't noticed him at all. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Shengyuan, the junior brother of Lu Qinghe, the grandmaster of the Xingyi school of the Lu family in central and southern China. Mr. Lu is the key to our victory at the gathering of heroes. That man surnamed Lu is just a decoy, a piece of cannon fodder thrown out at will. Once he's done his performance, Mr. Lu will take action and kill him.
Zhao Wenfu and Ma Jinyun exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming.
They certainly knew Lu Qinghe's name like thunder. He was a grandmaster who was famous throughout the central and southern regions and spanned an entire province. His strength was extraordinary. He could kill people without them even when they were 100 meters away. He was a peerless master who had truly inherited the ancient martial arts tradition and improved upon it. As for his junior brother, Lu Shengyuan,
the second in command of the Lu family Xingyi sect, was there any doubt about his strength?
With him taking action, the annual Heroes Gathering is practically a foregone conclusion. They'll kill that guy surnamed Lu in one fell swoop, commit murder and robbery, and all the benefits will belong to their Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce. Brilliant, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Little did they know that Miss Lan had already planned everything out. Why were they worrying about it for nothing?
Now let's talk about Lu Qingxian. I received a call from Lu Bingqing as soon as I left Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group.
Come to think of it, Lu Bingqing hasn't contacted me since she was discharged from the hospital. Mr. Lu, you must help me, my mother is in trouble. Lu Bingqing's voice was very anxious on the phone. Tell me your story slowly. I'll do my best to help if I can. Lu Qingxian stopped in his tracks. Mr. Lu, please come to my Lu family manor. We can discuss this in detail when we arrive.
Lu Qingxian flagged down a car on the side of the road. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at the Lu family manor.
Everyone gathered in the reception room, including Grandpa Lu and Lu Zhan.
Mr. Lu, please have a seat here.
In the high hall, everyone's eyes were on Lu Qingxian. Especially Zhao Rumeng, whose anxious yet expectant eyes left Lu Qingxian at a loss. Please feel free to speak if you need anything. Miss Lu and I are friends, and I will help with anything I can. Lu Qingxian smiled.
Bingqing, why don't you say it?
Zhao Rumeng hesitated before speaking. What's there to be embarrassed about? Since Mr. Lu is here, I'll definitely help, right, Mr. Lu? Lu Bingqing blinked her big eyes, making Lu Qingxian feel like a big fish that had taken the bait.
Am I going to screw myself over? Can you go back on your word? Lu Qingxian asked with a sullen smile. No way. Lu Bingqing covered her mouth, laughing inexplicably happily. Okay, I'm not kidding anymore actually, something happened at my mom's house. Mr. Lu, have you ever heard of the Zhao family of Zhongnan? Lan Qingshuan shook his head. He was not very familiar with the forces from other provinces. There are 4 powerful families in Zhongnan, and the Zhao family is one of them. It is on par with the Gu family that Mr. Lu had contacted before. It is one of the most powerful families in Zhongnan province. My mother is the 3rd young lady of the Zhao family. She eloped with my father back then. Inside the hall, both Lu Zhan and Zhao Rumeng blushed. Elopement is indeed not a good thing for a large family like the Lu family. No matter what, they are a good match, and the Lu family has the means to marry the 3rd daughter of the Zhao family. However, the Zhao family already had a marriage partner, so the two had no choice but to elope if they wanted to be together. Oh, that's not important. What's important is that my mother's older brother's daughter is dying, and the entire Central South region is offering a reward for a miracle doctor to save her. Are Aunt Zhao and your older brother on good terms? Lu Qingshan asked. Back then, I was able to run away from the Zhao family and elope with Aizhan because my older brother helped me. Over the years, I've been able to build up my business at Huiguang Biotechnology Company in Zhongnan, largely thanks to my older brother's support, Zhao Rumeng said truthfully. My eldest brother only has one daughter. He has already spent a great deal of money to save her, and now he can be said to be at his wit's end. Bingqing said that Mulla's medical skills are superb, so I thought, could I ask Mr. Lu for help? If you can save my niece's life, the Zhao family will offer a huge reward. Lu Qingshan shook his head. The reward isn't important. What's important is that I'm not free today. Tomorrow would be fine. Oh, but Sister Zhao won't make it through today. Lu Bingqing's expression changed. Mr. Lu, can't we buy some time? Lu Qingshan shook his head again. He had promised Yafei that he would go to the Elizabeth to watch her performance at 7 o'clock sharp. If he stood her up, Yafei would definitely be angry. Although life is important, he would definitely choose Yafei's happiness over someone else's life. Mr. Lu, I remember you urgently need high-quality medicinal herbs, right? Old Master Lu suddenly brought it up. That's right, I really need it. Does Grandpa Lu have a way? Lu Qingshuan's eyes lit up. The reward offered by the Zhao family this time is for a mountain spirit brought back from Lao Jun Mountain, a 7-petaled lotus. Lu Qingshuan's breath hitched. It is about 700 years old and has already shown signs of turning into medicinal essence. Are you sure? Lu Qingshuan's eyes were burning with passion, almost bursting with desire. Of course it's true. This is a bounty issued by the Zhao family themselves. How could it be fake? The Zhao family is a family of doctors and has had a long-standing good relationship with Lao Jun Mountain. It's perfectly normal for them to be able to get good medicine, the old man said with a smile. Lu Qingshuan's expression changed. On one hand, there was Yafei's dance performance, and on the other hand, there was the extremely old medicine he desperately needed. I'm going to make a phone call. Lu Qingshan arrived at the door and took a deep breath. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. 139, Chapter 139, Yafei's Disappointment. Is it off? Lu Qingshan dialed several times in a row, but all of them were switched off. She then tried calling her best friend, Ma Yaoyao, but the phone was also switched off. What happened? Mr. Lu, what do you say? If you can agree, we need to leave immediately. If we're late, something terrible might happen, Old Master Lu pressed. Lu Qingshan did not rush to respond, but instead called Aunt Yun and Su Ao to inquire about and explain the matter of consortia. Su Ao was a simpleton, and when he heard that Lu Qingshan had important business to attend to, he quickly promised to go and watch his daughter's dance performance in his place. With this promise, Lu Qingshan was temporarily relieved. This is a 700-year-old herb. It's only a few decades away from becoming the king of herbs. 500 years is considered an old medicine, 800 years is considered a king of medicines, and 1,000 years is considered a divine medicine, having become a spirit, essentially a living being. This kind of treasure is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You can't buy it even if you have the money. With the 7-petaled lotus, he could brew a miraculous elixir to change one's constitution, allowing Consortia and Andian to undergo a complete transformation and live a long and healthy life. Whether for Yafei's sake or for his own, this trip is of great significance, far more important than watching a dance performance. However, what Lu Qingshan didn't know was that this broken promise almost led to their final farewell. A plane took off from Nanling City and flew directly to Central South Province.
At the same time, at the western port of Nanling City, a minibus carrying a busload of students arrived near the port. Su Yufei carried a bag, wore a school-style knit sweater, and had her hair tied in a high ponytail. She exuded youthful energy, and with her impeccable looks, she was the epitome of a campus goddess. Su Yufei, you're such a waste of your face. Instead of finding a rich man, you take such a low-class mode of transportation as the school bus every day. Have you ever considered the reputation of our dance club? Which of the beauties in the dance club doesn't have a rich young boyfriend? A Porsche was parked on the side of the road, and a girl in a red dress looked over with a smile. She was also a member of the dance performance team, but she arrived in her boyfriend's Porsche, so her status was naturally different. Tong Yao, Yafei is always frugal. Unlike us, we drive BMWs, Mercedes, and Porsches every day. Stinking with wealth. Gao Shelley, with her hair in pigtails and dressed in Lolita fashion, raised her eyebrows smugly, her smugness barely concealed in her smile. Su Yafei shook her head. Although her father's return greatly improved her and her mother's lives, she remained the same as before when she was out in public. Frugality and simplicity were ingrained in her very being. Let's hurry up and board the ship. We still need to rehearse and change clothes later, and it's getting late. Su Yufei changed the subject. What's the rush? The captain hasn't arrived yet. Just then, a red convertible Ferrari sped towards them from a distance. The beautiful woman in the passenger seat was wearing sunglasses and carrying a Chanel bag in the crowded back seat. Ma Yaoyao waved to Su Yufei. Hello. Hello, Yafei, you got here so quickly by minibus, faster than our sports car. That's impressive. Ma Yaoyao got off the bus with a grin and moved closer. Where's your brother Qing Xian? Didn't he give you a gift? Su Yufei pursed her lips. He'll come to watch my performance later. Huh, what kind of car did he drive here? He's so arrogant. His car must be pretty high-end, right? Ma Yaoyao asked curiously. He never seems to like driving. I've never seen him drive, but that's not important. Yaoyao, we should be discussing the performance later. Ma Yaoyao looked bored. What's there to discuss about the performance? As far as I know, everyone on board is a high-ranking official or a member of the elite, a group of people at the top of society. Do you really think they're here to watch us dance? You're too naive. They're here to see the youthful energy of us college students, our sexy figures, our perfect faces, the kind of things that can ignite their hormones. If we're lucky enough to hook up with a rich or powerful man, what will we have to worry about for the rest of our lives? Even a little bit of money leaking from their fingers is enough for us to live a life of luxury. Of course, Yufei, you don't really need one. I really envy you. You found a boyfriend who is young and rich. Those old geezers are disgusting to think about. They're greasy and smelly. Su Yufei looked disgusted. Yaoyao, all you ever think about is this. Yufei, do you have a boyfriend? A sexy woman in a red dress stepped out of the Ferrari. She overheard their conversation and couldn't help but look at Su Yufei with curiosity. She and Su Yufei were old acquaintances, having been classmates in high school over the years. She had never heard any rumors about Su Yufei, let alone a boyfriend. She didn't even have a close male friend, so she was quite surprised that a boyfriend suddenly appeared. Su Yufei smiled sweetly and said, Captain Zhang, you're such a busy person. I hardly ever see you at school, so I haven't had a chance to talk to you. Zheng Kersen tucked her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, that doesn't sound like a nice thing to say. There's nothing I can do. I am really busy accompanying my boyfriend to various press conferences every day. After this performance, I'll be going to Zhongnan with my boyfriend. His father has a branch there, which is registered under my name. These words carried a strong sense of boasting. There were many girls around who were drooling with envy. He already had his own company before graduating from university, surpassing 99% of his peers. Kersen, is this Su Yufei, the vice captain of your dance club? A handsome man came up to her, his gaze sweeping over Su Yufei from head to toe, a hint of greed lurking in the depths of his eyes. Yes, you've taken a liking to him? Zheng Kersen said unhappily. Hee, how could that be? You're enough. I am just curious because you mention it so often, Su Shihao said with a perfunctory smile. Humph, that's more like it. Alright everyone, stop watching the fun and take your things to the platform. Let's go by boat. It was already 6 when everyone boarded the ship, and the show was about to begin in an hour. Su Yufei stood at the port, looking at the bustling streets outside, seemingly waiting for the person she was looking forward to appear. After a long while, she still hadn't received her reply. Hey, Su Yufei, Cell phones are not allowed on the ship. Don't do anything that might offend people. Those high-ranking officials and dignitaries don't want to be recorded or filmed when they come out to play.
Give me your phone.
Seeing that Su Yufei wanted to turn on the camera, Zheng Kershen rushed over and snatched it away. She still remembers the look in her boyfriend's eyes when he looked at Su Yufei. It was clear that he had his eye on her. No man is any good, and Su Yufei is a slut too. I haven't boarded the ship yet. I want to make a phone call, Su Yufei pleaded. Look at the time, if we delay the performance, no one can afford to be responsible. Let's get on the boat right away. Su Yufei was pushed and shoved onto the cruise ship. Standing on the deck, Su Yufei kept looking in the direction of the harbor. Finally, the cruise ship started up, making a whistling sound, and then slowly sailed away from the port.
Brother Qingxian, you promised me, why? Su Yufei's expression darkened.
She had prepared for this performance for a long time. Although she said it was for high-ranking officials and nobles, she actually only wanted to dance for her brother Qingxian.
Yufei, didn't you say your Qingxian brother would come to watch your performance? Where is he? He won't abandon you, will he? Ma Yaoyao was adding fuel to the fire.
Never mind, he's not coming. Let's go inside. Su Yufei lowered her head, biting her lip until it bled.
Hey, all men are the same, they're all shameless. Just listen to me. Find a rich young master here and cuckold him, then he'll know how to cherish you, Ma Yaoyao said with a smile.
Really? Su Yufei stopped in her tracks.
What do you mean, real or fake? Ma Yaoyao was taken aback. I mean, he'll only cherish me if he sees me with other men?
Su Yufei bit her lip tightly.
140, Chapter 140, the item is fake.
A glint flashed in Ma Yaoyao's eyes, and she smiled and said, of course, think about it, if a man isn't jealous, he'll think you're cheap. Who would cherish something that's so easy to get? You have to let him know that he can lose you at any time. Only then will he treat you like a treasure.
Su Yufei pursed her lips tightly. At this moment, she seemed to agree with Ma Yaoyao's point of view.
Over the years, why has brother Qingxian been so fond of sister Yunmeng, always holding her in his palm like a treasure? Is it because sister Yunmeng has never taken him seriously, but instead has had ambiguous relationships with other men, which is why brother Qingxian cherishes her so much?
Hey, Yufei, listen to your sister. We women must learn to take the initiative and never let a stinky man lead us by the nose.
I'll go change my clothes first. Su Yufei sighed and turned to go into the cabin. This topic made her feel very depressed. As a woman, or more accurately, as a girl, she naturally hopes that the person she loves will pay more attention to her. However, if she doesn't receive that attention, given her upbringing and moral compass, she would never do anything that would hurt or upset her brother Qingxian. As Su Yufei entered the restroom, she looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly froze. In the mirror, a man stood behind her, staring intently at her. Since the sinks are shared by men and women, and the men's and women's toilets are on opposite sides of the same building, it is not surprising to see men here.
What a coincidence, your name is Su Yufei, right? Su Yufei quickly turned around and said, hello.
She remembered this man. A few days ago, when she went to the herbal medicine market to buy herbs, he was following sister Yunmeng and was even beaten up by brother Qingxian.
Beautiful lady, wasn't that guy surnamed Lu with you? Yao Wenwei asked with a smile.
At this moment, he no longer resembled a soldier at all. A strange light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and his face was full of wicked smiles. Brother Qingxian had something to do and couldn't come. I am sorry about what happened. Before I apologize to you on behalf of brother Qingxuan, he shouldn't have hit you. Yao Wenwei's face darkened, but he quickly smiled again. For your sake, beautiful lady, I won't do anything to him, don't worry.
By the way, are you two in a relationship? Su Yufei nodded.
Yao Wenwei's brow twitched involuntarily. This little bastard surnamed Lu, first he had Li Yunmeng, and after the divorce he found such a stunning beauty, he gets all the good luck, why should he? Suddenly, Yao Wenwei had an idea. Beautiful lady, your sister Yunmeng is also on the ship. She's an important guest tonight. Would you like to go see her together later? I can show you off in front of those dignitaries while I'm at it.
Su Yufei quickly shook her head and smiled politely. Let's forget about it.
I need to change my clothes, excuse me.
After saying that, Su Yufei quickly left.
With only 10 minutes left before the performance, Su Yufei had already changed her clothes in the dressing room and was rehearsing her final moves in front of the full-length mirror. Yefei, do your shoes fit? I feel like they don't fit. What size do you wear?
Ma Yao Yao limped over. How could that be, or weren't the shoes already chosen beforehand?
Su Yefei squatted down to check them for her, but found nothing wrong.
The performance is about to start, we can't afford any problems now. Yao Yao, what's wrong with you? Zheng Kersen walked over, displeased.
Captain, I don't know either, I just feel like the shoes don't fit. You all go out first, I'll think of something. Ma Yao Yao sat on the stool with a worried look on her face. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she secretly pulled Suya in front of her. How about we switch shoes? I remember you were the same size as me, right?
Su Yefei was taken aback.
If it doesn't fit her, how can it fit me? Okay, I'll give it a try. Su Yefei was also helpless. After all, she and Yao Yao were best friends, and if she didn't help her, no one else would. After changing her shoes, Su Yefei didn't feel any discomfort, they were just like her dance shoes.
There's clearly no problem. Yao Yao, what are you up to?
Ma Yao Yao also squinted her eyes comfortably. Yefei's shoes are still the most comfortable to wear. Let's hurry up and go out, or that guy surnamed Zhang will probably start cursing again. After saying that, he got up and pulled Su Yefei away from the changing room quickly. Outside the door, a pair of eyes kept watching this side. Only after seeing Ma Yao Yao and Su Yefei leave did they withdraw their gaze with satisfaction and disappear into the crowd.
Yun Meng, guess who I just saw?
In the brightly lit VIP section, Yao Wenwei, holding 2 glasses of red wine, sat down next to Li Yunmeng and casually handed her one.
Who is it?
It's the girl you mentioned, the one surnamed Su, but her man didn't come with her.
Su Yefei?
Li Yunmeng sat up straight, her brows furrowing. That's right, it's her, Yao Wenwei said with a smile. He lets his woman perform on his ship, selling her smiles to those high-ranking officials and nobles to gain power, while he enjoys life outside. What a scumbag.
Li Yunmeng fell silent. Didn't Lu Qingxian know what the performances on the Elizabeth cruise ship meant? How could he let Yefei come to a place like that?
To put it bluntly, the performers here are chosen by the high-ranking officials and nobles. After the performance, once someone is chosen, they have no chance to resist and are left to be slaughtered and manipulated. They can be dismissed with a little money. Su Yefei might not understand the situation here, but how could Lu Qingxian not? He's pushing Yefei into a fire pit. The money he has might all have been earned by using this Su Yefei. Poor girl, she's become someone else's tool at such a young age. Sigh, Yao Wenwei said indignantly.
What about that guy surnamed Lu? Since you know him quite a bit, do you think he's that kind of person?
Li Yunmeng shook her head. Although he has many shortcomings, I don't think he would let Yefei come to a place like this knowing the consequences. Yao Wenwei chuckled and said, that's not necessarily true. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not their heart. Maybe he's just good at hiding it, and you haven't discovered his true nature all this time. Li Yunmeng stopped responding. She came to the cruise party tonight at the invitation of a friend, who said that a big shot from Yendu would be there, and she wanted to try her luck and see if she could make a connection.
Yao Wenwei insisted on coming along, and she couldn't refuse.
They're here, they're here. Someone shouted from the VIP section, and everyone's eyes involuntarily turned towards the entrance. A woman dressed like a princess walked gracefully in. She was adorned from head to toe with exquisite jewelry. A bright diamond necklace sparkled under the lights, and the emerald green pendants hanging from her ears resembled tears from the sky. A ruby brooch the size of a pebble further emphasized her noble status.
Qi Mingzhu, the eldest granddaughter of Qi Wanjiang, the leader of the Zhenghai Tiger Alliance.
So the big shot we were talking about tonight is her. No wonder there was such a big entourage. I heard that A-list celebrities came to celebrate her birthday. Didn't I hear something happened to the Tiger Alliance? It seems like the legendary Tiger Alliance leader has encountered some kind of accident.
Shoo! Everyone fell silent.
Just then, another figure walked in from the entrance. He was gentle and refined, with a calm demeanor. His well-tailored suit made him look radiant.
Happy birthday, Mingzhu!
The man flashed a charming, sunny smile, snapped his fingers, and a female attendant carrying a jade box slowly walked up from below. Pink diamonds from South Africa, your favorite style, take a look and see if you like it. The maid opened the jade box, and inside lay a dazzling pink diamond the size of a pebble, its brilliance seemingly drawing one's eyes in.
An uproar ensued. A huge pink diamond worth nearly $1 billion was given away as a birthday gift?
Holy crap, I'm so envious. I heard there's only one in the whole world. That woman named Mingzhu is so lucky. She's handsome, rich, and has such a prominent family background. Ma Yaoyao looked on with infatuation. If anyone could give me a diamond like this, I'd let them sleep with me for the rest of their life. Zheng Kersen, usually so composed, couldn't help but exclaim. Young Master Xiao of the capital is indeed wealthy and generous, making us feel ashamed. Many people couldn't help but praise it. The union of young Master Xiao and Miss Qi will surely become a beautiful story in the capital and Shanghai, and will be passed down through the ages. Congratulations to young Master Xiao on winning the heart of your beauty. Congratulations to Miss Qi. Young Master Xiao has remained chaste for Miss Qi for many years. Everyone in the industry knows that. Qi Mingzhu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, while Xiao Yufei also went up on stage and stood with her. Miss Qi, Mr. Xiao, no offense intended, but I just feel that the pink diamond in front of you two looks fake. As soon as he opened his mouth, almost everyone in the room turned to look at him. The person speaking was Yao Wenwei. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Yunmeng was scared half to death by him. Speaking carelessly in this kind of situation could lead to serious trouble, especially since she knew very well just how terrifying the Tiger Alliance and the Xiao family of the capital were. It was safe to say that if the two of them were thrown into the sea to feed the fish, no one would sympathize with them, let alone seek any justice for them. I'm not making this up, I'm just stating the facts. You'd better explain what you just said. Are you saying the gift I gave Mingzhu was a fake? Xiao Yufei's icy gaze seemed capable of killing. Young Master Xiao, you've misunderstood. Everyone knows how you feel about Miss Qi. How could you possibly use a fake to appease her? I mean, the one placed in front of you is fake. Could it be that someone with ulterior motives switched the diamonds, or is there a thief here? Yao Wenwei glanced at Su Yufei and her entourage standing on the sidelines, about to take the stage, and revealed a meaningful smile. To be honest, I saw someone sneaking in and out of the dressing room near the restroom earlier. Now that I've discovered that young Master Xiao's diamond is fake, I can't help but have some bad thoughts. I hope young Master Xiao won't mind. 141, Chapter 141, She Stole It. Xiao Yufei's face revealed no emotion. He winked at the maid beside him. Get an appraiser. A moment later, an elderly man rushed over from backstage. He examined the precious pink diamond with a magnifying glass for a while and finally concluded, it's fake. The room erupted in uproar. Li Yunmeng looked at Yao Wenwei in surprise, then glanced at the stage. Xiao Yufei's South African pink diamond, worth hundreds of millions of yuan, was switched. Seal off all exits, especially the decks and aft cabins, to prevent anyone from jumping overboard. Everyone, it's obvious that something has happened that has made me and Miss Qi very unhappy. Next, we will conduct body searches on all suspects, and we hope everyone will cooperate. Of course, there's nothing I can do if you don't cooperate. The sharks in the high seas are starving and would probably love to have a human flesh feast. Xiao Yufei's face was frighteningly cold. The audience in the VIP seats below were on tenterhooks when they heard this. Most of them were high-ranking officials and nobles from Nanling City. Compared to the wealthy and powerful families of the capital, they were indeed somewhat inferior. Even if they were angry, they dared not say a word of dissent. Moreover, the original owner of the Elizabeth is the Xiao family, a powerful family in the capital. It would be unwise to go against the original owner here. Sir, you said you saw someone sneaking in and out of the changing room near the restroom. Could you describe the person in more detail? Was it a man or a woman? What did they look like? Xiao Yufei's gaze was fixed on him. Yao Wenwei lowered his head in thought for a moment, as if recalling the scene at that time. It was clearly a woman, nearly 17 meters tall, slender and slim, wearing a dance costume. After he finished speaking, almost all eyes fell on the dance club of Nanling University. There are only 5 people in the club who are close to 17 meters tall: the captain, Ma Yaoyao, Su Yufei, and 2 other lead dancers. These 5 people were the first to be identified as suspects. Zheng Kersen and Su Yufei looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. How could it be them? They've only been on the ship for half an hour, and they don't even know which guests will be on board, let alone that young Master Xiao will be here to celebrate Miss Qi's birthday. Under these circumstances, how could they possibly steal precious diamonds? You 5, come here, stand in front of everyone, and take off all your clothes. Xiao Yufei's eyes were like those of someone looking at 5 beasts, showing absolutely no sympathy.
He then ordered, "Take a few more men to the changing room and search every inch of it thoroughly, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, even if I have to tear the entire Elizabeth apart, I will find that thief. Stealing my things, Xiao Yufei, heck, in the entire Dragon Kingdom of China, let's see who has such audacity."
He's the biggest name here, so naturally he can spout nonsense without any consequences.
Didn't you guys hear me?
Seeing Zheng Kurson and Su Yufei standing there motionless, Xiao Yufei's eyes were frighteningly cold. At this moment, several burly men in black suits rushed forward, grabbed the 5 men by the arms without saying a word, and carried them to the center of the stage like chickens. "Young Master Xiao, we are from an academic background, members of the Nanling University Dance Club. We were invited to participate in this cruise ship performance. We are not casual women, we have dignity," Zheng Kurson explained, her face pale.
If she takes off her clothes in front of so many people, how is she any different from a prostitute? How can she face people after that? Smack!
Shi Mingzhu walked up to her, raised her hand, and slapped her across the face.
"You slut, who do you think you are, a college student? In my eyes, you're nothing but a chicken. You don't deserve any dignity.
If I find out who stole the diamonds today, I'll break all her limbs and throw her into the open sea to feed the fish."
Shi Mingzhu looked even angrier than Xiao Yufei.
Today is her birthday, and this embarrassing incident is like a black mark on her life's resume, one that can't be wiped away.
"Take it off! Take it off! Take it off!"
Shi Mingzhu went over to each of them, from Zheng Kurson to Su Yufei, and slapped each of them.
"Miss Qi."
Li Yunmeng couldn't bear it, so she raised her hand and said, "These people are all college students who are inexperienced in the ways of the world. It is really indecent to make them take off their clothes in this kind of place. Would it be more in accordance with the rules to send a maid to take them into the room and conduct a one-on-one body search?" Shi Mingzhu turned her head and said sarcastically without any politeness, "And who are you, speaking up for them? Do you even have the right?" Li Yunmeng's face was grim, but she still explained, "I am an entrepreneur from Nanling City and the head of Yunmeng Group."
Yunmeng Group, Yufei, have you heard of it? Shi Mingzhu turned her head.
Xiao Yufei shook his head, a half smile on his face. "One of the top 100 companies in China, or one of the top 10 in Jiangnan?" Below, a portly, well-known entrepreneur immediately chimed in, "Yunmeng Group is just a second-tier enterprise in Nanling City. It's not even close to the top 10 in the city, and it's a far cry from the top 10 in Jiangnan, let alone the top 100 in the country."
"Oh, I see." Xiao Yufei nodded, his expression suddenly turning playful as he stared intently at Li Yunmeng.
"Then why are you interrupting? Who gave you the right to interfere with my business, or do you want to taste the saltiness of international waters?" "Yunmeng, how could we possibly be qualified to interfere in young Master Zhao's affairs? You should say less," Yao Wenwei advised. Li Yunmeng's expression was extremely unpleasant, but she could only suppress her grievances and remain silent. "Young Master Xiao, I'm sorry, I will keep Yunmeng in check." "Alright, Yunmeng, don't be angry. We're out having fun, so let's not offend some big shots we can't afford to mess with because of some outsiders." As he spoke, Yao Wenwei naturally reached out and touched Li Yunmeng's slender waist.
But Li Yunmeng naturally pushed his hand away. "Brother Yao, since you know General Lu Zhan, could you ask him for help in saving these girls?" Yao Wenwei reluctantly withdrew his hand and pretended to be deep in thought.
"This is probably quite troublesome. General Lu Zhan is very busy, and we were only able to contact him by accident last time," Yao Wenwei said seriously.
"I see."
Li Yunmeng took out her phone and kept scrolling through her contacts. After a while, she found Lu Qingxuan's phone number. She hesitated for a moment, then hesitated again before finally deciding not to press the dial button. She realized that she had been blocked by the other party. And even if Lu Qingxian were informed of what was happening here, what could he do? The ship had already sailed into international waters, and the opponents were Shi Mingzhu from Zhonghai, the little princess of the Tiger Alliance, and the powerful Xiao family from the capital. Lu Qingxian was simply not qualified to confront them. Looking up at the stage, Zheng Kurson's clothes had been half ripped off, and someone else had grabbed Ma Yao Yao.
"Miss Qi, I'm reporting her, it's her." Ma Yao Yao cried out in fear, pointing at Su Yufei.
"She stole it, it has nothing to do with us, please let us go," sob. Su Yufei looked at her in horror, her legs going weak. I didn't steal anything."
It was her, Miss Chi. I saw her hide the thing in her shoe with my own eyes. You can see for yourselves if you take off her shoes. I am not lying, Ma Yao Yao argued fiercely. 142, Chapter 142, Inhuman Torture. Yao Yao, why are you slandering me? I didn't steal, I didn't leave the changing room, I didn't steal anything. Su Yufei felt an indescribable despair, and large tears streamed down her face. Feeling guilty, Ma Yao Yao turned her head away and stood with Zheng Kersen and the others. Did she really steal it? Zheng Kersen looked still in shock. How could what I saw with my own eyes be fake? You can know a person's face but not their heart. Don't be fooled by her innocent act. Who knows what she's thinking every day? Ma Yao Yao said with a look of disdain, let me tell you, I've been her best friend for so long, I know her better than you do. At first, I felt sorry for her and didn't want to expose her, but look, we're about to be stripped naked. And she still won't admit it herself. She's trying to drag us all down with her. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze towards Su Yufei immediately turned hostile. Yes, Captain Zheng Kersen's clothes were almost stripped off, and you, the main culprit, still didn't stand up and admit your mistake. You clearly don't care about other people's lives and only care about your own interests at this time. Ma Yao Yao stood up and identified her, putting righteousness before family, and was praised instead. It wasn't that she disregarded her friendship, rather, she couldn't stand seeing this kind of behavior, harming others for personal gain, and thus abandoning them. You're talking nonsense. Yao Yao, I've always considered you my best friend, why did you do this? What made her feel more helpless and desperate than being slandered was Ma Yao Yao's betrayal. Why did Ma Yao Yao insist that she was the one who did such a baseless thing? So what if you're my best friend? Does that mean you can steal from me? And you've dragged so many of us down with you, don't you feel any remorse? Being your best friend is the biggest disgrace of my life. Su Yufei stood there, stunned. She couldn't believe that such words would come out of Ma Yao Yao's mouth. The two sat at the same table, went to the library together, studied together, joined clubs together, practiced dancing together, ate together, and lived at school together. Was all of this just a lie? Take off her shoes. Xiao Yufei glanced at Su Yufei, and upon closer inspection, he was also amazed by her beauty. But being pretty was useless. At his level, what kind of woman couldn't he find? What he wanted was to join forces with the Tiger Alliance. Only by winning over Qi Mingzhu and becoming the Tiger Alliance's eldest son-in-law could he gradually realize his grand ambitions and achieve hegemony. At that time, he would have all the beauties in the world at his disposal, and he could do whatever he wanted. Soon, two burly men stepped forward, restrained Su Yufei, and took off her 2 high heels. Upon inspection, a red diamond was found inside the heel. The heel was hollowed out, and there was just enough room inside to fit this pebble-sized diamond. Seeing this, everyone sighed. They finally found it, otherwise, if Xiao Yufei had gotten angry, they would have suffered a lot. Li Yunmeng was shocked. She couldn't believe that it was actually Su Yufei who stole it. She had known Su Yufei for 5 or 6 years. Her impression of this girl had always been that she was strong, brave, upright and kind. She had never discovered any bad habits. How could she steal something? Even if the pink diamond is valuable, now that Su Ao has returned, she, as the little princess of the Su family, is not short of money at all. You little bitch, you stole my things, Qi Mingzhu's things. How many heads do you have? Qi Mingzhu strode up to Su Yufei, raised her hand and slapped her, scattering her neatly tied hair. The slap caused blood to flow from her nostrils, and she stumbled back 3 steps, almost falling to the ground. Grab her, trying to play dead. You won't die even if you want to until I've vented my anger. 2 burly men grabbed her from both sides, lifting her feet off the ground. Looking at her pitiful face, streaked with tears, Qi Mingzhu's face almost contorted. She had undergone more than 70 plastic surgeries, but no matter what she did, her face still looked strange. It was basically not pretty at all. Instead, it had a distorted look. So when she saw those beautiful women, it was like seeing her enemies from a past life. She wished she could tear them apart and scrape them to shreds. A barrage of slaps rained down on her face, and within just a dozen seconds, Su Yufei could no longer bear the pain and fainted several times. But every time he fainted, Qi Mingzhu would call someone to splash him with seawater to wake him up. Her hand hurt from the blow, so she put on lace gloves. Soon, Su Yufei's face was no longer human, a bloody mess. No, it wasn't me, I didn't steal it. Su Yufei moved her mouth. Still being stubborn, the men pull all her teeth out. The burly man in black brought over a pair of iron pliers. Miss Qi, this girl is Su Ao's daughter from Nanling. Su Ao is now the underground emperor of Nanling City. You killed his daughter. Are you sure Su Ao won't make a grudge against you? Li Yunmeng couldn't help but stand up again with a frown. If this continues, she really will die. Xiao Yufei scoffed, the underground emperor of Nanling City? You still haven't figured out one thing, Mingzhu, she's Qi Wanjiang's granddaughter. Even if you don't know Qi Wanjiang, you should have heard of the Tiger Alliance's reputation, right? The Zhanghai Tiger Alliance has millions of members worldwide. What is this underground emperor of Nanling City? He's not even worthy to carry Mingzhu's shoes. Fine, since you've mentioned it, I'll bring his daughter's body to him when we get off the ship, and see if he dares to act up in front of me. Mingzhu, what do you think? Xiao Yufei asked with a smile. Qi Mingzhu picked up the pliers and ruthlessly pulled out one of Su Yufei's teeth. Her hands were covered in blood. She turned around and sneered, I want him to personally stomp on his daughter a few times, and then throw this slut into the sea to feed the fish in front of him. If he dares to utter a sound, I will make his influence disappear from Nanling City. Li Yunming's heart sank to the bottom. These two are ruthless, their backgrounds are terrifying. The name Su Ao not only fails to intimidate them, but actually elicits laughter talk. While she was still in a daze, Su Yufei fainted again, and almost all of her teeth were pulled out. Qi Mingzhu was still not satisfied and shouted, call the doctor to give her a blood transfusion to save her life and inject her with stimulants. It would be so boring if I died halfway through the fun. Before long, a group of doctors from the ship arrived in a hurry, carrying medical kits. Li Yunmeng plopped down in a chair, her face deathly pale, and swallowed hard. She had never seen such a tragic scene before. If Lu Qingxian saw it, he would go crazy. 143, Chapter 143, he will definitely overthrow Zhanghai. Don't you think it's exciting, Yunmeng? You must hate your ex-husband, right? Don't you feel happy to see his woman being tortured? Yao Wenwei said with a smile. Li Yunmeng turned her head and stared intently at him. You're a madman. I don't need to vent my grievances with him through others. She admitted that she hated Yafei when she first saw Yafei with Lu Qingxian. She really disliked her and even said some humiliating things. However, she regretted it after the incident with General Hu Ben. Su Yafei was indeed braver than her, and loved Lu Qingxian more than she did. Given that the two are already divorced, she has the right to bravely pursue her lover. Her so-called dislike and hatred are nothing more than a product of her pride, nothing more than her unwillingness to accept the situation and the need to find an outlet for her feelings. Yao Wenwei shrugged. Anyway, she stole things, so she got what she deserved. No one can save her today. Li Yunmeng fell silent and sighed. Indeed, she had to admit that Su Yafei was doomed today, and no one could save her. Su Yafei, who had fainted countless times, was given blood transfusions and stimulants, and woke up again. Kill me, kill me. Please, please kill me. The tears streaming from her eyes were blood red. Ma Yaoyao and the others didn't dare to watch at all. They hid behind the screen, huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. She hadn't expected this woman to be so ruthless. Was she really going to kill Su Yafei? But there was nothing she could do. People die for money, birds die for food. That man promised her 5 million, which was more than she could earn in her entire life. Compared to money, what was a mere conscience? Looking through the gap, the group saw Su Yafei kneeling in front of Qi Mingzhu, being stepped on by Qi Mingzhu. Alright, I'm a kind-hearted person. Since you've made this request, I'll grant it. Qi Mingzhu snapped her fingers. Get a hammer, break her limbs, and throw her into the sea to feed the fish. 2 burly men in black carried over a hammer weighing more than 10 kilograms. These two were like emotionless work machines, showing no pity whatsoever. They pushed Su Yafei to the ground and each of them struck her twice with a hammer, breaking both her arms and legs. Then the 2 men supported her and walked towards the deck. Wait, Miss Qi, young Master Xiao, this pink diamond is also fake. After careful examination, the appraiser gave his conclusion. What? Xiao Yufei's face instantly turned extremely cold. It's fake too? Where did it really go? Search the entire cruise ship, strip all these women naked, they must still be on them. Xiao Yufei was now truly enraged. He felt like he'd been completely played. Just then, a subordinate ran over from the restroom, holding up a delicate pink diamond. Young Master Xiao, we found this diamond in the men's restroom. Please take a look. The appraiser took the pink diamond first and examined it with a magnifying glass.
It's real, this one is the real one, I'm absolutely certain of it, both the patterns and the structure are genuine.
Are you sure?
Xiao Yufei walked over, picked up the pink diamond, and looked at it for a few moments.
Of course I'm sure I've been an appraiser for decades, this is my livelihood, and it's definitely true, the old man said with a smile.
Xiao Yufei nodded okay.
Mingzhu, we've really found it now we can calm down.
Qi Mingzhu pouted and said unhappily, "Humph, today is someone's birthday party. You've made them unhappy for so long, you'll have to make it up to me later."
Xiao Yufei quickly reassured him, don't worry, we'll throw you a big one when we go to Zhonghai later.
That's more like it.
Miss Kiso, should we still throw this woman into the sea?
The two burly men in black asked woodenly.
Miss Qi, isn't this enough to prove her innocence?
What thief would carry a fake item on their person and make themselves a suspect? It's obvious someone is framing her, Li Yunmeng shouted. For Miss Qi, killing a person is as simple as killing a chicken, but for her family and loved ones, they are still waiting for her to come back. We hope that Miss Qi can be lenient and spare her life.
Qi Mingzhu's eyes turned cold. Are you teaching me how to do things?
No, Li Yunmeng quickly shook her head. Today is Miss Qi's birthday banquet, it would be bad to cause someone's death. I don't need you to teach me how to do it, understand? If you keep nagging, I'll deal with you too. Li Yunmeng lowered her head, clenched her teeth, and made fists. If you are inferior in power, you can only bow your head. If you are inferior in means, you can only bend your back. She could have stayed out of pleading for Su Yufei today, but she couldn't live with herself. With this outcome, at least she no longer feels guilty. Whether Su Yufei lives or dies is no longer her concern.
Throw it into the sea.
Qi Mingzhu waved her hand. Two men in black suits carried Su Yufei to the deck. They looked at the fishing boats passing by, exchanged glances, and together threw her near the fishing boats. This is the 13th person Miss Qi has killed this month, isn't it? Whether she lives or dies is up to her own fate. The other man gestured for him to be quiet, and then the two of them went back to the cabin together. On the fishing boat, the old man smoked a cigarette, puffed on it carelessly, and shook his head, saying, "It's a real mess every month, several people get lost on this boat. This industry is chaotic. We're just passing by anyway, so we'll save whoever we can, accumulate some good deeds, and avoid some trouble. If we really can't save anyone, it's not our responsibility."
Another middle-aged man stubbed out his cigarette and began to close the net.
Before long, Su Yufei, soaking wet, barefoot, and covered in wounds, was netted onto the boat.
This is too tragic. What kind of beasts are these, to do this to my little girl?
The girl has been tortured like this. Sigh, these rich people are really despicable. Everyone has parents, and if this girl's parents saw this, they would be heartbroken. The middle-aged man cursed at the departing Elizabeth. Her limbs are broken, from being hit with a hammer. The old man frowned as he looked at the girl's legs and arms, which were covered in blood and gore. She has lost too much blood and is unlikely to survive. Let's send her to the shore and let her fend for herself. The fishing boat sped toward the shore.
At the same time, Su Ao received a message from Li Yunmeng.
Her daughter was murdered. The other party is Qi Mingzhu, the granddaughter of Qi Wanjiang of the Zhonghai Tiger Alliance. And Xiao Yufei, the third young master of the Xiao family, a powerful family in the capital. Both of these powerful figures were beings he could not provoke even with all his might.
Contact all salvage vessels in Sihanoukville. We need to see the person alive or dead.
Quick!
Su Ao sat in the car, looking out the window, tears welling in his eyes.
Yafei!
Mr. Su, please accept my condolences. This is an unexpected event that no one could have predicted.
Zhang Yi and Zhao Wu sat beside him, completely at a loss as to how to comfort Su Ao. Losing a daughter in middle age is perhaps the greatest pain in life.
He hadn't had a chance to make it up to Yafei yet.
Let's inform Mr. Liu about this. He loves Miss Yufei so much, he'll definitely turn Zhonghai upside down and avenge her.
Zhang Yi said through gritted teeth. 144, Chapter 144, Children shouldn't interrupt adult speech.
Don't rush. Xiao Xian went to Zhongnan with the Liu family. He must have something important to doze. A man who does great things, so we can't disturb him.
Su Ao lowered his head. Let's find Yafei first.
Soon, the convoy arrived at the Sihanoukville dock. A large crowd gathered at the dock, a group of police officers cordoned off the area, and even an ambulance arrived. How tragic, how horrible, there are all sorts of beasts out there these days to torture such a beautiful young woman like this, what a terrible sin they have committed. I heard it was brought up by a fishing boat, thrown from the Queen Elizabeth. Sigh, for rich people, human life is really not a life, they just throw people into the sea to feed the fish. A passing student exclaimed in surprise, the clothes she's wearing are the dance costumes from our Nanling University Dance Club. Is she a student from our school? Su Yufei's appearance was completely changed, making it difficult to recognize her. Get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way. Upon hearing this, Su Ao's eyes widened, and he rushed in like a madman. Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu cleared a path on both sides, and soon they broke through. Consortia? Is it consortia? Su Ao tore through the police tape, rushed to the girl's side, and hugged her tightly. How could he not recognize his daughter? Even if she were unrecognizable, he could still feel the strong connection of blood between them. Seeing Yufei's miserable state, he burst into tears, and an unspeakable anger surged within him. Please move aside, don't disturb our investigation. Two police officers stepped forward and tried to pull Su Ao away. Get out of my way. Just as the two officers were about to get angry, their superior officer came over, pulled them back, and shook his head. Then she walked behind Su Ao and said, Mr. Su, I am very sorry that such a tragedy has occurred. We will definitely focus our investigation on the murderer. Su Ao picked up Su Yufei and walked away from the crowd step by step, his voice filled with despair and anger. No need to investigate. The other party is the third young master of the Xiao family in the capital and a little princess of the Zhenghai Tiger Alliance. If you have the ability, go and arrest them. If you don't, stay put and keep quiet. After saying that, he drove away from the scene with Su Yufei. Xiao Yufei and Qi Mingzhu. He remembered these two people. This was a grudge he would never forgive. Mr. Su, Miss Yufei is seriously injured. Her face is disfigured, all 4 limbs are broken, all her teeth have been pulled out, and she has lost a lot of blood. It's uncertain whether she can make it to the hospital. We need to contact Mr. Liu immediately and ask him to come back. Maybe only he can save Miss Yufei. Su Ao held his phone, his palms and the backs of his hands sweaty. After thinking it over, he finally dialed Lu Qingxuan's number. Xiao Xian, have you arrived in central South China yet? We've arrived. Is there anything I can help you with? Lu Qingxian maintained his unhurried manner. By the way, Mr. Su, I asked you to go to the Elizabeth to see Yufei's dance performance in my place. Didn't you go? Yufei will be angry, so you'll have to put in a good word for me, Lu Qingxian added with a smile. Also, please tell her that I will give her a precious gift when I come back from Zhongnan this time, as compensation for breaking my promise. Definitely. By the way, Xiao Xian, could you come back a little sooner? I have something urgent that I need your help with. Well, it might take a while here. At the earliest 2 hours I'll take the Lu family's private jet back to Nanling, and then I'll come find you. Okay, Su Ao hung up the phone, gripping it tightly. 2 hours, Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu, gather the best doctors in all of Nanling. If that doesn't work, draw them from surrounding cities. I am offering a reward of 100 million. You must save Yufei's life, at least make sure she can hold on for these 2 hours. At this very moment, in Zhongnan City, Zhongnan Province, at the Zhao family residence. Lu Qingxian sat in the hall, his eyelids twitching. From the moment he got off the plane, his eyes kept twitching, and his bad premonition grew stronger. Mr. Lu, are you alright? You seem a little unsettled. Lu Bingqing asked with concern. My legendary uncle is coming out soon, so you must maintain your divine doctor aura, otherwise they might not even give you a chance to treat him. The Zhao family members are all very arrogant. These words made Zhao Ruming roll her eyes. The daughter's words clearly indicate that she is dissatisfied with her family. However, as one of the 4 major families in central and southern China, or even ranking among the top 2, the Zhao family certainly has the right to be proud. Lu Qingxian nodded and took a deep breath. During this time, he repeatedly saw doctors being kicked out of rooms, with a wad of cash thrown at them to get lost. To save the eldest princess of the Zhao family from her illness, almost all the prominent doctors in the entire central and southern province were summoned. They lined up to treat the young lady, all in order to claim the reward offered by the Zhao family. It's not just about the 700 or 800-year-old medicinal herb. Many people are after that terrifying 100 million yuan bounty. They are all ordinary people who only care about money. Few doctors can understand the value of medicines that are 700 or 800 years old. Only some old Chinese medicine doctors and reclusive divine doctors can understand this. A bunch of useless trash. All of you are useless. You can't even diagnose the root cause of the illness and you dare to prescribe medicine recklessly. If my daughter gets sick from taking it, I'll wipe out your entire family. A middle-aged man in a black jacket with a mustache walked out of the bedroom, kicked a doctor away, and threw him and his medicine box out the door. Get out of here, don't let me see you. The man was burning with anger, but he couldn't suppress the sorrow in his eyes and the graying hair that followed. Brother, your temper is still the same as before. You'll get sick sooner or later if you keep going like this. Zhao Rumeng shook her head. Little sister, what brings you here? The man was taken aback, then his gaze swept over Lu Zhan, Lu Bingqing, and Lu Qingxian. They brought their whole family to see me and make me laugh, talk? Zhao Rumeng's face hardened. Look at what you're saying. Do you think I'm that kind of person? My company has only been able to succeed over the years thanks to your help, brother. Zhao Rulong snorted, that's your own skill. I didn't help much, so don't try to flatter me. I'm in a bad mood right now, so get to the point quickly. I don't have time to entertain you. Zhao Rumeng and Lu Zhan exchanged a glance. Lu Zhan stood up and said with a smile, I came here this time to recommend someone to you, brother, a doctor, a miracle doctor who can cure my niece's illness. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rulong immediately scoffed and said disdainfully, come on, there have been at least 1,000 or 800 people recommending miracle doctors to me these past few days, all claiming they can cure my daughter's incurable disease, and what's the result? They're all quacks and useless. Suddenly, his expression changed. What? You're not also eyeing that old medicinal herb that my Zhao family brought out, are you? With the wealth and power of your Lu family, you wouldn't be interested in the small amount of money I'm offering as a reward. Lu Zhan gave a dry laugh and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Lu Qingxian beside him. I did take a liking to that old herb, otherwise I wouldn't have traveled all the way from Nanling City. Since we've laid this out, let's get straight to the point. I don't want a single penny. I'll help you cure your daughter's illness, and you give me the medicine. Zhao Rulong glanced at Lu Qingxian. When adults are talking, what right do children have to interrupt? Did I give you permission to speak? 145, Chapter 145, Only I Can Save Her. Lu Qingxian frowned. Brother, I forgot to introduce you. This is the divine doctor I was going to introduce to you. His name is Lu Qingxuan. He is a real expert, not a child. Lu Zhan chuckled. Zhao Rulong's expression changed several times. In an instant he pointed at Lu Qingxian with a mocking tone. Him, the divine doctor, do you want to count if he's even fully grown any hair on his body yet? At such a young age, is he a miracle doctor of modern medicine or a miracle doctor of traditional Chinese medicine? Has he graduated from medical school, or has he completed the study of traditional Chinese medicine? Lu Zhan, I'm giving you face by letting you come to my Zhao family as a guest, but if you keep spouting such nonsense, don't blame me for having you all kicked out. Brother, can you calm down? I understand how you feel, but if you continue like this, not only will you not be able to save Xiaoxue, but you will also bring the entire Zhao family's development to a standstill. Zhao Rumeng looked at him with dissatisfaction. Zhao Rulong snorted coldly and pointed outside without any politeness. Tell him to get out, and all of you, get out too. Just then, a young man dressed in a tight-fitting outfit walked out of the door. Uncle Zhao, we've made an appointment with Dr. Tai. He said he'll be here in 20 minutes. Zhao Rulong's eyes lit up. Really? The young man laughed and said, of course it's true. How could I dare to lie to Uncle Zhao about something like this? Besides, it concerns Xu Mei's health, so I wouldn't dare to joke about it. Great, that's wonderful. Zhao Rulong gave a thumbs up. Xiao, you care so much about Xue's matter. After she recovers, I will definitely help you two get married and do some research on her. Zhang Juanhao was overjoyed and quickly bowed. Thank you for your kindness. I will certainly not let Uncle Zhao down. Zhao Rulong nodded, quite satisfied with this future son-in-law. Although the Zhang family is a first-class family in Jiangnan City, it is not enough to be considered a wealthy family, and there is a huge gap between them and the Zhao family. However, Zhang Juanhao, as the current head of the Zhang family, has unlimited potential and talent, and he is reliable in his work, so he is a trustworthy person. With Zhao Rulong supporting him, it wouldn't be difficult for the Zhang family to become the fifth most powerful family in Central and Southern Province in the future. Why aren't you leaving yet? Zhao Rulong turned his head and saw that his third sister's family was still standing there, and couldn't help but snort angrily. Zhang Juanhao sized up the group, his gaze sweeping over Lu Qingxian and Lu Bingqing. When he saw Lu Bingqing, a look of surprise and astonishment flashed in his eyes.
What a beautiful woman, whose is she? Brother, when will you trust me just once?
Zhao Rumeng sighed, I really want to help you in Xiuxue, otherwise I wouldn't have asked Mr. Lu to come all this way.
Forget it, it's no use if no one believes me no matter how much I say.
Lu Qingxian shook his head, then took out a medicine bottle from his body and handed it to Zhao Rulong. There is a pill in this bottle. It can't save lives, but it can prolong life. Even if the king of hell comes to take your life, it can prolong it for 12 hours. If you've decided you need my help, then contact me. Seeing that the other party wouldn't take the bottle, Lu Qingxian placed it on the coffee table next to him. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Rulong sneered without even thinking, take your things and get out of here. Dozens of doctors deliver medicine to my daughter every day. Why don't you just eat medicine like it's food?
You really don't want it? Lu Qingshuan's face darkened.
He had never seen such an impervious person. He was truly a freak.
Yes, we want it.
A beautiful woman with a serene face, like a secluded orchid in a valley, ran over, clutching the bottle in her hand. I'm sorry, old Zhao has been worrying too much about Xiuxue lately, and he's in a bad mood right now. Rumeng, Zhan, why don't you stay here for a couple of days before you leave, and do some sightseeing in Zhongnan while you're at it? After saying that, the beautiful woman Yuan Jie turned around and glared at Zhao Rulong. Rumeng is your sister, how can you kick her out as soon as she arrives? Zhao Rulong gave a soft snort. I need to entertain Dr. Tai when he arrives, so I don't have time to deal with them.
If you won't take care of it, I will.
You go ahead and do your thing, I'll take care of Rumeng and Azan.
Zhao Rulong was overjoyed and quickly slipped into his daughter's room.
Just then, the nanny came out from inside. It's terrible, Mrs. Pulse is about to disappear. The doctor said she won't last more than 30 minutes.
What?
Upon hearing this, Zhao Rulong rushed inside. Yuan Jie and Zhang Juanhao followed closely behind. Let's go in and take a look. My brother is in a panic right now, so he probably doesn't have time to worry about us, Zhao Rumeng said quickly. Lu Bingqing stuck out her tongue. I'd always heard that this uncle of mine had a strange temper, but I'd never met him. Seeing him today, I can see he really is strange, or rather, stubborn, terribly stubborn. Actually, that's not the case. He's just still holding a grudge about what happened in the past, and he still blames me, or rather, he blames Lu Zhan, Zhao Rumeng sighed. Forget it, it's all in the past, there's no point in bringing it up again.
Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, something unpleasant happened to you.
Zhao Rumeng said apologetically.
I can understand that my daughter is seriously ill and I have a prejudice against you. Let's go inside.
Lu Qingxian didn't care. The key was to get his hands on the medicinal herb. He could use it to brew a decoction to help Consortia and Antian complete their body transformation and become immortal bodies free from disease for 100 years. Upon entering the room, a strong smell of Chinese herbal medicine mixed with the smell of Western medicine. 4 drip hits you right in the head. It feels like you've entered a hospital and suddenly someone stuffs a handful of Chinese herbs into your nostrils.
Several people huddled in an inconspicuous corner.
From the moment he entered, Lu Qingshuan's gaze was fixed on the girl on the bed. The girl's face was flushed and burning, her cheeks like fiery clouds, while her feet were pale and bluish, as if she were standing on a frozen Arctic glacier. These two extremes caused her to suffer every moment and live in pain.
The doctor in the white coat walked helplessly to the side and said with a wry smile, Mr. Zhao, I really can't do anything about this condition. This is extremely rare. It's not even recorded in the medical system. We're completely groping in the dark, with absolutely no clue what to do.
Zhao Rulong grabbed the doctor by the collar. A bunch of useless trash. We invest hundreds of millions in you every year, and in the end, it's all for nothing.
Get out of here.
The doctor was also helpless and ran out in a panic. Oh no, Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Pulse has almost completely disappeared, and her heartbeat can't be detected, the nurse cried out urgently. What, where is Dr. Tai? Has Dr. Tai arrived yet? Zhao Rulong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing around frantically and shouting outside. The Thai doctor is estimated to arrive in about 10 minutes, but Xiuxue clearly can't hold on for that long. We must think of a solution as soon as possible. Zhang Juanhao paced back and forth, racking his brains for a solution.
I can save her.
Lu Qingxian spoke up at the opportune moment.
What did you say? Zhao Rulong suddenly turned around and stared at him. I said, only I can save her now. Zhao Rulong was so angry he laughed. Wait, why haven't you left yet? 146, Chapter 146, The Divine Doctor Arrives. Brother, this isn't just for you, it's more for Xiaoxue. Please let Mr. Lu take a look, Zhao Rumeng pleaded. Old Zhao, why don't you let him take a look? Xiaoxue is already like this, and we don't know when Dr. Tai will arrive. Do you really want to drag Xiaoxue down to her death? Yuan Jie said, her voice trembling with tears. Zhao Rulong lay silently by the bedside. Aunt Yuan, there are too many quack doctors who are greedy and murderous these days. Ever since the Zhao family posted the reward for saving Xiaoxue's life, more than 600 doctors have come claiming they can cure Xiaoxue's incurable disease. You have seen what happened in the end. Although Xiaoxue's condition was not good at first, she was not in mortal danger, but after being treated by those quack doctors, her condition worsened with each treatment. Aunt Yuan, look at him. This kid hasn't even grown up yet. Do you really believe he's a doctor? Even if he is, he's only been out of school for a few years and has only been working for a few years. What experience could he possibly have in treating and saving lives? Now we just need to let Xiaoxue stall for 10 or 20 minutes until Dr. Tai arrives, and everything will turn around. But if something goes wrong after this kid gets involved, even killing him won't help. Yuan Jie fell silent after hearing these words. They dare not gamble. If this person were a renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctor, it would be understandable, but his appearance makes it hard to believe that he is a miracle doctor who can cure diseases and save lives. How much longer until the Tai doctor arrives? Can we get in touch with him? Zhao Rulong asked again. Zhang Juanhao shook his head. He doesn't even have a way to contact him. We had to contact his apprentice to get him to come over. Zhao Rulong, his face grim, gripped his daughter's hand, and before he knew it, he was drenched in sweat. Mr. Zhao, there's no heartbeat. The nurse pointed to the heart monitor next to her. The fluctuating curve on it had now become a straight line. Anyone with a basic understanding of medicine knows what this means. Ah! Yuan Jie's mind went blank. She screamed and collapsed onto the bed, almost fainting. Zhao Rulong stared wide-eyed with his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound for a long time. Her heart is currently being compressed by the cold air, putting her in a state of suspended animation, but in 3 more minutes, she will truly die. I have been questioned by you all for the sake of that medicinal herb, but now it is clear that you must make one last decision for your daughter. Lu Qingxuan's voice was low as he reminded her again. If you really don't believe me, that's fine. Give her the medicine I gave her earlier. It can extend her life by 12 hours. Medicine, yes, medicine, and life-saving medicine. Yuan Jie hurriedly took out the medicine bottle, uncorked it, poured out a dark red pill, and quickly fed it to her daughter. When Zhao Rulong saw this, he withdrew his hand, which he had originally intended to reach out to stop. My daughter is dying. What difference does it make whether I believe it or not? I'll just try anything. The moment the pill entered the mouth, the red liquid quickly transformed into a warm current, seeping into the stomach, and then the medicinal power traveled through the limbs and bones to reach the whole body. Most medications take time to take effect, conservatively estimated to be half an hour or even longer. However, this pill began to take effect the moment it was taken. The girl's skin visibly returned to normal, and her ashen face gradually became rosy. Yes, 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 Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Heartbeat has returned. The nurse jumped up excitedly. At this moment, the straight line representing the heart rate on the heart monitor began to fluctuate again. It's really happening. Yuan Jie turned sharply to look at Lu Qingxian. Thank you so much. Lu, his surname is Lu Bingqing introduced with a smile. I've told you before that Mr. Lu is very capable. We wouldn't dare bring any random guys here. Aunt, look. As she spoke, Lu Bingqing lifted the scarf around her neck, revealing the scabbed wounds underneath. A few days ago, I was cut here and suffered a fatal wound. With current medical technology, I would have been beyond saving, but thanks to Mr. Lu, I was able to save my life. Yuan Jie's expression became complicated. Mr. Lu, thank you so much for today. Oh, I'm sorry, old Zhao has always suspected you. Actually, you shouldn't blame him. Not only him, but even I can't believe all those so-called miracle doctors who come to my Zhao family mansion every day to recommend themselves. I understand. Lu Qingxian nodded. You want to save people, and I want the reward from your Zhao family. We each get what we need. If I didn't have the ability to save people, I wouldn't have wasted my time here and ended up getting scolded by you.
Yuan Jia smiled and said, Mr. Lu, don't worry, my Xiaoshui will recover, and the 100 million yuan reward for that medicinal herb is all yours. After saying that, he turned back and patted Zhao Rulong on the shoulder. Now you should believe in his abilities, right? Zhao Rulong moved his lips, but said nothing. It's just a pill, who knows where he stole it from, it doesn't mean he can really cure diseases and save lives. Zhang Juanhao glanced at Lu Qingxian. Besides, this pill can only prolong life for 12 hours. If we really want Xu Mei to recover, we still need to rely on Dr. Tai. Xiao Hao, don't talk nonsense. Yuan Jia looked at him with displeasure. Mr. Lu, right, I can let you treat Xiaoxue, but on the condition that all of us are here to watch over her. Is that alright? Please go ahead. Lu Qingxian nodded. Upon arriving at the hospital bedside, Zhang Juanhao reluctantly moved aside. Lu Qingxian took out his needle case and laid it out on the table next to him. Please help me take off her clothes, I'm going to give her acupuncture. The expressions on everyone's faces immediately turned strange. Zhang Juanhao, his face cold, grabbed Lu Qingxian by the collar. Kid, don't push your luck. You think you can look at Xu Mei's body like that? Believe me or not, I'll kill you. Lu Qingxian did not resist, but only looked at him coldly. In the eyes of us doctors, patients are not as beautiful as men and women. There's no such thing as ugliness. Even when you go to the hospital for a checkup or surgery, you need to take off your clothes. If you insist on thinking others have ulterior motives, then you can always come up with a solution that satisfies both sides. Zhang Juanhao was furious. He hadn't even held Zhao Lingshua's hand, and now suddenly a person his age appeared, using the excuse of medical treatment to want to see her whole body. How could he tolerate this? In his heart, Zhao Lingxue was his future wife. The Tai doctor has arrived. Young Master Zhang, Mr. Zhao, Dr. Tai has arrived and is in the living room. The doorman, who was in charge of guarding the gate, rushed in a panic. That's great. Zhao Rulong suddenly felt reassured and was overjoyed. Zhang Juanhao pulled Lu Qingxian in front of him, glaring at him with a fierce but weak expression. You little brat, I'm sorry, your dream ends here. You dared to make a move on Xu Mei. We'll settle this score later. Now, get out of here. 147, Chapter 147, Heart Stops. Lu Qingxian grabbed his wrist in return. Speak to me more politely. I am giving Mr. Zhao face because of the Lu family, but that doesn't mean I'll give you face. After saying that, he exerted a little force, and Zhang Juanhao's expression changed drastically, with sweat pouring down his forehead. At this moment, Lu Qingxian released his hand, gave him a deep look, and turned to leave the bedside. Mr. Lu, how about we leave? We're not going to put up with this humiliation anymore. Lu Bingqing has been holding back her anger until now. For her, whether in the business world or other fields, cooperation is fine if it's possible, and if not, then forget it. She posted the reward herself, and her own daughter needs to be saved, yet she makes excuses and expects others to kneel down and beg her to save her daughter. What kind of person is that? What's more, this person is her uncle. What kind of uncle is this? He's more like a piece of dog shit. Bingqing, stop fooling around. Dao Rumong tugged at her. Where did I go wrong? I just don't understand. They don't welcome us, yet we still come up to them and get scolded. We're the ones helping him treat his daughter, not the ones begging him for help. Mom, Mr. Lu is my friend, not a tool for you to ease the tension between our two families. With Mula's abilities, there is no need for him to be subservient and suffer injustice in front of the Zhao family. You don't understand anything. Zhao Rumong and Lu Zhan's expressions turned very unpleasant. Indeed, they invited Lu Qingxian over this time with the intention of easing the relationship between the two families. They originally wanted to bring Zhao Lingxue closer to her elder brother by treating her illness. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way, with the other party not only being unresponsive but also repeatedly embarrassing Lu Qingxian. Mr. Lu, I will try to find a substitute for the medicinal herbs for you. As for the matter of treating the patient, let the Zhao family handle it themselves. As she spoke, Lu Bingqing stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and was about to leave. This action surprised even Zhao Rulong. Heh, what a sharp-tongued girl. Goodbye and don't come back to me. Zhao Rulong sneered. Anyway, since the Tai doctor has arrived, he doesn't care whether other quack doctors stay or leave. Dad, Mom, did you hear that? They don't care about our feelings at all. Why should we keep putting up with their disdain here? Lu Qingxian shook his head at her and patted the back of her hand. Don't worry, they'll come back to apologize and beg me to save them soon. Keep acting. You're doing a pretty good job with the melodrama, but but unfortunately, Dr. Tai is here. You should just go back to where you came from, Zhang Juanhao said coldly and disdainfully. Lu Qingxian ignored him and glanced at Zhao Rulong. This is a case of yin-yang reversal, not to mention Zhongnan City and Zhongnan Province, in the entire South China region. I can't find anyone else who can cure this condition. Such arrogance. You claim that you're the only one in the entire South China region who can cure this disease? Well then, this old man will have to take a good look at what kind of illness makes you, a mere child, so confident. An elderly man in a yellow shirt was led into the room by his caregiver. The Tai Miracle Doctor. The Tai Doctor is amazing. Dr. Tai, you've come at the perfect time. Zhao Rulong quickly went over and invited Dr. Tai to his bedside. The divine physician Tai first looked Lu Qingxian up and down, then asked, being able to say those words just now means you've also come into contact with ancient medicine. Who was your teacher? Lu Qingxian said calmly, I have no teacher, I am self-taught. The Tai doctor scoffed, self-taught, what a joke. There's no such thing as self-taught expertise in traditional Chinese medicine, which is enough to show that you're a complete charlatan. At such a young age, you're not learning anything good, you're just swindling people everywhere, you're doing something immoral, you little rascal. Lu Qingxian said neither humbly nor arrogantly, since you have inherited the ancient Chinese medicine, you should know that the ancient medical ancestors tasted hundreds of herbs and compiled ancient classics. They were self-taught and thus became known as medical sages. So, is it too arbitrary to conclude that there is no such thing as self-taught talent in ancient Chinese medicine? The Tai doctor was taken aback, his face darkening, sharp-tongued. There's no point in arguing with you. Didn't you say that you're the only one in the entire South China region who can cure this disease? Well then, just watch how I cure this little girl's illness. As he spoke, the Tai doctor put down his medicine box and took out a needle bag, moxa wool, an elastic ruler, and a hook knife for bloodletting. He then pried open Zhao Lingshua's lips, examined her tongue, opened her eyes to observe her pupils, and asked Zhao Rulong and Yuan Jia many questions. The foundation of traditional Chinese medicine lies in observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. No matter how skilled a master is, if they neglect these steps and rely solely on their own methods and confidence to save lives, they are unqualified. Cold enters the body, and damp heat is difficult to expel. Strange logically speaking, cold and heat should cancel each other out, and it is difficult for them to coexist in the internal organs. However, in your daughter's body, cold and heat alternate and reach a perfect fusion. This is a congenital disease. It is absolutely impossible for it to be caused by something that happened later in life. After a thorough examination, the divine physician Tai came to a conclusion. The doctor's insight is truly remarkable. It is indeed a congenital disease. My daughter has been in poor health since childhood. She was born 3 months premature and can be said to have been raised in a medicine jar. If she could continue taking the medicine, my Zhao family could ensure she would have enough to eat and wear for the rest of her life. But as you can see now, neither traditional Chinese medicine nor Western medicine can keep her going. Otherwise, my Zhao family would not have had to issue a reward to find a famous doctor in the country. The Tai doctor nodded. Leave it to me. After speaking, he took out silver needles and inserted one needle each into Zhao Lingshua's Baihui and Shinting acupoints. He then rubbed the needles with his fingers, and when the vibration rhythm of the silver needles matched the rhythm of the meridian pulsation, the needle placement was perfect. Soon, after 7 or 8 needles were inserted, Zhao Lingshua's body reacted. It could be seen from the color of her skin that the heat in her lower body was gathering above her dantian and below her heart, while the coldness in her upper body remained stagnant near her heart. A miracle doctor is indeed a miracle doctor. His skills are far superior to those third-rate doctors. Zhang Juanhao couldn't wait to start praising it. After saying that, she glanced at Lu Qingxian, and the meaning behind her words was all too clear. Mr. Lu hasn't even made a move yet. How can you be so sure he's a third-rate bastard? Lu Bingqing retorted, unconvinced. Hey, I didn't name him. Everyone heard it. She admitted herself that this guy is third-rate, not mean. Zhang Juanhao smiled smirkingly, like a victorious general. You. Alright, keep quiet. Can't you see Dr. Tai is administering acupuncture? Zhao Rulong turned around and glared at the two of them. At this point, the acupuncture treatment had entered its final stage. The last needle was placed in the very center of the lower abdomen, at the intersection of damp and hot energy. Wow! Zhao Lingxua suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, her body trembling with alternating chills and fever. The hot sweat and cold shivering made her suffer terribly, and she let out a loud groan. How could this happen? Logically, damp heat should be released through the Baihui acupoint. What went wrong? For the first time, Dr. Tai panicked. The situation was somewhat out of control. Dr. Tai Zhao Rulong panicked as well. Xiao Shua's condition was not good. Mr. Zhao, Mrs. Heart rate is dropping again. The nurse kept a close eye on the heart rate monitor. Don't speak. Dr. Tai will definitely have a solution. Zhao Rulong wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Thai doctor gritted his teeth, made a cut on Zhao Lingshue's side, and began to bleed her. It's no use yin and yang, or Reaver said, it's the qi that's reversed, not the blood, Lu Qingxian reminded him as he watched him frantically trying to regain his composure, which was the most basic requirement of a doctor. Qi? The Thai doctor was taken aback. Traditional Chinese medicine often mentions qi and blood, thinking that qi is blood and blood is qi, but that's not true. Blood is the essence of life, and qi is the foundation of life, Lu Qingxian explained. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Just then, the heart monitor sounded an alarm, and the patient's heart stopped beating. 148, Chapter 148, This girl is really in love. The Thai doctor quickly extended his fingers and placed them on Zhao Lingshue's wrist. After a long while, he sighed, Alas, I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, I can't help with this kind of illness. Moreover, the condition of your daughter is unimaginably poor. Even a national-level doctor would find it difficult to save her. What? Zhao Rulong could not accept this result. Dr. Tai, you're not kidding, are you? Our whole family is waiting for you to save our lives, and you're saying you can't? To heal the sick and save lives, we must do our best and leave the rest to fate. If there's nothing we can do, there's nothing we can do. Besides, I haven't asked your Zhao family for a single penny of compensation. What complaints do you have, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Rulong was speechless after hearing this. Congenital diseases are inherently incurable, let alone this girl whose condition has progressed to the terminal stage, beyond the reach of any medicine, said the Thai doctor. What can we do? Is Shuer beyond saving? Yuan Jia was completely disoriented. She turned to look at Zhao Rulong, her eyes filled with tears. At this moment, when the divine physician Tai came to Lu Qingxian, he had lost his previous arrogance and instead said with great agreement, Young friend, I have never heard of your theory of qi and blood before. It is very ingenious and has given me a lot of inspiration. The Thai doctor sighed, if I had more time, I might have been able to find a way to prolong this girl's life or even cure her, but now time is of the essence. It's too late. It's all too late. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly and said, if you know the technique of reversing the flow of qi and blood through acupoints, this disease can actually be easily treated. Reverse the acupoints and integrate qi and blood? Dr. Tai was taken aback. He seemed to have heard these 8 words somewhere before. That's right, the Medicine King's classic mentions that qi is the foundation of life and blood is the essence of life. The reversal of qi and blood is also known as the reversal of yin and yang, which is a congenital condition. The head is hot and the feet are cold, and the damp heat is differentiated into 2 extremes over time. One side of the body will be hot and the other side will be cold. The best solution is to use acupuncture to reverse the flow of qi and blood. After conditioning and replenishing qi and blood, one can recover to the point where one is no different from an ordinary person. Lu Qingxian nodded. The Medicine King's scripture, you actually read the Medicine King's scripture? The Thai doctor stared at him in disbelief, his mouth agape. The ancient medical classic, the Medicine King scripture, has long been lost to the medical community. How could such a young man have read it? Lu Qingxian smiled without saying a word. The Medicine King scripture was a book that his father had left him after reading it. He burned it. It wasn't that Lu Qingxian didn't want to pass it on, but that if the book were to spread, it would inevitably cause a bloodbath. Moreover, very few people could comprehend it. In addition, it contained recipes for extremely rare and deadly poisons. If it fell into the hands of someone with ill intentions, it would be a real problem. Mr. Zhao, the Medicine King Classic is an ancient and extraordinary medical book. This young friend may have a way to save your daughter. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rulong disregarded his dignity and pride, and hurriedly stepped forward to grab Lu Qingxuan's arm, afraid that he would run away. Mr. Lu, please save my daughter. I was wrong before. As long as you can save my daughter, from now on you will be the most honored guest of the Zhao family. Lu Qingxian remained unmoved. He had said long ago that it wouldn't be long before he would be begging me to save his life. Bingqing, niece, you must quickly persuade your friend. Your uncle only has this one daughter, and your little sister Shuer must not be harmed. Third sister, please persuade your daughter and Mr. Lu, I am begging you.
Ah, John.
Brother, don't get agitated since Mr. Lu is still standing here, he won't just sit idly by. Zhao Rumeng quickly helped him up.
That's not necessarily true, Lu Bingqing pouted, clearly holding a grudge.
Seeing her resentful expression, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but smile. Knowingly he knew that Lu Bingqing was angry because she felt indignant on his behalf.
My niece Bingqing, your uncle is kneeling before you.
Lu Bingqing raised an eyebrow smugly. No need whether or not to save him is Mula's decision. If you're going to beg, you're begging Mr. Lu.
Zhao Rulong, let me tell you, if he walks away today, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. You have let down my daughter and me. Yuan Jie gritted her teeth.
I didn't say I wouldn't save him. Lu Qingxian placed his needle case on the table. Zhao Rulong was overjoyed at the sight and quickly pushed Zhang Juanhao aside, saying, Mr. Lu, this way please. Zhang Juanhao stumbled and almost fell, his eyes fixed on Lu Qingshuan's back with a sinister look.
Uncle Zhao, do you really believe this guy can cure Shuer? Then why don't you treat him?
Zhao Rulong turned around, and Zhang Juanhao was instantly too frightened to utter a sound.
If you can't do anything, get out of here and stop getting in the way.
Zhang Juanhao clenched his fists, daring not to speak out in anger. From beginning to end, Lu Qingxian didn't even glance at him. There are clown-like characters like this everywhere, and they don't affect him.
Bingqing, come and help me. Me? Lu Bingqing pointed to herself. Oh, okay. After realizing what was happening, she immediately went to the bedside and stood next to Lu Qingxian. Help me unbutton her clothes, revealing an inch below and 2 inches above her lower abdomen. Lu Bingqing quickly did as instructed.
With her help, Zhao Rulong felt much more at ease. Even as a doctor, he would feel uneasy letting a strange man undress his daughter. At this moment, the Thai doctor also came closer. He wanted to see what was so mysterious about this young man's so-called method of reversing acupoints and integrating qi and blood, whether he was just a fraudster trying to mystify things or he really had the ability. Lu Qingxian didn't even look at the needle pouch. With a casual flick of his hand, 4 silver needles appeared between his fingers. He didn't insert the needles, but instead flicked them lightly with his fingers as if guided by something. The silver needles accurately pierced the acupoints. This scene alone left the Thai doctor speechless. He'd practiced medicine for decades and seen all sorts of bizarre acupuncture techniques, but he'd never seen anything so outrageous. It was like something out of a TV drama, like Li Xuanwan's flying dagger technique. Silver needles used like this guy was supposed to be healing and saving lives, and was it murder? 3 rounds in a row, 12 needles circled around the dantian. Immediately afterwards, Lu Qingxian took out 2 longer silver needles, one for Shinkei and one for Yongquan. The moment those 2 needles were inserted, Zhao Lingxue almost instantly regained her life. The heart rate monitor showed visible fluctuations. Upon seeing this, the Thai doctor reacted as if he had seen a ghost. He rushed forward and probed the wrist with 2 fingers, which terrified him. Did they come back to life? She didn't die at all, so how could she have come back to life? Your previous treatment caused cold energy to rise to her body, freezing her heart and causing a brief period of apparent death. As Lu Qingxian spoke, he spread out his palm and brushed it over the 12 silver needles. In an instant, all the silver needles began to vibrate rhythmically and in unison. Using qi to control needles? The Thai doctor exclaimed in surprise again. He had never seen such a technique actually practiced in his life, except for those recorded in books. This was because using qi to control needles was not a method, but a force, a manifestation of a person's martial arts cultivation. No matter how skilled you were in medicine, without profound internal energy, you could not master this technique. How old is this young man? Is the world too crazy, or is he outdated? Seeing the astonished Dr. Tai, Lu Bingqing proudly raised her neck and stood next to Lu Qingxian, feeling honored. Lu Zhan and Zhao Rumeng, who were watching from afar, exchanged a strange glance. This girl is really in love. 149, Chapter 149, Defaulting on the Debt. The 2 men knew their daughter too well. Lu Bingqing, who had always kept her distance from men, had never shown such a girlish demeanor before. She had truly fallen for the man before her, rejoicing in his glory and raging at his grievances. However, the man she likes doesn't seem to appreciate it much. At this moment, Lu Qingxian was completely focused on the patient. After a short while, the upper half of the silver needles turned into a light red color, while the lower half turned into a light bluish-white color, with fine white frost on them. The damp heat was all drained out of the body through the stimulation of acupoints by silver needles, and evaporated into crystalline state. It's amazing, truly amazing. The Thai doctor couldn't help but applaud, his eyes filled with nothing but astonishment and admiration. This step is just to release the excess dampness and heat from her body. Then Lu Qingxian did not explain with words, but instead put his fingers together and pressed down along the abdomen line, pressing hard at a point 3 inches away. Wow! Zhao Lingxue woke up instantly, spitting out a mouthful of black, dirty stuff. This step is to remove the cold toxins that have accumulated over the years. Finally, Lu Qingxuan's hands moved like he was playing a zither with each pull and drop. He changed the position of the silver needles. The silver needles were like chess pieces on a chessboard, creating a dazzling display as he manipulated them. Finally, all 12 silver needles, plus the 2 needles inserted into the Yongquan acupoint on the soles of the feet and the Shinkei acupoint on the head, were pulled out at the same time. That was it, he was done. The whole process took about 10 minutes. The illness that stumped countless famous doctors and left even the divine physician Tai helpless was simpler than a cold or fever in Lu Qingxuan's hands. After all, a cold and fever aren't illnesses, and he really can't cure them. Is that all? Zhao Rulong felt like he was dreaming and quickly ran over to stare at Zhao Lingxue, who had already opened her eyes on the bed. Alright, now it's time for recuperation with the Zhao family's wealth. She'll be back to her old self in less than a month. During this month, it's best to avoid too much sunlight and prolonged outdoor activities, otherwise, there shouldn't be any problems. After explaining everything, Lu Qingxian finally mentioned the bounty. After all, that was his main objective. Do you really think he's a pushover, that he wouldn't leave even after being insulted and humiliated? It's because there's something of equal value waiting for him otherwise, let alone treating patients and saving lives. Even just seeing him would depend on his mood. Zhao Rulong found an opportunity to take Zhang Juanhao and leave the room first, saying they were going to prepare the reward. On the hospital bed, Zhao Lingxue's eyes seemed to wander over Lu Qingxian, a mixture of curiosity and scrutiny. Although she was unconscious the whole time, she could sense what was happening around her and knew that it was this young man who saved her and pulled her back from the brink of death. What's puzzling is, who exactly is this young talent? How could he possibly surpass the renowned Dr. Tai from Central and Southern Province in medical skills? Unheard of and unseen before. Just then, a figure stood in front of her, blocking her view of Lu Qingxian. It's Lu Bingqing. Lu Bingqing was carefully packing his sewing kit, and at the same time, as if asserting her ownership, she stood very close to Lu Qingxian and whispered something intimately in his ear. These little actions left Lu Zhan and Zhao Rumong both amused and exasperated. Women in love are unreasonable. This girl is usually so aloof, but now she's resorting to these little tricks. What are those young men who lined up to pursue her and idolized her as their goddess supposed to think? Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhou is waiting for you in the living room. He said the reward has been prepared and he wants you to go and get it. Not long after, the waitress pushed open the door and stood at the doorway, calling out. I'll go out for a bit. Lu Qingxian smiled and nodded to Lu Zhan, Zhao Rumong, and the others. When he arrived in the living room, Zhang Juanhao and Zhao Rulong were waiting for him, one sitting at the head of the table and the other at the head of the table on the left. Xiao Lu, you did a great job saving my daughter. You deserve a reward. It was just a small favor, and everyone got what they needed, so there's no need for thanks. It was nothing, really nothing. Zhao Rulong nodded. I see that you didn't put in much effort at all. Xiao Lu, you just pricked her a few times, and hey, my daughter got better. Amazing, so amazing. Juanhao, do you think it's possible that Schwerer doesn't actually have any major problems, and we're just being too anxious and making a mountain out of a molehill? I mean, even if it's not treated, it might heal itself in a few days? Zhao Rulong stroked his mustache and said thoughtfully. Zhang Juanhao nodded seriously. I also think it's possible. However, this brother has made a contribution, saving Uncle Zhao and Aunt Yuan a lot of trouble. He deserves the award. Lu Qingxian sat below, quietly watching the two perform their enthusiastic back and forth, without uttering a sound. Zhao Rulong waved his hand and said, Hey, butler boy, bring out one of my Zhao family's gold cards. Soon, an elderly man in a suit and vest walked in from outside, placed a gold card on a tray, and handed it to Lu Qingxian. This is my Zhao family gold card. with a credit limit of 50 million. Any spending at places operated by my Zhao family will be credited to the gold card limit. Lu Qingxian did not reach out to take it. A moment of silence fell over the hall. Still not satisfied with a 50 million yuan shopping card? Zhang Juanhao stared at him with a half-smile. Your surname is Lu, right? I have just investigated you. There is no Lu family in the entire South China, including Central South and Jiangnan. In other words, you are just an ordinary person with your status and age. You can just take this gold card and retire. Don't think too much about it. What you mean by don't think too much refers to the 100 million reward offered by the Zhao family and that 800-year-old tree medicinal herbs? Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. You know it yourself, it's impolite to say it out loud. That kind of heirloom is not something you are qualified to even think about. Zhang Juanhao crossed his arms, looking as if he had the situation completely under his control. Lu Qingxian flicked his fingers dismissively. So, the Zhao family, such a large clan, is planning to double-cross me and renege on my debt? 150, Chapter 150, Shameless. Hey Lu, don't be so rude. You can get a few acupuncture needles and not even break a sweat. We've already done you a huge favor by giving you 50 million. You're refusing to listen to reason. Do you think you can leave Zhongnan? Zhang Juanhao said with a very dangerous look in his eyes. You're welcome to give it a try. Lu Qingxian raised his eyelids slightly. Court deaf. Zhao Rulong waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. Then the cold expression on his face relaxed, replaced by a meaningful smile. Xiaolu, you get what you put in, just like Juanhao said. You think you can take away the old medicine that has been passed down for 3 generations of my Zhao family by just moving your fingers and sticking needles? Don't you think that's a bit wishful thinking? Lu Qingxian said with a laugh. If you can't afford to play this game, your Zhao family can simply withdraw the bounty and see how many famous doctors your 50 million yuan shopping card can attract to treat your daughter. To put it bluntly, without that medicinal herb as payment, and without the connection to the Lu family, even if your Zhao family carried me to Nanling in a grand sedan chair, you still wouldn't be able to invite me without me. You can just wait to collect your daughter's corpse. Zhao Rulong's face suddenly darkened. What an arrogant bastard, even 8 sedan chairs couldn't get him to come. Does he think he's some kind of prince from the capital, or some underground emperor of some major city? Little thing, you've got one thing wrong. If you want to take the bounty from my Zhao family, you need to have the corresponding strength, which you obviously don't have. So, obediently accepting the reward I'm giving you is your only way out. Don't be ungrateful, or you'll end up losing your life in Zhongnan. Is Mr. Zhao threatening me? Lu Qingxuan's eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. You can interpret it however you want, it's irrelevant to the Zhao family, Zhao Rulong said impatiently, waving his hand. So, in other words, I'm not going to get that medicinal herb today no matter what? Lu Qingxian laughed angrily. He traveled a long way to come here, not only to do the Lu family a favor, but also because of that medicinal herb. That herb was the key to the transformation of Yafei and Aunt Yun's physique. He stood Yafei up so that he could give her an even bigger surprise, but this old bastard dared to cheat him and deny his promise. He was truly amused and annoyed. Do you really think that just because he has connections with the Lu family, he won't dare to kill him? This wasn't the first time Lu Qingxian had committed murder and robbery. If pushed too far, he would summon the Qingxian guards that night, send armed helicopters to wipe out the Zhao family, and then set a huge fire, sending them to their deaths. Little brat, can't you understand human language? Either take this gold card and get out of here, or I'll have someone tie you up and throw you out. What are you, trying to covet the divine medicine? That's something you can't touch. Zhang Juanhao said impatiently. Lu Qingxian stood up from his chair. The Zhao family, one of the 4 great families in central and southern China with a history spanning hundreds of years, has actually abandoned all pretense of honor for a single old herb. They have openly broken their promise and violated their integrity. It is truly an eye-opener. Zhao Rulong sneered indifferently. What a joke, others will only think you don't know what's good for you. Who dares to say that my Zhao family has no shame? It seems Mr. Zhao thinks I, Lu Qingxian, am easy to bully and can be manipulated. Lu Qingxian lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. You're the one I'm targeting. Who do you think you are, you lowly wretch, daring to take off Shuimei's clothes? You should be grateful I didn't kill you on the spot. Take this card and get the hell out of here. Don't let me see you again, or else. Zhang Juanhao came to Lu Qingxuan's side, and just as he reached out to push him, Lu Qingxian grabbed his fist. Otherwise what? Lu Qingxian retorted. Let go. Zhang Juanhao threatened, glaring at him.
Snap!
Lu Qingxian twisted his wrist 180 degrees clockwise, and the bone broke on the spot. Zhang Juanhao was in so much pain that he jumped up and down, and his heart-wrenching screams carried far and wide.
With such a weak spine, how dare you act so arrogantly?
At the head of the table in the living room, Zhao Rulong sat up straight instantly, his gaze towards Lu Qingxian turning serious. He sneered repeatedly, "Good lad, you are the first young man who dares to make a move in my Zhao family mansion. Do you know the monstrous disaster you have committed?" Lu Qingxian turned his head and said indifferently, "All I know is that if that medicinal herb is not brought out soon, your Zhao family may face a disaster that you never want to see in your life. What belongs to Lu Qingxian cannot be stolen, nor should you even think about stealing it. If you have any bad intentions, you will have to pay a sufficient price. Let's see if your Zhao family can afford it."
Very well indeed. Zhao Rulong was genuinely enraged and waved his hand dismissively.
A group of people immediately rushed in from outside. The elite men raised by the Zhao family were all tall and strong. As soon as they entered, they filled half of the living room, surrounding Lu Qingxian from all sides. "Break both of his legs and see if he can still jump around." Instantly, the entire living room descended into chaos as a group of people rushed forward without any regard for order. However, Zhao Rulong soon realized something was wrong. The screams seemed to be coming from his men. In a short while, a large number of people were either unconscious, crippled, or had broken limbs. Lu Qingxian walked out and came to Zhao Rulong in a few steps.
"You have repeatedly angered me, which is really unwise of you."
With a thud, Zhao Rulong fell off the chair, only to be grabbed by the neck and pulled back onto the chair by Lu Qingxian in the next instant. Just then, there was a noise at the side door, and Dr. Tai, Lu Bingqing, Lu Zhan, Zhao Rumong, and Yuan Jia and her daughter hurriedly came out.
What are you doing? Mr. Lu, what's going on?"
Lu Bingqing was startled looking at the mess in the hall, with thugs lying everywhere. She was shocked.
"Mr. Lu, let go of my brother, what are you doing?"
Zhao Rumong exclaimed.
Lu Zhanyahe chimed in from the sidelines.
Lu Qingxian did not let go, and said calmly, "I'm only sparing his life out of respect for you, but you want me to let him go? Sorry, that's unlikely. Mr. Lu, let's talk this out. Tell me what happened, and I believe the Zhao family will handle it properly," Yuan Jia said, her voice trembling with tears.
"Brother, I'm so grateful to you for saving me. Think you're a really good person. Can we calm down?"
Zhao Lingxue looked at Lu Qingxian with teary eyes.
Lu Qingxian frowned.
"After thinking it over, I decided to lay things out on the table." Upon hearing this, Lu Bingqing was the first to object. "How shameless, how can they be so shameless? They told us to get lost at first, then begged us to treat their illness, and now that they're cured, they're turning their backs on us."
Lu Bingqing stared wide-eyed and said in a loud voice, "This kind of scum is actually the head of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families in central and southern China?
When I return to Jiangnan, I will definitely give them a good talking to. They are shameless to the extreme and have wasted half their lives." 151, Chapter 151, I Want to Kill Him.
The atmosphere at the scene became extremely awkward.
However, no one spoke up to refute her words. Such behavior was indeed unbelievable in a top-tier aristocratic family. It was one thing to use the family's military power to try to betray them and not pay them back, and it was another to be powerful and try to double-cross them, but the key was that she couldn't beat them and got defeated. That was incredibly shameful. Bingqing, stop talking, let us handle this." Zhao Ruming's face darkened for the first time.
"If we're talking about who's most shameful, she's the one who's the most shameful."
It was she who suggested it to Lu Zhan, and then Lu Zhan found Lu Qingxian through his daughter. As a result, Lu Qingxian traveled a long way to get treatment and suffered a lot of grievances. In the end, after finally curing the patient, his older brother turned his back on him. She was caught in the middle, neither side being a good person.
"Old Zhao, is your daughter's life less valuable than a medicinal herb? Is this something you would do?"
Yuan Jia looked at him incredulously, her eyes filled with disappointment.
"What do you know about a woman's perspective?"
"That herb can be exchanged for a favor from Laojun Mountain. I had already made an agreement with the people of Laojun Mountain. As long as we present this herb, Laojun Mountain will send an expert to represent my Zhao family at the South China Martial Arts Tournament. This is the only chance for my Zhao family to surpass the Lu family and stand at the top of central and southern China."
Yuan Jia sighed, "Since you've made this decision, why did you offer that herb as a reward?"
Why use that herb as a bounty? If we didn't do that, why do you think these guys would come here? That herb is worth at least $1 billion at auction, and it's priceless. You could hardly find even one in the entire South China region, and they're all in the hands of top-tier powers, Zhao Rulong sneered coldly.
So, you never intended to give this herb away from the beginning, right?
From childhood to adulthood, you have always taught Xiaoxue to be an honest and trustworthy person, but what about you? You are treacherous and ungrateful. You even wanted to lay a hand on Dr. Lu. You have let down the person who saved your life, you have let down your daughter, and you have let me down.
Dad, if you don't want your daughter to carry this guilt for the rest of her life, give the things to the little brother. He saved my life. Isn't that worth more than your so-called surpassing the Lu family?
Zhao Lingxue said sadly.
Swear, Dad is doing this for the Zhao family's sake. Take Swear back to her room quickly. I can handle things here.
Zhao Rulong's face was grim. He didn't want his daughter and wife to see this scene, otherwise he wouldn't have called Lu Qingxian to the living room alone, but he didn't expect this kid to be so difficult to deal with, and to make such a commotion, alarming everyone. You sent me and Swear away alone. What were you planning to do to Dr. Lu? You'll be punished for what you're doing.
Yuan Jia was both angry and furious. Mr. Zhao, are you mistaken about something?
Lu Qingxian looked at him with amusement, applying slight pressure to Zhao Rulong's face, which turned a deep purplish red. Your life is in my hands. What can you do? You don't really think I wouldn't dare kill you, do you?
Cough, cough.
Zhao Rulong coughed up blood. Let go first, I'll give you the medicine. Yuan Jia was extremely anxious and immediately pleaded on their behalf, promising that she would definitely hand over the medicinal herbs and would not renege on her promise. Zhao Rumling nudged her daughter next to her with her arm. Seeing this, Lu Bingqing rolled her eyes. Her mother was indeed biased towards her older brother.
Mr. Lu, why don't we trust them one more time? Lu Bingqing asked tentatively.
If they still try to cheat, then you can turn the Zhao family upside down and I won't care anymore. You don't need to worry about us anymore. You can beat and kill as you please. She knew Lu Qingxuan's temper very well. The leader of the Zhenghai Tiger Alliance had died at his hands. The news of what happened in Zhenghai hadn't spread yet, but the internal situation was already in chaos. She wouldn't be surprised if this guy exposed everything in 8 days. Okay, I'll give you face. Lu Qingxian released his grip and retreated to the center of the hall. Zhao Rulong took a couple of breaths, his expression shifting unpredictably, his eyes fixed on the vicinity of the side hall. Inside the hall, Zhang Juanhao, sweating profusely from the pain, rolled over and sat on the ground, clutching his severed arm and shouting, "Uncle Zhao, Dark Serpent is in position."
Good. Zhao Rulong was overjoyed and leaned back, hiding behind the chair.
In an instant, dozens of people surged out from the left and right side halls and the hidden door in front of the main hall. These people were completely different from the burly security guards from before. Each of them had blood on their hands and exuded a strong murderous aura.
Dark Snake Fong.
The Secret Service, exclusively for the Zhao family of Zhongnan, is used to handle dirty work and carry out shady operations for the Zhao family. It was established 50 years ago and is the pride of the previous family head. Most of the members are scoundrels from ancient martial arts sects. Although each of them has a bad record, they are all real experts. These people separated Zhang Juanhao, Zhao Rulong, and Yuan Jia and her daughter Zhao Lingxue, while surrounding Lu Qingxian, Lu Bingqing, and others in the middle.
The sudden turn of events left everyone except Lu Qingxian stunned. Especially Lu Bingqing, whose face turned green with anger.
She had just acted as a guarantor, and this scoundrel uncle immediately turned on her. This kind of trash is the epitome of depravity, with absolutely no moral bottom line.
Old Zhao, are you crazy? Dad, you've gone back on your word again.
Zhao Lingxue wrinkled her nose, her face full of anger. Such behavior by the Zhao family is a disgrace to any wealthy family. The Tai divine doctor, who had remained silent until now, shook his head and sighed after seeing the other party repeatedly break their promises. As fellow divine physicians, he admired Lu Qingxuan's youthful talent and extensive knowledge. It was only right that he received the reward promised by the Zhao family. However, Zhao Rulong had never intended to hand over the medicinal materials, which he found extremely distasteful. After all, he had also come for the medicinal materials. If he was the one who cured the illness, wouldn't he, the divine physician Tai,
be the one suffering oppression now? Ask yourself, who would do this in their situation, not angry?
I am the head of the Zhao family. My words and actions must not only take into account the development of the entire family, but also the future impact on the family compared to a doctor from a remote corner. The human relationships of Laojun Mountain are truly unique. I have a great use for that herb, and I would never give it away as a reward. Ajia, Shashwat, as women, you shouldn't interfere with men's affairs as the head of the family. I sometimes have to learn to put aside my feelings. Back then, I let my third sister go and let her marry into the Lu family, thus missing the opportunity to form an alliance with the Xiao family in the capital. This has already put my Zhao family behind for 10 years now. I must seize the opportunity of the Central and Southern Martial Arts Tournament and grab the ticket to enter the capital's elite families. After saying this, Zhao Rulong looked at Lu Qingxian and said with a half-smile, "Do you really think my Zhao family, which has been around for 100 years, is made of paper and can be torn apart with a single poke? What you have seen is only the tip of the iceberg of my Zhao family's power. I can destroy you with a flick of my finger. What do you think you are, trying to bargain with me?" Lu Qingxian did not answer him, but turned to look at Lu Bingqing with an indifferent expression. "I want to kill him." 152, Chapter 152, Returning to see her one last time. "I told you I don't care anymore, Mr. Lu. Do whatever you want. Don't worry about my feelings anymore. You can kill them all. I can't stand looking at them anyway," Lu Bingqing said angrily. "Stop spouting nonsense." Zhao Rumeng glared at him fiercely. "No matter how much we plead, the Zhao family is still her maternal family, so why kill them all? Besides, they are clearly the ones being attacked now. Mr. Lu, please don't be impulsive. The situation is not good for us right now. If we anger my elder brother, none of us will benefit." Lu Qingxian interrupted her. "The current situation is that he angered me. I've said before that no one can take away what belongs to me. Before this, I always gave Bingqing face and respected your and Rulua's feelings, and I endured it time and time again. But now you see, without some extreme measures, I can't get back what belongs to me." Zhao Rumeng pursed her lips, looked up at Zhao Rulong, and said, "Brother, ever since I begged you when I ran away with Lu Zhan back then, I have never begged you for even a single thing in all these years. I'm begging you one last time today. Let Mr. Lu go and give him the medicinal herbs. Our Lu family can make up for the 100 million bounty, okay?" Zhao Rulong was no longer under any pressure. He sat comfortably in his chair with a smile on his face. "Third sister, you should understand that you have no right to ask me for help. Back then, you eloped with that guy surnamed Lu and unilaterally broke your engagement with the Shengguan family, causing our Zhao family's development to stagnate for 10 years, from being the number one family in central and southern China to almost being at the bottom now. My father died of grief because of this incident. From that moment on, I vowed that I would take back everything I had lost, and I would stop at nothing to do so. You know best how much the Zhao family has sacrificed for your marriage. Now you want me to sacrifice the family's interests to make it happen for you. Don't dream about it." With tears in her eyes, Zhao Rumeng shook her head and said, "This is what you promised Mr. Lu. This is not sacrificing the family's interests, nor is it to fulfill my wishes. You are crossing the river and burning the bridge. You are ungrateful. Say whatever you want. I can be merciful and let you go today, but he must leave with an arm and a leg." Zhao Rulong looked at Lu Qingxian with icy eyes. "On the one hand, he injured Juanhao, and as his uncle, I have to avenge him for losing an arm. On the other hand, he despised my Zhao family and offended me, so breaking his leg is my punishment for him. Uncle Zhao, isn't this too lenient with him? He threatened to kill you. I think we should cut off his limbs, turn him into a human stick, and hang him on the big tree in front of the Zhao family's house for 3 days and 3 nights as a warning to others. If he doesn't die, then we'll spare him. If he dies, then it's just bad luck," Zhang Juanhao suggested with a venomous expression. That's a good suggestion. We can consider adopting it." Zhao Rulong stared at Lu Qingxian with a half-smile. "What do you think?" A group of Dark Serpent members, all of whom drew their sharp knives, began to approach. Lu Qingxian looked at these people, his eyes filled with undisguised murderous intent. At that very moment, his cell phone rang. The call was from Sueo. Sueo made 2 calls that night, something that had never happened before. In front of everyone, Lu Qingxian answered the phone. It was as if, in his eyes, these Dark Serpent members wielding knives were nothing more than air. "Mr. Su, I'm on business right now. Didn't I say I'd be back in 2 hours? Xiao Xin, I know it's not good to bother you, but, Yafei is dying. Please come back quickly. She keeps calling your name. Her last wish is to see you one last time." "What did you say?" Lu Qingshuan's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, and his murderous aura burst forth uncontrollably. Sueo sighed, "I was afraid of delaying your plans, so I kept it from you. But now, even the best doctors in the city couldn't save her. She had her limbs broken and all her teeth pulled out on the boat. causing massive bleeding and blood loss. She's on her deathbed now and probably won't live to see you come back. 153, Chapter 153, Paying Respects to the Young Master. Lu Qingxian stood there blankly, listening to the dial tone, as if he had lost his soul. Ye Fei, how could she have left me? It must be a joke, it must be a joke. The next second, he started frantically dialing numbers. Chen Jiadi, in charge of intelligence in the hub, Hong Yu, in charge of cutting-edge forces, Qing Tong, who controls aerial power, and Luo Mo, who is active in the surrounding seas year-round, and so many more. Chen Jiadi, I need you to listen carefully right now. At all costs, mobilize the Qingxian guards and transport the backup blood bank to Nanling Hospital within 10 minutes to save Yu Fei's life. Something happened to Consort Ya? Chen Jiao was taken aback. Like Lu Qingxian, he also had feelings for Ye Fei over the years. He had watched the young master and Ye Fei grow up, and in his heart, Ye Fei was like his granddaughter. Don't ask, just do it. Hong Yu, immediately dispatched the mysterious machine Type 1 to the Zhao family in Zhongnan to pick me up. Qing Tong, clear the air routes and ensure unimpeded passage from Zhongnan to Nanling. As Lu Qingxian made one phone call after another, the entire Jiangnan region began to stir. The contingency plans left by his father, as well as the hidden threads and pawns he had planted over the years, began to exert a terrifying effect. The Elizabeth. Ye Fei boarded the Elizabeth. Luo Mo, take control of the sea routes off the west coast of Nanling City, take control of the Elizabeth, and within half an hour I need the list of everyone on board, as well as the distribution of their respective forces. Lu Qingxian roared into the phone. He wanted to know who was trying to hurt a girl. He knew Ye Fei too well. She wasn't the type to cause trouble, so someone must be deliberately trying to harm her. Inside the hall, everyone was watching Lu Qingxuan's hysterical outburst. Keep acting, Zhang Juanhao imitated Lu Qingxuan's tone, repeating Lu Qingxuan's words in a sarcastic tone, imitating him perfectly. The Dark Serpent members next to him all laughed. Lu Qingxian looked up and glanced at him. The next second, an invisible palm strike flashed by, leaving only a faint white mark in the air. Immediately afterward, Zhang Juanhao's smile came to an abrupt end. His limbs were cut off so quickly and neatly that he didn't feel any pain at first. Bang! Soon, his arms fell to the ground, and his legs followed suit, leaving him as a human stump with his head on top, lying on the ground screaming in agony. The bloody and cruel scene silenced the entire hall. Only Lu Bingqing stepped forward and came to Lu Qingxuan's side. Mr. Lu, has something happened? She had never seen such a terrifying expression on Lu Qingxuan's face before, and even she was immediately frightened. Lu Qingxian remained silent, then turned and walked towards Zhao Rulong. Facing dozens of Dark Serpent members, he took out a needle pouch from his waist and pulled out countless silver needles. These needles shimmered with a silvery glow and were no longer tools for saving lives, but deadly weapons. Mr. Zhao, you'd better send your men away. This young friend knows the art of using qi to guide needles. His needles are the sharpest weapons in the world. You can't defeat them. When the divine physician saw him take out his needle kit, he could already guess what he was going to do. Unfortunately, Zhao Rulong didn't realize what those words meant, or perhaps he had too much confidence in his Dark Serpent members. With a flick of Lu Qingxuan's finger, hundreds of silver needles shot out simultaneously, like a rain of pear blossoms from the ancient Tang clan, filling the air with countless silver rays. Pft! After a barely perceptible sound, dozens of Dark Serpent members all fell to the ground. A thin silver needle, as fine as a hair, was inserted into the very center of their foreheads. The needle pierced their Shinkei acupoints, killing them instantly. Seeing this, even the Thai doctor, who had expected it, broke out in a cold sweat. Hearing about it is one thing, seeing it with your own eyes is another. The legendary healer who could use his internal energy to guide needles was said to possess the ability to kill people silently from 10 meters away, with strength comparable to an internal energy martial artist. But now it seems that this is something an internal energy martial artist could not do. Even if he were holding a submachine gun, he would have to change the magazine 3 or 4 times to kill these dozens of Dark Serpent members. If he were a martial artist with internal energy, he would probably have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Moreover, all members of Dark Serpent are skilled in ancient martial arts techniques, so it's truly uncertain who will emerge victorious in the end. The Zhao family really provoked a wicked god. They've reaped what they sowed. Originally, given their connection to the Lu family, they could have easily gone along with it and befriended this young miracle doctor, but instead, they chose to take a different path. Lu Qingxian stepped over the corpse and walked up to Zhao Rulong. At this moment, Zhao Rulong had lost his former prestige. The annihilation of the dark serpent seemed to have drained all his energy and spirit. He couldn't understand how the situation, which he had been firmly in control of, had changed so quickly. With a needle pouch and a single flying needle, he wiped out all the elites secretly trained by the Zhao family.
Yuan Jie knelt on the ground.
Mr. Lu, old Zhao is blinded by greed and deserves to die, but Shuer and I still want to beg you to spare his life, just to have pity on us, mother and daughter.
Shuer has been in a coma for so many years, she can't lose her father so soon after waking up.
Without saying a word, Lu Qingxian walked up to Zhao Rulong and broke his shoulder blade. Just stare at him, for 1 second, 2 seconds. Zhao Rulong gritted his teeth, and Lu Qingxian smashed his leg bone with a palm strike. Seeing that he was still groaning and not speaking, the palm strike went straight to his neck and got stuck on his carotid artery. I'll give it to you, I'll give you the medicine right away. After speaking, Zhao Rulong used his only remaining arm to press a button under the stool. Immediately, a hidden cabinet appeared in the adjacent entryway. The cabinet opened, revealing a palm-sized, antique jade box. The box was then opened again, and inside lay a lotus-shaped old medicine. Without any identification, Lu Qingxian was already certain just by smelling the aroma that this 7-petaled lotus, which is over 700 years old and close to the quality of an 800-year-old medicinal king, is almost capable of bringing the dead back to life and healing flesh and bones. It can even bring back the dead from the brink of death if this herb is specially treated.
Don't be afraid, Ye Fei, I'm back.
Lu Qingxian muttered to himself, then turned around and walked straight out of the mansion.
Lu Bingqing, Lu Zhan, and the others followed curiously.
Zhao Rumong and Yuan Jie hurriedly came to Zhao Rulong. It's just a broken bone. You need to see a doctor as soon as possible, otherwise you'll be disabled for life, Zhao Rumong said after examining him.
Doctor?
Yuan Jie first looked at Dr. Tai, but Dr. Tai just glanced at her, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. After this incident, he dared not treat the Zhao family members anymore. Contact the expert team at Zhongnan Hospital and have them come over as quickly as possible. Yuan Jie instructed the head housekeeper, who was standing to the side, his face pale with fright. At that moment, a loud rumbling sound came from afar outside the mansion. Everyone within a 10-mile radius looked up simultaneously, their eyes fixed on a giant helicopter flying overhead. Despite being called a helicopter, its speed was terrifying. 1 second it was dozens of miles away, and the next second it had visibly grown larger and then hovered over the Zhao family's house. Moreover, the helicopter is entirely silver-white, exuding a futuristic feel, which has led countless military enthusiasts to speculate whether it is a secret weapon hidden by the country. The latest generation of helicopters has already been produced, yet they are still using the US Cobra attack helicopter in service. Not fair to play dumb to deceive others. The helicopter landed, the cockpit opened, and a tall woman, dressed in red armor and leather jacket, wearing a red Special Forces helmet, and standing at least 178 meters tall, stepped out and came to Lu Qingxian. Shenwei, Hongyu, greets young master.
154, Chapter 154, The Great Purge. Send me back to Nanling. Lu Qingxian stepped onto the spiral staircase and boarded the helicopter.
Hongyu returned to the pilot's seat, and a few seconds later, the helicopter spiraled into the air and quickly disappeared into the night sky. Lu Bingqing stood there, dumbfounded, then stomped her foot angrily. This guy has too many beauties around him, doesn't he? And he calls himself a young master. Whose young master is he anyway? When she turned to look at Lu Zhan standing next to her, she found that the latter was dumbfounded. Noticing the gazes around him, Lu Zhan rubbed his eyes hard and chuckled sheepishly. Was I dreaming? What kind of helicopter was that? I've never seen one before. Lu Bingqing stared incredulously. Really, you're a general in the Central and Southern Theater Command? There's someone you haven't met before? Her father had reached a point where he knew everything about military affairs. He could name as many types of aircraft as helicopters as possible, but he certainly wouldn't be unfamiliar with any of them. After all, the country holds an airshow every year, and her father has attended every single one. Lu Xun pondered for a moment. The Lu family, there is no family in the country with such strength-armed helicopters or military equipment, and ordinary families do not have the means to arm themselves. It has nothing to do with the amount of wealth they have. At this point, Lu Xun gave a wry smile. When I first met his father, I felt that such a powerful figure could not possibly belong to a domestic family. Their stage was too big, so big that only the whole world could accommodate them.
Lu Bingqing was startled. You mean, Mr. Lu belongs to an overseas family?
Lu Xun shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Some top clans have their headquarters overseas, but they still belong to our China Dragon Kingdom. These kinds of hidden families usually have a history of thousands of years. Their scale is unimaginable. They dominate a region, and their family power is so great that they can easily overthrow a small country.
Lu Bingqing's eyes widened in surprise. A family could overthrow a small country. She simply couldn't imagine it.
Take the Lu family for example. In Jiangnan, the Lu family is a prominent clan, and in Nanling City, it is undoubtedly the number one family that surpasses even the wealthy and powerful. However, the family's armed force consists of only about 100 thugs secretly trained. And some small countries, at least, have tens of thousands of well-trained armed forces, right? Don't find it unbelievable they set up headquarters overseas and develop freely in a vertically integrated manner. Wealth is secondary. They have secretly cultivated countless technology companies, weapons companies, and biological companies, independently developing weapons and drugs. For example, the Rothschild family has already launched space satellites into space to monitor the world. The world is vast, a world of 7 or 8 billion people. It's just that our vision is too narrow, confined to a small corner of the world. At this moment, Nanling City had already undergone earth-shattering changes, as a raging storm swept in. On the west coast, the HMS Queen Elizabeth, which had already sailed to the middle of the high seas, was intercepted on the spot by 4 silver-white warships and surrounded in the center. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of young men dressed in black robes, resembling ancient knights, boarded the ship. They concealed short swords, bayonets, and hidden cannons in front of them, held P-10 submachine guns in their hands, and had tactical grenades hanging from their waists. As soon as they boarded the ship, they took control of all the security personnel. Inside the cruise ship cabin, the dignitaries who were singing and dancing with great joy were stunned by this sudden scene. Who the hell has the nerve to hijack the Queen Elizabeth? Don't they know the Tiger Alliance and the Shao family are behind this ship? Soon, the armed team dressed in black made way for them.
Rama, wearing a one-eyed mask and a black cloak, walked towards us.
Who are you? Get out of here right now, or I'll call the police. A greasy-faced manager rushed out of the room, not even having time to put his pants on.
Following closely behind him was Zheng Kersen, the captain of the Nanling University dance team.
Zheng Kersen looked flustered and wrapped herself tightly in the only remaining bedsheet.
Rama glanced at him, his voice hoarse and cold. 10 seconds to give me the boarding list. I asked you who you are. Do you know that hijacking a ship is a serious crime? The administrator shouted angrily. Rama raised his right hand.
Beneath the cloak, his arm was completely gone, replaced by a completely modified mechanical arm equipped with a cannon and a silent rifle.
Baiyu.
After a faint gunshot, the administrator was shot in the head and fell to the ground with a thud. The phrase "kill the chicken to scare the monkey" was perfectly exemplified at this moment. There was no more sound in the cabin, and everyone squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. Don't be afraid, they're probably pirates. They'll leave after robbing us. Yao Wenwei was horrified, but he still tried to remain calm as he spoke to Li Yunmeng beside him. At this moment, Rama's cold gaze swept over everyone. Those who were targeted by him felt as if they had fallen into an eternal abyss of cold, their very souls frozen. His voice was like a death knell, echoing in every corner of the entire cruise ship. Half an hour ago, a girl on this ship had her limbs broken, her teeth pulled out, and was thrown into the sea. I would like to ask you, gentlemen and ladies, who is in charge of this incident, would you be willing to come forward and introduce yourselves?
Consort, yeah? Li Yunmeng exclaimed softly. This person actually came for Consortia? Could it be one of Su Ao's men?
No, Su Ao may be powerful, but he doesn't have that much power. These people are fully armed and their equipment is much better than some mercenaries. They are obviously affiliated with some legitimate organization.
Soon, a young man in black robes brought over a list. Lord Rama, this was found in the captain's cabin.
After looking around, Rama glanced at the people inside the cabin, held up 3 fingers, and said, since no one is willing to speak up, I will kill one person every 3 seconds. Just then, Li Yunmeng stood up from the crowd, and Yao Wenwei couldn't stop her. It's Qi Mingzhu from the Tiger Alliance and the capital city. Xiao Yufei of the Xiao family made a move, but the two of them had already been taken away 10 minutes ago.
Tiger Alliance, Xiao family. A playful smile appeared on Lu Omo's lips. Faced with Rama's terrifying aura, Li Yunmeng asked with difficulty, I want to ask, is Yufei still alive? Rama stared at her. What's your relationship with Miss Yufei? Friends, we're just friends, Li Yunmeng replied truthfully.
Rama nodded, raised his hand, and gestured for someone to take her away from the cabin, send her away. Upon seeing this, Yao Wenwei, who was squatting on the ground, immediately jumped out and said, Me too, I'm her boyfriend, and I know Yufei too. Luo Mo frowned, glanced back at Li Yunmeng, who hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Yao Wenwei had come with her after all, and now that she could get away, there was no reason for her to leave him here alone.
We are innocent too. We were classmates with Yufei, and we are all victims.
That's right, that bastard insulted me, saying I wasn't cooperating, so he had me thrown into the sea. Zheng Kersen said tearfully, pointing to the greasy administrator who had already turned cold on the ground. Yufei and I are all members of the school dance club. We were invited to participate in the performance on the Elizabeth, but who would have thought that something like this would happen? Wah! A group of young girls stood in a row, sobbing and crying. Rama, not wanting to make things difficult for those who could prove their innocence, had them escorted off the cruise ship. Don't think that everything will be fine once you leave. As long as this list is in my hands, as long as the investigation results come out, all the people involved, including everything behind them, will be saved. By May will break all their bones and throw them into the sea to feed the fish. Ma Yaoyao, who had just stepped out of the cabin, froze upon hearing this. She glanced at Yao Wenwei in front of her and swallowed hard. As more and more people left, many people in the cabin realized something was wrong. Was this one-eyed man going to kill everyone left on the ship? Several high-ranking and influential bosses immediately identified themselves and said that they could buy their freedom with money, no matter how much it cost. Just then, another young man in black robes ran in from outside, holding a USB drive. Lord Rama, the surveillance video has been copied completely. Send it to the young master. Rama raised his hand. Li Yunmeng, who had already left the cruise ship lobby and arrived on the deck, was taken aback.
Young master?
Who exactly mobilized such a large amount of power to control everyone here and find the murderer one by one for the sake of Su Yufei?
The other side is the Tiger Alliance and the Xiao family of the capital. Could it be that they want to mess with these two behemoths?
155, Chapter 155, the night has only just begun.
Shaking her head, Li Yunmeng boarded the lifeboat. These are not things she should be considering. She should be considering how the company should develop going forward. After experiencing so many things and so many setbacks, the company has fallen into a slump. It won't be easy to get back on track and move forward without projects or contracts. The company is on a downward spiral and will soon face collapse and bankruptcy. At that time, everything she has worked so hard to accumulate will vanish into thin air. Thinking about this, she wished she could strangle those two bastards, Chen Yulong and Lu Zixiao. One wanted to swindle her out of her money, and the other wanted to seduce her. Fortunately, Lu Qingxian saved her in time, otherwise she wouldn't know how to face herself now that she's become a withered and ruined woman. Alas, Lu Qingxian, the two of them have finally reached the end. Although she was beginning to regret it, she knew there was no going back. Moreover, after experiencing so much, her competitive spirit was stronger than before. She was determined to make something of herself and stand in front of Lu Qingxian to tell him that she had made the right choice. Leaving behind his mediocre life and venturing into a better world and a better future, she will stand on a higher level and look down upon others. She has to give it her all to prove herself. Yunmeng, why do you seem so restless?
Beside him, Yao Wenwei asked with concern. Li Yunmeng shook her head, glanced at the man briefly, and sighed inwardly.
She knew too little about Yao Wenwei and didn't dare to fully trust him. She hadn't actually met any of the high-ranking military officials he mentioned or the so-called aristocratic connections he had made.
Having learned from Chen Yulong and Lu Zixiao's mistakes, she is now much more cautious in her actions than before.
By the way, Yunmeng, what do you think of those bandits who just boarded the ship? Yao Wenwei changed the subject.
Li Yunmeng shook her head again. I don't know them, they seem to belong to some powerful forces for why they would stand up for Yafei. I have no idea. From what I know, Yafei is only backed by Sueo, but Sueo doesn't have that much power.
I just overheard them mentioning young master. Could it be some young man?
Li Yunmeng was slightly stunned.
Su Yufei probably doesn't make many friends, right, and she has even fewer male friends. Who could it be? Nanling Hospital at this moment. The entire hospital is facing its most tense moment in history.
In the lobby on the first floor, all the nurses were gathered there, discussing in hushed tones. Outside, the parking lot in front of the hospital was cleared out, and more than a dozen transport helicopters were parked there. One after another, staff members dressed in blue uniforms carried medicines, blood, and first aid equipment to the special care ward on the top floor.
Sueo was stunned by what he saw. Did Lu Qingxian call for all these helicopters?
This can't even be described as having extraordinary abilities. No wonder he looks down on the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce and that woman Lan Xingzhu. This guy is way better than her.
Just then, an even louder roar came from the sky.
The Xuanji Type 1 helicopter hovered on the hospital roof. Lu Qingxian descended the spiral staircase, smashed through the glass of the special care ward, and arrived at the bedside.
Little Xian, you so fast?
Sueo glanced at his watch. From the time he made the call until Lu Qingxian returned, only about 10 minutes had passed. Lu Qingxian had no time to communicate with him. He used 2 fingers to create countless afterimages, which moved across Yafei's body, sealing off the 3 vital points and protecting her heart meridian.
Young master, here is what you requested.
Han Yu, dressed in a deep red leather armor, rushed over and placed a pure gold box by the bedside.
The box contained 108 neatly arranged Xuanhua silver needles.
Lu Qingxian used his fingers to fly needles, and in the blink of an eye, countless silver needles pierced into Su Yufei's body, circulating from the small heavenly circuit to the great heavenly circuit, from the Shinkei acupoint to the Yongquan acupoint, sealing the needles with internal energy and golden needles. Before long, it became clear that half of the silver needles inserted into Su Yufei's body turned white and the other half turned black, forming a Bagua diagram with the Dantian center and heart as the core. The Bagua diagram has always been associated with the power to reverse yin and yang in acupuncture. The human body is viewed as a secret realm, and silver needles are used as tools for exploration. This allows for the reversal of yin and yang, preserving the life of a dying person and thus defying fate. Of course, completing this step is extremely difficult as ascending to heaven. Even for Lu Qingxian, this is the first time he has ever attempted it.
Where is Chen Jiadi? Lu Qingxian turned around. Outside, Jinjia burst through the door and entered. Hey, young master, what are your orders?
Lu Qingxian tossed the 7-petaled lotus over, saying, brewing the medicine, 30 minutes on high heat, then 1 hour on low heat. Make 2 batches and let them sit to form a paste.
This is the 800-year-old medicine king?
Chen Jiadi had collected countless treasures throughout his life, but he still couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw the medicine king. Upon seeing Lu Qingxuan's acupuncture technique, his expression immediately became extremely solemn. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly took the medicine and left the ward.
Sueo and Tang Yin watched quietly from the side, not daring to make a sound.
Lu Qingxian lowered his head and pressed his lips to her scarred face.
I will definitely wake you up. You may all leave.
Lu Qingxian turned around and looked at Sueo, Tang Yun, and some other medical staff.
Okay, then thank you for your trouble. Shaoxian. Sueo quickly pulled Tang Yun away.
Soon, only he and Yafei remained in the room. Lu Qingxian undressed her, cut her wrist, and blood, crimson mixed with a faint silvery white, flowed from the wound. Ice-like skin, jade-like bones, silver blood, and golden eyes. The key to Yafei's ability to regenerate her severed limbs and regain her vitality lies in the silver blood, which is immune to all poisons and nourishes life. The blood dripped onto her skin and was quickly absorbed into her body through the acupuncture points where the silver needles had been inserted.
2 hours passed quickly.
Lan Qingxuan leaned weakly against the bed, her face pale. Chen Jiadi stood beside her, feeding Su Yufei a medicinal paste made from 7-petaled lotus petals.
Young master, you should go and rest this eye, it's too exhausting and harmful.
Lu Qingxian shook his head, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. The night has only just begun. 156, Chapter 156, Yao Wenwei's attempt to kill in silence. Young master, you can rest well before taking any action, Chen Jiadi advised. He knew that the young master had just shared his universal blood with Miss Yafei, which was extremely damaging to him, perhaps even irreversible, but he also knew that the young master would definitely do it. The young master was always willing to risk his life for those around him, for his family, friends, and loved ones, which was what he respected and admired about him. Luomo just informed me that the surveillance footage from the Elizabeth cruise ship has been retrieved, and the forces behind it involve the Central Tiger Alliance and the Xiao family in the capital. I feel that I must give Yafei an explanation tonight. Lu Qingxian took a deep breath and struggled to stand up from the bed. He held a broken jade pendant in his hand. This is a jade pendant that Lu Qingxian gave her when they became engaged. It belongs to the daughter-in-law of the Lu family. When Lu Qingxian repaired the jade pendant, he added something special to it, turning it into a magical artifact. Because of this, the jade pendant saved Yafei from a calamity, preventing her from dying on the spot. In other words, if it weren't for this jade pendant, Yafei would have died, wouldn't have survived until she was brought to the hospital, wouldn't have survived until she received a blood transfusion, and certainly wouldn't have survived until he returned. Lu Qingxian carefully wrapped up the broken jade pendant, placed it on Yafei's bedside, and said with a smile, "Besides, it's time." Chen Jiadi's breath hitched. What was it that was about to happen? Lu Qingxian looked out the window, as if even the moonlight had turned blood red. Uncle Chen, although we are master and servant in terms of status, I have always regarded you as an elder. I have been hiding in Nanling City for more than 5 years, and you have been taking care of me all along. After 5 years of lying low, the people in the Lu family branch in the capital had long forgotten my existence, probably thinking that I had died in the turmoil 5 years ago. And now, the time has come. My power has grown to a level that they can only look up to, a level that even I find incredible. Tell me, how interesting will the expressions be when those self-proclaimed martial arts experts of the Lu family see me taking a different path and embarking on a different way? What interesting expressions will they have when they witness my father and the armed forces I have built up over the years? I'll take this opportunity to show the world my claws and let them know that I, Lu Qingxian, am back. Chen Jia remained silent for a long time. Young master, you can make the decision yourself. This old servant will only do his best to cooperate from behind. Lu Qingxian took a deep breath. You and Hong Yu will lead the Qingxian guards to Zhonghai. Tonight, I will make the Tiger Alliance disappear from the Central Sea. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiadi quickly withdrew. 10 minutes later, a formation of dark armed helicopters headed toward Zhonghai. Royal Court Hotel, top floor. A shadowy figure crept into a room. Inside the room, Yao Wenwei stood by the window, smoking. Brother, I'm really scared now. If it turns out that we framed Yafei, we're finished. Give me the money right away. I'm planning to leave Nanling City and hide for a while. The woman took off her hat, revealing herself to be Ma Yao Yao. On the cruise ship, Yao Wenwei found her and promised her 5 million to snare Su Yafei, all in order to ruin this woman and avenge the punch she received at Baibaolu that day. He just didn't expect Qi Mingzhu and Xiao Yufei to be so ruthless, directly killing him. What I didn't expect was that Su Yufei had such a powerful backer that she even managed to bring out pirates in the end. Your name is Ma Yao Yao, right? Yao Wenwei took a deep drag on his cigarette, then turned and looked at her with a smile. Do you know what a female student next to us said when we landed? Ma Yao Yao was taken aback, only to hear Yao Wenwei continue. She said that the people inside have already found the surveillance footage. As long as there is surveillance, you, Ma Yao Yao, cannot escape. How you framed her and what you said will all be clearly shown in the surveillance footage. Those people are capable of hijacking ships and killing people. Where do you think you can run to successfully escape them? Ma Yao Yao turned pale with fright in an instant, her legs went weak, and she sat down on the bed. Then, what should I do? You have to help me think of a way. You made me do it. Yao Wenwei chuckled. Hee, I'm scared too, who isn't, but if they can't find anything on me, then I'll be safe and sound, right? Ma Yao Yao's eyes widened. What did he mean by that? Did he expect her not to betray him? Just kidding. When it comes to life and death, who would keep his mouth shut for him? After thinking it over, I realized that all the feasible methods are risky, and the only one without risk is to shut you up. Yao Wenwei's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he threw away his cigarette butt and walked towards Ma Yao Yao. What do you want to do? Ma Yao Yao froze, staring at him in terror. What are you doing? Don't you understand? Only dead people can make me feel safe. If you die, their investigation will end when they find you, and no one will ever know that I was behind it all. But before I kill you, I can't waste this body of yours. Although it can't compare to top-tier beauties like Li Yunmeng and Su Yafei, it's still quite tempting. Yao Wenwei's eyes were gleaming with lust. He'd been feeling incredibly stifled these past few days to win over Li Yunmeng. He'd been constantly cultivating a warm and considerate persona, but this woman wouldn't even let him touch her hand. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He was going to stay in Nanling City for a long time anyway, and he didn't believe there was any woman he couldn't win over. Brother Yao, let's talk this out. I can take the initiative if you want to have fun, but can you give me a quick death afterward? Wah, I don't want to die such a miserable death. Yao Wenwei was taken aback. Such a bizarre request? Of course, he's always willing to oblige beautiful women. Okay, I like your flirtatious side. Yao Wenwei's face revealed a cold, lewd light. Don't worry, as long as you can make me feel good, I'll definitely give you a quick and painless experience later. While forcing a smile, Ma Yao Yao was inwardly cursing viciously. That son of a bitch, not only did he refuse to give her the 5 million, but he also tried to kill her to silence her before killing her. He even tried to defile her. What a beast. Make him happy? Hee, of course I want to have a good time, and I want to have a really good time. Ma Yao Yao sneered, her hand somehow reaching into her bag, pulling out a brass knuckle duster, and shoving it hard against the knife. Put. The sound of an egg breaking is crisp and pleasant. Yao Wenwei's eyes bulged out as if they had burst, bloodshot, and his whole body was hunched over, like a boiled shrimp. Go have fun with your mom. I'm going to turn myself in right now, and I'll be the first one to implicate you. Then I'll still have a chance to live, but you can just wait to die. Ma Yao Yao spat on him fiercely, grabbed her bag, and ran out of the room as fast as she could. 157, Chapter 157, Yao Wenwei reveals his true colors. By the time Yao Wenwei limped after her, Ma Yao Yao had already disappeared. Damn it! Yao Wenwei stood hunched over at the hotel entrance, his heart pounding with anxiety. This is it, we're doomed. If that bastard gets caught, there's a 99% chance he'll betray us immediately. The only way to survive is to run away. But all his belongings are in Li Yunming's villa. Wouldn't it arouse suspicion if he went to pack up and run away now? Forget about that now. Not long after Yao Wenwei left the hotel, unbeknownst to him, Ma Yao Yao had already been intercepted by several young men in black clothing, blindfolded, and taken to a car. The rooftop terrace of an open-air high-rise building. As the cool breeze blew, Ma Yao Yao was forced to kneel in front of a young man. Young master, the person has been brought. As she removed her blindfold, Ma Yao Yao stared at the young man before her, completely frozen in place. Mr. Lu? Lu Qingxian sat on the air conditioner unit, his face pale, with a closed laptop in front of him. He watched everything recorded on the surveillance camera. What happened to Yafei felt like steel needles piercing his heart. At that moment, she so wished she could appear and rescue her from her desperate situation like a god descending to earth. However, even as he waited until the very end, when he was on the verge of death and losing consciousness, he never came. You and Yafei are best friends, and Yafei has always trusted you. Tell me, why did you hurt her? Lu Qingxian asked in a calm voice. Now, he has brought his anger under control, and all that remains is to calmly resolve all the issues. Find out the truth, find the culprit, and eliminate the perpetrator, that's all. Before Ma Yao Yao could speak, she raised her hand and slapped herself across the face, the sound unusually crisp. I'm not human, I'm an animal. I am greedy for money. I didn't know I would hurt Yafei so badly. I thought at most you would just be kicked off the ship. I really didn't know. Mr. Lu, I really didn't mean it. It was Yao Wenwei who instigated. Mei said he would give me 5 million to put a diamond on Yafei's heel. I didn't have the money. I'd never seen 5 million before. I was bewitched and agreed. If I had known that this would kill Yafei, I would never have agreed. And that Yao Wenwei is a beast. He just asked me to go to the Royal Court Hotel. I thought he was going to give me money, but it turns out he wanted to rape and kill me to shut me up forever. Is it Yao Wenwei? Lu Qingxian nodded. In the surveillance footage, he saw Li Yunmeng and Yao Wenwei. He was initially grateful to Li Yunmeng for standing up for Yafei at that time, but he never expected that the culprit was sitting right next to her. What a great show! Of course, it cannot be ruled out that Li Yunmeng was unaware of the situation. Rama, find him and kill him within 20 minutes. Lu Qingxian opened his computer and pointed to the man on the screen. Young master, rest assured, Elder Chen's Sky Eye system covers the entire Jiangnan region. Not even an ant can hide under our noses. Rama and his men hurriedly departed. Mr. Lu, Lu Qingxian interrupted Ma Yao Yao. When Yafei wakes up, if she forgives you, you will live. If she doesn't forgive you, you will die. It's that simple. Take him away and lock him up. Lu Qingxian turned his back and raised his hand. Li family villa. Li Yunmeng, Li Wenghua, Chen Meijiao, and the others watched Yao Wenwei go into the guest room to pack his things, and asked in confusion, Nephew Yao, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Didn't you even say goodbye beforehand? Yes, it's so late we can rest for the night and leave tomorrow. Only Li Yunmeng noticed that something was wrong. Yao Wenwei came and hunched over, as if he had been injured somewhere. He also hesitated and stammered when asked questions, only saying that there was something going on in Jiangnan and he had to leave that night. Since the two were just friends, she didn't ask any further questions. Soon, Yao Wenwei came out of the guest room, covered in sweat and pale-faced. I have an urgent matter to attend to today. I'll visit you again when I have the chance. Yunmeng, could you see me off? Just take me to the airport. Yao Wenwei's eyes flickered. Damn it, that bitch values her chastity more than anything anyway. I can't go back to Nanling anymore, so I'll have to take advantage of her before I leave, so that someone else won't benefit from her. What are you standing there for? Little Yao wants you to give her a ride, so hurry up and get the car. Chen Meijiao gave her a push. Okay, I'll go get the car now. Li Yunmeng grabbed the car keys and turned to go to the garage outside. It's only a 10-minute drive from her home to the airport, so she doesn't mind wasting a little time. The two remained silent the entire way before arriving at the airport. Yao Wenwei suddenly asked, Yunmeng, do you still want me to come back in the future? Li Yunmeng was taken aback. What did he mean by that? We're old friends. Just let me know when you're coming back, and I'll treat you to a meal. Inviting you to dinner, Yunmeng, you know that's not what I meant. Don't you know how I feel about you these past few days? Yao Wenwei's expression was somewhat distorted. Are you still hung up on your ex-husband? Last night I saw you looking at his picture the whole time. Haha, Yunmeng, didn't you initiate the divorce yourself? It's not very nice of you to contradict yourself now, is it? Li Yunmeng's expression changed. This doesn't seem to be your business, does it? My personal feelings don't need to be reported to anyone. He just mentioned it casually. Yao Wenwei's eyes turned cold as he explained with a smile. Just mentioning it casually, huh, okay, then I'll mention it casually too. On the Queen Elizabeth, the diamond on the stage was so far away from you, something even the appraisers needed to examine up close. Why were you so sure it was fake? The other party is Qi Mingzhu, and Xiao Yufei. You should know the price of fooling them, so there's only one truth. You knew all along that the diamond was fake, right? Yao Wenwei looked at her, his eyelids twitching, and the astonishment at the corner of his mouth slowly turned into a cold smile. Yes, that's right. I knew all along that the diamonds were fake, and I also knew that the diamonds on Su Yufei's feet were fake, so what? So, you deliberately framed her? Li Yunmeng looked at him in disbelief. She had always felt that Yao Wenwei had served in the army and was an upright and kind man. Who would have thought that he would be so insidious that he would hold a grudge against a girl to this extent and even go so far as to plot to kill her? What good would this do him? So what if I framed her? If I can't have her, no one else can, including you, Li Yunmeng, Yao Wenwei sneered, pulling a switchblade from his pocket. Li Yunmeng, who was powerless and helpless, was practically a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered in the cramped space of the car, facing a man who was nearly 19 meters tall, burly, and holding a knife. Die, you bitch! Yao Wenwei revealed his true colors, raising his knife and stabbing forward menacingly. 158, Chapter 158, 5 Years of Hibernation, One Day to Unleash the Sword. Li Yunmeng looked at him in horror. She couldn't even unbuckle her seatbelt or open the car door. Is she going to die here, die at the hands of this scum? Li Yunmeng suddenly felt like crying. Why did she only encounter beasts? Chen Yulong, Lu Zixiao, and Yao Wenwei are all examples of this. Is this God's retribution for her? In that moment of confusion, she suddenly saw a head reflected in the car window behind Yao Wenwei's head. One-eyed, silver-haired, with crisscrossing scars on his face. It's the man from the Queen Elizabeth, the one those people called Lord Rama.
How did he end up here?
The thought had barely crossed his mind when he saw the man outside the window smash the glass, grab Yao Wenwei's hair, and pull his head down.
Who is it? Yao Wenwei lay back.
You almost fooled me. One of the culprits who harmed Miss Yafei. Rama grinned, his smile cruel and cold. Spare me, Your Excellency, spare me, I'll do anything you want, please, don't kill me, I'll do anything. Rama's iron hook caught his neck, pulled him up, and his entire trachea was pulled out. He was also dragged out of the car window, and blood splattered all over the ground in an instant. Hang him on the propeller and send him to heaven. Luo rubbed the blood off the iron hook and waved. Li Yunmeng watched the whole thing. The disgusting scene made her feel as if her soul was nailed to her seat, unable to move. Who exactly are these people? However, after the initial fear, she felt a surge of relief. If these people hadn't appeared in time, she probably would have already fallen victim to Yao Wenwei's cruelty. Who would have thought he could be so vicious? Even on his way out, he didn't forget to harm her. If he had stopped talking nonsense and gotten off the bus and boarded the plane quickly, he might have escaped this predicament. It can only be said that he brought it on himself, and evil people will be punished by heaven. However, what she was more curious about now was who the young master behind this group was and how he got involved with Yafei. Based on her understanding of Yafei, it was impossible for her to have access to such a high-level background. After dealing with matters in Nanling City, Lu Qingxian returned to the hospital, where Yafei finally woke up after nearly 3 hours. She lay silently against the headboard in her hospital bed. When he saw Lu Qingxian enter, the light in his eyes only flickered slightly. Ahem, it was Xiao Xian who saved you. Su Ao gave a dry laugh, breaking the awkward silence.
Su Yafei remained silent, her pupils vacant.
Yafei, I've given you a special medicine. Your teeth and limbs will recover soon. Lu Qingxian paused, then grinned. Whether it's the 7-petaled lotus or the special blood in his body, both have the power to bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded. Even limbs can be regenerated, let alone the fact that Yafei only broke a bone. No matter what he said, Yafei didn't seem to be happy, and just leaned there listlessly. Soon, Tang Yin pulled Su Ao outside, leaving Lu Qingxian and Su Yafei alone in the room. The two looked at each other, but the light in Yafei's eyes remained dim. Everything was fine before they became lovers, but once they became lovers, did she start to have too high expectations of her partner? The unspeakable sense of loss and disappointment made her feel suffocated. She also knew that none of this was Qingshuan's fault as her lover. He didn't have the mission to protect her all the time. She could only blame her bad luck for encountering such a thing. She was just disappointed that Qingxian kept breaking his promises.
She wasn't like this when she was with Yunming. Is it really just because she's not important to me? Perhaps, letting brother Qingxian return to sister Yunmeng's side would be the best ending.
A tear involuntarily rolled down Su Yufei's cheek, and she seemed to have silently made a decision in her heart. After a long while, Lu Qingxian held her and sat by the window. Let's watch the fireworks together. These fireworks were prepared especially for you. Through the night sky, across the distant Yangtze River, before long, a fierce fire broke out on the land of the Central Plains, and the towering mushroom cloud seemed to announce the end of an era and the fall of a behemoth. The Tiger Alliance's local forces numbered only tens of thousands, and not all of them were concentrated at the headquarters. Now that the Tiger Alliance headquarters has been destroyed, the alliance has fallen apart and is now just a pile of loose sand. However, Xiao Yufei and Qi Mingzhu did not die. Instead, they were captured by the Qingxian guards and taken back to Nanling to await Lu Qingshuan's personal trial. The two men could never understand why, when they could casually kill ordinary people without any consequences, those worthless lives were not even as valuable as the dog they kept. They had somehow managed to cause such a terrible disaster this time. Not only was the Tiger Alliance gone, but Qi Wanzhang's family, spanning 3 generations, was also completely severed. The Xiao family in the capital issued a statement overnight, distancing themselves from Xiao Yufei.
3 generations of a family, you must never implicate them.
An entity capable of annihilating the Tiger Alliance with overwhelming force and escaping unscathed is definitely not someone the Xiao family is qualified to provoke. However, many people do not know that for Lu Qingxian, this is just the beginning, an opening ceremony. Taking advantage of this opportunity to seek revenge, Lu Qingxian truly revealed his claws to the outside world for the first time, which was in fact a declaration of war against the Lu family in the capital. He had been lying low for so many years, waiting for this day for far too long, and holding back for far too long. As an abandoned son of the Lu family, he must use his power to reclaim everything that belongs to him in order to comfort his mother's spirit in heaven. Soon, dawn broke. The two sat by the window, leaning against each other. Su Yufei drifted off to sleep, with Lu Qingxian staying by her side the whole time. For a whole week, Lu Qingxian ate, drank, slept, and traveled at the hospital until Su Yufei was able to speak. On this day, Su Ao came to the door and pulled Lu Qingxian outside. Xiao Xian, the end of the year is approaching, and the gathering of heroes is coming soon. These are big days for the entire Jiangnan region. Miss Lan asked me to inquire about your situation. How should I reply to them? Su Ao now completely follows Lu Qingxuan's lead. He sees in Lu Qingxian the hope of breaking away from the Central State Chamber of Commerce and no longer having to be controlled or act according to others' wishes. Where is the gathering of heroes located? Lu Qingxian asked. Danyang Town. Every year in Danyang Town, the center of Jiangnan, the most chaotic and darkest no-man's land in the entire Jiangnan, is 80 kilometers northwest of the border of our Nanling city. Lu Qingxian nodded. Tell her I will wait for her in Danyang Town. Furthermore, after this gathering of heroes concludes and your indentured servitude contract with the Central State Chamber of Commerce is terminated, I hope we can cooperate a little. I need to use Operation Thunder to control the economy of the entire Jiangnan region and thus control all the power leaders within the next 2 weeks of the year. Su Ao's breath hitched. Holy crap, control the entire economy of Jiangnan? Are you serious? How big is Jiangnan? It includes 7 or 8 urban districts like Nanling City. It's a melting pot of powerful figures and a mixed bag of people. It's incredibly difficult to even figure out how to get to the bottom of it, let alone control it. Well, Xiao Xian, you're my son-in-law now, so I can't be sure I'll side with you. You can do whatever you want, and I'll follow you. Lu Qingxian nodded. He had his own plans this time. The Lu family would soon notice him, and perhaps they already did once the Lu family sent someone to Jiangnan to find him. He had to be prepared to deal with any crisis. After Su Ao left, Lu Qingxian returned to the ward and looked at Su Yufei, who was lying on the bed. In a daze he smiled and said, Yufei, it's time to get up and be discharged. It's a rare winter vacation today. We'll leave Nanling City and go to Danyang Town for fun. 159, Chapter 159, I will judge. You wouldn't trick me into going outside to sell myself, and then secretly run away by yourself, would you? Su Yufei asked abruptly, her eyes still filled with resentment. Lu Qingxian quickly pledged, I promise to stay by your side at all times. Wherever Yufei is, I will be there too. I don't believe you, but it's so stuffy in the hospital. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go out and see the world. I never left Nanling City before. Su Yufei lifted the covers and got out of bed. After these 2 days of gradual adjustment, her legs and feet have gotten much better. What medicine did you give me? All my teeth have grown back, the scars on my face have fallen off, and I can't feel any pain in my legs at all, Su Yufei asked curiously. It's a secret, Lu Qingxian blinked. If you really want to know, I can patiently explain it to you. Then forget it anyway. I wouldn't understand these things even if you explained them. Su Yufei gave him a serious look, then quickly looked away. She felt that he really had too many secrets. The more time they spent together and the more she understood him, the more she felt that he was shrouded in a thick fog, and once it was lifted, it felt like there was no bottom to it. However, none of that matters. As a girl, she has no desire to explore anything beyond his feelings. When do we set off? Lu Qingxian checked the time. After you're discharged from the hospital, I'll take you to buy some clothes, and then we'll go see the gift your brother Qingxian gave you. After that, we'll leave immediately. Okay, Butumcan I. Su Yufei hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped. What's wrong? Just say it. I'll definitely agree. Lu Qingxian looked at her. Here's the thing, somehow the news of my injury spread, and a former junior high school classmate said he wanted to come visit. May wanted to ask you if you would mind if we all went out together. Lu Qingxian thought she was stammering about something important, so he immediately laughed and said, how could that be? Call whoever you want, as many as you want, it's no problem. The premise is that you can no longer have any contact with my Yao Yao. Although you have forgiven her, I will absolutely not allow you to have any contact with her again. Su Yufei stuck out her tongue. I know, but that junior high classmate's family isn't well off, so don't be extravagant and be considerate of their feelings. Okay, I promise you. Lu Qingxian grinned and went up to hook his little finger with Su Yufei's.
Lu Qingxian pulled her along, and the two left the hospital after having lunch outside. They strolled around the mall and then took a taxi to Chen Jiadi's intelligence building. Here, in a huge, enclosed room on the ground floor, two people with disheveled hair sat in a corner. Su Yufei cautiously walked in, and looked back at Lu Qingxian with some confusion. This is the gift I want to give you. There are three culprits who hurt you, Yao Wenwei, Qi Mingzhu, and Xiao Yufei. Before, your injury hadn't healed and you weren't in good spirits, so I didn't bring you here today. I wanted you to settle things with me personally. I know you are kind, you have never been able to scold cats and dogs loudly, and you can't bear to step on an ant. However, people will face a lot of malice and evil thoughts in this world. If we do not face it and cut it off, more misfortune will befall us in the future. Su Yufei walked into the huge secret room in a daze. Inside the room, the two men reacted as if they had seen a ghost when they saw her. Why is it this girl? Didn't they already kill her back then? Lu Qingxian stood beside her. Yufei, they control your life and death, yet they cannot be brought to justice, so today, I will be the one to judge them, and you will be the one to control their life and death. When Su Yufei saw the two of them, even after so many days, she still felt an instinctive fear, as if everything that happened that day was right before her eyes, and the despair she had experienced at that time was also vividly presented. It was you did all of this? Qi Mingzhu trembled all over like a leaf. Sending more than 20 combat helicopters to bomb the Tiger Alliance headquarters from high altitude is a move that no other force in the country could make. What kind of devil is he? I did it from the moment you dared to hurt Yufei. Everyone behind you was destined to pay the price for your foolish actions. Devil, you are a devil. Qi Mingzhu was like a madwoman. After the madness came a deep sense of powerlessness. She collapsed to the ground, powerless, as if she had lost her soul. Su Yufei clutched her head in pain. I don't know what I should do. Please let them go. I can't hurt others, and I don't want to be hurt either. After saying that, she turned around in anguish and ran out. She said she'd let us go. Did you hear that? She said she'd let us go. Qi Mingzhu's eyes lit up instantly, and she shouted excitedly. Lu Qingxian nodded. Indeed, Consort Yu wants to let you go. This is her choice. But I am her man. When you bullied my woman, did you ever think about how you would bear my wrath? What do you want? Xiao Yufei huddled in the corner, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear. 160, Chapter 160, I'm the boss. Lu Qingxian glanced at the two of them and shook his head. Shorten their limbs, strip them of their teeth, and throw them into international waters. Let them live or die as they please. He decided to repay them in kind. This was the most merciful decision he made. When he came out of the underground chamber, he saw Su Yufei squatting at the door crying. Since my dad came back, it seems like everything has changed. My life has changed, the people around me have changed, and you have changed too. Before, when we didn't have money, everyone was kind and simple. Now, I always feel that everyone is driven by self-interest. I still prefer the ordinary you. The you I see now seems unattainable to me. How could that be? No matter how my identity changes, I am still the same person, the Lu Qingxian that you and Antyan pulled out of Swan Lake, the Lu Qingxian who had no relatives or friends, the Lu Qingxian who now loves Yufei and has vowed to protect Yufei forever. Really? Su Yufei looked up at him expectantly. Really, pinky promise. Lu Qingxian extended his little finger. Men just love to lie, but I'll believe you one more time. Su Yufei grinned sweetly. Lu Qingxian originally planned to take her to meet her junior high school classmate, but the classmate notified him at the last minute to also pick up Aunt Yun so that everyone could go on a picnic together, relax, and experience the joy of a holiday. This decision made Lu Qingxian very happy. He had wanted to take Aunt Yun out for a walk many times, but Aunt Yun did not want to disturb his and Yufei's private life and had never agreed. This time, it seems she has no way to refuse anything. Considering the other party's family, the three of them drove a very low-key car, an old Volkswagen, to the station. From afar, you can see someone waving. 3 women and 1 man. 2 middle-aged women, a young couple, and the girl in the white dress must be Bai Lu, the junior high school classmate that Yufei mentioned. Before the car even arrived, a middle-aged woman carrying a bag and wearing sunglasses looked at it from afar and said, "This car must be old, right? It looks like it's about to fall apart. I don't dare ride in it. I am going to ride in a magnificent car later." As the car pulled up, Su Yufei and Tang Yun got out.
Upon seeing Su Yufei, the boy standing to the side, named Hongwei, lit up with excitement, like a cat seeing a fish. However, Bai Lu quickly stepped in front of her and greeted her. "Yufei, you've changed so much in the years I haven't seen you, it's like you've had plastic surgery." Did she really get plastic surgery? I still think she looked better when she was all natural. She could hardly believe it, the fair-skinned, delicate, and stunningly beautiful Su Yufei before her was so different from the dark-skinned, thin girl she had been when she first entered junior high school a few years ago. "Sister Bailu, I haven't had any work done, I'm all natural." Sister Bailu has changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. The two embraced, and Su Yufei said with a smile. The two chatted casually as Lu Qingxian got out of the car and started organizing his luggage in the back. "By the way, Yufei, I heard you got beaten up. You're really pitiful. It's already hard enough that you and Antyan depend on each other for survival, and you still get bullied every day. You should hurry up and find a man to protect you." Su Yufei tossed her hair and pulled Lu Qingxian in front of her. "I forgot to introduce you. This is my boyfriend. His name is Lu Qingxian." "You're in a relationship?" Bai Lu stared in surprise, looking at her and then at Lu Qingxian. Actually, she said that on purpose. After all, she has a boyfriend and he is not dating, so she has a sense of superiority. She even planned to show off her high-quality boyfriend today, but she didn't expect that he was dating too. However, upon seeing Lu Qingxuan's appearance and the car he was driving, she instantly felt relieved. He's just a loser, worthless. Nowadays, girls from poor families don't study hard and find a good job to improve their family's situation. They only think about dating when they go to college. This kind of hedonism. Back in our day, Bai Lu's mother, Tao Tsuitsui, began to lecture incessantly. Beside her, her best friend Do Jinlian chimed in. "That's right, even if she's going to date, she should date someone like Hongwei's rich and highly educated. I teach my daughter to date rich second-generation men. Don't let her find some lousy loser to fool her, otherwise, he'll end up driving a used car and making me lose face." After Do Jinlian finished speaking, she adjusted her sunglasses and said, "Speaking of which, I've recently become familiar with quite a few brand-name car logos. There's the BMW with its big nostrils, the Mercedes with its 3 forks, and the Audi with its 4 rings. At the very least, I have to drive one of these 3 types of cars. I wouldn't even give a second glance to someone who can't afford one of these 3 types of cars." The atmosphere at the scene became awkward for a moment. Lu Qingxian wanted to go up and slap her twice. Who is he trying to embarrass? He's just driving a beat-up car here. It's obvious he's being made to look bad. I should have brought Su Ao's Land Rover, or borrowed a Bentley from Lu Bingqing. And Bai Lu's mother, she's also incredibly hypocritical. It's fine for my own daughter to date, but when other girls date, it's considered that they're indulging in pleasure. In college, they have to study hard, go out and find a job to earn money. I don't think what kind of car someone drives or how rich they are is important. The most important thing is character. If 2 people are dating and living together, and the character is bad, they will eventually break up. I am very satisfied with Xiao Xin. Tang Yin stood next to Lu Qingxian, and her meaning was very clear. She was supporting him. "Hee, Aunt Jun, my mom and Aunt Xiao were just joking, don't take it to heart." Bai Lu stepped in to smooth things over. "Let's have a meal together first, then rest for a while so we can continue our journey." Didn't Yufei say she wanted to visit the Danyang Town tourist area? It's nearly 100 kilometers from here to Danyang Town, a journey that will take several hours. "Hongwei, have you made reservations for the restaurant?" Li Hongwei chuckled and patted his chest. "Don't you trust me to handle things? Wow, I'll show you all what a truly high-end restaurant is like. Our Hongwei is so reliable, he gets things done the moment you ask." "Tell me, what star rating is it? Your Aunt Jinlian and I have never been to a fancy restaurant in our lives," Tao Tsuitsui said excitedly, her eyes shining. "This is a great opportunity to show off. Her son-in-law is so great, he drives luxury cars, eats at high-end restaurants, and is top-notch in everything." Li Hongwei kept everyone in suspense, then smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out when we get there. I was able to get a reservation entirely thanks to a friend's help. That restaurant is arguably the best in Nanling. Even high-ranking officials and dignitaries need to make a reservation to eat there." Before long, the two drove one after the other and parked in front of a retro building. After getting out of the car, Lu Qingxuan's expression was slightly strange. Wild Game Pavilion? Could this be the upscale restaurant that Li Hongwei mentioned? Kahaiwan has already transferred the shop to him, he's the owner here. 161, Chapter 161, the general manager personally delivers the wine. However, he hasn't been here since the Sino-Ocean Chi-Wanjiang negotiations. But every day, the profits from this place would flow into his bank account on time.
Brother Qingxian, why do you look so strange, are you alright? Su Yufei asked with concern.
Lu Qingxian shook his head. It's okay, the food at this restaurant is pretty good, let's go in.
Oh, you know this restaurant is good, you've eaten here before?
Upon hearing this, Li Hongwei turned around and looked at Lu Qingxian with a half-smile. Brother, I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but the car you drive doesn't look like someone who can afford to spend money here. We men need to be practical. If you try to show off, you can't make up for it later.
Lu Qingxian just smiled and didn't say anything.
Tao Cuicue and Dou Jinlian had already slipped into the service hall of Yu Wixuan. The two of them were like country bumpkins visiting the Grand View Garden, their eyes sparkling with excitement and boundless curiosity about everything.
This is too extravagant. Are those leopard and tiger skins real?
How could it be fake? Look at those cars parked outside. They're all genuine top-of-the-line luxury cars. Rich people use real ones for everything. Dou Jinlian exclaimed in admiration. Coming from a small town, she had never been to such a luxurious restaurant in her entire life. This time, she was only able to benefit from her best friend's good fortune, and her best friend was benefiting from her good son-in-law's good fortune. She secretly vowed that she would urge her daughter to find a rich second generation like him in the future. She was tired of living a poor life and didn't want to live in the dilapidated house in her hometown for another day. Hongwei, you've really gone to a lot of trouble this time, taking us to such a nice restaurant. Bailu is so lucky to be with you. Tao Cuicue's pride was genuine. She had really stood up for herself in front of her best friend and her daughter's friend. How could she not be proud? My daughter's boyfriend is rich and successful, and she's so proud of him. Auntie, what are you saying? I was worried that I wouldn't be able to entertain you properly. Li Hongwei raised his eyebrows smugly, and didn't forget to look back at Lu Qingxuan. His smugness made Lu Qingxian both laugh and cry. Auntie, after Bailu and I graduate in the provincial capital, I'll take you to the best restaurant there and let you experience high society. In reality, given his family background and financial resources, it would be really difficult for him to eat here. He might not even be able to afford one meal here after saving up for several months. However, there was nothing he could do. The appearance of Su Yufei and Lu Qingxuan's family was unexpected. He secretly thought that he must completely overshadow this kid and make him understand who the real protagonist was among this group. Of course, he had done his homework beforehand. For this meal he had carefully studied which dishes he could and could not order at Wild Game Restaurant, and he wanted to keep the total cost under 100,000 yuan, otherwise he would really suffer a huge loss. Inside the restaurant, a welcoming waiter politely approached.
Please come in, everyone.
The waiters here must never judge a book by its cover. This is an experience they've learned from many painful lessons. Some bosses and high-ranking officials like to dress casually. Some wear shorts and cloth shoes, others vests and slippers, and there are even countless people who come to eat in their pajamas. If you dare to look down on someone, you'll end up being taught a lesson from head to toe, inside and out, so you'll understand why the flowers are so special today. These are your reserved seats. The waiter led the group to a small table near the entrance. The table was only big enough to seat 5 or 6 people, but there were 7 of them. Seriously, we're rich kids, and this is the tiny place we're given to eat. Who are you trying to embarrass? Quickly arrange a private room for us, the kind that's big and spacious, Tao Cuicue complained, waving her hand dismissively. This stumped the waiter. The private room fee was at least 100,000 yuan, and they hadn't paid that much. Besides, with the end of the year approaching, Yu Wixuan was booked by wealthy people and dignitaries every day, and they couldn't free up any private rooms. Excuse me, ma'am, the private rooms are full, please make do here. Tao Cuicue wasn't about to suffer such a loss. She'd already spent all the money, and now they were just going to be guarding the gate? No, what do you mean? We paid to eat here, and you put us at the door. Are you trying to be our watchdog? Let me tell you, get us a private room right now, or I'll sue you. My son-in-law is a well-known rich kid, ask around. The waiter was completely bewildered. He had never heard of Li Hongwei as a famous second-generation rich kid. At this moment, Li Hongwei stepped forward and tentatively asked, would it be convenient to change to a private room for dinner? I can pay extra. Li Hongwei was prepared for a massive hemorrhage. He never expected that a reservation fee of tens of thousands of yuan would only get him a doorman spot. This isn't showing off, it's incredibly embarrassing. If he doesn't pay extra for a better spot, he'll lose his rich kid image. The waiter smiled kindly. Private rooms aren't something you can just buy by paying extra. There's no shortage of wealthy people in Nanling City. They booked them well in advance. How could you possibly squeeze someone out of their spot just by paying a little more at the last minute? Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly caught sight of Lu Qingxian walking up from behind.
The waiter was stunned. Isn't this the new boss? This was specifically mentioned in recent employee training, and everyone tried hard to remember what the boss looks like, just in case they didn't recognize him when they met in the future and made a big blunder.
Private rooms are available, definitely, I'll arrange it right away.
The waiter hurriedly bent down and walked ahead, arranging a top-class private room in the garden pavilion. This change in attitude completely baffled Li Hongwei. But what does it matter? This act of showing off was perfectly executed. Upon entering the private room, everyone was captivated by its ambience. It's amazing how such a simple and elegant decor can still be transformed into such creative designs. The tables, chairs, and benches are made entirely of precious sandalwood and rosewood, and the teapots and cups are even more collectible treasures. It's so beautiful, I have to take some photos and post them on my WeChat Moments to show my sisters and relatives this is high class. Wow, let's see who dares to show off in front of me now. After taking the photos, Tao Tsuetsue couldn't resist playing with the teapot made of sandalwood.
Li Hongwei quickly reminded her, "Aunt Tao, that thing is worth 600,000 or 700,000 yuan, please be gentle. If you accidentally break it, even if you stripped him bare, you still couldn't afford to pay for it."
So expensive?
Oh my god, that scared me to death. Tao Tsuetsue's face changed drastically, and she carefully put the teapot back in its original position.
This whole room is full of gold. Wouldn't it be a fortune if we just took some out?
Li Hongwei said with a wry smile, "Don't even think about it. The owners of these top-tier restaurants have incredibly powerful backgrounds. They're basically the most powerful in a city." Tao Tsuetsue snorted, "What's so great about it? They still have to arrange the best private room for our Hongwei." As she spoke, Tao Tsuetsue sat down next to Li Hongwei in a friendly manner and straightened his collar. "Our Hongwei has an aristocratic air about him, unlike us, who are all country bumpkins. The waiters can tell at a glance otherwise. Why would they give Hongwei face but not us? Jinlian, don't you agree?" Do Jinlian was able to enter such a luxurious and high-class restaurant today thanks to her old best friend, so she naturally said all sorts of nice things, praising her. "Sister Cui Cui, look at what you're saying in our town. You are at least the deputy director of the street office. Everyone knows you are a lady of high society."
If everyone calls themselves a country bumpkin, what are the real country bumpkins supposed to do? Wouldn't they have to hide in the ground and never show their faces to anyone?
After saying that, Do Jinlian glanced meaningfully at Tang Yun. Tang Yun was from the same town as them, so they were old friends from the same group. However, Tang Yun later married Su Ao and moved to the city. They heard that she was living a good life, which made Do Jinlian and Tao Tsuetsue, who were still poor at the time, furious. But then they heard that her husband had run away and abandoned her and her daughter for more than 10 years, which made the two of them happy again.
Some people are just destined to be poor, born to be unsophisticated, and can never become rich. Tang Yun gave a dry laugh to ease the awkwardness.
She wasn't one to argue with people. She had come out this time at the request of her son-in-law and daughter to help her daughter relax if it weren't necessary. She wouldn't want to ruin her good mood with these trivial arguments. Just then, the door opened, and the general manager of Yuixuan personally carried 2 bottles of red wine, bowing and scraping as he entered the private room.
162, Chapter 162, Putting on a Brave Face.
One bottle is Lafite 82 foot, and the other is Romani Conti Gold Label. Both are fine wines worth nearly 100,000 yuan, and they are in limited supply. It's not that you can definitely drink them just because you have money here. Lu Qingxian frowned when he saw the general manager personally delivering the wine. He was already quite annoyed that they had arranged such a nice private room for these 2 women to show off.
And now they've sent over some fine wine. He, Yafei, and Antien don't drink alcohol, but in the end, it all ends up in the mouths of these 2 women.
So when Lu Qingxian saw the general manager approaching him with a glass of red wine, bowing and scraping, he casually waved his hand under the table, signaling him to take it away. "Ahem, I'll leave these 2 bottles here, please enjoy, ladies and gentlemen." The general manager smiled obsequiously and respectfully withdrew.
He misunderstood Lu Qingxuan's meaning.
Lu Qingxian wanted him to take the wine away, but the general manager thought that Lu Qingxian didn't want to reveal his identity and wanted to keep a low profile with these people. After all, all, judging from his attire today, he was indeed quite low-key and unassuming, so the general manager did not come up to Lu Qingxian and call him boss on the spot, but instead put the wine on the table and left in a hurry. Lu Qingxian sighed, what a beautiful misunderstanding. Oh well, he'd have to give in to these two gossipy old women again. Hey, Chui, did you see that just now? That guy's name tag? He's the general manager. The general manager of Wild Game Restaurant came to our private room to visit us and even brought us wine. What a grand gesture. Dou Jinlian exclaimed in surprise. Hongwei, you don't have some hidden identity, do you? This isn't just the treatment of a typical rich kid. Li Hongwei was also full of questions. He had only been to Yuixuan twice, the first time with his father for business purposes. Logically, the general manager shouldn't know him. Could it be that my dad has become incredibly successful without telling me? It seems like this is the only possibility. After all, the people in this room who can be called young masters and young ladies can't possibly be that loser who drives a beat-up Volkswagen, right? Hee, I used to come to Wild Game Restaurant with my friends often. We got to know each other well. He's a regular customer, so it's normal to give him extra attention. After all, business relies on repeat customers. Li Hongwei can't stand being flattered, so he keeps exaggerating his boasts. I heard there's a branch of Yuixuan in Danyang town. We can have fun and eat there at the same time. Tao Tsuetsue laughed heartily. These next few days we'll all be enjoying the company of my good son-in-law Hongwei. As she spoke, she hugged the wine bottle and started snapping photos with her phone, then scanned the QR code to check the price. The price stunned her. My goodness, 190,000, this bottle of wine is worth 190,000? Sister Chui, you don't know this, these famous brand red wines are very expensive, and I heard they are specially supplied to the nobility and are limited in quantity. Dou Jinlian picked up a bottle and examined it repeatedly. Look, it's a 1982 Lafite. We often see on TV that the rich and powerful drink 1982 Lafite. Today we can finally taste it. The two of them slurped their saliva, wondering if drinking such expensive wine would make them immortal. They couldn't afford to waste a single drop. Li Hongwei brought out glasses and poured in a bottle of wine, which made up 4 glasses in total, but there were 7 people in total, so it was impossible to divide them all. He had to open another bottle. But this is absolutely terrible for Tao Tsuetsue. How could a bottle worth over 100,000 yuan be wasted like this? Tang Yun, do you drink red wine? I remember you never used to drink. Tao Tsuetsue pushed a glass of red wine towards him, but stopped halfway through. Tang Yun understood perfectly well. The person was asking this question because they were waiting for her to answer that she wouldn't drink. The wine was so expensive, and they weren't planning on giving it to her anyway. However, Tang Yun didn't drink alcohol, but she was disgusted by this behavior from the bottom of her heart. Before Tang Yun could speak, Dou Jinlian answered for her. Tang Yun is a good woman, she doesn't drink a drop of alcohol. Unlike us, we're all old hands at it. Let's skip the alcohol and get some soft drinks for them, they'll have a better time. As she spoke, Dou Jinlian conveniently placed the red wine in front of her. Yes, Hongwei, quickly ask the waiter to bring 2 bottles of drinks so that Aunt Yun and the others can have some, Tao Tsuetsue said hurriedly. These 2 bottles of red wine can only fill 7 or 8 glasses at most, excluding Tang Yun's family. Each of them can drink 2 glasses. Besides, the general manager only brought these red wines because of his good son-in-law. Why should Tang Yun's family drink such expensive things? Red wine, it's a delicate thing. It's a waste if you don't know how to appreciate it. You should let those who know how to drink it have a taste, Dou Jinlian said with a look of intoxication. She felt like her soul was ascending to heaven just from taking a sip. For those who aren't experts on wine, there's really no difference between expensive and ordinary wines. The reason they feel intoxicated is purely psychological. The meal was delicious for everyone, especially for Tao Tsuetsue, who was so happy she felt like she could fly away. Finding a good son-in-law is great. Wherever she goes, she can enjoy privileges and experience the life of the elite, and she can also squander money at will. Normally, even if she didn't eat or drink for a year, she couldn't afford this bottle of red wine, let alone take her whole family to a high-end restaurant like Wild Game Pavilion. After finishing his meal, Li Hongwei picked up his phone to check the price, only to find that the other party had actually refunded all the money. What does this mean? Is this meal free? What's wrong, Hongwei? Tao Tsuetsue noticed his unusual expression and quickly asked. Li Hongwei paused for a moment, then a confident smile appeared on his face. He shook his head. Auntie, it's nothing, it's just that Wild Game Restaurant gave us a free meal. Looks like connections really do work.
free wine with a complimentary meal? Even Bai Lu was surprised. She had known Li Hongwei for quite some time, and while she wouldn't say she knew everything about his family situation, at least they know most of the details, yet they just waive a meal costing tens of thousands of yuan. That's incredibly presumptuous of them. Not to mention, the general manager even came over in person to deliver 2 bottles of the finest wine. Was he just pretending to be weak all along? Was his family background actually far more impressive than he imagined? With this thought in mind, Bai Lu's breathing became rapid. Beside him, Tao Tsuetsue looked at him with increasing satisfaction. Finding a boyfriend is a skill, and Bai Lu and my family is just destined for it. But Fei, don't be discouraged, life is long, and who knows, your little boyfriend might turn out to be a dragon one day. After saying that, the group exchanged smiles. A loach turning into a dragon, do you think society is like the 1960s or 70s, where gold is everywhere? Without family background, connections, or power, how can one turn their life around? At best, you might spend half your life climbing the corporate ladder to become a junior executive in a company. By then, those with connections and resources will have already inherited their businesses and become industry giants who would still want to associate with you? In my eyes, Brother Qing Xian is a true dragon. He doesn't need to transform. Su Yufei had a lot of dissatisfaction in her heart and couldn't help but snort. Ah, good, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If Fei doesn't mind, then even if she's picked out of the trash heap, she's still a treasure. Tao Tsuetsue couldn't stop laughing. That little girl is so naive. Being love-struck can be deadly. She'll regret it in a few years. Li Hongwei, standing to the side, felt a pang of envy. He had to use money to win over Bai Lu, a second-rate beauty. What methods did this ordinary loser use to make such a top beauty completely infatuated with him? The next second, his expression changed, and he stood up confidently, opened the door to the private room, and said, everyone's had their fill of food and drink, let's hurry up and set off? I've already booked the room. Let's go over there, drop off our luggage, and then go out together to experience all the great tourist attractions in Danyang town. Next, Su Yufei nudged Lu Qingxian with her elbow. She didn't want them to continue arranging her food, drink, and lodging. Those 2 gossipy aunties were so annoying. They ate and drank their food without even having the courage to talk back. Lu Qingxian smiled after understanding, walked to the door, and announced, since you're treating us to this meal, leave the accommodation to me. Promise you won't be disappointed. You booked a room? Tao Tsuetsue said with a half-smile, don't spend money just to save face. Tang Yun will say we're exploiting her son-in-law, and that won't look good. Lu Qingxian shook his head dismissively, we'll know once we go and stay there. 163, Chapter 163, the room Lu Qingxian booked. Brother, Danyang Town is the underground entertainment center of the entire Jiangnan region. It's a mixed bag. You can find all sorts of things there. Don't book the wrong room, or you won't have the money to pay and I'll have to clean up your mess. Li Hongwei walked over and teased. It's not that bad, Lu Qingxian said with a faint smile. As the group left the private room, Tao Tsuetsue and Dou Jinlian reluctantly took out their phones to take a few more photos before leaving. Outside the gate, several large trucks were parked at the entrance, and staff were unloading various non-protected wild animals from them. Animals that walk on the ground, swim in the sea, and fly in the sky, encompassing almost all edible species in Asia. With such a massive food supply chain, it's no wonder that prices are high here. What's the deal with this wild game restaurant? Hongwei, you should know the owner, right? Otherwise, why would he give you a free meal and complimentary drinks? Why don't you talk to Mom? We'll all be family sooner or later anyway. Tao Tsuetsue moved closer and affectionately took her son-in-law's arm. Actually, she wasn't curious at all. She just wanted her good son-in-law, Li Hongwei, to show off his connections and background in front of everyone. After all, the more impressive Hongwei was, the more proud she would be. This problem stumped Li Hongwei. He had only eaten at Yuixuan once, so how could he know who the owner was? Beside him, Bai Lu, Aunt Jilian, and Aunt Tao were all staring at him expectantly. If he didn't respond to such intense anticipation, things might get messy. I wouldn't say we know each other, just met a few times, but my dad is quite familiar with them. They often come here to eat and discuss business. They're important guests, so we naturally have to take good care of them. I'll ask my dad when we get to Danyang Town, Li Hongwei said, brushing the matter off with 2 sentences. Oh dear, my in-laws are very busy, don't let this little thing interfere with his work. Tao Tsuetsue smiled as brightly as a flower, but you and Bailu are at the age where you should be discussing marriage. It would be nice if our two families could sit down together and finalize the marriage. Mom, Homeway and I haven't graduated yet, let's talk about this after we graduate. Nonsense, marriage is a big deal, the sooner the better, Mom has decided. I'll get you engaged before the company's annual meeting this year. Tao Tsuetsue said with a serious face. His demeanor and attitude were completely opposite to his previous criticism of Su Yufei, saying that college students shouldn't date too early. It was such a double standard. Lu Qingxian pulled her along and quickly got into the car with Aunt Yun. If they stayed here and kept listening to them chattering on about marriage, they would probably go crazy. In the car, Su Yufei stuck out her tongue. Mom, I'm sorry, I guess I shouldn't have asked you to come out with me. Tang Yun said nonchalantly, silly girl, I've been dealing with them for so many years, I know their temperaments perfectly well. Do you really think I'd take it to heart? Mom came out this time mainly to help you relax. Over the years, you've only ever studied during summer and winter vacations, and Mom hasn't had a chance to spend much quality time with you. Su Yufei smiled happily, all the gloom in her heart vanished. By the way, brother Qingxian, have you booked your room yet? Book a slightly nicer room, otherwise they'll make sarcastic remarks again. While driving, Lu Qingxian dialed Chen Jiadi's number. Don't worry, I'll have your Uncle Chen arrange the best accommodations, treating them like local town leaders that should satisfy their appetites, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Chen Jiadi has businesses in Danyang town that offer a complete service covering food, drink, accommodation, and transportation, encompassing 50% of the local industries. He can arrange everything with just a word. 2 hours later, the vehicle crossed the border of Nanling City and arrived at the territory of Danyang town. At first glance, Lu Qingxian felt that this place was much more developed than Nanling City. The fact that a town's annual GDP could surpass that of some of the bottom-ranked cities in Jiangnan province spoke volumes. Following the navigation, Lu Qingxian parked his car in the town square. Such a prosperous small town? Tao Tsuetsue and her group got out of the car and walked over in groups. They looked around and were all amazed by the development of this place. The town head here is supported by various forces. To put it bluntly, he is just a puppet with no real power. All the grey and shady industries in the 4 major cities surrounding Danyang town have developed here every year. The amount of underground entertainment wealth contributed by tourism, casinos, underground boxing, is countless, an astronomical figure. That's why this place has developed so well. Li Hongwei explained. Hongwei is so knowledgeable and worldly wise. How could we country bumpkins have ever come into contact with such things? Tao Tsuetsue never forgot to praise her good son-in-law. Li Hongwei smiled and said, however, despite its wealth, this place is notoriously chaotic. Even the most powerful tycoons have to keep a low profile here, or they could be ruined or even disappear from the face of the earth. Upon hearing this, everyone shrank back in fright. But tourists like us don't need to worry. Everyone can have fun. If tourists are in danger, this place wouldn't deserve to be called one of the best tourist attractions in the Jiangnan area. Then what are we waiting for? Let's put down our luggage and go out to have some fun. Tao Tsuetsue couldn't wait any longer and looked at Lu Qingxian, asking, which hotel did you book? Hurry up and take us there. Lu Qingxian led the way, with the others following behind carrying large and small bags. Crossing the road, a massive tower-shaped hotel looms before you, 27 stories high, offering a panoramic view of almost the entire town of Danyang. You booked this hotel? Li Hongwei chuckled. 1,000 yuan a night, it's barely acceptable. 1,000 a night, that's too cheap. Hongwei spends hundreds of thousands on a single meal. No matter how you look at it, we're the ones who lose out, Tao Tsuetsue said sarcastically. Li Hongwei waved his hand, forget it, this place, the Giant Egg Hotel, is considered one of the top 10 hotels in Danyang town. I could manage to stay there for 2 days. Not this one. Lu Qingxian walked straight ahead and turned into the side street next to the hotel. Not this place? Li Hongwei frowned. Could it be that he couldn't even afford 1,000 yuan a night? If that were the case, he would lose all face. Let's see what he's up to. A side path leads to a quiet, dense forest, which seems to lead to a paradise. The further you go in, the better the air becomes, and the less noise there is around. What kind of lousy place is this? Are you taking us to the countryside to stay? Why can't we see anyone around here? Tao Tsuetsue looked around in confusion. Sigh, we can't expect to stay in a fancy hotel. I should have had Hongwei book it. Who's short of 1,000 or 800, they're so stingy. Dou Jinlian said with a resentful expression.
Everyone chimed in with their own words, but Lu Qingxian remained silent. Finally, the narrow path through the dense forest came to an end.
164, Chapter 164, Private Room Fee 500,000. Wow!
Su Yifei couldn't take her eyes off it. So beautiful, I can't believe there's such a beautiful place. The sky is like a canvas, adorned with green mountains and clear waters. Rows of willows droop along the banks, and holly, poplar, needle trees, and sycamore trees are planted on both sides of the road. As far as the eye can see, the entire manor is adorned with flowers that are pleasing to the eye: lilies, impatiens, roses, crabapples, hibiscus. The whole place is like a painting. The name of the manor is also very fitting, Dreamland Abode. Living in a big city, this is indeed a scene and place to live that can only be seen in dreams.
What's the use of looking good? How is this any different from the house I live in the countryside?
Ugh, my good mood is all gone now, Tao Tsuetsue said sarcastically. Exactly, we were planning to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments, but it turned out to be a farmhouse. If I had known, I would have had Hongwei book it. Staying at that giant egg hotel would have been so much more prestigious, and we could even stand on the rooftop for a view, Dou Jinlian said with a face full of resentment.
Never mind, we're already here, so we'll just stay for 2 nights.
Although she was complaining, she couldn't help but look forward to it. The air here was so fresh, she felt like she could live 2 more years with just one breath, and since the outside was so beautiful, the inside probably wouldn't be any worse. Of course, it was absolutely impossible for her to praise Tang Yun's son-in-law. That guy couldn't even compare to her son-in-law Li Hongwei in terms of flattery. Upon entering the dreamlike abode, several staff members, upon seeing the information presented by Lu Qingxian, did not dare to delay for a moment and quickly arranged several excellent rooms inside. All the elements here are made of wood and paper. The walls, roof, tables, chairs, and beds are all made of pure natural redwood. Moreover, the entire ecosystem is equipped with more than 1,000 large air purifiers to ensure a high-quality oxygen environment. What's even more amazing is that you feel like you're in spring all year round when you step inside. This is actually because a temperature exchange system has been built here. Everything is done in pursuit of naturalness and experience.
Only by perfecting these aspects can a truly high-end residence be created.
Moreover, this place only caters to distinguished guests, and it is virtually impossible for ordinary travelers to stay here. In addition to the exorbitant room rates, there is also its special membership system, which prevents non-members from checking in. After moving in, Su Yifei lost all interest in going out and playing. She spent all her time tending to the flowers and plants in her room. For her, the potted plants and flowers and plants in the yard were much more attractive.
The next morning, Tao Tsuetsue and Dou Jinlian went downstairs together.
I have to say, I slept really well last night. I haven't slept this soundly in a long time. My lumbar and cervical spine didn't bother me at all. A trip here really cures all ailments, Tao Tsuetsue exclaimed. Have breakfast later and come with me to Mixi. A district office lady I know is also in Danyang town with her husband. If I'm not mistaken, they're shopping at Mixi right now. Let's call Hongwei and Bailu at noon, and then we'll meet up with the district office director and have another meal at Wild Game Restaurant. As long as we can win over this director, my husband's promotion next year is a sure thing. Dou Jinlian said excitedly. Tsuetsue, that I must congratulate you in advance. When the time comes, once you fill up 2 bottles of wine worth 200,000 yuan each, he'll be completely drunk and won't be able to resist any of the director's wives. Tao Tsuetsue raised her eyebrows triumphantly. Having already made her plans this time, she not only wanted to have fun, but also to accomplish something truly significant, to see if her husband would still dare to say that she was more trouble than she was worth. Thinking of this, Tao Tsuetsue turned her head and glanced at the staff next to her. This shabby hotel doesn't even offer breakfast. If this were the Dome Hotel next door, they would have already started serving steaks and hamburgers. That's the difference.
Come on, Jinlian, let's go eat outside. Let's finish eating quickly and get moving. The 2 men walked out cursing, leaving the staff standing there dumbfounded. What's going on? People qualified to stay at Dreamy Wonderland don't know the rules here, and they're comparing them to the giant Dome Hotel next door. What kind of trash is that?
Never mind. The staff member shook his head. These days, there are all sorts of weirdos.
I'm hungry, is there any breakfast? Su Yifei rubbed her eyes and went downstairs with Tang Yun.
Staff immediately stepped forward to greet them, saying, Please come to the backyard. The Atlantic Shipping Company has delivered fresh ingredients, and the kitchen is currently preparing them.
Outside Vientiane City, Tao Tsuetsue and Do Jinlian were waiting there early.
Upon seeing a middle-aged couple emerge from the mall, the two hurried to greet them.
Director Lu, Mrs. Sun, what a coincidence. Tsuetsue, Jinlian? Sun Huiyuan asked in surprise, you two are playing here too?
It's almost Chinese New Year, everyone's on holiday, so I brought my daughter and son-in-law out to relax.
You already have a son-in-law, which family's young master is he? Sun Huiyuan asked curiously.
I'll introduce you to Mrs. Sun later, let's chat as we walk, I'll treat you to lunch at a top-notch restaurant, please don't refuse.
Tao Tsuetsue said excitedly. A top-tier restaurant?
Sun Huiyuan was taken aback, there must be something fishy about such unsolicited hospitality. She glanced at her husband beside her. Director Lu smiled nonchalantly, then I'll gladly accept your offer. Huiyuan and I aren't familiar with this place, and we're still figuring out where to have lunch. He knew perfectly well that Tao Tsuetsue's visit at this time was nothing more than a question about her husband's promotion. The position of head of the department under him has been vacant for a long time. As long as Tao Tsuetsue knows how to behave and performs well, it would be reasonable to promote her husband. Upon hearing this, Tao Tsuetsue was so excited she almost jumped for joy.
He kept flattering her the whole way. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of the Wild Game restaurant.
Upon seeing the sign, Director Lu turned around and glanced at Tao Tsuetsue in surprise. Sister Tao, eating here would cost a fortune. Tao Tsuetsue quickly waved her hand and boasted, look at what you're saying, today we're not only going to eat here, but we're going to eat and drink well. Romani Conti, 1982 Lafite, everything's all arranged. Sister Tao, your sincerity is admirable. After this trip, have your husband write a report for meth. Position of head of the publicity department under me has been vacant for so long. I think he is quite capable and I'm sure he can handle the job. Director Lu nodded. Beside her, Sun Huiyuan said with a smile, Cui, congratulations in advance, when your husband takes office, you'll have to treat us to another meal.
Tao Tsuetsue was overjoyed, look at what you're saying, don't even mention one meal, even 10 meals, even 100 meals, I'd still treat you. Director Lu, thank you so much. At the entrance, Li Hongwei and Bai Lu had already received the news and were waiting obediently. When they saw the group of people coming together, the two of them quickly went to greet them.
Hongwei, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go in to arrange a private room, the best, the most luxurious one. And the wine, the same as before, Romani Conti, 1982 Lafite, get it ready quickly, Tao Tsuetsue ordered hurriedly.
Li Hongwei didn't dare to delay and quickly went into the store to find the person in charge.
I need the best private room, please arrange it for me right now. The manager glanced back at him and said indifferently, go to the counter to pay the deposit. There's only one best private room left, the top tier one, the room fee is 500,000. 165, chapter 165, the joke has gone wrong. That man just now was my son-in-law, Li Hongwei. Director Lu, let me tell you, Hongwei's family is quite powerful. They own a big company and have connections everywhere in Nanling City. They are especially close to the owner of Yuixuan.
Director Lu was startled.
Sister Cui, don't try to fool meth. Big boss behind Wild Game restaurant is the infamous Ko Haiwan, a true tycoon. Even the city capital has to show him respect. Are you sure your son-in-law's father knows him? Tao Tsuetsue straightened her face, patted her chest, and said with great certainty and confidence, of course, not only do we know each other, but we are also very close. Director Lu, you'll see that all the managers and supervisors here will have to treat my son-in-law with utmost respect and obedience. Upon hearing this, Director Lu secretly began to make plans. If he could really establish a connection with someone of Ko Haiwan's caliber, then no matter how much he sacrificed, it would be worth it. Thinking of this, Director Lu's smile was no longer so aloof, but instead carried a shrewd and friendly air. Sister Cui, if what you say is true, I think it's a waste to let Lao Bai join the propaganda department. It just so happens that there's a vacancy for the deputy position in my office. Why don't we just let him be my deputy? It's easier to talk when we're all family, don't you think? Sister Cui, from now on we're best friends. Sun Huiyuan went up and naturally took her arm. Tao Tsuetsue was overjoyed. In the past, she had always been the one flattering Sun Huiyuan, but today was the first time she had tasted being valued and treated with courtesy. All of this was thanks to her good son-in-law. After today, her husband, Lao Bai, will be promoted to the position of deputy director of the district. Then she will be able to say goodbye to that wretched town for good. From now on, she will be a noblewoman of Nanling City, not a country bumpkin. At the restaurant counter, Li Hongwei stood with his mouth agape, his eyelids twitching.
A private room fee of 500,000? It's just the room fee, not including any food or drinks. What a joke. Brother, don't you recognize me?
Li Hongwei pointed to himself, hoping the other person would have some sense. Hearing the young man's arrogant tone and confident demeanor, the store manager couldn't help but turn around and give him a serious look. He then sneered, "May I ask which family's young master you are, someone we at Wild Game Pavilion must get to know?"
Li Hongwei was taken aback. It's alright.
Give me a regular private room. It's the peak tourist season before the new year, and regular private rooms are in high demand. Please understand, the manager dismissed them impatiently. Li Hongwei was furious. This snobbish guy was far less perceptive than the manager of that wild game restaurant in Nanling City. Just wait, he'd teach him a lesson. "Hongwei, have you booked a room yet? Remember, it has to be the top tier one, nothing less," Tao Tsuetsui shouted in a loud voice. All eyes in the outer hall of the Wild Game Pavilion instantly converged on this place. What kind of imperial nobles are they, booking the most luxurious private room at Wild Game Restaurant? That meal would cost at least 100,000 yuan. Tao Tsuetsui enjoyed the look of scrutiny, admiration, and awe, and walked arrogantly to the front of the stage. "A simple meal is fine. We're just having a casual meal, no need to be too extravagant," Director Lu chuckled.
Like Tao Tsuetsui, he enjoyed the awe-inspiring gazes that came his way.
"No way, today it's my treat. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly for you."
"Hongwei, why do you look so pale?"
After Tao Tsuetsui finished speaking, she noticed that her son-in-law's face was pale, and she couldn't help but ask him with concern. Li Hongwei chuckled awkwardly. "It's like this, it's almost the end of the year, and all the private rooms are booked. You see, even though we're rich and powerful, we can't just kick people out of their private rooms, right? I think how about we just find a place in the main hall and make do?"
When he said this, everyone was slightly taken aback.
Director Lu was the first to come to his senses, waving his hand with a smile. "Where we eat is not important. We're out having fun, so there aren't so many rules. We'll eat in the lobby. It's down to earth, huh?" Yes, we're all reasonable people, and we believe in first come, first serve. Since the private rooms are full, let's eat outside," Sun Huiyuan said, and then casually found a seat to sit down. At this moment, a waiter came over and said, "Excuse me, ma'am, this seat has already been reserved. The only seats available now are number 1, number 17, and number 20.
Sun Huiyuan's expression stiffened slightly, feeling incredibly embarrassed.
"You guys are really asking for it, aren't you?" Tao Tsuetsui was panting heavily, hands on her hips. "I didn't even ask for a private room, and you're still whining and begging me here. Do you believe I'll use my status to crush you?" Never mind, Director Lu waved his hand, indicating that the sentiment was enough and there was no need to make a big deal out of it. He's just a district office director. If he turns a small conflict into a big news story, he'll probably lose his job.
"How can that be? You, the district director, don't even have the right to choose your own position. Look at these commoners, they're simply lawless."
Tao Tsuetsui was used to being arrogant and didn't realize the problem with what she said. However, people on the scene had already started taking out their phones to record audio and video. This startled Director Lu so much that he broke out in a cold sweat on the spot.
"Sister Cui, mind your manners." Director Lu quickly left and began looking for a seat in the direction the waiter pointed out.
As a result, number 1 was the gatekeeper's position, number 17 was directly opposite the direction of the restroom, and number 20 was a remote corner. Director Lu pulled Sun Huiyuan along, and the two of them, their faces grim, arrived at table number 20. It didn't go as smoothly as I imagined. Didn't Tao Tsuetsui say her good son-in-law's family had close ties with the big boss behind Wild Game Restaurant? Turns out they couldn't even get a private room. Looks like I'll have to start over. We need to reconsider whether Lao Bai is suitable for the position of deputy director of the office, and even the position of head of the publicity department needs to be re-evaluated.
"Hongwei, what's wrong with you? Everything was fine over there before, right? Aren't the two Wild Game restaurants owned by the same person?"
Tao Tsuetsui said, looking annoyed. They had agreed to make a big show of it, but now the 6 of them were crammed into a corner. What kind of situation is this? Given his current status, he was too embarrassed to ask Director Lu for a promotion. Unexpected, the place was full, and I felt bad asking people to leave, Li Hongwei said with a smile.
There can't be any more surprises later. Serve us the best food and wine. Romanée-Conti and Lafite are a must, otherwise how will I save face? Tao Tsuetsue strictly instructed. Li Hongwei grinned. Who knows if they'll keep sending drinks? I'd better contact Wild Game Pavilion in Nanling City soon, otherwise it'll be hard to clean up the mess. 166, Chapter 166, Pretending to be something they're not. The six of them squeezed together to sit in that tiny corner. Li Hongwei and Bai Lu grabbed a stool and squeezed into the aisle area. Tao Tsuetsue took the menu and placed it in front of Director Lu. Oh, Director Lu, I'm so sorry, I didn't handle this matter well, please forgive me. Although we didn't choose a good seat, we must choose the best food and drink the most expensive wine to express our apology. Tao Tsuetsue pointed to the menu, order whatever you like, my son-in-law will pay. Sun Huiyuan flipped through the menu and couldn't help but sigh at how expensive the dishes at Yuixuan were. As the wife of the director, she had been to many top restaurants over the years, whether for banquets or private gatherings, but she had never seen a restaurant that could reach this price. It could be said to be the ceiling in terms of price. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Sun Huiyuan smiled and called over the waiter, ordering a few dishes that interested her. Seeing this, Director Lu also ordered a few rather expensive dishes. If a private room wasn't arranged, there's no reason to skimp on the food. If Tao Tsuetsue's husband is really transferred to the office as deputy director, then she should be the one to treat everyone to 10 meals. With this idea in mind, Director Lu didn't hold back and spent 200,000 yuan on just a few dishes. Wild Game Restaurant is very efficient at serving food. Less than 10 minutes after the menu was sent out, the dishes were already being served. Both seafood and flying creatures were presented in various creative ways. The dishes were plentiful and delicious, but the drinks were slow to arrive, which made it feel like something was missing. As time ticked by, Tao Tsuetsue grew impatient. How can the waiters and the general manager here be so clueless? We're almost done eating, and the drinks still haven't been brought up. Mom, how about I ask Hongwei to give them a little pointer? Bai Lu glanced over and saw that the waiters were busy serving other customers and had no intention of bringing them any wine. Tao Tsuetsue remained silent. Do I really need to give her some pointers? Would she even have any class then? Wouldn't that make her look like a beggar? Give them 3 more minutes. If they don't bring me the wine in 3 minutes, don't blame me for being impolite. A bunch of blind fools, Tao Tsuetsue said through gritted teeth. Director Lu, Mrs. Sun, today I will make sure you drink Romanée-Conti in gold and a bottle of 1982 Lafite worth 200,000. Sun Huiyuan was enjoying her meal, and much of the unpleasantness from before had dissipated. Hearing her say this, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. That kind of wine is very expensive. I don't think it's necessary. Just order a couple of bottles of mass-produced red wine and drink them. How can that be? Ordinary red wine is not worthy of Director Lu and Mrs. Sun's noble status. Tao Tsuetsue did not forget to flatter them. But Sister Cui, I don't think I saw you order any drinks just now. Are you just waiting for them to bring them up for free? Sun Huiyuan asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Tao Tsuetsue immediately revealed an arrogant expression and said mysteriously, "You'll see soon enough. You come here to eat and have to order your own drinks, that's so undignified." Seeing how convincingly she was putting on an act, Sun Huiyuan couldn't help but shake her head, smiling as she continued eating. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the joy on Tao Tsuetsue's face had vanished. She slammed her hand on the table, glaring angrily. "Waiter!" She already had a loud voice, and with so many customers here, she immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Madam, what can I do for you?" The waiter didn't dare to be negligent and quickly came over. "What are your orders? Where's the wine? We've been sitting here eating and drinking, and you still haven't brought us any wine. What about your eyes? If you can't use them, just donate them." Tao Tsuetsue was furious. The waiter was bewildered after being scolded, but still politely said, "Madam, you didn't order any alcohol on the menu." "Okay, what would you like to drink now? I'll go and prepare it for you." "What are you ordering? Who the hell wants to order? I want you to deliver it, so hurry up and call your manager over here." Tao Tsuetsue rolled up her sleeves, looking determined not to give up. The manager was quickly alerted and rushed over from backstage. Those who dine at Yuixuan are all wealthy and powerful, and he dares not offend them. Upon seeing that it was the same group of people again, his expression turned grim. "Gentlemen, is there anything you need?"
Wine, hurry up and bring the wine. Do you really want me to point it out? You may be shameless, but I am, Tao Tsuetsue said, rubbing her fingers together, looking displeased.
Delivering wine? The manager looked bewildered. I'm sorry, madam, I don't understand what you're saying.
Wild Game Pavilion has never had a policy of serving wine. So many customers come here to eat, and no one has ever asked us to serve wine. You can understand this by looking around, madam. The manager assumed she was just an ignorant country bumpkin and patiently explained.
No, you really don't understand what I'm saying, do you? Tao Tsuetsue said coldly, I was eating at your Nanling City branch, and the general manager there immediately sent me a bottle of Romanicani Gold and a bottle of 1982 Lafite, and you didn't even offer a token of appreciation? Upon hearing this, the manager immediately put on an amused expression. Madam, you're too kind of a joker. Both of these bottles of wine are limited editions. The cost price is 200,000, and the retail price is double that. How could I possibly give you something worth 400,000 or 500,000? At this moment, the guests sitting nearby all wore amused smiles. Someone couldn't help but sarcastically remark, your 1982 Lafite, where were your Coke and Sprite from those roadside restaurants back then? They'd just give them to you if you ordered a few dishes. Exactly, I'm a regular at Wild Game Pavilion, a gold member, and I spend nearly 2 million here a year. I've never heard of them giving away alcohol. Are these guys out of their minds? At this moment, Sun Huiyuan, who was sitting against the wall, blushed furiously and almost wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. This was the first time she, the wife of the district office director, had lost face so badly, being mocked and ridiculed to her face. Sister Cui, stop talking. If you want a drink, they just pay money to buy things, acting like beggars. It's a disgrace to us, Sun Huiyuan said discontentedly. No, Madam Sun, I really did send it before. Tao Tsuetsue swore solemnly as she poked Li Hongwei with her finger. Hongwei, contact your dad right now and find the owner of Wild Game Restaurant. I am going to fire this manager, he's infuriating me. Li Hongwei was also in a difficult position. He'd already tried to impress everyone, but now he's a half-baked amateur, stuck in a rut, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and call his dad. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. The manager tensed up for the first time, his heart pounding with nervousness. Is he really some big shot or ruthless character? 167, Chapter 167, Stunned. However, just moments later he heard harsh insults coming from the other person's phone, and Li Hongwei quickly hung up the phone with a forced smile. At this moment, a murmur rippled through the crowd. If you ask me, if you can't afford red wine, just drink soft drinks or beer. Why pretend like that? You need others to give you things. If everyone were like you, Wild Game Restaurant might as well declare bankruptcy. Exactly. They even want to fire the manager. I assent that. Just being unreasonable. What did the manager do wrong? You want to fire him just because he didn't send you red wine? Shut up, all of you. Tao Tsuetsue was not one to be scolded, and she immediately lost her temper, wielding a stool like a tigress. Seeing this, many people in the restaurant actually shut up. The ruthless fear the vicious, and the vicious fear the reckless. This Tao Tsuetsue is clearly a woman who doesn't care about her life. Whoever is the first to stick their neck out and gets bitten by her, then things are going to get lively here today. Tao Tsuetsue, if we can't finish this meal, Yuan and I will leave first, Director Lu said in a deep voice, his face grim. Oh no, please, I'll buy it, I'll pay for it, okay? Hongwei, quickly have them bring the wine. Today's meal is all about currying favor with Director Lu. I can't afford to make her unhappy, or her husband Lao Bai's promotion will fall through, and that would be a huge loss. After finally calming Director Lu down, Tao Tsuetsue breathed a sigh of relief. But her resentment had not yet subsided. He was planning to take Director Lu to a Wild Game restaurant in Nanling after they returned, so they could make up for the loss of face they had made today. The meal ended, and everyone thoroughly enjoyed it. Bill, please. Tao Tsuetsue leaned back in her chair and stretched comfortably. The manager came over with the menu and ticked off each item with a pen, including drinks. The total bill is 310,000. Tao Tsuetsue rolled her eyes in annoyance. I won't give you a free meal today, I'll just give you a 50% discount. Hongwei, pay him 150,000. The manager was taken aback. Good heavens, half of the 310,000 yuan meal fee was gone in the blink of an eye, and a zero was even removed. Madam,
You don't seem to be here for a meal today, it looks more like you're here to cause trouble. You just arrived and shamelessly asked to book the top-tier private room, but it was too expensive and we couldn't. Now you want to occupy someone else's seat, and you want us to deliver wine and give you a discount. Our Wild Game restaurant has been open for so many years, you've already set a precedent for us, the manager said with a forced smile. The people around burst into laughter. What I'm saying is, who comes to Wild Game restaurant for discounts? Do you think it's some kind of backwater country restaurant? Exactly, it instantly feels like the class has dropped. If you can't afford it, don't come here to spend money. Sun Huiyuan and Director Lu exchanged a glance, their expressions incredibly awkward, clearly having had a terrible experience with the meal. The manager said bluntly, 310,000, not a penny less, and you won't be leaving this store. With everyone chiming in and Director Lu and Mrs. Sun anxiously waiting behind them, even Tao Tsuetsuei, with her thick skin, found herself in an awkward position. Hongwei, pay him. Li Hongwei stood hesitantly in front of the counter. What are you doing, paying the bill? Do you expect me to pay? Tao Tsuetsuei's face hardened. No, auntie, the money isn't enough. We're still a little short. He emptied his pockets completely but still couldn't scrape together 300,000 yuan. Look at the way you're behaving. Tao Tsuetsue gritted her teeth in anger. Bai Lu, how much money do you have left? Bai Lu took out her wallet. She had only brought a few thousand yuan with her when she left home, but even that wasn't enough. Tsuetsue, I'll contribute 10,000, you should contribute some too. Dojilian took out her bank card. Upon seeing this, mocking laughter erupted from all around. A few people have to squeeze in a meal together. It really proves the saying, trying to show off will only lead to your demise, ha! Sun Huiyuan took out her bank card and went to the counter. Swipe 160,000 from me, and have them make up the rest. The cashier nodded and swiped the card with a beep. After swiping her card, Sun Huiyuan didn't even say goodbye to Director Lu before turning and walking out of the store. Hey, Director Lu, Mrs. Sun, don't go. Tao Tsuetsue strode after her. Tao Tsuetsue, today's meal is unforgettable. I am truly grateful for your hospitality, Director Lu said with a forced smile. Sister Cui, no need to see me off. Please stop here. Lao Lu and I have things to do, Sun Huiyuan said indifferently, her face also cold. The two hailed a car randomly by the roadside. Tao Tsuetsue was sweating profusely with anxiety. Seeing that the two were about to leave, she hurriedly called out, Director Lu, when can my husband Lao Bai take up a position in your district office? I'd like him to prepare in advance. Director Lu rolled down the car window and said with a half smile, a post, I think your town is quite good. It's not beneath his talents to work there. Let's consider changing positions in a few years. Upon hearing this, Tao Tsuetsue plopped down on the ground, looking as if she had lost her soul, her face pale. Behind them, Bai Lu and Li Hongwei, having settled their bill, hurried out of the restaurant and came to her side. Mom, are you alright? Li Hongwei knew he had really lost face this time, and all his arrogance was gone. Let go. Tao Tsuetsue snapped out of her daze and gave him a cold look. It's all your fault. What a rotten peach, trying to pass itself off as a real peach. Now look what you've done, you've completely ruined everything. Mom, this can't be blamed on Hongwei after all. They are two separate stores. There's nothing anyone can do if the manager doesn't know him. Why don't we wait until we go back to Nanling and then invite Director Lu over for a good meal to save face? Bai Lu explained. Yes, today was purely an accident, Li Hongwei said with an embarrassed smile. Hearing this, Tao Tsuetsue's expression softened slightly, but she lost interest in continuing to play outside. Leaving aside the young couple, he then took Dojilian back to the hotel by taxi. I got back to the hotel after noon. My reservation had expired. As soon as I entered the Dream Fairy residence lobby, I was called down by the front desk staff. Ladies, your Secret Realm suite lease has expired. Would you like to renew or check out? Huh, it's already due? Tao Tsuetsue was stunned. That poor bastard only booked one night stay, so poor he's practically scratching his skin. Change rooms directly. Who the hell wants to live in this garbage place? It's not even as good as my old house in the countryside. I am going to stay at the Giant Egg Hotel. Tsuetsue, Hongwei and Bai Lu haven't come back yet. Their things are all here. We can't take them all if we check out now. Let's stay another day and move out tomorrow morning, Dojilian suggested. Tao Tsuetsue thought it made sense, so she decided to stay another day.
One more day. Tao Tsuetsue took out her wallet and pulled out 2 red banknotes. The pretty receptionist smiled sweetly. Okay, the Secret Realm suite will be extended for one more day. The fee is 166,666. Please show me your bank card. 168, Chapter 168, Whose son-in-law is more powerful? Tao Tsuetsue picked at her ear. What did you say? The receptionist sweetly repeated, the Secret Realm suite will be extended for one day. The fee is 166,666. Please show your bank card. This time, Tao Tsuetsue was certain she hadn't misheard. It was 166,666, not 660, nor 66. That's fucking robbery. I'm saying, are you guys desperate for money? You're trying to rip me off. 166,666? I wouldn't stay in this crappy place even if you gave it to me for free. The Giant Egg Hotel only costs 1,000 yuan a day. How many levels below the Giant Egg Hotel are you? And you charge more than 100 times more. Have you no shame? That's right, be careful, we'll report you to the Consumer Association. We'll make sure you don't earn a single penny and have to shut down. Dou Jinlian chimed in. Faced with the two's unreasonable arguments, the receptionist was not angry. Instead, she smiled generously and explained, no, the Giant Egg Hotel is far inferior to our Dream Fairy residence by more than just one 5-star level. You two rested here last night. Didn't you find it comfortable to sleep? Or for example, if you had any neck or shoulder pain, or lower back pain in the past, did those symptoms improve to some extent? For example, have the symptoms of insomnia, vivid dreams, nightmares, and night sweats disappeared? Every room here is infused with the precious fragrance of red cloud grass. Red cloud grass is a precious Chinese medicinal herb that can improve mental state, soothe meridians, and promote blood circulation. Each piece of red cloud grass sells for 30,000 yuan on the market. And don't you two think our air is fresh, the environment is beautiful, the ingredients are fresh, and the tea is top-notch? The area within 10 miles of Dreamy Abode, including the sky and clouds, lakes and greenery, as well as the artificial mountains and courtyards, is all artificially simulated on the uninhabited island on the west coast, built 1-to-1. The ingredients here are also specially supplied by the International Oasis Group. They are shipped over at 6 o'clock every morning and must be fresh with whole morning dew. The tea is the top-grade Westlake Longjing tea made from the first tender buds of the year. Countless powerful and influential people have come to stay at our small shop, just to taste the fresh Longjing tea every year. The two of them were stunned. I've never even heard of Red Cloud Grass, the uninhabited island on the west coast, or the International Oasis Group. You're just bragging, I'm not going to believe your nonsense. Tao Tsuetsue turned to leave. Just then, a stretch Lincoln drove in, and a man in a suit got out and rushed over, sweating profusely. Book a room, are there any rooms left? The receptionist smiled sweetly and said, I'm sorry, sir, all the rooms have been pre-sold and there are no rooms available at the moment. Why don't you try the Giant Dome Hotel in front of us? Ha! There are no rooms left already? It's over. How can a garbage place like the Giant Egg Hotel satisfy the appetites of those developers? The man slumped, grabbing his hair in despair, his face pale. Behind them, a portly middle-aged man stepped out of the Lincoln, acting like a big boss. Have you booked a room yet? Mr. Lee, there are no rooms available. Let us go to the Giant Egg Hotel to check, the man said, trembling. A giant egg? Upon hearing this, Mr. Lei's expression changed drastically, and he slapped the driver on the head. Don't you know how picky those developers are? You want me to book a lousy hotel like the Taipei Arena to entertain them? You'd probably stab me in the back. I told you to book the room a couple of days ago, and you tried to play tricks on me. You saved hundreds of thousands a day and it all went into your pocket, didn't you? Now look what happened. We can't book it. People will think that I, Redbang, am not powerful enough to even book a room at Dream Fairy Residence. Who will do business with me then? Get out of here after you finish today, you piece of trash. After saying that, the man angrily turned and left. Later, several more distinguished-looking guests arrived by car. Some had checked in advance and were enjoying their meals and tea, while others had been unable to book rooms and left disappointed. In short, these scenes left Tao Tsuetsue and Dou Jinlian completely bewildered. Even if the two of them knew nothing, they should now understand one thing: the price of this dreamlike abode is real and not a bluff. It's not that there aren't any guests here, but rather that there are so many guests that rooms are impossible to book. After learning the whole story, the two of them were filled with remorse. Last night, they complained that the place was too cheap,
and they didn't drink a single cup of tea or eat a single bite this morning. They even went out for beef soup. It's unbelievable.
Sister Cui, Sister Lian, are you two preparing to check out and move out?
Tang Yun happened to be coming downstairs when she saw the two of them and came over to greet them.
Check out? Who wants to check out?
Upon hearing this, several wealthy business owners who had just left disappointed because there were no rooms available immediately turned around and ran back.
Madams, are you checking out? How about we give you our rooms?
No way, we were here first, why should we give it to you? Who the hell cares if you got here first? It depends on which of these two ladies is willing to give up their seats to.
Several top executives almost came to blows on the spot.
Tao Tsuetsue reacted quickly, immediately changing her expression. She went to Tang Yun's side and affectionately took his arm. Yun, why don't you ask your son-in-law to extend our room for 2 more days, we haven't had enough fun here yet.
Yes, Yun, we found these rooms quite nice to stay in. Do Jinlian took another arm, the two of them being more intimate than ever before.
The main thing is that living together means we can look after each other, and we can chat more often. We haven't seen each other for so many years, and we don't contact each other much. Tang Yun didn't like hearing these hypocritical words, but since the two wanted to stay, she couldn't bring herself to kick them out, so she called Lu Qingxian and asked him to help them stay for 2 more days. For Lu Qingxian, it was just a matter of making a phone call. After making the arrangements, the two of them insisted on having lunch here with Tang Yun. Even though they had just eaten, they still couldn't help but feel their mouths watering after seeing the menu, as if they wanted to make up for all the food they had missed last night and this morning. After the meal, the two exchanged glances and began subtly inquiring about her son-in-law, surnamed Lu.
Just then, Bai Lu and Li Hongwei returned.
169, Chapter 169, A Girl Named Cici. The two played around for a while, had an argument, and then went back to their room to pack their own things.
Liar, idiot, if you dare leave, don't ever come back. Bai Lu shouted.
Li Hongwei was so angry that his face turned pale. He threw his things into the car, stepped on the gas, and drove off without looking back. Just as Bai Lu was about to chase after him, Tao Tsuetsue, who came up from behind, grabbed her arm and said, "Tell him to get lost. He's a complete waste of space, pretending to be all high and mighty. I lost face today entirely because of him." Momi was just sulking with him. Bai Lu regretted it a little. She had indeed spoken a bit harshly. "What do you mean by sulking? Let me tell you. Don't have anything to do with him anymore. This kind of poor second-generation rich kid doesn't deserve you."
As she spoke, Tao Tsuetsue glanced at her daughter's firm chest.
"He's developed even better than I was in my youth, several sizes bigger than Su Yufei. If he's not pretty enough, he'll make up for it with his figure." She doesn't believe men aren't into this kind of thing. If she could snatch Lu Qingxian away from Su Yufei, that would be real success. Although Tang Yun kept her mouth shut, claiming she knew nothing and didn't know much about Lu Qingxian, who was Tao Tsuetsue, one glance was enough to see through her. She was clearly a top-tier, hidden rich second generation. No matter how much she pretended to be poor or ordinary, she couldn't fool her eyes.
With this plan in mind, Tao Tsuetsue began to secretly calculate the details.
"Mom, Li Hongwei is not some poor second generation. I am angry that he has been hiding this from me. His father is a top official in the Nanling City Bureau. Their family motto is to keep a low profile, so they have never told me the truth. They only said that his family runs a small business. He only confessed to me just now, so we had a huge fight."
Tao Tsuetsue was taken aback. What? From the Municipal Public Security Bureau, a top-ranking official? Mom, are you really not going to see him anymore? Bai Lu asked tentatively.
Tao Tsuetsue's mind went blank. She wanted to raise her hand and slap her, but after gritting her teeth, she couldn't bring herself to do it.
"You're talking nonsense.
Hurry up and chase after them. What are you standing there for? Let me tell you, if you don't bring my son-in-law Hongwei back to me, don't come back to this house." One is a hidden rich second-generation heir whose identity is still uncertain, and the other is a confirmed second-generation heir of a high-ranking official in the Municipal Bureau, who is also her boyfriend. Even a fool would know which one to choose.
Bai Lu quickly took out her phone and called the other party.
After apologizing and making promises, and pleading in every way, the tone on the other end of the phone finally softened. Seeing the two of them start chatting again, Tao Tsuetsue breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, she regained her confidence. "My son-in-law is just low-key and doesn't show off his abilities to outsiders. which is why he keeps running into obstacles and is mistaken for a poor second-generation rich kid with no ability. In fact, Hong Wei is very powerful, okay? He's a high-ranking official in the city bureau. That's something that ordinary rich kids can't compare to. Ordinary people are afraid of the rich, but the rich are afraid of the powerful. Hong Wei's family is clearly the latter. No matter how powerful that Lu guy is, he has to be 3 points inferior to Hong Wei if they really show their strength. It's still unknown who will win. With this thought in mind, Tao Tsuetsue returned to Tang Yun's side with an incredibly arrogant expression and spoke with an air of superiority, a stark contrast to her previous grateful and demanding attitude towards Tang Yun for an extension of the room fee.
Cui, you look so different after you went out. What's the good news?
Dou Jinlian, as her best friend, was the first to notice something was wrong and quickly asked.
Tao Tsuetsue deliberately kept everyone in suspense, smiled mysteriously, picked up the West Lake Longjing tea and tasted it. This first batch of West Lake Longjing tea is just a so-so. After finishing her tea, she looked around and said, this dreamlike fairyland is actually quite ordinary.
Yun, although it's possible that your son-in-law is quite rich, let me tell you, you must never be arrogant. There are always people better than you, and there will always be someone more powerful than you, standing above you and at a higher level. Tang Yun didn't know why the other person suddenly said such a thing, but she still nodded. Of course I understand this principle, and Xiao Xian is just an ordinary person. I don't care whether he has money or not, as long as he and Yafei can stay together happily, I will be satisfied. Tao Tsuetsue chuckled, thinking of finding an opportunity to let Hong Wei show off his abilities and demonstrate his skills in front of everyone, so that people would know that her son-in-law was actually a formidable figure. A mere wild game restaurant proves nothing. By the way, where did your son-in-law and the others go? It's not easy for everyone to get together, so why not have some fun? Tang Yun originally didn't want to get involved in the young couple's affairs, but since Tao Tsuetsue brought it up, she had no choice but to call and ask. It was very noisy on the other end of the phone, and Su Yufei only said a few words before hanging up. She could tell that the little girl was very excited and had a lot of fun. It seems to be in a place called Virgin Bar. Tang Yun's face darkened slightly. This name sounded rather strange. Xiao Xian is really something, taking Yafei to such a messy place.
Bars aren't good places, and it's easy for a lone man and woman to be scammed. I think we should go over there together to prevent these youngsters from causing trouble, Tao Tsuetsue said with a forced smile.
Yes, Yunmei, it's not good for you to stay cooped up in the hotel all day while you're out having fun, Dou Jinlian said from the side. Tang Yun also felt quite bored, so the group decided to go to the Virgin Bar to find Lu Qingxian and the others. On the way, Tao Tsuetsue sent a message to her daughter, asking her to bring Li Hongwei to the bar this time. She was determined to show her true strength and make sure that Li Hongwei was not looked down upon and had lost face. To this, Bai Lu could only reply, I will do my best. She knew her mother cared about her image, so she can only try to sow discord between them and subtly provoke Li Hongwei with her words.
Inside the Virgin Bar,
Lu Qingxian had just answered the phone in the bathroom.
Today is the day the gathering of heroes begins. Lan Xinju has urged Lu Qingxian to show up more than once, putting constant pressure on Su Ao, and the phone call just now was made by Su Ao. In response, Lu Qingxian asked him to pick him up at the first maiden bar. He was currently having fun with Yafei and couldn't possibly leave her alone here, much less take her to a bloody place like the gathering of heroes. After finishing the call, Su Yufei came out and found herself chatting animatedly with a waitress. The two seemed like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years, with endless topics to discuss. In fact, the two are old friends. What's heartbreaking is that this girl named Cici stopped attending school after finishing junior high due to family reasons, and she is still working to support her family and take care of her younger siblings' education. This is the fate of many girls from rural areas and mountains, which is truly heartbreaking.
Back then, when Su Ao abandoned Tang Yun and Yafei was only a few years old and still in elementary school. If Tang Yun had the same views as those women, Yafei's fate might not be much different from Shishi's now, but Tang Yun is Tang Yun. She is different from ordinary women. She used her own hands to lift Yafei up all by herself, giving her good conditions to study, change her destiny, and fulfill her dreams. It was Tang Yun's vision, foresight, and perseverance that made Su Yufei who she is today, and finally brought back Su Ao from northern Sichuan, who brought wealth and honor to the mother and daughter. Brother Lu, Sister Yafei, I'll go deliver the wine to the guests first, and then I'll come back to chat with you later. Cici smiled sweetly and ran to the counter with the plate in her hand. Su Yufei sighed and came to Lu Qingxuan's side. Brother Qingxian, could you find a way to arrange a better job for Cece? I used to sit next to her in junior high school. She took good care of me and would bring me an extra egg every morning. I never thought she would have to work in a bar to take care of her younger siblings and help them go to school. Sigh.
Lu Qingxian nodded. I will make the arrangements.
Cece is a very talented girl working in a bar. It's amazing that the light in her eyes is still there after all these years.
Smack.
The sound of a bottle shattering made the music in the entire bar much quieter. In the middle of the bar, a girl stood there blankly, her forehead covered in shards of glass and blood.
The girl was Cece.
A fat man next to her smashed a bottle on her head, cursing and kicking her. You bastard, you couldn't afford these shoes with half a year's salary. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. 170, Chapter 170, The Way of the Man, Repay 100-fold.
Young Master Du, please calm down. This bastard is ignorant. I will punish her for you.
The bar manager, Haowen, came forward and slapped Cece several times, then bent down to apologize to Du Junbin. This is a big client. He spends tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan here every month. You can't afford to offend such a nouveau riche. She quickly knelt on the ground and banged her head against the ground, apologizing repeatedly. Everyone who works here knows the rules. Although the wages are not low, you have to be careful in everything you do. Dignity and life are really worthless here. If you offend some ruthless big shots, they might make you disappear overnight. Compared to these, kneeling and kowtowing to apologize is commonplace. Du Junbin clearly had no intention of giving up. Sitting next to him were his friends and the woman he had set his sights on. If he didn't show his strength in front of these people, what authority would he, young Master Du, have on this street? Lick my shoes clean, and don't let it happen again. Du Junbin lifted his foot, revealing his gold Chelsea boots. Young Master Du, Shishi's eyes were filled with tears. Aren't you going to do as young Master Du asks? Believe me or not, I'll kill you. Haowen glared at her, his words a mix of bravado and fear. Shishi lowered her head in humiliation. Suddenly, in front of her, an ordinary sneaker stepped on the Chelsea shoes. She subconsciously looked up. Brother Lu? Stand up from now on, stand tall and never bow your head in front of anyone. Lu Qingxian grabbed her arm with one hand. Shishi stared at him blankly, her mind completely empty. Her first thought was, we're doomed. This is young Master Du, the infamous villain. Only then did she realize how reassuring Brother Lu's gaze was. At this moment, the music in the entire bar stopped, and it became completely silent. Everyone stared at Lu Qingxian as if they had seen a ghost. Where did this clueless kid come from? Doesn't he know the name of this street? Du Xiao's family runs this place. They're influential in both the legal and illegal worlds, and they're big shots throughout Danyang town. How dare you step on their shoes like that? Young Master Du, is that right? Kneel down and apologize to Cece, and this matter will end here. Countless people involuntarily picked at their ears upon hearing his words, wondering if they had misheard. Many more suppressed their laughter, their faces flushed, as if watching an ignorant clown showing off on stage. Du Junbin's expression changed repeatedly, and he laughed angrily. This is interesting, Haowen. Today, I've encountered something interesting at your bar. Tell me, what are you going to do? At this point, Du Junbin lit a cigarette, his expression already showing a cruel murderous intent. Those who know him know that the fire won't be extinguished until someone dies here today. Young Master Du, I'll have someone take care of this kid first, then strip Cece naked and send her to your bed after you've had your fun. You can do whatever you want with her, our virgin bar won't interfere. Haowen knew that talking about money with someone like Du Xiao was absolutely unrealistic, so he never mentioned taking money as compensation. Instead, he was determined to find a way to vent his anger. Okay, I'll see how you perform. If you perform to my satisfaction, I'll pretend this never happened and continue to patronize your store. But if you don't perform to my satisfaction, you know what I mean, I can shut down any business I want with just a word. Yes, Brother Haowen nodded quickly. Then, he directly summoned more than 20 thugs from the bar to block the front and back entrances. Seeing this, Lu Qingxian smiled faintly. There are always some people who don't take my words seriously. Brother Qingxian, if possible, please teach them a lesson for Cece, especially this Brother Haowen. Cece said he bullies people every day, and he has taken advantage of all the girls who work here. He's really wicked. Su Yufei said through gritted teeth, her little fists clenched tightly. She, who is usually gentle, quiet, and peace-loving, got really angry today. Upon hearing this, Zhu Haowen turned green with anger and pointed at Su Yufei's nose, cursing, "You little bitch." "Who's the little bitch?" Before Zhu Haowen could finish speaking, Lu Qingxian grabbed his neck with one hand. "Tell me, who is the little bitch?" Moments later, Zhu Haowen's face turned blackish-purple due to lack of blood, and he was almost on the verge of death. With a forceful shove, Lu Qingxian flung him onto the table next to him, smashing his head and causing it to bleed profusely. Lu Qingxian, on the other hand, pulled out a napkin from the side and wiped his hands, which were stained with traces of wine. This action was extremely arrogant. His voice, a mix of domineering and questioning, silenced all the other conversations in the bar. "Cici works here day and night, diligently, just so that her poor younger siblings can go to school, have food, and avoid following the same path as her. For this, she puts aside her pride and dignity, just for a pitiful salary of a few thousand yuan a month, and you bully her, exploit her, and humiliate her. Do you not even consider her a person?" Zhu Haowen's expression shifted several times. "Kid, you're finished. Whether I'm done or not is another matter. First, answer my question. What are Cici and the other poor people who work so hard in your eyes? What right do you have to so easily decide their fate, or even take their lives with just a few words?" Zhu Haowen gritted his teeth and remained silent. Beside him, Du Junbin sneered, "It seems this little thing hasn't realized what he's about to face, and he still has the mind to worry about other people's fates. Did I tell you to speak?" Lu Qingxian glanced at him. "What?" Du Junbin was taken aback. "I said, did I give you permission to speak? Who gave you permission to interrupt?" Lu Qingxian looked at him. Du Junbin was furious. When had he, the young master of the Du family in Danyang town, ever been humiliated like this? It was an absolute disgrace. "She is nothing. She accidentally bumped into your shoe, and you smashed a bottle over her head and made her kneel down and lick the shoe. Is this how your mother raised you?" Lu Qingxian shook his head. "Forget it, there's no reasoning with a beast like you." As he spoke, Lu Qingxian came up to him and grabbed his hair in front of everyone. "What are you going to do?" Du Junbin was immediately frightened and instinctively kicked his legs wildly. Lu Qingxian stomped down and broke his leg on the spot, rendering him unable to resist, while a cruel smile appeared on his face. "What to do? It's simple, repay them 100-fold in kind." 171, Chapter 171, Who will remain arrogant until the end? 1, 2, 3 and Inity 7, 98, 99, 100. If 100 bottles were swung at Du Junbin's head, even someone with an iron will be finished. Miraculously, he neither died nor fainted. All of this was because Lu Qingxian acted with restraint, making sure the other party clearly felt the pain and humiliation, and clearly understood the price they would pay for bullying honest people too much. Right now, not only was he confused, but everyone else in his group, as well as those who were watching the show, were also confused. Bar disturbances happen every day, but I haven't seen one this big in years. She tugged at Lu Qingxuan's clothes, crying, "That's enough, brother Lu, I am really grateful to you. If you can run quickly. The Du family has definitely sent people over. No one will be able to leave if you wait any longer." Lu Qingxian patted the back of her hand, "Nobody needs to run today. Ye Fei said you used to take good care of her, bringing her an egg every morning. For this kindness alone, I will ensure your safety today and give you a lifetime of peace." She was taken aback. A lifetime of peace and stability? Could her wretched life really afford such a luxury as peace and stability? She immediately shook her head violently. "Brother Lu, listen to me. Du family is the biggest family on this street. They control several casinos and more than half of the entertainment industry on this street is related to the Du family. They cut off people's limbs at the drop of a hat, and even murder is commonplace for them. You have no idea how cruel they are. What era are we living in? How dare you bully people so blatantly? Let me see who has the nerve to do this." Just then, a sharp sound came from the bar entrance. Tao Tsuetsue strode in with a smug look on her face. Following closely behind were Tang Yun, Do Jinlian, Bai Lu, and Li Hongwei, who was forcing himself to keep his head down. With my Hongwei here today, let's see who dares to act recklessly. Xiao Lu, don't be afraid with our Hongwei here. Even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to lie low. Hongwei, bring out our father-in-law and teach these unruly people a lesson. Lu Qingxian frowned. What was this old woman planning to do now? "Mom, what brings you here?"
Su Yufei quickly came to greet her. I was worried about you all, so I came with your Aunt Shui and the others to check on you. Tang Yin glanced at the situation in the bar and immediately knew that something had happened, and it was quite serious. I'm with brother Qing Xian, everything's fine. Tang Yun made a shoe gesture to her. At this moment, Tao Tsuetsue pulled her good son-in-law to the middle of the bar. She made such a big show of it and was so eager for her good son-in-law to show off his strength and his arms, actually for two reasons. The first priority, of course, is to get back at Wild Game Restaurant for what we lost at noon. As for the second point, it's to verify whether Li Hongwei is lying or not. She doesn't want her daughter to be ruined by an incompetent, useless, and poor second-generation rich kid. If she finds out that he's a fake, she can promptly organize a plan for Bai Lu to win over this guy surnamed Lu. Li Hongwei wiped away a cold sweat, not daring to meet the gazes of those around him. He's just showing off, not some super-rich second-generation heir at all, and his father isn't a high-ranking official in the municipal bureau. Bai Lu was angry about the Wild Game Pavilion incident at noon. In order to save face, he deliberately made up a lie, saying that he came from a prominent family and that his family motto was Loki. In fact, was just a down-on-his-luck second generation. His father used to be a businessman in Danyang Town. He made his fortune by reselling alcohol between northern Sichuan, Danyang Town, and Nanling City. Now he's just a middleman, running a small company, and he has to be careful around people. Now that his future mother-in-law has pushed him to this point, he has no way to back down and can only bite the bullet and pretend to be something he's not. Well, everyone, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. Let's all make money together, for my sake. Li Hongwei, what are you pretending for in front of your father? Upon hearing the voice, Li Hongwei was so frightened he nearly jumped out of his skin. Holy crap, what a coincidence. His pupils instantly narrowed into a black dot as he looked down. Du Junbin was sitting in a chair, holding his head, looking at him with a cold smile. Young Master Du, what are you doing here? You want to protect this kid from me, right? Du Junbin wiped the blood from his face and forehead. The deathly look in his eyes made Li Hongwei's legs go weak, and he knelt down with a thud. Du Junbin, his father, started out by running errands for the Du family. Compared to such a behemoth as the Du family, his father was just a small fry. Compared to Du Junbin, Li Hongwei was nothing more than an ant. How dare I, young Master Du, I was just joking and showing off. Even if you gave me 10 lives, I wouldn't dare to bail someone out of your hands. Li Hongwei slapped himself across the face with terrifying force, and his mouth swelled up and bled profusely in no time. Hongwei, what's wrong with you? Is your father a high-ranking official? Are you afraid of a small-time hoodlum from Danyang Town? Tao Tsuetsue asked blankly. His father is a high-ranking official? Li Hongwei, I didn't realize your good-for-nothing father had become a high-ranking official. Why didn't you tell me? Du Junbin looked at him with a half-smile. A few years ago, your father was just a lackey of the Du family. He went from selling counterfeit alcohol to becoming a third-rate middleman. Later, he got involved with Su Ao, a big shot in northern Sichuan, and became a dog under Su Ao's command. From then on, he rose to prominence and broke away from the control of the Du family. But, Li Hongwei, have you gotten too big for your britches? You dare to show off in front of me? Oh, by the way, remember how you used to personally deliver your girlfriend of 2 years to my bed just to flatter me? Have you found another nice girl this time? How are you going to treat me? Li Hongwei's face flushed red, and he kept his head down, not daring to look at Bai Lu and Tao Tsuetsue. Tao Tsuetsue's mind went blank, and she was so angry that she almost fainted. What a loser, a total loser. Bai Lu trembled all over, wishing she could kill him on the spot. This good-for-nothing has completely disgraced her. Du Junbin fiddled with his phone, his murderous gaze sending chills down everyone's spine. Let me tell you all, today, this man is going to die. Everything related to him will become my toys. Anyone who sides with him or opposes me will never forget this. As he spoke, a large crowd surged out of the bar, surrounding it completely. The Du family has arrived. The people who came were all thugs carefully trained by the Du family. When these men stormed into the bar wielding machetes, everyone was so frightened that they crouched on the ground. Tao Tsuetsue, who had been so arrogant and domineering before, knelt on the ground with trembling legs, pleading, "Spare me, young Master Du, spare me, we don't know anything, we're not familiar with this guy surnamed Lu, not familiar at all." Du Junbin had no interest in them whatsoever, but instead looked at Lu Qingxian with a smile. Now, can you still be so arrogant?
Lu Qingxian stood there calmly, kneel down now and apologize to Cici, and promise never to come to this bar again, and maybe I'll spare your life.
Brother Lu. Cici was almost in tears. Couldn't he at least turn around and look around to see what was going on? Why was he still so stubborn?
Ye Fei, please persuade Brother Lu to apologize to young Master Du properly. I'll take responsibility for the consequences. Maybe you can save your lives.
She ran over and grabbed Su Yifei's arm, saying anxiously.
Su Yifei comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Qingxian never does anything he's not sure if he'll handle it. Looks like you're all a bunch of stubborn fools who won't give up until you're completely defeated." Du Junbin shook his head with a sneer. "I'll give you time to regret it, but I won't give you the chance to regret it." After saying that, he raised his hand and said, "Cut off his limbs and hang them on the signboard outside the bar."
172, Chapter 172, Eye-Catching.
The thugs trained by the Du family were all desperate criminals who would slash at anyone with a knife. Many people instinctively closed their eyes, while many more stared wide-eyed, their brains engorged with blood, their eyes red from the alcohol, their excitement unblinking. It was as if, beneath the flashing blades, a gruesome scene of gushing blood and severed limbs had already unfolded. Just then, in the frigid air, several bullets, concealed by silencers, silently pierced the heads of the thugs like the hands of death. The men had just raised their knives when they froze, collapsing to the ground with a thud, blood gushing from the holes in the back of their heads.
What happened? Du Junbin's expression froze, and he suddenly straightened up, looking towards the door.
At this moment, all the thugs outside the bar were taken down, and a mysterious group of heavily armed men dressed in tactical vests and looking like mercenaries took control of the entire bar.
This sudden turn of events put everyone on edge.
The next second, a dozen men in suits and sunglasses filed in, splitting into two rows to make way for each other. They stood on either side of the path, heads bowed. Outside the door, Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu walked in side by side. Upon seeing Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu, Du Junbin's eyes widened in shock, and he scrambled forward.
Oh my, isn't this Brother Yi and Brother Hu? Why are you two in Danyang town instead of in northern Sichuan? Du Junbin scurried up to the two men, bowing and scraping like a lapdog, showering them with flattery and compliments. Anyone who knows Du Junbin would have their eyes pop out of their head at this moment. What kind of important person could make the eldest son of the Du family show such a humble attitude? Zhang Yi, Zhao Hu, and even Su Ao were originally from Danyang town. Only a place like this could cultivate true outlaws. When Su Ao rose to prominence, the Du family was nothing later. Su Ao led his men to develop in Nanling City and became a powerful figure in the area, while the Du family picked up scraps and took over the places left by Su Ao, which is how they gradually got to where they are today. Now, Su Ao is a top-tier tycoon renowned throughout northern Sichuan, and has even unified the underworld of Nanling City, while the Du family is confined to this street, highlighting the vast difference between the two. Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu, as Su Ao's right-hand men, were also Su Ao's public face. They represented Su Ao. That's why Du Junbin showed such a humble attitude when he saw these two people. The two walked straight over to Lu Qingxian, bowed their heads, and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Lu, Mr. Su has arrived." After saying this, Zhang Yi turned to look at Du Junbin beside him. "Oh, isn't this the Du family brat? You're here too?"
Du Junbin was about to vomit blood. "You led your men to snipe my men from a distance, and then just walked right past me, and now you belatedly ask, you're here too? Those people I just killed, were they from your Du family?" Zhang Yi stared at him with a half-smile.
Du Junbin nodded with a wry smile.
"Oh, that's really bad. How dare you offend Mr. Lu. When Mr. Su Ao comes over, you can explain to him yourself."
Du Junbin was taken aback. Su Ao? Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the bar entrance.
Su Ao, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, strode in with the air of an eagle eyeing a wolf, his imposing presence truly reaching its peak.
Su Ao, it's actually Su Ao. Who is Su Ao?
Some newbies who didn't know much about the industry or had little experience asked curiously.
You don't know Su Ao? He's a ruthless man who started in Danyang town and fought his way to the throne of the city's underground emperor. Is a legend in our Danyang town.
The Du family of today is built up step by step by picking up the scraps left by the big boss Su Ao back then. That's why you see, when this young Master Du hears the name Su Ao, he's scared out of his wits.
Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Ao walked straight up to Lu Qingxian, his serious expression vanishing instantly, replaced by a very ingratiating smile. Little Shen, the hero's gathering is tonight, and everyone there is waiting. Shall we set off now?
Lu Qingxian nodded slightly. No problem, but there's still a small problem here that needs to be dealt with. As he spoke, he looked at Du Junbin, who had already collapsed to the ground. Su Ao followed his gaze. Dad, they're bullying brother Qingxian, and they're even trying to beat him up because they outnumber him. Just then, Su Yufei ran out from behind and came to Su Ao's side. Oh, my little princess Yufei, you're here too? Su Ao, like an old servant, bowed and carefully protected her. Can't we stay here? Tang Yun looked at him irritably. By the time you get here, we'll have been beaten to death. Su Ao wiped away his sweat. Are you kidding me? With Lu Qingxian here, how could anything happen to them? In his rage, this guy wiped out the Tiger Alliance. He was like the king of hell reincarnated who would dare to bully his people in front of him. Cici, come here. Lu Qingxian beckoned and pulled Cici to him. I'll show you two paths now. First, come with me, and I'll arrange an easy and stable job for you. While I can't say it will make you rich, at least you'll be worry-free, and your younger siblings' education will be properly taken care of. Secondly, I'll buy this bar and give it to you. You'll be the owner from now on. Also, I'll have people look after this bar from now on. I can't promise too much, but if you're bullied, I'll stand up for you if I know about it. One is stability, the other is seeking wealth through risk. After a brief moment's thought, she chose the latter. First, it's close to home, so I can take care of my family. Secondly, and most importantly, she wanted to change her fate. Undoubtedly, what lay before her was an opportunity she could never dream of in her entire life, and she wanted to seize it and experience a completely different life. Lu Qingxian didn't care about the right. Fang's intentions were unclear. He did this simply to reassure Yafei and repay the girl for her unintentional act of kindness years ago. Mr. Su, you heard it too. This girl's problem is now in your hands. Soon, Lu Qingxian shifted the blame to Su Ao. Su Ao readily assured him, don't worry, Danyang Town is my stronghold here, let alone protecting a bar, no one would dare to touch this entire street after I give the order. Lu Qingxian nodded, turned around and took Su Yufei's hand. Yufei, you stay here. I need to go with your father to take care of something. We should be back tonight if nothing unexpected happens. What if something unexpected happens? Su Yufei pouted. This guy never keeps his word. She couldn't trust him anymore. Even if something unexpected happens, I'll be back tonight, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. That's more like it. Su Yufei finally got the answer she wanted. Afterwards, Su Ao asked Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu to stay behind and protect Tang Yun and Su Yufei, while he followed closely behind Lu Qingxian and hurriedly left the bar. The bar really erupted after they left. 173, Chapter 173, Can I be your guide? Du Junbin plopped down on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face, and begged for mercy in front of Zhang Yi. Drag him out, break his limbs, and hang him at the street corner so his father can come and ransom him. Zhang Yi kicked him away and said impatiently. Who owns this bar? Xu Haowen limped and got up from the ground with a bruised and swollen face. I am. Prepare the transfer agreement. Okay. The two acted swiftly and efficiently, completing all the tasks assigned by Lu Qingxian in no time. Tao Tsuetsue, Dou Jinlian, and their group stood aside, staring in disbelief at everything. Are these people in cahoots? Should we deal with them all? Zhang Yi asked, seeing Tao Tsuetsue and the others looking terrified and assuming they were also with Du Junbin. Ah! Tao Tsuetsue's crotch immediately turned yellow. I'm not one of them. I am Yunyun's friend. Please don't punish me. The group of people scrambled to Tang Yun's side in a panic. They are my friends, Tang Yun explained. Get up quickly, everything is alright now. Only after seeing Zhang Yi and Zhao Hu, those two fierce-looking guys, did Tao Tsuetsue dare to get up. She let out a heavy sigh of relief, her face showing a sense of accomplishment. Then, she nervously moved closer to Tang Yun and asked, was that Su Ao your man? Tang Yun nodded. Didn't your man say he was going to run away a few years ago? Tao Tsuetsue's mind was in a mess. He did run away. He just came back a while ago. According to him, he's too embarrassed to show his face in front of me and Yafei. If he hasn't done well in my opinion, he's only doing so now, still running errands for Xiao Xin, Tang Yin said irritably.
Hiss! Tao Tsuetsue gasped. She wasn't deaf, she had been listening to the discussions around her. Sueo was the underground emperor of northern Sichuan, a powerful and influential figure. That kind of person is actually a gopher. In that case, who exactly is this guy surnamed Lu? Tao Tsuetsue felt her mind was overwhelmed. The shock she was experiencing almost stopped her ability to think. Why is Tang Yun so lucky? Then look at her son-in-law. Li Hongwei is just a hothead. He has no ability but loves to show off, making her lose face completely. What rich kid, what high-ranking official. In the end, it turns out his father was just a middleman, the kind of middleman that everyone looks down on. Why is her precious daughter's life so miserable? Lu, come with me. Tao Tsuetsue pulled her aside. Young Master Lu hasn't gone far yet. You should hurry up and follow him to find out what's going on. This is your best chance to change your destiny. Even if you're going to be a mistress, you have to make it official. Mom, I can't do it. Lu cried out like a frightened little rabbit. If it doesn't work, figure it out yourself. As women, as long as we're willing to use our brains, there's no man we can't win over. Go on. Lu was forcibly pushed out of the bar. At the end of the street, Lu Qingxian and Su Ao's group hadn't gone far. They were heading towards the center of Danyang Town, the largest black market and entertainment center. This place is crisscrossed with branches of various groups from major provinces and cities in the Jiangnan region, and countless entertainment venues, including underground boxing, gambling, and horse racing, are dazzling to behold. Because of the large number of tourists visiting this place every year, which greatly boosts the GDP of the surrounding towns, the local authorities have turned a blind eye. Over time, this place has become the largest no-man's land in Jiangnan, with rampant chaos. Xiao Shen, based on my understanding of Miss Lan, she would never place all her bets on you alone. To her, you are clearly someone she cannot control, and she is a woman who seeks stability in everything she does, and she might try some underhanded tricks on you behind your back. We have to be careful. As they approached their destination, Sueo couldn't help but remind her. Lu Qingxian smiled upon hearing this. It's nothing more than a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She's in cahoots with the experts sent by the Lu family of Zhongnan, planning to stab me in the back. She thought her plan was foolproof. The Lu family of Zhongnan, Xiao Xian, you've already received the news? Sueo was surprised. Lu Qingxuan's smile grew even more mysterious. My intelligence system is not to be underestimated either. After completely offending the Lu clan Xingyi sect, in order to prevent retaliation, I had special intelligence personnel keep a close eye on the Lu clan's every move. What they did and what their plans were all under my surveillance. Grandmaster Lu's direct disciple crossed the river some time ago. I originally intended to intercept and kill him before he could make a move, but I didn't expect him to get together with that woman surnamed Lanso. I decided to play along, giving her a reason to make a move, giving myself a legitimate excuse, and giving you a chance to completely break free from her control. Sueo stared blankly at the young man, his eyes revealing fear for the first time. Aside from some unexpected incidents, it seems that he has the entire game firmly in his grasp. Sueo is a pawn, Lan Xinju is a pawn, and the Lu family of Zhongnan is also a pawn. Only he, Lu Qingxian, is the truly top-tier player who is detached from the game. A few minutes later, Lu Qingxian, Sueo, and the others arrived at the central street. People were already waiting there early to greet us. Mr. Su, we've been waiting for you for so long. You're one of the people who came from Danyang Town. If you get a good project this year, please take good care of Danyang Town. A middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s with a receding hairline and an oily face rushed forward, grabbed Sueo's hand, and said obsequiously. Sueo greeted him with a forced smile, then introduced him to Lu Qingxian. Xiao Shen, this is Mr. Lu Jun, the head of Danyang Town. Oh, what town chief or not, thank you for your kind words, just call me Little Lu, okay? Lu Jun knew full well that his position as town chief was meaningless, and he served the many powerful figures with utmost humility and caution, fearing that one of them might displease him and replace him. And who is this? Lu Jun quickly locked his gaze on Lu Qingxian. He noticed that Sueo, a top figure, treated this young man with caution and care, as if he were the protagonist of the trip. This is Mr. Lu Qingxuan. There's no need to ask him anything else. Oh, Mr. Lu, Merla's presence is truly an honor to my humble town of Danyang. Having served as the town head in this no-man's land, he had long since honed his skills in navigating uncharted territory and finding ways to get by. He knew the most basic taboos, that others didn't want to talk about it,
and he himself couldn't ask too many questions. "Chief Lu, please arrange a guide for Mr. Lu and make sure to meet all of his needs." Upon hearing this, Lu Jun immediately beamed with joy and ordered someone to bring over a young girl who looked to be 18 or 19 years old. These young girls were specially trained to entertain dignitaries from all over the country at the annual gathering of heroes. They were all exquisitely beautiful and incredibly tender, and would never resist being taken advantage of. The woman serving Lu Qingxian was exceptionally beautiful, 1 in 1,000. Lu Qingxian rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. "You, as a father, don't even know how to choose your daughter." Su Ao naturally knew what he meant by that, and scratched his head with a smile. "Xiao Xian, you don't understand. We men have to maintain a good image in public. Women are like the facade, you can do without them, but you can't be without them, otherwise people will laugh at you." Lu Qingxian shook his head. "Never mind, I don't need it." "How can that be, Mr. Lu? Although our town is not big, the central street is very complicated. It's easy to get lost without a local guide," Lu Jun said quickly. "That." Just then, a familiar, timid voice came from the side. "Can I be your guide? I know this place very well." 174, Chapter 174, Li Yunmon's resolute determination. Lu Qingxian turned his head and saw a familiar face. "Bai Lu, what are you doing here?" The girl standing next to her was Bai Lu. She stood there panting, her face flushed. "Well, Yufei was worried about you, so she asked me to come and keep an eye on you. I overheard you talking about needing a guide, and since I'm very familiar with Danyang Town, I think I can handle the job." "Did Consort Yi send you?" "That girl doesn't trust me, so she even had someone monitor me," Lu Qingxian said with a shake of his head and a smile. "Okay, you'll be my guide." Lu Qingxian nodded in agreement. Bai Lu looked delighted and took small steps to stand in front of Lu Qingxian. Unlike her previous disdain, Bai Lu now acts like a docile little bird, carefully staying by Lu Qingxuan's side, afraid of doing something wrong that might displease him. Since there was still some time before the start of the heroes' gathering, the group briefly separated after entering the central street. Su Ao was going to participate in the draw to determine the various assignments for the competition, while Lu Qingxian planned to familiarize himself with the area and relax. The central street is packed with tourists, mostly from all over the world. If you didn't know the area well, you'd think you were in some international metropolis. Among the tourists, couples still make up the majority, but there are also quite a few pregnant bosses and wealthy businessmen who leisurely enjoy the unique cultural scenery of Danyang Town with beautiful young women behind. These groups are often tall bodyguards or those in tight-fitting trench coats, clearly indicating that these are bosses taking their mistresses on holiday trips. "Bai Lu, how much do you know about the Gathering of Heroes?" Lu Qingxian suddenly asked. Bai Lu pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. "I don't know much about these things, but I've heard that many people die at the Danyang Town Heroes Gathering every year. Most of these people are from Southeast Asia, and they are gladiators recruited by wealthy merchants. These people are highly skilled in martial arts, and some are even extraordinary individuals. In my opinion, this Gathering of Heroes is like a cricket fight. It's all about who brings the best contestants. The wealthy businessmen wager land, industries, and power divisions as stakes, making an unprecedented gamble every year. There are dark horses who rise to the top and become the best, while others fall into the abyss and never recover. In short, this is a game for the truly wealthy." "Mr. Lu, are you going to attend the Gathering of Heroes?" Bai Lu asked her curiously. Before Lu Qingxian could nod, she continued, "Although you may be very rich, Mr. Lu, the Gathering of Heroes is a game of life and death, so please be careful when participating. Besides, I haven't seen any experts or extraordinary people around you, Mr. Lu. Without the resources, you can't play this game." Lu Qingxian moved her lips, thought for a moment, but didn't explain to him. Bai Lu wisely refrained from asking any further questions. What she needs to do now is to be a good girl and leave a good impression on the other person. The two strolled around the central street, and just as Lu Qingxian was about to head to the main venue of the heroes' gathering, a soft exclamation came from beside him. "Lu Qingxian? Li Yunmeng, what a coincidence." Lu Qingxian smiled and shook his head. "I hadn't seen her for several days, and I never expected to run into her in Danyang Town." Li Yunmeng was dressed in a cream-colored sweater and a jade-green pearl necklace. She looked elegant and luxurious. Beside her were Secretary Han, who wore black stockings and black-rimmed glasses, and a burly man who looked like a bodyguard. "It is indeed a coincidence. I didn't check the almanac before I went out today, otherwise I wouldn't have come, Secretary Han said sarcastically. Lu Qingxian simply smiled and ignored such remarks.
Lu Qingxian, do you know where this place is? Li Yunmeng frowned. Danyang Town, what happened? Then you should know how chaotic and dangerous this place is. What are you doing here? Lu Qingxian asked in surprise. If you can come, why can't I? It's almost the end of the year, there's nothing wrong with going on a trip, right? Travel, has she found someone new? By the way, I haven't asked you yet, how is Yafei? Li Yunmeng glanced at Bai Lu and then asked. Yafei is recovering very well. Li Yunmeng, I heard that you spoke up for Yafei on the cruise ship. I would like to thank you on her behalf, Lu Qingxian said earnestly. Li Yunmeng shook her head. I wasn't of any help, so there's no need to thank me. On the contrary, I should apologize to her if it weren't for Yan. Never mind, there's no point in saying more. Lu Qingxian knew what she wanted to say. He had already learned the details of what happened that day through the surveillance footage. There was no reason to blame Yao Wenwei for what he did. Li Yunmeng was just the president of a small company. It was already very difficult for her to stand up and speak up in the face of people like Qi Mingzhu and Xia Yufei. Lu Qingxian was not an unreasonable person and had to face reality. Lu Qingxian, come to think of it, it's been a very, very long time since we've sat down and had a proper chat, hasn't it? It's fate that we met today. How about we go in and have some fun together? Li Yunmeng pointed to the entrance of the underground boxing ring. This is also the entrance to the venue for the Gathering of Heroes. Before the annual All Heroes Gathering begins each year, several underground boxing matches are held to warm up and create excitement. When the atmosphere reaches its climax, the big shots make their appearance, and the All Heroes Gathering officially begins. That works too. Lu Qingxian nodded. Secretary Han frowned upon seeing this, wanting to say a few words of advice, but Li Yunmeng had already made up her mind. She gave Secretary Han a look, which shut her up. Today, she no longer harbors so many prejudices. Their meeting was fate, and their separation was destiny. Lu Qingxian sought stability, while Li Yunmeng was ambitious and unwilling to be ordinary. Everything was preordained. The group passed through the entrance, left the central street, and arrived at the largest lake in the south of Danyang Town, Mirror Lake. As far as the eye can see, the landscape is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with a huge lake as a focal point, and more than a dozen large arenas spanning the lake. At the dock, countless powerful and wealthy people entered and began placing heavy bets. These are all appetizers. Secretary Han, take Taizhan to register. I am determined to earn enough project fees for this competition, Li Yunmeng said confidently. Project fee? Lu Qingxian looked at her strangely. Have they already fallen into such dire poverty? Indeed, the company, which was not large to begin with, has been repeatedly swindled by Chen Yulong and his ilk, leaving it an empty shell with no cash flow and no banks willing to lend to it now. Even if it gets projects, it cannot proceed smoothly. It can be said that the company's development is already in dire straits. Seeing Lu Qingxian's puzzled expression, Li Yunmeng smiled and said, I spent a lot of money to hire this Taishan as the head instructor of a local martial arts school in Nanling City. I've staked 50 million on him. If he can win 3 consecutive matches, the 50 million will multiply tenfold to become 500 million. With this money, my company will survive. What if we can't win 3 games in a row? Lu Qingxian asked with a smile. Then we'll lose everything, Li Yunmeng said without changing her expression. Life is a gamble, Lu Qingxian. I haven't won since the day we parted. Everything has gone wrong today. I'm betting everything, and I'm sure I'll win. Lu Qingxian shook his head. This 50 million is the last sum of money your company can come up with, right? If you lose, you'll have nothing left. Li Yunmeng lowered her head. Now, isn't she also left with nothing? Lu Qingxian, if I really lose, let's wipe the slate clean of our grudges. Don't hate me anymore. Even if you do hate me, it's too late now. Li Yunmeng gave a bitter laugh, but a sense of relief and determination appeared on her face. 175, Chapter 175, High Stakes Gamble. Lu Qingxian noticed that something was wrong with her emotions, but the way things have turned out was entirely her own choice. With his help, she succeeded too easily, but the various problems that followed after the divorce crushed her. But who can be blamed for this? Secretary Han took Taizhan to participate in the registration and betting, and quickly completed the grouping and pre-match preparations. As a warm-up entertainment before the main event,
the charm of underground boxing is fully demonstrated here. The brutality of each punch often ignites the most primal bloodlust in a group of people, who shout and yell wildly. However, for someone like Li Yunmeng who has almost never participated in similar activities, the visual impact was too strong, and she even felt nauseous. Soon, Taizhan stepped onto the ring under the guidance of the staff. It has to be said that this martial arts instructor is indeed quite skilled. Facing a wrestler who was even more muscular than him, he quickly took him to the ground and smashed his chest, instantly rendering the opponent unable to fight. The wrestler was then carried to the medical room. Great, Instructor Taizhan is so cool. Secretary Han's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but clench her fists and jump up. It's boring, they're all novices. Taishan did a somersault off the stage, shook his wrist, and walked towards Li Yunmeng while shaking his head. It's because Instructor Taizhan, you're too strong. This rabble is no match for you alone, Secretary Han said, flattering him. Li Yunmeng nodded with satisfaction. If Instructor Taizhan can win 3 matches decisively, I am willing to pay 3 times the reward and invite you to play one more match for me. The initial victory greatly boosted Li Yunmeng's confidence. Lu Qingxian, standing nearby, couldn't help but shake his head and advised, the organizers aren't stupid. The first round was just a test. They'll arrange opponents based on strength in the following rounds. They won't let you win the money so easily. Taizhan glanced at him and said with a smile, the arena is all about strength. No matter who he arranges for his opponents, they have to be stronger than me. How many people here do you think are my match? Lu Qingxian said no more. His words were just a reminder to Li Yunmeng, and whether she listened or not was none of his business. The second match started soon. Secretary Han encouraged from the side, hey Lu, since your analysis sounds so convincing, why don't you place a bet? Anyone can talk the talk, but having the guts to place a bet shows courage. Lu Qingxian shook his head, I'm not interested in this. You don't need to goad me. Then what are you doing in Danyang town? Who comes here without gambling? I bet you just don't have the money to play. Secretary Han curled his lip. If you don't have money, don't pretend. Taizhan did indeed possess some formidable skills. Facing the second external martial arts master, he countered each move and, after a few rounds, found the opponent's weakness, broke through his defense with a single strike, and followed up with a Taizhan lean, sending the opponent straight off the stage. So cool, Instructor Taizhan. Secretary Han completely transformed into a loyal fan, clapping her hands excitedly. Hey Lu, didn't you say Instructor Taizhan would lose? Are you proven wrong now? Lu Qingxian smiled indifferently. Li Yunmeng asked with great interest, Lu Qingxian, you also have knowledge of Kung Fu. If you were to comment on Instructor Taizhan, what would you say? Without a second thought, Lu Qingxian said, your external martial arts are quite good, but you still have a long way to go before you can master the external martial arts. If you encounter a slightly stronger expert, you will be defeated very quickly. External training? External training focuses on muscles, bones, and skin, while internal training focuses on breath control. For practitioners of external martial arts, this is collectively referred to as a horizontal training martial artist. If one can master external martial arts to the extreme, that is called the mastery of horizontal training. After Lu Qingxuan's explanation, even a novice could understand it. Li Yunmeng nodded and gave a wry smile. After being with you for so many years, I had no idea you knew Kung Fu. I am really a failure as a wife. It's not your fault I am not a hooligan or a scoundrel. I cook every day and it doesn't take much time for me, Lu Qingxian joked. After getting married, he became a full-time stay-at-home husband, taking care of Li Yunmeng's daily life and enjoying it. Lu Qingxian, you are a good man. Li Yunmeng looked at him earnestly. If I were an ordinary woman, I would definitely choose you and spend my whole life with you. Lu Qingxian was speechless. Perhaps this was just being too narcissistic? In what way is Li Yunmeng unlike an ordinary woman? However, Lu Qingxian realized something. If he hadn't been pushing things behind the scenes, allowing Li Yunmeng to so smoothly grow into the president of 3 companies and establish the Yunmeng Group, the two of them would never have divorced in the end. He was actually the culprit. Soon, the third match began. If Instructor Taizhan can win 3 games in a row, according to the increasing odds, Li Yunmeng's bet will increase tenfold, from 50 million to 500 million. 500 million in cash is enough for her to revitalize the company. But her ambitions went far beyond that. If she could win 3 consecutive matches, she would pay Instructor Taizhan 3 times the reward and have him help her play an additional match, maximizing her profits as much as possible. Taizhan walked over with a smile, took the towel handed to him by Secretary Han, and wiped the sweat from his face. A bunch of rabble. Although it took some effort, the result will not change.
Upon hearing this, Li Yunming smiled and said, Instructor Taizhan, the next match is the most crucial, so we must not be careless.
Taizhan waved his hand. Relax, I still have some trump cards to play. This level of underground boxing is not going to result in a loss. Li Yunming nodded, took out a bank card and handed it to Secretary Han. Bet all the money here on Taizhan win.
Are you really prepared to go all in?
Lu Qingxian asked with a smile upon seeing this. I've said it before, life is a gamble, and I have no way out, Li Yunming said nonchalantly. There are no banks, they're willing to lend me the money. This money is what I got by mortgaging all the properties under my name.
Lu Qingxian, what would you do if you were in his shoes?
Lu Qingxian remained silent, his mind replaying all the events of the past years between them. Li Yunming was a pitiful person, proud and arrogant, led astray by desire, abandoning love and principles, which resulted in this ending. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qingxian also took out a bank card and handed it to Bai Lu. By Taizhan gambling for me.
Li Yunming looked at him in surprise. You were sure I would lose, weren't you? Danyang Town holds large-scale underground boxing matches every month, but I've never heard of any of them causing the organizers to lose money. Do you think you can get your hands on this 500 million?
She's a woman known as the queen of the business world. How could she lose her ability to think at this moment? You should cut your losses now and use all the money you won in the first 2 rounds to bet on Iron Mountain. Even if you don't win 500 million, you'll at least bet 200 or 300 million without a problem, Lu Qingxian said, looking at her.
Li Yunming's eyes flickered, and she lowered her head, caught in a dilemma.
You still have decades of beautiful life ahead of you. Are you just going to give up on yourself like this? After you lose, are you going to take your whole family with you and die? 176, Chapter 176, 3 Women Make a Show. A gentle light flashed in Lu Qingxuan's eyes. In the end, he couldn't bear to watch his former lover fall into the abyss, so he offered a few words of advice. After a moment, Li Yunming raised her head, her eyes showing determination, and said calmly, Lu Qingxian, after the divorce I have failed repeatedly, as if all my successes were given to me by you.
Do you think I'm the kind of woman who would accept your charity? Lu Qingxian looked away from her.
Soon, Bai Lu and Secretary Han returned to their seats.
And Tieshan's third tournament officially began.
Boss Meng, I've inquired. Instructor Tieshan's third opponent is a skinny guy who could be blown away by a gust of wind. A 3-game winning streak is practically a sure thing. After we win, we'll have an extra game, and the bet will triple again, 15 billion.
Are you sure? Li Yunming sat up straight.
Of course.
Mr. Lu, you have a lot of money in that card, and the odds of betting on Taizhan are very, very low. I assent that too impulsive?
Bai Lu's surprise had not yet faded. That was more than just a lot. When it was swiped on the POS machine, she swore she had never seen so much money in her life, a long string of zeros that looked like a phone number.
You're betting on Instructor Taizhan to lose?
Secretary Han's expression was priceless. He chuckled and said, Hey Lu, you want to go against President Meng and get some attention, but you don't have to throw money around like this, do you? Do you really think Instructor Taizhan will lose to that skinny monkey? Secretary Han pointed to the stage, where Taizhan was already standing in the red team's position, while the blue team had a man who was 16 meters tall, thin and dark-skinned, with a face that looked somewhat like a native from Southeast Asia. With just one glance, Lu Qingxian could tell who would win or lose, and said with a smile, not only will you lose, but you will lose within 3 rounds. That skinny monkey only looked short. In reality, his muscles, bones, and skin were all condensed to the extreme. He was a true master of external martial arts. The organizers sent out someone like that because they had no intention of giving Taizhan a chance. When the referee shouted start, the skinny monkey shook his neck, stomped his bare feet on the ring, and cracks appeared in the hard wooden ring. The distance between the two men closed in an instant. The skinny monkey's sharp claws gripped Tieshan's arm, digging into his skin and tearing out a large chunk of flesh. Taizhan, wincing in pain, retreated to the edge of the ring with a ferocious expression, staring at his opponent in terror.
That strong?
The skinny monkey licked the blood off his fingers, then pointed his thumb down in a humiliating gesture. Trash, great Xiao warrior.
You're asking for death. Taishan had never suffered such humiliation before. His murderous aura erupted instantly, and he pounced like a nimble cheetah.
Seeing this, a cruel smile appeared on the skinny monkey's face. He bent his waist like a slingshot, punched his fists straight up, and smashed them into Tieshan's chest. Then he grabbed Tieshan's arms with both hands, pulled him down hard, dragged his whole body to the ground, and used the force of his whole body to smash into Tieshan's shinbone.
With a crack, Tieshan's two lower legs broke at the same time.
The whole process took only milliseconds, let alone 3 moves. He couldn't withstand a single move from beginning to end.
I surrender, I surrender. Taishan slammed his fist into the ground.
In underground boxing, there's no regard for life or death. The difference in strength between him and his opponent was too great. If he didn't admit defeat in time, he would be beaten to death.
Offstage, Li Yunmeng and Secretary Han were dumbfounded. The boxing match had barely begun, and it's already over? This is impossible. There's something inside, there must be something inside. Instructor Taishan is faking a fight. How could he admit defeat so quickly? Secretary Han stood up and protested vehemently.
Beside him, a rich second-generation playboy said disdainfully, "Both legs are broken. If this is a fixed match, isn't the price too high? If you can't accept defeat, just say so. Don't embarrass yourself here."
He was clearly throwing the match. That skinny guy weighs less than 100 pounds. How could Instructor Taishan possibly lose to him? Secretary Han said indignantly. Skinny monkey, you ignorant fool, do you even know who he is? The renowned ancient yoga master Dongmu from the south, and you call him a skinny monkey?
Mr. Dongmu has won 72 consecutive games and is the ace of this venue. It is your honor to see him play.
Secretary Han's face turned deathly pale. Alright, you lost, so be it. Don't look down on me. Li Yunmeng took off the necklace from her neck and handed it to Secretary Han. You've been with me for so long, and you've witnessed the rise and fall of Yunmeng Group. Consider this necklace your reward for all these years. If you go to work elsewhere in the future, with your abilities, you won't do too badly. Let's go. Li Yunmeng turned and left dejectedly.
Lu Qingxian glanced at it, then quickly looked away, his expression unreadable.
Mr. Lu, we won. Although the odds were low, we still made at least tens of millions.
Bai Lu's face was flushed with excitement.
Tens of millions, she could never earn that much money in her entire life, but Mr. Lu didn't seem to care at all. There wasn't a hint of happiness on his face. At the exit, Li Yunmeng stood there taking a deep breath, having already made up her mind. President Li, what a coincidence. Could it be that President Li is also here to attend the gathering of heroes? Just then, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Looking up, I saw Lu Bingqing walking towards me with her bodyguards. She was still as spirited and confident as ever, like a queen.
Li Yunmeng gave a dry laugh. Facing this woman who was like a queen, her pride was shattered, and an indescribable sense of defeat swept wildly through her heart. Once upon a time, she was a proud woman who refused to admit her failures, but faced with the facts, she had no choice but to bow her head. Mr. Li, regarding the project we're collaborating on, it's almost time to move it forward. I haven't received any official notifications from you recently. The message from SII suspect President Li has already secretly prepared a surprise for me, hasn't he? The project, Li Yunmeng pursed her lips and remained silent for a long time. What's wrong, Mr. Li? You seem preoccupied. Lu Bingqing's smile was enigmatic.
Mslu, let's cancel our cooperation project. Yunmeng Group has gone bankrupt.
After saying that, Li Yunmeng passed by her, her figure blending into the street and disappearing into the crowd.
Bankrupt?
Lu Bingqing opened her mouth, unable to come to her senses for a long time. Not long ago, Yunmeng Group was recognized as the most promising emerging enterprise in the entire Nanling city, and Li Yunmeng was also selected as one of the top 10 young entrepreneurs. How could it go bankrupt so soon? What exactly happened to Yunmeng Group?
Forget it. This isn't something she should care about. It just shows that this woman is short-sighted and can't see the real dragon beside her. Miss Lu, why aren't you going inside? Who are you waiting for here?
Behind her, Lan Xinju walked past her with a smile, surrounded by a crowd.
President Lan?
Lu Bingqing looked somewhat surprised when she saw her. I didn't expect President Lan to actually come.
Oh, I don't like hearing that. Does that mean I can't come?
Lan Xinju stopped and said with a mocking expression. The Gathering of Heroes is a grand event in the Jiangnan business community to divide up land, determine rankings, and reshuffle the ranks. It has always been attended by local Jiangnan chambers of commerce. It is neither reasonable nor proper for outsiders to interfere. Chairman Lan's presence is indeed against the rules.
Lu Bingqing spoke frankly.
She had received news that President Lan of the Central China Chamber of Commerce would also attend this Gathering of Heroes, but she thought it was just a rumor. She never expected to actually see her here today. If the Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce intervenes, this Gathering of Heroes will undergo many uncertain changes, which will be very detrimental to the Lu family.
Lan Xinju raised an eyebrow. Who said I was going to interfere in the reshuffling of things within Jiangnan? Can't I even join in the fun and watch the show?
Of course, you're most welcome. Lu Bingqing smiled slightly. There's something fishy about her believing such nonsense.
The president of the prestigious Central China Chamber of Commerce, who is extremely busy, is only here to join in the fun. The two walked into the entrance one after the other and arrived at Mirror Lake.
From afar, Lu Bingqing spotted Lu Qingxian, a strong look of surprise flashing in her eyes, and she quickly walked over. But to her surprise, Lan Xinju was faster, rushing to Lu Qingxuan's side before her. Mr. Lu, it's so nice to see you. I was really afraid you'd stand me up.
177, Chapter 177, No one can protect you today.
Miss Lan has many skilled people under her command. Even if I stand you up, it won't be a big deal for you, Lu Qingxian said casually, glancing at her.
Mr. Lu is joking. You are my trump card.
As she spoke, Lan Xinju took out a contract and placed it in front of Lu Qingxian.
Lu Qingxian glanced at it and raised an eyebrow in surprise.
Lan Xinju is quite decisive. She's already sent out the termination agreement with Su Ao. It seems she's confident of victory.
Or rather, she was very confident that she could keep Lu Qingxian here. Excuse me, may I ask a question? Lu Bingqing stood to the side, looking at the two of them. Mr. Lu, do you know Chairman Lan?
Of course I know him. Mr. Lu is the pharmaceutical director of my Zhangzhou Pharmaceutical Group. He recently helped us develop a new drug that will become popular throughout the country within 3 months, helping my Zhangzhou Pharmaceutical Group become a leader in the health supplement industry, Lan Xinju said with a smile.
Mr. Lu, is this true?
Lu Bingqing's mouth was a little dry, and she felt a mix of emotions. It was as if her own unique treasure had been suddenly taken away by someone else. Lu Qingxian nodded, took out a piece of parchment from his pocket, and handed it to Lan Xinju. Since Miss Lan is so straightforward, it's no longer appropriate for me to keep hiding it. This is the prescription and the improvement plan I designed. Achieving mass production at this stage is not a problem. Lan Xinju took the prescription and glanced at it. Her hands began to tremble, and she could hardly hide the sharp glint in her eyes. After a while, she calmed herself down and smiled. Mr. Lu, I look forward to our future cooperation. The two reached out and clasped hands. The moment she turned to leave, Lan Xinju's expression changed drastically, revealing a mix of ambition, murderous intent, and a desire to control everything. She always eliminates anything she cannot control or hold firmly in her hands, to prevent it from becoming a source of trouble.
Lu Qingxian was undoubtedly the scourge. From the moment he ruthlessly crippled her top fighters, clashed with Elder Luo in making poison, killed Elder Luo, and later forced his way into the meeting with the prescription, demanding that Su Ao leave on his own terms, she realized that he was a pawn she could not control. For such a piece, extracting its maximum benefit is sufficient. As soon as Lan Xinju left, Lu Bingqing immediately moved closer. Mr. Lu, how could you cooperate with her? She's a notorious femme fatale. She'll definitely scheme against you behind your back.
I also think that woman just now was no good. Her eyes were very fierce, like she could eat people. Mr. Lu, you must be careful. Bai Lu nodded in agreement. Lu Qingxian looked at the two of them, and finally his gaze fell on Lu Bingqing. Seeing her concerned expression, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." By the way, Bingqing, your mother's company also specializes in drug research and development, right? That's right, Lu Bingqing said with a resentful look in her eyes. Zhangzhou Pharmaceutical Group and my mother's Zhongnan Pharmaceutical Group have always been mortal enemies. By helping Chairman Lan, you are essentially creating a powerful enemy for my mother.
Lu Qingxuan's eyes were mocking. Then do you want me to help your mother? Ha!
Lu Bingqing's face was flushed, making her look incredibly cute.
For example, developing a better health supplement that could directly crush Zhangzhou Pharmaceutical Group and become the true market leader?
Lu Bingqing remained silent, while Lu Qingxian stared intently at her. Lu Bingqing felt embarrassed by his gaze and punched Lu Qingxian in the chest. "You're so annoying, you know perfectly well that's what I'm thinking, yet you still tease me on purpose." Lu Qingxian raised his hands in surrender. "I didn't know that you can't just falsely accuse someone of something like that." "Oof, anyway, you just agreed. I heard you have to help my mother develop new medicine, or I won't let you off the hook." The aloof goddess was now like a girl next door, her face flushed, her shy appearance making one want to take a bite. After that, Lu Bingqing sat down next to Lu Qingxian. As many influential figures arrived, the relaxed atmosphere gradually disappeared, and the atmosphere became increasingly oppressive. Before long, Sueo also appeared, accompanied by an old man with a strong wind blowing around him. It was none other than Qi Lianquan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. His aura was even stronger, presumably because the battle on the ship had given him a lot of inspiration. "Sueo, what's the point of you, the underground emperor of Nanling City, not sitting in the front row and keeping watch, but hiding in the back like a rat?" A bald man walked slowly in, his hands behind his back, surrounded by a crowd. "With so many senior figures in Jiangnan, it's hardly my turn, to take charge," Sueo replied with a forced smile. He wouldn't fall into that trap without sufficient background and experience. Sitting in a position he shouldn't be in would invite attacks from the crowd. Su Hai, the president of the Azure Dragon Society, has arrived in Dianhai City. General Manager Fei from Zhuyan Group in Gaonan City has arrived. "Sueo, Yi Changping of the Black Dragon Society is my brother. I don't care if you fight with him for territory, but you killed him today. I'm going to settle this score with you." Su Hai, the leader of the Green Dragon Society, lit a cigar and sneered. "We'll have a good talk about this at the Heroes Gathering later." "I'll keep you company," Sueo said calmly, glancing at him indifferently. "By the way, where is old Master Chao from Qingzhou? He's the most senior figure in Jiangnan. We wouldn't dare sit down without him," Su Hai said loudly after glancing around. Just then, another person appeared from behind. It was a young woman in her 20s with her hair tied in a high ponytail with a black scarf. "My grandfather is unwell and has difficulty moving around, so I will be attending this year's Heroes Gathering in his place." When someone saw her, they immediately started whispering and discussing her. Chao Yufei is a ruthless woman. She kills without blinking an eye. It is said that she is the next successor handpicked by old Master Chao. After he dies, this woman will become the biggest underground empress in Qingzhou City. Seeing this woman, even Lu Bingqing was filled with awe. As a woman myself, I know how difficult it is for one person to support a large family business. 20 minutes later, when most of the people had arrived, a middle-aged man in a suit and vest walked to the front of Mirror Lake, holding a microphone, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of year again for the grand event that determines dominance, divides spheres of influence, and reshuffles the deck. As in previous years, the ranking is still based on martial arts, with martial arts as the king, and rankings are based on strength. At the same time, everyone is settling scores and grievances after today. If anyone resorts to underhanded tactics and harms everyone's interests, all of you heroes will surely rise up and attack them." As the sun set, Su Hai stood in the front row, looking coldly at Sueo. "My good brother Yi Changping died at the hands of Sueo in northern Sichuan. I also heard that Sueo has recruited a great general today. I'll take the lead and investigate the background of this newly crowned underground emperor of Nanling City." With a wave of his hand, behind him, an ancient Muay Thai master with red ribbons binding his limbs and skin as hard as iron moved swiftly, leaping into the air onto the huge arena more than 2 meters high. Su Hai beckoned to Sueo with his finger. "Don't be a coward, no one can protect you today." 178, Chapter 178, A Deadly Battle. "What a joke," Sueo scoffed. "Do I, Sueo, need someone to vouch for me? You should be thinking about yourself first." After saying that, Sueo tilted his head and asked, "Mr. Qi, are you confident?" Qi Lianquan chuckled. "If it were before, I wouldn't have been so sure, but now, after seeing Rula's fight, I'm even more confident. Dealing with this mere Muay Thai fighter is no problem." After speaking, Qi Lianquan walked out from behind Sueo, put his hands behind his back, touched the ground with his toes, and leaped more than 10 meters away in one step, taking 3 big steps to step onto the arena. Traditional martial arts versus ancient Muay Thai. Many people looked on with anticipation and sat up straight when they saw this combination. With the decline of traditional martial arts, more people are willing to believe in Western masters of martial arts such as Sanda, Muay Thai, Jiu-Jitsu, and ancient yoga are more favored by wealthy bosses. Moreover, having a foreign expert by your side often gives people a sense of high status. Therefore, at this year's Gathering of Heroes, many foreign martial artists could be seen actively participating. But in terms of approval ratings, people would definitely prefer to support those who practice ancient martial arts, since it is a martial arts dream in the hearts of everyone in the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom.
You've got one foot in the ground, and you still want to fight? The Muay Thai fighter mocked in broken Chinese.
I won't be buried even if you are buried. Qi Lianquan stood on the stage, making no movements, acting like a master.
Then I will send you to your grave.
The Muay Thai fighter held his hands up in front of him to protect his head, and then swept up with a side kick, the force of which created a powerful gust of wind, as if it could pierce through gold and split rocks.
This attack cannot be taken head-on.
Qi Lianquan was prepared. Ancient Muay Thai fighters are different from traditional Muay Thai fighters. They destroy muscles and bones and regenerate them to create limbs that are harder than gold and iron. They can even bend a solid steel pipe as thick as a forearm with one kick. It would be unwise to compete with them in external martial arts. However, Qi Lianquan was still careless. His opponent's attack methods were not just one move or one style. Instead, he used the kicking motion to instantly close in his fists, feet, knees, and elbows rained down on Qi Lianquan like mercury. That attack was like a tidal wave sweeping over mountains and seas. Even though Qi Lianquan used his internal strength to protect himself, he was still hit hard and his face was bruised and swollen, leaving him with many openings. Heh, this old man you found isn't good enough. With this level of skill, he can defeat the Black Dragon Society and dominate Nanling. I really suspect you used some shady tricks. Faced with Su Hai's sarcastic remarks, Su Ao remained silent, but his expression was truly unpleasant. He didn't expect Qi Lianquan to be defeated so quickly. Although Qi Lianquan wasn't his trump card, losing the first match was still a blow to his pride. Just then, Qi Lianquan took a deep breath, his chest swelled up like a balloon, and his internal energy surged forth through his fist. The punch exploded in the air, striking the Muay Thai fighter in the chest in a manner that nearly resulted in mutual destruction. It won't be a crushing defeat. In martial arts competitions, one's strength diminishes with each attempt. Once that last breath is used up, defeat is inevitable, Lu Qingxian explained to Lu Bingqing beside him as he watched. If Qi Lianquan could have used a hidden move at the beginning to force the opponent to exhaust their first burst of energy, then the hidden move could have been transformed into a killing move, defeating the enemy in one strike.
Unfortunately, one wrong step leads to many more.
As soon as Lu Qingxian finished speaking, the Muay Thai fighter cried out in pain and instantly swung his elbow at Qi Lianquan's wrist.
Snap! My wrist is broken.
The two of them backed away at the same time.
I admit defeat. Qi Lianquan's face was ashen.
There's no point in continuing the fight. In fact, it could put his life in danger. With this final move, he dealt a heavy blow to his opponent, managing to avoid a truly humiliating defeat.
Su Ao, I'll take this first match. I won't bully you. Your life isn't worth much in comparison. I'd rather have the transport route south from Nanling City to Bianhai City also. 100 million per match, that's a small amount of money for you, Su Ao, right? Su Ao's eyelids twitched. He silently signed his name on the check, then handed it to the maid and sent it to Su Hai. Hearing Su Hai's arrogant laughter, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. 100 million is nothing in the game of gambling. This is the basic deposit. Whoever loses has to pay this amount, but the shipping route south of Nanling City is incredibly lucrative. Even if they do nothing, they can still make a net profit of over 1 billion every year. Soon, Qi Lianquan finished binding and brought the straps to Su Ao. Sorry, I was careless. The opponent is very strong and clearly came prepared. Su Ao shook his head. It's not your fault, it's because I wasn't prepared enough. Go ask Xiao Xian when he'll be willing to help you re-injured, and I'm afraid these bastards will come after me. Qi Lianquan nodded, and then went to Lu Qingxuan's side. Mr. Lu. Please sit down first. Lu Qingxian pointed to the seat next to him, gesturing for Bai Lu to move over. At this point, Bai Lu had almost lost her ability to think. She kept guessing about Mulu's identity, but one important person after another appeared in front of her, and their attitude towards her was always respectful, which made her brain feel like it was about to burn out. Qi Lianquan moved aside and sat there, completely bewildered.
Take this pill to heal your injuries, and then I'll help you clear your meridians. Lu Qingxian magically produced a blue pill from his pocket.
Unblock the meridians?
Qi Lianshuan's eyes lit up without the slightest hesitation. He quickly swallowed the pill. At this moment, Su Ao's real trouble began. What you fear most is what will happen. With Qi Lianshuan injured, he only had a few insignificant lackeys left, and they were simply unable to fight back against any provocations or challenges. Unfortunately, some scoundrels seized the opportunity, taking advantage of his illness to kill him, and one by one they all jumped into the ring. He challenged Su Ao. Unable to fight back, they either have to withdraw or lose money and land. Leaving the stage was naturally out of the question, as that would mean being unable to conduct any business activities for the next year, which would be fatal for Su Ao. Therefore, Su Ao had no choice but to admit defeat in the face of these challenges, losing hundreds of millions of dollars at a time while seeding out various betting platforms. In no time, most of the valuable gambling dens in Nanling City were robbed, rendering him, the underground emperor of Nanling City, a mere figurehead. Su Ao, all the hard work you put into returning to Nanling City and establishing your dominance is about to be lost. Why don't you ask Mr. Lu to lend a hand? Lan Xinju was sitting not far behind him, holding a cup of tea and looking over. Su Ao sat there with a sullen face, not saying a word. Soon, the first round of competition ended, and the biggest winner was Su Hai. His Muay Thai experts defeated 4 or 5 opponents in a row, winning him hundreds of millions of dollars in checks. More importantly, he got all the land. He had his eye on this land was the real wealth, and it would allow his assets to multiply several times over in the next few years. The first round was just a trial run. In the second round, many big names began to truly showcase their abilities. Just as Su Ao's backup plan was Lu Qingxian, the other big shots also had backup plans, each one stronger than the last. Among those who come to this gathering of heroes, there are no easy targets. Su Ao, in the first round, let's all test the waters and have some fun. In the second round, how about we play something bigger? Su Hai issued another challenge. Can I say no? Su Ao looked at him. Su Hai chuckled coldly. According to the rules of the Gathering of Heroes, refusing a challenge is considered being eliminated. You, Su Ao, step down and give me this piece of land in Nanling, and you can leave in peace now. Does everyone agree? Everyone kept their eyes downcast and their minds closed, smiling without saying a word. Su Hai and Su Ao are locked in a life or death struggle today, and one of them will likely be severely injured and unable to leave. How do you want to gamble? Su Ao asked in a deep voice. 179, Chapter 179, Kill you in 3 rounds. Su Hai held up one finger. One hand. If you lose, you'll have your hand chopped off on the spot. On the field, many people looked at Su Ao with mocking eyes. Would he dare to accept the offer? Chopping off one's hand is no joke for a powerful underground emperor of a major city. Losing a hand would be a nightmare. The only cost of withdrawing from the Heroes Gathering now is a year of being sidelined and handing over territory. They can come back and reclaim it next year. Of course, the prerequisite is having the capability. If you fall behind others by one step, you'll fall behind by every step. Even the big shots who operate in the gray areas are aware of this. Once they're truly sidelined, they may never have a chance to make a comeback. Su Ao took a deep breath and turned to look at Lu Qingxian, only to see Lu Qingxian nod slightly to him. In an instant, Su Ao felt certain. Damn it, that old bastard Su Hai is taking advantage of the fact that he can't find anyone to fight him now, and he still wants one of his hands? With his son-in-law nodding in approval, why would he be afraid of this grandson? I bet. Su Hai revealed a smug smile. Su Ao, it seems you don't have any decent experts left, do you? The only ancient martial artist you have had his arm broken by my men. How are you going to gamble with me now? Why are you talking so much nonsense? If I lose, you can cut off my hand. But let me tell you, Su Hai, if you want to play with me today, and you dare to renege on your promise later, I'll make sure you leave your life here. Su Ao's eyelids twitched as he spoke in a sinister tone. Who doesn't know the rules of the Heroes Gathering? Cheating, unless you don't want to stay in Jiangnan anymore. Mr. Su, you can rest assured with the Chao family as the notary, everyone has to abide by the rules. As soon as Chao Yufei spoke, she instantly drowned out all other voices.
The Chao family of Qingzhou, as the most senior family in the entire Jiangnan region, may have declined somewhat in recent years, but they still hold absolute sway in terms of influence.
I'm relieved to have Miss Chao here. Su Hai, bring it on. Su Ao, will take any challenge you have.
Su Hai raised his hand, signaling the ancient Muay Thai fighter to step down. Then, an old man with a withered physique walked out from behind. Behind him the old man looked to be over 60 years old, with a hunched back and a deathly aura. However, the way he walked made no one dare to underestimate him. It's actually the eight-armed Arhat, old man Pusa.
What eight-armed Arhat? Backstage, the skinny guy who had defeated instructor Taizhan in 2 moves stood in astonishment at the back of the audience, his eyes fixed on the withered old man who walked onto the stage. Others may not know who Pusai is, but he knows very well, because he and the old man Pusai are from the same country, both of which are on the periphery of Southeast Asia in terms of seniority. The old man Pusai is the senior of his senior and one of the masters he respects the most. Boss, in our local area, highly respected ancient yoga masters are conferred the title of Arhat, and the highest level of Arhat is the 12-armed Arhat in our border country. There has not been a 12-armed Arhat for more than 100 years. The strongest one now is the teacher of the old man Pusa, who is also the only 10-armed Arhat still existing in our border country. But there are rumors that the old man Pusa's teacher has passed away, but it is unknown whether this is true or not. Therefore, the strongest person active in front of people is the old man Pusa, a great master who has been conferred the title of 8-armed Arhat and an absolute master of ancient yoga. When yoga is mentioned, many people think it is just gymnastics or a dance. In fact, it is an extremely powerful martial art when mastered to the extreme. It can develop the body's skeletal structure to its fullest extent, making the whole body like rubber, stretching, turning, and extending into endless variations. After Skinny Monkey's explanation, the local bosses sitting near him became much more interested, their eyes glued to the distant arena. Unexpectedly, Su Hai really brought his trump card this time, even inviting an ancient yoga master of the level of an 8-armed Arhat. It seems he is determined to get the land in Nanling City. On the other hand, Su Ao got a terrible beating. With his only top fighter crippled, what will he use to fight now, or will he obediently admit defeat and have his hand chopped off? Su Ao, Mr. Pusa fought 3,672 battles in his life, and all 3 of his defeats were at the hands of his teacher. He achieved the feat of killing 100 people at the age of 30, and he was virtually unmatched in the entire Southeast Asia. I spent a great deal of money to invite him. I've already reserved your hand. Su Ao started sweating profusely and turned back to look at Lu Qingxian again. Lu Qingxian nodded. Grandpa Qi, how are you feeling? Qi Lianchuan looked at his fists in disbelief. He felt as if he had inexhaustible power in his lower abdomen. The feeling of having all 10 orifices open and the run and do meridians unblocked made him feel like he was ascending to heaven. It turns out that the so-called enlightenment shown on TV is not fake. Once you understand one thing, you understand everything. The bottleneck that used to hinder and restrict him has disappeared. Now he can truly be considered a master of internal strength, instead of just a showy practitioner who has cultivated for half his life but can only exert force and push his energy. The feeling was like a special forces soldier with an empty gun suddenly having 1,000 bullets stuffed into his hand, and being loaded and chambered for him, just waiting for him to pull the trigger. Mr. Lu, I am deeply grateful and will never thank you from this day forward. I will serve you as my servant. I will obey your every command. That's amazing. Qi Lianchuan had already made up his mind that he would follow Mr. Lu closely from now on, even if it meant working like a slave. He was willing to let Mr. Lu secretly give him something, which would save him half a lifetime of hard work. I'll go get revenge for Mr. Su right now. Qi Lianchuan stood up abruptly, shook his muscles and bones, and strode towards the arena. It's him again. I broke his wrist, and he's going to go and die? The Muay Thai fighter sneered. A merciless sneer rang out. Su Hai's face broke into a playful smile. Su Ao, it seems you're out of options, sending a cripple to fight. Are you looking down on me, or on Master Saipu? Su Ao was also completely confused. Xiao Xian isn't planning to go on stage yet? Qi Lianchuan is injured, and he can't even beat that ancient Muay Thai fighter. How could he possibly lose to this obviously stronger ancient yoga master? Isn't this pure nonsense? Of course, now that the die was cast, there was no choice but to proceed. Seeing Qi Lianchuan's confident expression, he suppressed his doubts and obediently returned to his seat. You can't even beat my disciple, yet you're standing here challenging me. Master Pusa suddenly straightened his hunched back, his long braid wrapped around his waist, and stood on one leg, beckoning to Qi Lianquan, one hand, 3 rounds, and I'll kill you. 180, Chapter 180, Gambling with Life. Qi Lianquan was still immersed in the power surging through his body. Hearing the old man's words, he smiled wildly. Hee, kill me in 3 moves? That was the old me. You have no idea what changes have happened to me now. Oh? Master Puce blew on his beard and said, then let me see your transformation. Attack me with all your might and see if you can give me a surprise. Master Puce spoke fluent Chinese, and even his contemptuous tone was perfectly imitated. Qi Lianquan snorted coldly, lunged forward, and channeled his inner strength into his fists with a series of cracking sounds. His fists almost turned into iron fists, and with a swing of his arms, it was as if all the surrounding air was sucked away. They are all masters who have been famous for many years, and it is almost possible to tell who is stronger or weaker the moment they make a move. Master Puce immediately dropped his disdain. This aura was completely different from when he fought his apprentice before. It was as if the opponent had become a different person, with every move extremely fierce. The others in the audience also noticed something amiss. How can someone who has lost an arm suddenly become so powerful in combat? Before anyone could react, the two on stage had already exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The 8-armed Arhat Saipu created afterimages with his 2 hands, resembling the 1,000-hand Guanyin of the Great Xiao dynasty, with every part of his body becoming a weapon. His shoulders, elbows, knees, knuckles, and even his white braids transformed into long whips, lashing through the air. What's most terrifying about this person is that any attack that hits him feels like hitting a lump of putty, soft, yielding, and completely powerless. This is the power of ancient yogis. They trained their bodies to the extreme, perfecting their skin, muscles, and bones. In a daze, 72 consecutive moves poured down on Qi Lianquan like mercury, a pressure that was far beyond what the previous Muay Thai fighter could match. He's too strong. I probably wouldn't even last one move against Master Saipu. I'd be riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Skinny monkey swallowed hard. At this moment, the battle on the stage had reached a fever pitch. The movements of the two were difficult to follow, and the cracking sound of bones clashing together was chilling. That Saipu was quite capable. I thought Grandpa Qi would definitely win, but I didn't expect him to have a backup plan. In that case, we can only manage a draw. Lu Qingxian stroked his chin. Just as he expected. Sepp clasped his hands together, stood on one foot, and his cloudy old eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Secret technique, life-sacrificing fist. Seeing this, Qi Lianquan bit his tongue and swallowed his blood essence, refining his energy to its peak, and unleashed the 8 trigrams mysterious hand. The two retreated immediately upon contact. They then both vomited blood violently, suffering severe injuries. It seems we can only call it a draw, Chao Yufei said calmly, recovering from her surprise. Su Hai's face was grim. Damn, it's a tie? Not only did he not gain any advantage, but his trump card was also severely damaged, and it is likely that he will not be able to continue the fight. Relying on that Muay Thai fighter to gain an advantage under these big shots is simply wishful thinking. Su Ao, you're lucky. Hee. Likewise, Su Ao's face was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. How did Qi Lianquan become so fierce after just one visit to Shao Xian's side? My divine son-in-law. The more deeply Su Ao thought about it, the more shocked he became. Grandpa Qi Lianquan has cultivated for half his life, but it's still not as good as going to Shao Xian's side to gain some experience. With Su Ao and Su Hai setting a good example, everyone bet bigger and bigger in the second round, settling scores and grievances. Several big shots lost limbs on the spot, and the injuries were bloody. Medical personnel immediately rushed over to bandage them. They were having an absolutely crazy time. But the one who was the most secretive is Chao Yufei from Qingzhou City. The person she brought has never lost so far. Every time, he stops easily and without much effort. He has both martial virtue and strength. Fei Lin, the boss of Gaonan City, is also a ruthless character. He quietly acquired 4 or 5 plots of land, all of which are key routes on the southern air route. Mr. Su, Miss Lan wants to see you. Not far away, Lan Xinju was drinking tea with her head down, her face somewhat gloomy. She was just there to make a cameo appearance,
but Su Ao and that man surnamed Lu knew exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to use Su Ao to dominate Jiangnan and seize control of the trading rights for most of the prime real estate in the entire region. But the current situation is that Su Ao hasn't shown any action, and the man surnamed Lu is sitting there like an old lady without making a move. If the two of them don't take action soon, the gathering of heroes will be over soon, so what's the point of her coming all this way? Miss Lan, what can I do for you? Su Ao asked with a smile as he approached. Lan Xinju gave a cold laugh. That smile made Su Ao's heart skip a beat. Even with Lu Qingxian backing him up, he still felt intimidated by this woman. Su Ao, do you think I came here today to play house with you? Although I agreed to Merla's terms of the deal and agreed to your termination of the contract with our Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce, don't forget that the Heroes Gathering is not included. Moreover, I made it very clear in the termination of the contract that if you cannot help me secure at least 60% of the commercial transportation routes in Jiangnan province this time, then the contract will be automatically void. Su Ao said with a troubled expression, Miss Lan, I really don't have any skilled but crippled or injured people under my command. How about you lend me 2 people? As long as we win, all the land we win will be yours. Miss Lani, Su, will not take a single penny. Lan Xinju sneered, you've got a good plan. You know I can't get involved in your conflict, yet you still want me to give you people to be your henchmen? Su Ao, I don't have much time to waste with you. You should know what I'm capable of. Su Ao smiled ingratiatingly and quickly left. After he left, a dark figure appeared beside Lan Xinju. Directly just kill him's a useless piece of trash, it's a waste of time. Lan Xinju's eyes turned cold. I thought he still had some use and was willing to give him a chance, but it's a pity. This Su Ao is clearly playing you for a fool. He thinks he's found a new backer and no longer needs to take your orders, Ma Jinyun said angrily from the side. Lan Xinju smiled knowingly. My original plan was that if he was loyal and obedient, I would kill that guy surnamed Lu and let him continue to manage the businesses in Nanling City and Chuanbei City as my dog. He could live a life of glory. But now, if a dog is disobedient, has ulterior motives, and even tries to bite its old owner, then the only option is to kill the dog along with its new owner. Master Lu, I have already spoken with Fei Lin in Gaonan City. I need you to go to his place and help him kill the other troublemakers and bring the Jiangnan area under Fei Lin's control. The dark figure next to Lan Xinju nodded, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. Miss Lan, are you planning to groom Fei Lin as your new spokesperson? Ma Jinyun took a breath. That's right. Although Fei Lin is ambitious, he is obedient and can be used by me in the short term. Lan Xinju nodded. The second round of competition quickly came to an end. Although Su Ao was unlucky, he was not the most unlucky one. 2 underground emperors in peripheral cities had already been drained of their blood and left the stage in disgrace. As the final round began, dusk was falling and the sky was gradually darkening. From here on, Chao Yufei from Qingzhou City began to show her true abilities. The middle-aged man The middle-aged man in black under her command was ruthless and domineering, and he showed no mercy in the fight. In just a few rounds, he broke several legs and crippled several people, causing the big shots who had originally won big to cough up blood and completely lose their ability to fight. I apologized to everyone before I left. My grandfather instructed me to make sure I got back all the land we lost a few years ago. Chao Yufei stood up and clasped her hands in a fist salute to everyone. So far, Chao Yufei is undoubtedly the biggest winner. All the land that those bigwigs worked so hard to acquire has gone to her.
Gentlemen, don't we have any truly capable men? Letting Miss Chow, a woman, steal the spotlight, will only lead to people saying that Jiangnan has no men, Fei Lin said, sitting in a grand chair, leisurely sipping his fragrant tea. Mr. Fei, stop making sarcastic remarks if you're not convinced. Go challenge Miss Chow. If you win, then you'll prove your skill. The other bosses nearby were displeased and sneered. Chow Yufei brought 2 experts with her, and the second expert hasn't even appeared yet. She can sweep the whole field with just one forward. Who would dare to be so blind as to challenge her? Moreover, the Chow family of Qingzhou City is truly powerful and influential. They are not to be trifled with. Fei Lin chuckled. Since everyone thinks I should challenge Miss Chow, then I, Chow, really want to give it a try. Everyone was taken aback. Is this guy serious? The people Fei Lin brought are indeed powerful, but their performance on the stage is far inferior to that of Miss Chow's experts. What makes him think he can provoke Miss Chow? Miss Chow, we'll bet on all the venues, flight routes, and your mine in Nanbinhu, Qingzhou City, that you just won. You don't mind, do you? Chow Yufei raised an eyebrow. President Fei, you have quite the appetite. I am curious what you're willing to bet on? Flynn chuckled and said, is all the wealth of Gaonan City, and my life, enough? Chow Yufei's pupils contracted, then she smiled and said, then this humble woman will gamble with President Fei. Good. Fei Lin narrowed his eyes, revealing an unreadable expression, then stood up and bowed to those behind him, respectfully inviting Master Lu. 181, Chapter 181, One Move, Instant Death. Master Lu? Seeing Flynn's perplexing actions, everyone couldn't help but crane their necks to look in the direction he was bowing. We respectfully invite Master Lu. Flynn's henchmen also bowed and shouted into the darkness. Distance, Chow Yufei frowned, completely baffled as to what Fei Lin was up to. However, his willingness to gamble with his life and his entire fortune suggests he was very confident. Just then, a gasp of surprise erupted from the crowd. In the direction where Fei Lin was, a few dozen meters behind him, an old man in black robes leaped through the air. It's more than 50 meters from his position to the ring. To leap over such a long distance is simply a pipe dream. But this person did it. His feet seemed to find a foothold in the air, and in a matter of seconds, he steadily arrived at the ring. Only then did everyone see his face clearly. Although his face was full of wrinkles, his skin was surprisingly good, and his whole body was filled with a vigorous and energetic aura, as if his spirit and energy had been refined to the extreme. Hee, that's interesting to be able to use internal energy to this extent. He's far more powerful than Old Master Qi. 10 Old Master Qi's wouldn't be a match for him. Lu Qingxian looked at him from afar and smiled. Wouldn't Chow Yufei lose? Lu Bingqing took a breath. The mine in Nanbin Lake, Qingzhou City, is the core industry of the Chow family. If they hand that place over to someone else, the Chow family will truly be dead in name only. Lu Qingxian nodded, indeed, but no one would have thought that such a super master, with one foot in the Grandmaster realm, would emerge from a mere gathering of heroes. As they spoke, the duel began on the arena. Facing Lu Shengyuan, the middle-aged man in black was on high alert, his expression more tense than ever before. Gu Lang, if you can't beat them, just admit defeat. It's just a mine. You can win it back if you lose. Chow Yufei noticed something was wrong and shouted from below the stage. Your master is right. If you roll down now, you can still save your life. Lu Shengyuan put his hands behind his back, looking at him as if he were an ant. Gu Lang was furious. Martial artists all have their own pride and integrity. In all his years of martial arts practice, when has he ever been looked down upon like this? The person in front of me may indeed be powerful, but he is still the top young expert in Qingzhou City and the grandson of Master Zhao Yuanhua. It would be truly shameful for him to admit defeat without even making a move. He roared, his aura surging, and bit his tongue, just like the secret technique Qi Lianshuan had used before. He nourished his Dantian with his essence blood and used all his strength to perform a technique that would cause mutual destruction. That's quite interesting at this age. It's not bad to have achieved this much. Lu Shengyuan nodded, offering a token of appreciation. Below the stage, those who had been defeated by Gu Lang all turned deathly pale. They're too strong. If Gu Lang had used his full strength against them, he probably wouldn't have even had a chance to leave the arena. However, faced with this desperate attack, Lu Shengyuan neither dodged nor evaded, but instead lightly raised his fist. That seemingly weak fist struck first, with a thunderous roar. Bang! All that could be heard was a sound like a bullet exploding in a barrel. The two fists collided, and Gu Lang's entire arm twisted instantly, his clothes ripped apart, and he flew more than 10 meters away like a ragdoll. Lu Shengyuan seemed to have no intention of letting him leave the arena alive. He flashed past and appeared above Gu Lang. Seeing this, Gu Lang let out a shrill roar and used his only remaining arm to desperately protect his chest. However, Lu Shengyuan's strength was immense. With a single stomp, he sent Gu Lang flying back into the air and stomped him back onto the stage. The specially made arena, as hard as iron, was covered with dense cracks like spider silk. Its terrifying appearance made everyone gasp. Under such power, could Gu Lang still survive? As expected, under Lu Shengyuan's force, Gu Lang's arm and chest caved in, his internal organs ruptured, and his heart bled. Although he did not die on the spot, there was absolutely no chance of him being saved. My rascal! Beside Chow Yufei, the old man who hadn't made a move yet had eyes wide with rage. Gu Lang is his disciple, a single lineage passed down through generations. He was none other than the renowned Zhao Yuanhua, the #1 reclusive master in Qingzhou City, and a close friend of Gu Lang's grandfather. How was he supposed to explain this to him when he returned? Killing with a single move, what ruthless methods! Zhao Yuanhua trembled all over, his anger almost uncontrollable. Old Zhao, how confident are you in defeating this person? Chow Yufei's heart had also turned to the ground, and she asked. Zhao Yuanhua shook his head. He revealed too few of his methods. Langer, who had only achieved a minor level of internal strength, didn't even have a chance to fight back. The opponent's strength has exceeded expectations. Even if I were to take action, my chances of winning would only be 10%. However, Miss Chow, my life was given to me by your Chow family, and I am willing to dedicate my life to the Chow family as well. Even if it means death, I am willing to fight for it, and at the same time, to avenge my disciple. After she finished speaking, Zhao Yuanhua stepped out from behind her. Is there even a 10% chance? Chow Yufei felt a deep sense of desolation. She had come with great momentum, and the two masters, Zhao Yuanhua and Gu Lang, were a gift from heaven to Qingzhou City. They were also her last trump card to make great strides in this year's Heroes Gathering and reclaim lost territory. However, how could she have expected that Lu Shengyuan would suddenly appear out of nowhere, with extraordinary strength? Even Zhao Yuanhua, who was so powerful, only had a 10% chance of success. What difference was there between this and going up to her death? At this moment, Lu Shengyuan on the stage kicked, and Gu Lang flew off the stage and landed next to Chow Yufei. He just used the Gu family's Paigua palm, didn't he? The posture of that desperate strike was somewhat similar, but it's far inferior to Gu Xinghai, who claimed to be the #1 Paigua palm master more than 10 years ago. Lu Shengyuan chuckled. As soon as he said this, those next to Chow Yufei in the audience, Zhao Yuanhua, looked shocked. You know Gu Xinghai? Gu Xinghai was Gu Lang's grandfather more than 10 years ago. He was seriously injured and died. Before he died, he gave all his skills to Zhao Yuanhua. Zhao Yuanhua then raised Gu Lang, who was only a teenager, and passed on his skills to Gu Lang, which can be regarded as an explanation to his deceased brother. But over the years, he has always had doubts about how Gu Xinghai died and has always wanted to solve this mystery. However, Gu Xinghai never mentioned the reason for his serious injuries until his death, which left Zhao Yuanhua with no way to deal with him and no opportunity to help him take revenge. Of course I know him. He was killed by my senior brother. How could I not know him? Lu Shengyuan smiled faintly. What did you say? Zhao Yuanhua was shocked. Gu Xinghai actually died at the hands of his senior brother, and who was his senior brother? Back then, Gu Xinghai claimed to be the #1 master of the Paigua palm, and was invincible throughout Jiangnan. He got arrogant and tried to conquer the southern half of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. As a result, he was seriously injured by my senior brother with 3 punches as soon as he arrived in Central South. Impossible. When Gu Xinghai was 50 years old, He was invincible in Jiangnan with his mastery of internal energy. He was full of vigor and was a rare genius in the entire country. It is absurd to say that he was killed by 3 punches. Suddenly, Zhao Yuan'e was heart-stopped. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and he blurted out, Who is your senior brother? Lu Shangyuan grinned, Grandmaster, Lu Qinghe. 182, Chapter 182, You're looking for me? When those 5 words were uttered, the entire Mirror Lake fell silent. Not many people may have heard of the name Lu Qinghe. He mainly operates in the central and southern regions and has been living in seclusion for more than 20 years. However, the title of Grandmaster carries a great deal of weight even in the entire Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. There are very few people who can be called Grandmasters in martial arts. They are all old monsters who have been living in seclusion for decades and stand at the pinnacle of martial arts. The skills depicted in movies, killing people from a distance, throwing knives 100 meters away, and plucking flowers and leaves, are child's play in front of a Grandmaster. Ordinary people simply cannot imagine how superhuman the abilities a martial arts Grandmaster possesses are. Grandmaster, Lu Qinghe, is he a very powerful person? Zhao Yufei asked Zhao Yuanhua beside her with a serious face. Zhao Yuanhua swallowed hard. That is a dream that tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of martial artists can only dream of. It is a monument in the history of martial arts. It is the strongest person in the world. He founded a school of thought, established his own lineage, and was hailed as the founder of the Chengzu sect. Every Grandmaster, whether from the past 100 years, 500 years, or 1,000 years, has left an indelible mark on the history of martial arts. For example, Chen Huatian from Zhonghai was a Grandmaster of Baguazhang during the nationalist era. He fought against more than 100 foreign devils armed with guns. He killed them with his Baguazhang and was personally received by the commander of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom at that time. Take Zhou Tianqi from Hong Kong Island. For example, he is known as the Grandmaster of Metaphysics. He is skilled in divination, fortune-telling, and the 9 palaces of the I Ching. He also understands the dynamics of mountains and rivers. He has lived for more than 130 years and still looks like an old man in his 50s or 60s. However, if we're talking about the most famous and strongest among the Grandmasters, the one who's generally recognized as the military's war god is Li Daoqiu. Once, overseas Grandmasters came to China to challenge us, intending to dethrone our Great Xia Dragon Kingdom's dominance in martial arts. As a result, Li Daoqiu fought against 3 of them and severely injured them, making a name for himself in one battle. Zhao Yufei stared, her mouth agape, her expression one of utter shock. She had never witnessed a Grandmaster in action, but from Zhao Yuanhua's descriptions, she could still imagine the magnificent and unforgettable scene. Miss Zhao, Langer's life is most likely in danger today. Even if I have to risk my life, I will make the Gu family's reputation for the Pai Gua Palm well known in the future. I hope that you can help take care of my Zhao Yuanhua's descendants. I will be very grateful. Zhao Shangyuan sneered upon seeing this. Whether I'm going to die or not, I'll have to experience your superior skills first. Zhao Yuanhua walked over while gathering his momentum. This battle was no small matter, and he had to go all out and not be careless in the slightest. However, just as he was about to go on stage, Zhao Yufei suddenly stood up and said, We concede. Mr. Zhao, come back. I admit defeat. There is no need to continue this pointless casualty. Miss Zhao. Zhao Yuanhua looked at her in disbelief. I said I admit defeat. If you insist on dying, I won't stop you, but I will no longer care about your descendants. Zhao Yuanhua sighed deeply. He knew that Miss Zhao was doing it for his own good and didn't want him to die. That's more like it. Admit defeat sooner rather than later. Why waste time? After saying that, Lu Shengyuan began to call out names. Those whose names he called had to come up on stage to accept the challenge, or they would lose money and land. Having witnessed his strength, who would dare to go up and risk their life, they could only sigh and admit defeat, obediently handing over the land, the venue, and the gambling money. However, a few people were not convinced of the truth. Hearing that he was the junior brother of the legendary Grandmaster, they went up to ask him for advice out of curiosity. However, once they went up, there was no way out. Lu Xingyuan's moves were all deadly, and almost every move was an instant kill. Soon, several corpses were carried away, and the many bosses were terrified. This Master Lu is too powerful. If This continues, 60% of the venues controlled by these underground emperors will eventually belong to our Zhangzhou Chamber of Commerce. This is what they call the mantis stalking the cicada. Unaware of the aureole behind, Ma Jingyun clapped his hands excitedly. Don't be too happy yet. Lu Xingyuan's price isn't cheap after this. I'll have to go to Zhongnan to personally pay a visit to that legendary grandmaster. Lan Xinzhu had a victor's smile on her face. If I can establish a good cooperative relationship with that grandmaster, from now on, no matter if it is Central China, Central South China or Jiangnan, they will all grovel at my feet. For this, we are willing to pay any price. After witnessing Lu Xingyuan's dominance in martial arts, she finally realized how urgent and necessary it was to befriend a martial arts master. Tong Chao had made her invincible before, but now that Tong Chao was crippled, she had to make plans for the future. There's no one Miss Lan can't conquer. I wish Miss Lan great success in building a business empire in the great Xiao Dragon Kingdom. Ma Jingyun poured her a glass of red wine, beaming with delight. On the other side, Su Ao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lu Xingyuan is too strong. Those powerful masters before couldn't even withstand a single move from him. They either died or were crippled. How could anyone fight him? Just then, Lu Xingyuan kicked away his last opponent, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Su Ao. Staring at him, Su Ao shuddered and almost fell to the ground. My senior brother, Grandmaster Lu Qinghe, and his grandson, the genius martial artist Lu Duanqing, died in Nanling, killed by a young man surnamed Lu. The grandson of a grandmaster died tragically in a foreign land. This is a disgrace to the grandmaster. Those who insult a master shall die. Today, I will not only defeat all the martial artists in Jiangnan, but also kill you, Su Ao, and that young man surnamed Lu behind you. Lu Xingyuan spoke slowly and deliberately, his voice like thunder, rolling across the sky above Mirror Lake. What, so they came for Su Ao? Everyone suddenly realized. At this moment, Lu Xingyuan's gaze passed over Su Ao and went straight to the back of the audience seats, where a young man sat leisurely in a chair, accompanied by two beautiful women on either side. I came all the way across the river for you, little guy. You can't escape now. Come out and face your death. I will kill you today. Lu Xingyuan pointed at him, and in an instant, all eyes in the room fell on Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian slightly raised his eyes. You were looking for me? 183, Chapter 183, True Power. Lu Qingxian stood up from his seat and strolled leisurely toward the arena. Mr. Lu, please be extremely careful. That person is incredibly strong. We must not let our guard down. Lu Bingqing said anxiously from behind. She knew that this battle was unavoidable. The enemy was after Lu Qingxian, and Lu Qingxian was never one to retreat without a fight. This scene, however, left by Lu, who was standing next to her, completely stunned. Watching the martial arts competition had already left her speechless. She had never experienced anything like this half-day in her entire life, but she never expected that the rich second-generation young master in her eyes would actually go up and fight that fierce old man himself. Was he courting death? Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Beside her, Lu Bingqing made a shushing gesture. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Lu Qingxian. So young, does he really know Kung Fu? Some people couldn't help but wonder. Kung Fu and traditional Chinese medicine are both treasured cultural heritages passed down from the great Xiao Dragon Kingdom. They share a very obvious commonality in one aspect: time. They all require a lot of time to slowly figure them out and understand them. In traditional Chinese medicine, there is the saying of old Chinese medicine doctor, and in martial arts, there is the saying of senior master. These refer to those who are old and have a deep understanding of the art. Young people, on the other hand, are mostly on the path of exploration, with shallow foundations, and are unlikely to achieve anything great. Gu Lang, with his exceptional talent, had already achieved minor mastery of internal energy in his 30s, making him a genius among geniuses. This person, however, looked significantly younger than Gu Lang, at most around 25. What gave him the confidence to confront the junior brother of the legendary Grandmaster? A super expert who had almost stepped into the Grandmaster realm and was capable of reigning supreme in martial arts. They're really asking for trouble, aren't they? Lu Qingxian strolled to the front of the crowd and said with a smile, "In martial arts battles, if you are not as skilled as others, you die, but when the young die, the old are replaced, and when the old are replaced, even older ones are replaced. Is this matter going to never end if I don't wipe out your Lu clan Xingyi sect?" Hiss. How dare he? He dared to say he would destroy the Lu family's Xingyi school. His short sentence caused a huge uproar. People who were close to him scrambled to keep their distance, fearing that the old monster on the stage might suddenly attack and kill them. "Fine, just for that one sentence, I'll kill you, then wipe out everyone connected to you, and make all the Lu family members in Jiangnan pay for your death." Even though Lu Shangyuan had excellent composure, he was still quite angry and sneered coldly. "The idea is good, but you don't have the opportunity." Unlike other martial artists who use extremely flashy movements to ascend the arena, Lu Qingxian chose to walk up the stairs step by step until he stood 10 meters away from Lu Shangyuan. Then he turned to look at Su Ao. "Su Ao, if you gamble your life with that Mr. Fei from Gaonan City, and you lose, both of our lives will belong to him, and Nanling City will be handed over to him. Win, go and take his life, and while you're at it, take all the spoils that Boss Fei just won." Upon hearing this, Su Ao immediately jumped up from the ground, glaring at the other party with a fierce but cowardly expression. "Hey Fei, don't think I don't know you've been working with that slut Lan Xingzhi. She's from Zhengzhou and wanted to use me to take over the entire Jiangnan region. Now that she sees I'm unreliable, she's betting on you. Haha, let me tell you, today it's either you or me who dies." Phelan's eyelids twitched. "Su Ao, we're both from the underworld, do you think I'm afraid of you?" At the back of the field, Lan Xingzhu's face was terrifyingly cold. This Su Ao has some nerve, calling her a slut? "Should I send men to arrest his wife and daughter right now? They're going to be killed sooner or later anyway." Ma Jinyun made a throat-slitting gesture. "No rush, none of the people I've set my sights on will escape," Lan Xingzhu said with a cold laugh. "Do you know that from the moment you crossed the river on a reed, your every move has been under my surveillance? You and that Miss Lan thought today's operation was like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, but in reality, your plan is as childish as playing house in my eyes." "What?" Lu Shangyuan was taken aback. Lan Xingzhu, sitting in the audience, was also taken aback. Have you ever heard the saying, "In the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery is a joke"? The saying is particularly apt for you. Lu Qingxian snapped his fingers. "If it were Grandmaster Lu, I would give him 80% of my strength to send him to his death as a sign of respect for a grandmaster, but if it's you, today, I'll give you 20%. Lu Qingxian held up 2 fingers. This infuriated Lu Shangyuan so much that he was practically spitting fire on the spot. "You killed my senior brother's grandson and disgraced the grandmaster. Your crimes are unforgivable today. I will wash away this shame with your blood." As Lu Shangyuan finished speaking, his entire body surged with power, his arms seemed to be surrounded by afterimages, and he created a terrifying sonic boom in the air. This power was one he had never used before. Just looking at him felt like being torn apart by his aura. I can't even imagine what kind of pressure Lu Qingxian would face if he were face to face with him. Roar! In an instant, a wisp of white vapor evaporated from Lu Shangyuan's head, and a tiger's roar rang out, as if the king of beasts had ascended to the pinnacle. Some people even saw the phantom of a fierce tiger on him. Xingyi Iquan, Tiger Stance. Known for its fierce power, when performing the tiger stance, the internal energy of the whole body is mobilized to both palms, instantly giving it the destructive power to split mountains and shatter rocks, and to pierce through gold and iron. As he struck out with his palm, a massive surge of internal energy transformed into a raging torrent that crashed head-on towards Lu Qingxian. At the peak of internal strength, you can externalize your energy and kill someone from 10 meters away. If you haven't stepped into the half-step Grandmaster realm, then you must have a secret technique at your disposal. Interesting. Lu Qingxian stroked his chin and commented with considerable praise. Seeing him strolling leisurely, it was as if he still had the mind to comment on others at a time like this. The move caused everyone below to gape in astonishment. Su Ao was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. Dad, don't mess around at a life or death situation, or you'll really lose your head. Forget it, even if you are a true grandmaster, you are destined to come here and not return today. Lu Qingxian pushed forward with his hand that was stroking his chin in an instant. The force that Lu Shengyuan was attacking was frozen in midair as Lu Qingxian swung his wrist. The vast ocean-like power was transformed into a trickle, which he held in the palm of his hand. What? Lu Xingyuan's eyes widened. Too weak, how can an ant possibly try to shake a towering tree? With a flick of his finger, Lu Qingxian dissipated the force that had struck him from his palm. Then, he raised one hand as if supporting a mountain, and then suddenly flipped his palm down to suppress it. Mountain turning palm. 184, Chapter 184, Best Player of the Match. Old Zhao, do you think that young man can really deal with that old monster? Before the fight even started, Qiao Yufei was already very nervous, her heart clenching with anxiety. To put it simply, given the current state of martial arts practitioners in Jiangnan, finding someone to stand up to this old monster Lu is like climbing to heaven, unless some reclusive old fellows are still alive. At his age, if he can't even reach the peak of physical training, how can he possibly glimpse the mysteries beyond internal strength? It wasn't that Zhao Yuanhua didn't think highly of him, but rather that this was the current state of martial arts, an undeniable fact. But that young man seems very confident, Qiao Yufei murmured. Zhao Yuanhua shook his head again. There are plenty of confident people. The younger a martial artist is, the more confident they are, because they can't see how powerful the peak practitioners are. It is this kind of blind confidence that often leads to their deaths. Qiao Yufei sighed inwardly. If this person won, 60% of the betting market in Jiangnan would fall into the hands of the Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce, and life would be difficult for the Jiangnan merchants. Just as she was thinking this, the atmosphere on the stage was about to erupt, and the fierce tiger-like aura instantly crashed down on Lu Qingxian. Qiao Yufei couldn't help but close her eyes. He's probably already a corpse. Old Zhao, let's go. This trip is completely pointless now. Qiao Yufei opened her eyes and turned her head, only to see Zhao Yuanhua staring intently at the top of the arena. What's going on? Isn't it over yet? Qiao Yufei subconsciously turned her head, and then she saw a scene she would never forget. Mountain turning palm. As Lu Qingxian flipped his hand and pressed down with a palm, an immense force directly suppressed Lu Xingyuan. The terrifying power made Lu Xingyuan's expression change on the spot, and he frantically raised his arms to block above his head. Ah! The moment they made contact, he screamed in pain, thinking I'm no match for him. He quickly lowered his stance, stepped onto the ring, and retreated at lightning speed. Almost at the same time, the arena where he had been standing was crushed by a tremendous force. The marble arena shattered with a deafening roar, causing some of the bosses sitting nearby to fall to the ground like an earthquake. They fled in disarray, thinking it was an earthquake. Those who had just recovered their senses turned to stare at the collapsed arena, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Is this even possible for a human to do? Lu Shengyuan looked up, swallowing his saliva frantically. The greatest truths are the simplest, and one force can overcome all laws. This fierce and unparalleled power made his scalp tingle. If he hadn't had the thought of retreating just now, he would be a lump of minced meat now, smashed down by a palm and embedded in the marble arena. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. To admit defeat, to beg for mercy, or to run away? Just as he hesitated, Lu Qingxuan's second killing move arrived with a bang. The opponent was determined to kill, so begging for mercy or admitting defeat was useless. Lu Qingxian took a step forward, his 5 fingers grasping at the air. The true energy in his dantian suddenly boiled, driving the blood in his whole body as if it were on fire. With this grasp, it was as if he had grabbed all the air around Lu Shengyuan, making him suffocate. Run, we have no choice but to run. It's too terrifying. Definitely a grandmaster, a young grandmaster. He had only ever felt this terrifying power from his senior brother. The young man he was facing now was the second person to do so. As soon as he stepped off the ground and leaped into the air, Lu Qingxian grabbed his lower abdomen from a distance using his internal energy. Ah! Lu Shengyuan screamed in agony. Impossible, how could it be so fast? At that moment, Lu Xingyuan's brain raced, and in this desperate situation, he found a way to survive. He concentrated all his strength in his lower abdomen to protect the vital organs inside, and then pulled hard, frantically stretching out an escape route of more than 10 meters. As a result, his abdomen was completely ripped open, exposing his intestines and white ribs. Lu Xingyuan didn't care about any of that. He clutched his stomach and fled frantically toward Mirror Lake. In his view, as long as he escaped to the lake and entered the mountains behind it, no matter how powerful he was, he would never be able to find him. Halfway there, Lu Xingyuan looked back and saw that the man surnamed Lu hadn't chased after him, but instead raised his hand again. This time, his bad premonition reached its peak. Whether it was an illusion or an illusion, he actually saw a faint golden light in the young man's pupils. The immortal points the way. Lu Qingxian pointed. Without any fluctuations or grand scenes, Lu Xingyuan, who was more than 50 meters away, suddenly stopped, standing still as if he had been frozen in place. What happened? A group of people stared intently. There was a hole the size of a thumb in Lu Xingyuan's back, piercing through his heart. His weak and fearful voice echoed in the air, "What kind of martial art is this? Mysterious body refining technique. Ice-like skin, jade-like bones, silver blood, and golden eyes." Lu Qingxian condensed his voice into a line, which entered his ears. Golden eyes, golden eyes. Lu Xingyuan finally understood that what he had just seen was not an illusion. He really did see a glimmer of gold in his pupils. Is that even human? Could his senior brother do that? A young grandmaster in his 20s. The martial arts world of the Great Xia Dragon Kingdom is about to change. Unfortunately, I will never see that day. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he collapsed to the ground, becoming a cold, lifeless corpse. From now on, Su Ao will manage 60% of the trade routes in Jiangnan province. Anyone who disagrees can come up and challenge me now. Below, there was complete silence. Just kidding, killing Lu Xingyuan is as easy as strangling a chick, who would dare to go up and humiliate themselves. In the distance, Zhao Yuanhua plopped heavily onto a bench, his pupils throbbing. Beside him, Xiao Yufei gave a wry smile. No wonder he's so confident, far more powerful than that old man surnamed Lu. It's incredible that our Jiangnan region has such a martial artist like this. I'd never heard of him before. Meanwhile, Su Hai, who had been constantly provoking Su Ao, shrank back and hid to the side, praying that Su Ao wouldn't notice him. He just wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to be so sarcastic? Now that he'd caused this mess, he wouldn't get a single penny from any place Su Ao managed. Not only that, but if Su Ao held a grudge and did something bad to him, he'd be in deep trouble. That's amazing. Is he even human? Bai Lu sat there blankly, her brain seemingly unable to think. Of course he's a person, just a person who's very different from ordinary people. Lu Bingqing proudly raised her chin, feeling very proud of herself. She and Mr. Lu were very good friends. To be good friends with a grandmaster like him is something that many people couldn't buy even if they spent all their money. But the happiest person in the room was definitely Su Ao. Su Ao was in high spirits, with a big smile on his face and an arrogant expression. Ah, Xiao Xian, my good son-in-law. Enough with the flattery, go and kill him first. Lu Qingxian pointed at Fei Lin. 185, Chapter 185, I almost forgot about you. Su Ao was taken aback for a moment, then remembered the important matter. Damn it, this old bastard, he's a lackey of that slut Lan Xinju, and he still wants to mess with me. He's got a death wish. At this moment, Phelan had long lost his composure and stood there absent-mindedly. Upon seeing Su Ao approaching with a knife, he immediately knelt down. Boss Su, we used to be brothers. I was also bewitched by that vixen. Boss Su, calm down, let's sit down and talk things over. I am willing to give up all my establishments in Gaonan City. If I had just died, would you spare Su Ao's life now? Lu Qingxian jumped off the stage and walked towards him step by step. Fei Lin's lips trembled. He couldn't answer the question at all, because everyone already knew the answer in their hearts. He wouldn't let Su Ao go, Lan Xinju wouldn't let Su Ao go either, and Su Ao was doomed to die. The winner takes all. If you dare to gamble, be prepared to lose your life at any moment. If you don't even have that much guts, how dare you be the king of Gaonan City's underworld? Seeing the murderous intent in the other man's eyes, Phelan frantically pulled out his pistol and aimed at Lu Qingxian while retreating. "I'm warning you, don't come any closer, or I'll shoot." Seeing him pull out a pistol, Lu Qingxian was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled and continued to walk towards him.
"Go ahead and shoot." "I really will shoot, don't come any closer." Flynn swallowed hard. "If you let me go, we'll keep to ourselves from now on. If you come any closer, we'll just die together." "To die together?"
Lu Qingxian shook his head, a sarcastic expression on his face. "You can try shooting and see if you can die together with me."
Fire. Qingxian roared.
Phelan's hand trembled, and with a sharp screech, he pulled the trigger.
Bang!
Everyone was covered in cold sweat, their eyes fixed on the screen. Most people still hoped that this shot would kill Lu Qingxian directly. After all, such a powerful martial artist was making them very uneasy. Moreover, with him by Su Ao's side, who in Jiangnan could hold their head high from now on. Unfortunately, what happened next shattered their illusions. Lu Qingxian had already extended his palm at some point, and there was a thin, faint ripple in front of his palm. The bullet hit the ripple, creating waves, but no matter what, the bullet could not penetrate the ripple, let alone harm Lu Qingxian.
"You really dare to shoot?"
Lu Qingxian smiled, his eyes narrowed. "Then you can just die." After saying that, he flicked his finger, and the bullet flew back at an even faster speed than it had come from, piercing directly through Phelan's skull. A powerful figure in Gaonan City met his end.
Chao Yufei slumped back onto the bench, taking a deep breath. "Even a gun couldn't kill him?"
Beside him, Zhao Yuanhua murmured, releasing internal energy outwards, forming a protective aura around the body.
"A young grandmaster."
From this day forward, we in Jiangnan also have a grandmaster.
Unlike Chao Yufei, Zhao Yuanhua was more excited.
Jiangnan has been suppressed in martial arts for far too many years. They don't even have the qualification to enter the South China Martial Arts Tournament. They are humiliated beyond recognition, and they don't even have the ability to get back at them. There's no other reason than that everyone else has a grandmaster in charge, but Jiangnan province doesn't. It's a recognized barren and backward place in terms of martial arts, lacking both tradition and a systematic martial arts culture.
Mr. Lu, oh no, Master Lu, from now on, in the vast Jiangnan region, we shall follow your lead and all your ministers shall respect you.
Seeing the wind blowing, Su Hai quickly jumped out from the corner, knelt on the ground, and prostrated himself. At this moment, dignity and face were no longer important. He was the first to speak. Upus, the saying goes, one cannot hit a smiling face. Even if Su Ao had a lot of opinions about him, he could not do anything at this moment. Besides, if I perform well in front of Mr. Lu, I might be able to replace Su Ao in the future. A daughter, he has one too, and she'll only be more alluring, more beautiful, and even more irresistible to men.
With him taking the lead, other bigwigs also expressed their opinions.
From now on, Jiangnan will respect you as the master, and will obey your every command without question. A group of people bowed in unison, lowering their once noble heads, including Chao Yufei. Everyone understood that from now on, there would only be one voice in the entire Jiangnan region, and that would be the voice of Mr. Lu Qingxian.
Unless the government intervenes, who else can check him?
Mr. Lu, congratulations, you've made a name for yourself in this battle. From now on, there will be no more discordant voices in Jiangnan. Lu Bingqing walked over from a distance and offered her heartfelt congratulations. Thinking back on it now, she still feels a sense of disbelief. The two initially met through an introduction from an elder in their family. She had only asked him to help treat illnesses and solve problems, never expecting that this man would be so incredibly capable, not only skilled in medicine and martial arts but also possessing a captivating and powerful personal charm. Reaching this point was actually expected from the moment he helped Uncle Ko Haiwan and ruthlessly killed Qi Wanzhang of the Zhenghai Tiger Alliance, she knew that it was only a matter of time before this man dominated Jiangnan. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to or not. Lu Qingxian smiled slightly at her. Bingqing, I think we should find an opportunity to have a good talk about your mother's pharmaceutical company later. I'm not really interested in money, but I need people to listen to me and obey me, at least not to let me down at crucial moments. Otherwise, no matter how much I give them, I can take it back double or 10 times. We are friends, so Bingqing, please don't take this as a threat. I just have to make everything clear beforehand. Please understand my predicament. Lu Bingqing, with her hair pulled back, smiled and said, of course I understand. I am a businesswoman, unlike you, Mr. Lu. As long as I can make money, as long as my mother's company can develop better, nothing else matters. Moreover, I have always been your most loyal supporter, Mr. Lu. I will support whatever you want. Adoy and my Lu family will do everything in our power to help you whenever you need us. Lu Qingxian smiled, I'm relieved to hear you say that. Mr. Su, I'll leave this mess to you. I'll leave with Bingqing first and then go find Yufei and the others. Alright, don't worry, Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen, these guys are scared out of their wits. Su Ao readily agreed. He now wishes he could treat Lu Qingxian like his father, so naturally he listens to everything he is told. Lu Qingxian nodded. He took a step, then suddenly stopped with a smile in his eyes. He looked through the crowd and locked onto Lan Xingju and the others who were sitting in the last row and about to leave. Miss Lan, look at my memory, I almost forgot about you. 186, Chapter 186, You Killed Yunming. Master Lu possesses unparalleled supernatural powers, why bother arguing with a mere woman like me? Moreover, I neither made a bet with you nor interfered with any of your plans with Su Ao. On the contrary, I kept my promise, drafted a contract, and restored Su Ao's freedom. So, in terms of both sentiment and reason, we shouldn't be enemies. Lan Xingju didn't seem afraid, she was simply calmly recounting a story. You're right, Miss Lan, you're meticulous in your work, and you never even lift a finger yourself. If something goes wrong, you can always back down, just like today. Lu Qingxian looked at her with a meaningful gaze. But if you think I, Lu Qingxian, am a person who abides by the rules, then you are wrong. Rules are nothing to me. If I were to kill you now, it would have no impact on me, but I didn't do so, which proves that I am giving you a chance. So what does Mr. Lu mean? Lan Xingju raised an eyebrow. Miss Lan's Zhengzhou Chamber of Commerce is doing very well, and Miss Lan is also very ambitious, so I think we can cooperate. Of course, I'm referring to a real collaboration, not me becoming a pharmaceutical director at your pharmaceutical company, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Lan Xingju thought for a moment, then smiled beautifully. Mr. Lu, I am a businesswoman. I will only consider cooperating if it is beneficial to me and I can see the value in it. Currently, I have obtained the prescription for the new drug through an exchange. Soon, our Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group will dominate the entire pharmaceutical market in Jiangnan. Mr. Lu, is there anything else that could interest me? Do you really think you can dominate the pharmaceutical market in Jiangnan? Lu Qingxian shook his head. Then let's wait and see in a couple of days. After saying that, he left Mirror Lake with Lu Bingqing and Bai Lu. As everyone watched him leave, countless people felt a pang of emotion. That's true romance. A true man should be surrounded by women on both sides, wielding life and death in his hands. On the way to the Virgin Bar, Bai Lu was the most nervous. Her mother wanted her to find a way to win over Lu Qingxuan. In fact, she initially approached him with the same intention. If he was a rich second-generation heir with money and power, she was confident she could give it a try. At least she didn't think she was much worse than Su Yufei. But now, she has completely given up hope. With a flick of her finger, she can shatter metal and stone, kill people from afar, and suppress all the bigwigs in Jiangnan so much that they can't lift their heads. Even the eldest princess of the Lu family is in awe and admiration in front of her. How could she slowly plot against such a powerful and ruthless man? What she fears most right now is that when they get to the bar, she'll accidentally let it slip in front of Yufei. If he finds out that Yufei didn't ask her to accompany him, he'll blame her, and that would be a huge problem. Fortunately, when they arrived at the bar, they learned that Yufei and the others had already gone back. Her mother, however, waited there the whole time. Seeing her daughter with Lu Qingxian, Tao Tsuetsue's old face beamed with a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, her wrinkles all bunched together. It's her daughter who's really capable. She got along with Mr. Lu in the blink of an eye once the two of them became familiar with each other. What would Tang Yun and Su Yufei have to do with each other? Just as she was about to step forward to ask what was going on, Bai Lu stopped her first. Mom, come with me, I have something to tell you. Tao Tsuetsue was forcibly dragged to the bathroom. This child, why can't you say things to my face? Why are you sneaking around like this? It's not like it's anything shameful. Tao Tsuetsue glared at her, annoyed. Mom, Mr. Lu is not someone I can control, and I can't handle him. Let's not try to take advantage of him anymore, or we'll lose our lives. Bai Lu said with utmost seriousness. What do you mean? You're dead. You lost your life trying to steal a man, you brat. You're just trying to fool your mother. Tao Tsuetsue didn't believe such nonsense. Bai Lu shook her head frantically. He's not the kind of rich kid you imagine. He's not an ordinary person at all. Of course, if he were just an ordinary rich kid, would I even be interested in him? Tao Tsuetsue poutedly. Hongwei's idiot almost made her furious. No, Mom, he killed people so easily. He's not just a rich man. Tao Tsuetsue's eyes froze. What? Murder? I really don't know how to explain White Do. Upon learning that Jafei and Aunt Yun had already returned home early due to some matters, Lu Qingxian casually greeted everyone, then got into Lu Bingqing's car and returned to Nanling City together. The two agreed on a time. Her mother's company would hold a shareholders meeting 3 days later, which would be the best time to discuss cooperation. Lu Qingxian had no objection to this. Even if Lan Xinju's Zhengzhou Pharmaceutical Group were to work at the fastest speed, it would be impossible to rush out the new drug and put it on the market in 3 days. As long as a better batch of drugs is produced before Lan Xinju's new drug hits the market, then Lan Xinju's plan to dominate the pharmaceutical market in Jiangnan will be completely ruined. At that time, even if she resisted cooperating with him, she had to cry and beg to come to him. Two hours later, in Nanling City. Before going to find Yafei, Lu Qingxian went back to the old house. He still had some things left there after he divorced Li Yunmeng. He hadn't had time to take them with him when he cleaned the room, but they were taken away by Lu Bingqing first. He hasn't come back since. However, to Lu Qingxuan's surprise, someone was already waiting at the stairwell, as if they were just waiting for him to return. As soon as Lu Qingxian appeared, a shadow pounced on him. You little beast, I'll strangle you. Qingxian took a look. He was surprised to see that it was Li Yunmeng's mother, his former mother-in-law, Chen Meijiao. However, at this time, Chen Meijiao no longer had that glamorous appearance. She looked more than 10 years older, and her whole body was dirty and covered in dust. Lu Qingxian pushed her away with one hand and said coldly, I don't have time to mess around with you. If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. Chen Meijiao suddenly she burst into tears and plopped down on the ground, yelling, You beast, you beast! You killed Yunmeng, you killed Yunmeng, give me back my daughter. 187, Chapter 187, Do you still recognize him? You, surnamed Lu, have ruined my family and caused our deaths. I'll fight you to the death. Li Yunhao suddenly appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Lu Qingxian who was in a daze, and punched him in the face. Hiss. After that punch, Li Yunhao felt like his hand was about to break, but his opponent seemed to have no reaction. At this moment, only one sentence echoed in Lu Qingxuan's mind, the sentence Chen Meijiao had said. Is Li Yunmeng dead? How could that be? She was such a proud woman. No matter which path she chose, she would never be so foolish as to take this final, desperate step.
Could you tell me about her in detail? Detail?
Lu Qingxian sighed softly. All the grudges and resentments vanished at that moment, leaving only the feeling that life is unpredictable. He would have given his life to protect a woman he once loved so deeply, had it not been for all that had happened in between. Li Yunmeng, you must have regretted it in the very end.
Chen Meijiao paid no attention to the myriad sorrows on Lu Qingxuan's face. She kept tearing and roaring, venting her resentment.
This time, Lu Qingxian didn't make a move, letting her vent her anger. After a while, Chen Meijiao calmed down and reached out to Lu Qingxian, "Give me the money."
Lu Qingxian was taken aback. "Take the money? Don't think I don't know you ran into that brat Yunmeng in Danyang town, didn't you? Secretary Han said you won a lot of money gambling in underground boxing matches. All the money you won was lost by Yunmeng. If she hadn't lost so much, would she have been so distraught as to try to kill herself? I don't care about anything else. Yunmeng has suffered with you for so many years and hasn't gotten a single benefit in the end. She even had to sell her house, car, and company, and all the money ended up in your hands. You've made my whole family homeless and destitute. If you don't hand over the money today, Yunmeng will haunt you even as a ghost."
Lu Qingxian sighed and took out the bank card he had used to gamble on underground boxing matches. He bet on underground boxing just to tell Li Yunmeng that she would lose badly, but she still stuck to her guns. Perhaps she knew she would lose, but she just didn't want to give in so easily in front of Lu Qingxian. Upon seeing this, Chen Meijiao snatched the bank card, shouting, "Password! Her birthday! You little beast, at least you have some conscience. Let's go." Chen Meijiao waved her hand, and the two of them quickly left, finding the nearest savings bank nearby. They were stunned when they checked their bank account balance.
Holy crap! So much money?
1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros, 8 zeros. That little bastard is really good at keeping secrets. I didn't expect that kid to be so easy to fool, huh?
Li Yunhao couldn't stop laughing.
Mom, let's keep some for ourselves, and use the rest to help my sister rebuild her company. You and your sister each get half, and you should start your own company. Chen Meijiao's face showed a thoughtful expression. That stubborn girl has a bad temper. If you give her all the money, she'll cause trouble. I trust you more. Upon hearing this, Li Yunhao's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. How much money was in there? If he got half, he could get hundreds of millions. Mom, we can't tell my sister about this. We have to make up a story. Chen Meijiao sneered, a confident expression on her face, clearly having already made her plans. Lu Qingxian went straight upstairs and into the little apartment that the two of them used to share. The room, which had been in complete chaos because Chen Meijiao had brought Li Yunhao to cause trouble, was now tidied up neatly. Only he and Li Yunmeng have the key to this room.
Has she been here recently?
Standing by the window, the wind outside was icy cold, and snowflakes began to fall from the sky without my noticing.
Today is the last day of the Lunar New Year. Time flies so fast.
After staying in the room for 2 hours, Lu Qingxian locked the door after nightfall, bought a bouquet of flowers by the roadside, and went to spend the 6th Lunar New Year's Eve with Su Yafei. This should have been the happiest day, but he just couldn't be happy no matter what.
A fireworks display is underway on the opposite bank of Swan Lake.
Su Yafei sat on a bench by the shore, her hands supporting her head, tilting her head as if she could see through Lu Qingxuan's thoughts. Actually, Yafei knows everything, and she has figured it out.
Yafei will always be with you. She won't do anything foolish again, and she won't overthink things anymore. If you really can't let go of Yunmeng, then go find her. I don't want you to have any regrets.
She is dead, Lu Qingxian said, bowing his head.
Ha! Su Yafei's pupils shrank to a single point.
The two remained silent for a long time. Before they knew it, dawn had broken. The two had sat on the shore all night, and Yafei had fallen into a deep sleep with her head on his shoulder. After sending her home, Lu Qingxian contacted Lu Bingqing. If it weren't for Li Yunmeng, his plan would have already begun 3 years ago, but his happy life with Li Yunmeng allowed him to taste the sweetness of love, and he wanted to stay like this forever, guarding her for all eternity. Now, he has few things to worry about and needs to put his plans on the agenda. 3 days is too long, he can't wait. On Lu Bingqing's side, she also sensed Lu Qingxuan's urgency. In addition, reliable intelligence showed that Zhongzhou Pharmaceutical Group had decided to hold a press conference tomorrow to release a new drug. They had to get the new product in place before that time and completely suppress Zhongzhou Pharmaceutical Group. As long as Lan Xingzhu's new business is cut off, she will have to turn to Lu Qingxian if she wants to expand into the Jiangnan market. At that time, she will be just a pawn, at Lu Qingxuan's mercy. Using Lan Xingzhu's influence, Lu Qingxuan's first tentative plan was to head north and curb the Lu family's control in North China. That afternoon, Lu Bingqing called back, not only confirming the cooperation with her mother, but also bringing Lu Qingxian two surprises. But no matter what Lu Qingxian said, Lu Bingqing was unwilling to tell him about these two shocking things. She told him that she just wanted him to come to Wild Game Restaurant as soon as possible for a face-to-face meeting. When Lu Qingxian arrived at Yuixuan, Lu Bingqing and her entourage were already waiting at the entrance. Mr. Lu, you've finally arrived. Lu Bingqing strode forward to meet her. But Lu Qingxian didn't look at her, instead, he looked at the person next to her. Lu Bingqing smiled sweetly. Mr. Lu, do you still recognize him? 188, Chapter 188, It stinks so bad, it's making me sick. The Thai doctor, is that right? Lu Qingxian certainly recognized him. He had only been back from Zhongnan for about a week, so he wasn't blind to that extent. Only Dr. Lu truly deserves the title of Divine Doctor from now on. Please don't call me Dr. Tai anymore, just call me Uncle Tai. Tai Rong waved his hand and said with shame. Compared to Lu Qingxian, his medical skills are simply not up to par. Mr. Lu, this is the first surprise I prepared for you. Although Uncle Tai is not as good as you in terms of medical skills, no one in the entire Jiangnan and Central South region can compare to him in terms of medical reputation. Moreover, he is one of the most trusted doctors by the public. In recent years, any medicine endorsed by Dr. Tai will be sold out in the market very quickly. Originally, Uncle Tai was going to be the spokesperson for Lan Xingzhu, but after hearing your name, Mr. Lu, he immediately terminated his contract with Zhongzhou Pharmaceutical Group and came here. Lu Qingxuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Although he was not a traditional businessman, he knew that developing a product was difficult, but sales channels and endorsements were even more difficult. The pearl is covered in dust because people simply cannot see it, or even if they do see it, they do not believe it is a pearl. But with Uncle Tai as his guarantor and endorser, his drugs will quickly spread to the general public. Uncle Tai, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Lu Qingxian extended his hand. When I heard that Mr. Lu was personally involved in the drug development, I came over without thinking. At my age, money and fame are all external things. I just wanted to see Mula's drug manufacturing methods and learn about traditional Chinese medicine. Tyrone laughed heartily. Uncle Tai, you're too kind. Lu Qingxian thought for a moment and then took out a book from beside him. The label reads a compilation of Xianmen medical techniques. Although this book is a simplified version that I reproduce later, the ancient Chinese medicine techniques recorded in it are quite unique and may be very inspiring for an old Chinese medicine doctor like you. Uncle Tai here, take this as a gift. Although he only had a basic understanding of the Thai doctor, he could sense that the doctor was not an evil person. Giving him this medical book might benefit more people. Tyrone solemnly accepted it, and his eyes widened as soon as he flipped through 2 pages. This is more than just a clever angle, it's practically a divine book of ancient Chinese medicine. It demonstrates the diagnostic methods of observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation from multiple perspectives, as well as in-depth interpretations of silver needles, herbal decoction, and pharmacological analysis. It even records previously lost Chinese medical techniques. For Taeyong, this was a priceless treasure. Putting away the medical book, Tyrone bowed deeply to Lu Qingxian. Divine Physician Lu, I am deeply grateful. This book is very important to me. Will make the most of its value to benefit all those suffering from illness in South China and even the entire Great Xia Dragon Kingdom. Since I've given it to you, it's up to you, Uncle Tai, to figure out how to make the most of it. Alright, Bingqing, you should tell me what the second surprise is now, right? Lu Qingxuan's interest was piqued. Lu Bingqing is indeed a reliable woman, she is more thoughtful than he is. Lu Qingxuan's repeated calls of Bingqing filled her heart with sweetness, and she smiled and said, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu, have you ever heard of the number 1 wealth god in South China? The number 1 wealth god in South China? Lu Qingxian shook his head. The South China region is so vast, encompassing places like Jiangnan, Central South, Central China, and Central China. To be crowned as the #1 wealth god in South China, one's status must be extraordinary. Shen Wanjin, the #1 wealth god in South China, is from Haizhou. He has been living in Jiangnan province for many years. Recently, he has been seeking medical treatment everywhere due to a serious illness. I introduced him to Nanling City, saying that there is a peerless doctor in Nanling City who can cure him as soon as he has a breath left.
You're making such a bold claim too early. Lu Qingxian rolled his eyes. What if you can't cure it? Wouldn't that ruin my reputation? I believe in Mr. Lu, you can definitely do it.
As long as we can get Shen Wanjin on our side, or get him to give us a fast track, I'm confident that within 6 months I can make my mother's company one of the top 5 in South China. When the time comes, I'll make you the largest shareholder, Mr. Lu, and the Lu family will take a small share, Lu Bingqing said slyly.
Does this mean you've sold out your entire family? Lu Qingxuan's forehead was covered in black lines.
Lu Bingqing is so biased towards outsiders, anyone who didn't know better would think the two of them had some kind of shady relationship.
However, your suggestion is very tempting. When can you introduce Shen Wanjin over? I'd like to give him a diagnosis.
Mr. Shen was worried, so he went to Nanling Hospital for a medical checkup as soon as he arrived here, and he will come here later.
Just as Lu Bingqing finished speaking, a black and gray Rolls-Royce Dawn suddenly drove towards them from the front.
A tall, handsome young man stepped out of the driver's seat, while a lady in her 40s with fair skin, excellent maintenance, and wearing a blue-green cheongsam stepped out of the back seat.
Madam Qi?
Lu Bingqing looked surprised. The person who came was none other than Qi Wenmei, the wife of Shen Wanjin, the god of wealth of South China.
Since she's here, doesn't that mean Mr. Shen is here too? Madam Qi, is Mr. Shen also in the car?
Lu Bingqing asked subconsciously.
Oh, Miss Lu, you really care about our old Shen that much? You sent him all the way to Nanling City for treatment. What if he ends up in bed with you during the treatment?
Madam Qi said sarcastically. She had always disliked Lu Bingqing when they first met. She would fawn over him all the time for business over time. What man could resist the temptation of such a beautiful woman? Even Lady Qi had to admit that Lu Bingqing was indeed an extremely beautiful and threatening person, otherwise she wouldn't have been so hostile. Now, upon learning that she had actually invited her husband to travel all the way to Nanling and Jiangnan for medical treatment, her already suspicious nerves tightened even more. She even traveled a long distance to Nanling just to keep a close eye on her husband and prevent him from being stolen away by other women. Madam Qi, I think you've misunderstood. I introduced Mr. Shen to Nanling City for treatment because there really are doctors in Nanling City who can cure him. Secondly, it was also to discuss a big business deal with Mr. Shen, which would benefit both of us, Lu Bingqing explained patiently.
Talk business? What business can't be discussed over the phone? I think you're trying to bribe my husband, Mr. Shen, with your body, and become his mistress, aren't you?
Madam Qi said with a sinister smile, relentlessly pressing the issue.
At this point, she glanced at Lu Qingxian and said, "You're well maintained, but you look weak and skinny. Are you draining me dry every day, Miss Lu?"
Lady Qi flicked her fingernails and said with a half-smile. These words, spoken so casually by her, sounded as if they were the truth. Lu Qingxian finally understood why some women are born gossips. Their mouths are so venomous, mean, and deserving of a beating. Lu Bingqing's expression also turned extremely ugly. If it weren't for Mr. Shen's sake, she would have really wanted to rush over and slap her twice. What kind of person is she? Mr. Shen is supposed to be a man of high moral character and excellent reputation. How could he have found such a wife? Not only is she petty, but she's also incredibly cunning.
If you haven't brushed your teeth, shut your mouth. It stinks and it's bothering me.
Lu Qingxian wouldn't give her any face. If she kept nagging, he'd slap her and send her home.
189, Chapter 189, You're really sick.
Pretty boy, what did you say? Madam Qi's face turned cold, and she almost lost her temper on the spot.
Do you know who I am? Who you are is none of my business.
Lu Qingxian glanced at her from head to toe. Chanel bag, Valentino shoes, custom-made traditional Chinese cheongsam. You dress like a proper human being, but you can't say anything nice if you don't know how to respect others and your mouth is full of filth. Then go back to your mother's womb and be reborn, so you won't be jumping around everywhere making a fool of yourself. You, do you have the guts to say that again? Madame Qi's face turned pale. Ever since she followed Shen Wanjin, she had always been the most noble lady in South China. Wherever she went, she was looked up to and fawned over. Where had she ever suffered such humiliation? It was as if they had splashed excrement on her face. I've never heard of such an excessive request. It's not enough to just scold me once, I have to scold you again. Then listen up. I am saying you're dressed like a human, but you're not even as good as a dog. You spew filth from your mouth and are disgusting. If you don't know how to communicate with people, then go back to your mother's womb and be reborn. If you need my help, then I don't mind slapping you back. Lu Qingxian stood in front of Lu Bingqing, protecting her. Behind her, Lu Bingqing covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes gazing tenderly at the figure in front of her, which was not particularly imposing but exceptionally steadfast. An unprecedented sense of security was filling her heart. Fine, you dare to curse me, you've got guts, I'm telling you, you're finished, you little brat, you're finished. You want to cooperate with my old mansion, right? Let me tell you, no way. Even if you kneel down and apologize to me right now, even if you lick the soles of my shoes, you won't have a chance. Madame Qi was furious, her words slurred, her face flushed as she shouted. You're really sick in the head. You want me to apologize? I, Lu Qingxian, can do everything, except apologize. Lu Qingxian sneered. You say I'm sick, you're the one who's sick, you little brat, your whole family is sick. Madame Qi clenched her fists, vowing in her heart that if she didn't get her revenge, she would change her surname. You think I'm joking with you? When I say you're sick, I'm not insulting you. I mean you really are sick. I advise you to go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible, otherwise you might even lose your life. In a while Lu Qingxian looked at the other person and said with a sad and sarcastic look in his eyes. Mr. Lu, are you serious? Lu Bingqing asked in astonishment. Was Madame Qi really sick? Of course, look at the back of her hands and neck. Do you see those tiny rashes? Do you see the purplish-black pigmentation on her face? Lu Bingqing couldn't help but nod. The dark purple pigmentation on Madame Qi's face couldn't be concealed even by expensive concealer, it was immediately noticeable. And look at that tiny wound on her left ear. Judging from the scab around the wound, it's been there for about 10 days and hasn't healed properly. Madame Qi, let me ask you, have you been feeling dizzy and nauseous lately? And are you extremely susceptible to bacterial infections, along with difficulty breathing, fever, and sweating? Madame Qi's expression changed, but she stubbornly said, I just have a fever and a cold. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. Take some medicine and you'll be fine right away. Do you really believe such self-deceptive words? You've probably already taken quite a few medications, haven't you? Have you seen any signs of improvement? Lady Qi's face turned a pale, purplish-blue color, looking quite unpleasant. Clearly, Lu Qingxian had touched a raw nerve, leaving her speechless. You don't have long to live. Go to the hospital for a checkup and make your final arrangements, Lu Qingxian said bluntly. Mr. Lu, what exactly is she? AIDS. It's already in its final stages, Lu Qingxian said with a smile. Then he glanced at the driver and bodyguard next to Madame Qi. You're in the same boat, but you're better off than her. You haven't been sick for long, so you should have a few more years to live. The driver's expression changed drastically, but he quickly masked it. At this point, Lady Qi finally couldn't hold back anymore. In her youth, she was promiscuous, always inviting a bunch of men to join her. She might have contracted this or that disease, but she never dared to think about AIDS. Mr. Lu, are you sure about this? This is no joke, Lu Bingqing asked cautiously. This is Shen Wanjin's wife. If she has AIDS, does that mean Mr. Shen has also been infected? Have you ever seen me joke about something like this? At least 99% chance.
If Lu Qingxian says 99%, then it's basically 100% certain he's never been wrong about it. Thinking of this, Lu Bingqing gasped. Nonsense.
Madam Qi suddenly jumped up and let out a sharp scream. I go to the hospital for a checkup every month, and I've never been diagnosed with AIDS, you dogmouth that can't utter anything decent. I'll tear your mouth apart today.
Away, come help.
At this moment, the burly young man named Away stared intently at the roadside, motionless.
Away, what are you doing? Why aren't you helping me cut out his tongue?
Just as Madam Qi was about to get angry, she subconsciously looked in the direction Away was looking and immediately felt a chill. A Loki Maybach was parked on the side of the road. A middle-aged man dressed in a retro tang suit, wearing a jade thumb ring, and dressed